Chapter 276, Conspiracy. First, this year's sugar price. Third Master Zhu had already thought it through. We need to drive it down, way down. The moment their trading house opens for business, we set our price at 1.5 taels per shi. Everyone was momentarily stunned. That price was outrageously low. Even in the best harvest years when sugar prices dropped, one shi still fetched at least 2 taels of silver. In lean years it could exceed 4 taels. Third Master Zhu's opening bid of 1.5 taels. Right now, even a shi of rough brown rice was selling for 2 taels. Wouldn't the cane farmers riot? This year's harvest has been average. By established convention, the price should be 2.5 taels. We've already been purchasing for over a fortnight. To suddenly drop this much, how do we explain it? These are relationships cultivated over many years. The objection came from Feng Guangfeng, owner of the Hongji trading house. His establishment was relatively modest, and Feng Guangfeng wasn't part of the Shanxi Guangdong clique. He was a former clerk who had married his employer's only daughter and become manager by marrying into the family. He was rather looked down upon within the Heiyi Guild. Still, his words struck a chord. Business depended on long-term cooperation. Both buyers and sellers valued leaving room for future dealings. A move like this would create permanent bad blood with the cane farmers. Seeing everyone hesitate, Third Master Zhu sneered. It's simple. Everyone knows South China Sugar Factory is producing enormous quantities now. We'll say that because they're generating so much sugar, outside markets can't absorb it, so prices have collapsed. Will that actually work? Why wouldn't it? If cane farmers are willing to sell at this price, we reap windfall profits. And besides, how can we be blamed for the price drop? Wasn't it South China Sugar Factory that upset the market? Every wrong has its source, every debt its creditor. Third Master Zhu's voice dropped lower as he spoke, but everyone understood clearly. Some silently cheered, others broke into cold sweats. Brilliant. The manager who had earlier proposed dumping corpses at South China's gate cried out. They could strike a devastating blow without openly rupturing relations, preserving room for reconciliation if necessary. But there's a risk, the elderly man cautioned. They're opening their purchasing operation precisely when the Guangzhou market is favorable. If they offer 3 taels per shi, they won't be losing money. If our price is low and theirs is high, won't we simply be herding all the stock into their hands for free? No concern there. Third Master Zhu exuded confidence. All 3 counties of Lizhu produce over 200,000 shi of sugar in a normal year. If South China's price is higher, naturally all the sugar flows to them. But consider, say they purchase a third of it. That requires at least 100,000 taels of silver. Where will they find that much ready cash? And with the world as chaotic as it is, would they dare transport such a fortune to Lizhu? When they run dry and want to stop buying, it won't be so easy. We're the only ones in Lizhu with substantial amounts of cash on hand. Squeeze them tight with interest rates, and even if we can't destroy them, we'll make them bleed. Everyone found this plan workable. The volume normally absorbed by all 21 trading houses would now be dumped on South China Factory alone. They'd choke on it. Better safe than sorry, the old manager persisted. What if they actually dare to ship in the silver? What if they've already prepared it? Missing a season's worth of purchases is a minor setback, just 1 year's profit gone. What I fear is destroying our reputation going forward. Hearing this, the various managers conceded he had a point and began to waver. Third Master Zhu, observing the old man's endless dithering, said coldly, "You want to act but fear this and fear that. Fine then, best do nothing at all. As long as South China Factory buys, we buy too. We'll capture 70 or 80% of the business regardless. If they want to ship their sugar out, let them." This sounded like he was washing his hands of the matter. Some of the sharper ones realized he probably had additional tricks in reserve, so everyone declared they would follow his plan. Only then did Third Master Zhu continue. Second, starting today, whenever you're speaking with people, drop hints about South China Factory. Understand? You can't slander them directly, but the implication should be clear. Those massive iron rollers, that chimney, things no one has ever seen before. As the saying goes, when circumstances defy nature, there must be demons. Everyone recognized this stratagem as particularly vicious, but given their monopoly profits, this group, though ostensibly respectable businessmen, were no saints. They'd participated in worse than rumor-mongering before. Finally, Third Master Zhu said, each year we typically retain 2% off the top. This year of that 2%, 1% must go to the Heiyi Guild. I don't mind working for everyone without compensation, but my people who do the legwork need to be paid, and gathering intelligence costs money. The public coffers contain only 400 or 500 taels at present. Not enough. The managers all looked pained at this. This so-called 2% rule dated back to when cane farmers had consigned sugar to trading houses for sale. It was a handling fee. Though they'd since converted to cash purchases, the customary 2% had always been retained. It represented significant profit for each house. Being asked to surrender 1% of it now, no one was eager. Third Master Zhu said, "Stop looking so sour. Once this is accomplished, all the factory's stock becomes ours and the sugar price will have crashed to 1.5 taels. Isn't the profit considerable? Quibbling over this bit of expense, you lack the big picture." So it was decided. Each trading house advanced a sum to the Heiyi Guild's public account, proportional to its size, for Third Master Zhu to draw upon as needed. With matters settled, everyone finally felt hungry. They sat down to eat and drink. Third Master Zhu barely touched his food before announcing he had matters at home and departed with his servant. His residence lay only 4 or 5 storefronts away. House and business were connected as one. He could reach the trading house without stepping outside. If he wished to visit someone, he needn't enter the street. He could exit through a side gate directly into another trading house's residence, then continue from one house to the next. This arrangement was born of necessity. Though in recent years, through the Heiyi Guild's organization of local militias and cultivation of officials and various maritime powers, raids on Heian had become rare. Small-scale robberies and kidnappings still occurred with disturbing frequency. So the trading house residences had been built wall-to-wall, connected by side gates, with barred lanes and high walls forming a closed community. Ordinary pirates or bandits simply couldn't penetrate it. Third Master Zhu passed through several trading houses' back alleys to reach his own residence. After freshening up briefly, he summoned his house steward. "Go fetch Xiao Jijiao for me." Then he closed his eyes to rest momentarily. The task of investigating South China Factory's background. He'd already dispatched a capable clerk for that purpose back when the Kiwei Escort Agency had first begun acquiring land and sugar mills in the area. At the time, he'd simply wondered why an escort agency was purchasing such properties. Who could have known this casual precaution would prove so prescient? He was rather pleased with himself. Had he been sending someone only now, Guangzhou lay over 1,000 li distant. A boat voyage there and back would consume more than 10 days. By then, the opportunity would have passed. Before attending the guild meeting, he had actually already known the essential background of South China Factory. Just as he'd suspected, another master stood behind the Kiwei Escort Agency. As for this master's identity, the clerk hadn't managed to discover it. The escort guards kept their mouths exceptionally tight, and ordinary clerks knew nothing. But the matter of Lu Yizhang's calling card had been uncovered through various channels. Lu Yizhang's cards were sold openly at fixed prices. With the right connections, 100 or 200 taels would secure one. That being the case, this master was probably not an official figure. Judging by the need to purchase Lu Yizhang's card as a protective talisman, he likely lacked significant background in government circles either, though he unquestionably possessed wealth. With this foundational intelligence, Third Master Zhu knew his next moves. His performance earlier had simply been theater for his colleagues, designed to bring them along with his plan. At first glance startling beauty, I suddenly behold a little maid like a celestial fairy, her moth brows lightly swept, her natural charm rarely seen in this world. See her autumn wave eyes gently send, exceptionally bright. I wish to plant flowers, best seize them while fresh. Just as he was humming this little tune, the steward announced that Xiao Jijio had arrived. Send him in. A man in his 30s entered. He was dressed neatly enough, resembling a shop manager at first glance, but as he stood there his body and head kept shifting, eyes perpetually darting. Clearly not an upright character. Xiao Jijio was a local gang leader who ran a band of riffraff that loitered around Heian Street near the Zhu monk temple. The Heiyi Guild paid them a monthly stipend of money and rice, partly to keep them from causing trouble, partly to have them available for unsavory tasks when needed. Little Xiao, tomorrow dispatch all your men onto the streets. Third Master Zhu spoke deliberately. Have them spread word as follows. He then recited the prepared script. Do you have all of that? Your servant remembers everything. Xiao Jijio nodded vigorously. Here's 50 taels of silver, distributed among them first. Thank you, master. Also, select a few of the more presentable ones from your people and keep them ready. In the coming days, South China Sugar Factory will likely be hiring workers. Have them prepared to seek employment. Tell them to work diligently when the time comes. They only need endure a couple of months. When it's finished, I'll reward them handsomely. Getting hired, won't that require a shop guarantee? Xiao Jijio looked troubled. No problem, I'll handle the guarantee. You just assemble the men and get them cleaned up. Certainly, but we'll still need funds for clothes and grooming. Xiao Jijio's eyes rolled as he attempted to extract more money. Third Master Zhu snorted. I haven't dispersed your reward money yet, take it from this first. Hearing that reward money awaited, Xiao Jijio's spirit soared. This matter is completely in my hands and my brother's. With that, he departed in high spirits. Watching Xiao Jijio go, Third Master Zhu still felt uneasy. He decided he would send someone to Guangzhou again to dig deeper into their background. If they truly have no backing, we simply eliminate them. That sugar factory really is quite impressive. A glint of greed flickered across Third Master Zhu's face. Meanwhile, at South China Sugar Factory, the transmigrators were busily preparing for the trading house's opening. For easier management, the site was selected right at Nanmen Pond, where the factory was located, essentially just a subdivision of the factory itself. The front gate opened directly onto the official road connecting Zhuan to Heian Street. Beyond constructing the new trading house storefront, Mei Lin also organized laborers to repair this stretch of road, re-erecting several wobbly bridges. Infrastructure improvement was always a precondition for the transmigrators' commercial and industrial ventures. The local people, for their part, were merely curious about this novel road-building method of having oxen drag enormous stone rollers back and forth. The trading house's signboard had been inscribed by the county magistrate of Zhuan himself. His calligraphy came at modest cost, only 30 taels of silver, a few bottles of quality wine, plus some Western cloth and brocade for his wife. The moment the storefront was completed, amid drums and gongs, the gilded signboard was ceremonially hung. The couplets flanking the entrance had been written by a well-known retired official in the county. These were all protective talismans of a sort. The transmigrators were adapting to local customs. To facilitate communication with locals and prevent linguistic misunderstandings, Wen Tong recruited several local workers in the county to serve as front counter staff and scale operators. His attempt to hire an experienced sugar trading house manager had never come together. The Wen brothers were simply too young. In the end, he asked Liao Dahua to find someone. Anyone who'd served as a manager would do. Liao Dahua, never shy about recommending family, produced a cousin named Liao Dachang. This Liao Dachang had never been a manager proper, but he'd worked for several years as a senior counter clerk at a grain trading house in Heikeng County. He was quite adept at dealing with people, and though his Mandarin was poor, his Cantonese was fluent. He understood commercial protocols. Wen Tong knew the trading house couldn't truly depend on such people. They were all amateurs. Only by taking charge personally would it function properly. Fortunately, the sugar factory was now running smoothly, and Chen Tianxing was handling the equipment. He could devote more energy to the trading house. Liao Dachang, freshly promoted and having heard from his cousin that these masters were wealthy and generous, threw himself into the work. Though the grain trading business differed from sugar trading, considerable overlap existed: purchasing, transport, and similar matters. He assumed responsibility for all trading house affairs one by one. Wen Tong actually found collaboration with him more convenient. After all, Wen Tong was an engineer by training and not particularly business-minded. After conducting market research, Wen Tong and Liao Dachang agreed to purchase at the prevailing Heian Street rate of 2.5 taels without raising the price, hoping to avoid provoking the local trading houses. "Let's abolish this 2% rule," Wen Tong declared. He deeply resented such hidden rules. "Better not for now," Chen Tianxing advised. "Best not to stand out too obviously, not wise." "I have an idea we can keep the 2% rule," Chang Shide suddenly interjected. "But take it from the people and use it for the people. Lay the groundwork for Old Wen's future sugar cooperative." "What's the idea?" Chang Shide's proposal was to convert this 2% into a kind of common fund. This fund would issue loans and subsidies to people who join the sugar cooperative in the future. Everyone who sells us sugar pays the 2%, but they can't access loans or subsidies unless they join us. Nobody likes feeling cheated. By then, when you promote the sugar cooperative, it'll be far easier. Should we explain this at the counter to ordinary folk, or hold a mass meeting to announce it? End of chapter. Chapter 277, Sweet Port Turbulence, Rice and Sugar Prices. Not now, Chang Shide said. Explanations would take too long. First, let's print some kind of passbook to record the amounts. That way the cane farmers have something tangible to hold and it'll be easier to gather them for a meeting later. Wen Tong smiled. "Good thinking. Where'd you come up with that? You know those health product salesmen. They hook people in with free health checkups. If you don't dangle some small benefit first, who's going to sit through your pitch? But how should we print these passbooks? They need to be reusable with space for entries." Wen Tong hesitated. "Should we ask Lingao for help?" Liao Dachang spoke up. "This isn't difficult at all. It's just making small booklets for the cane farmers. Any paper shop can do it." The transmigrators all turned to look at him in unison. Chang Shide raised an eyebrow. "They have passbooks here too." Liao Dachang seemed confused by their surprise. "Of course. Every shop has them." He produced a booklet from his sleeve and handed it over. Wen Tong unfolded it and found neat columns of small script recording transaction dates and amounts, with both parties' personal seals stamped at the top. "This is from the grain trader who delivers our provisions." "Perfect, we'll use this format," Wen Tong said happily. "Let's order 3,000 to start." Liao Dachang blanched. 3,000 right off the mark. Every paper shop in all of Lizhu could be turned upside down and still not produce that many. He quickly said, "There's no such supply available. In my humble opinion, this style of booklet is also too large. Since it won't see heavy use, we should just have smaller ones custom-made immediately. They'll be faster to produce and cheaper too." So the matter was settled. The group then discussed various arrangements for opening day. What gave Wen Tong a headache was the matter of raising silver. He had long since learned that this region exported over 200,000 shi of sugar annually. By his estimate, most of it would still be purchased by the trading houses of the Heiyi Guild, and their side could probably acquire around 20,000 shi. That would require roughly 50,000 taels of silver. When the Guangzhou station had arranged for the Kiwei escort agency to establish itself in Lizhu, they had deposited 10,000 taels locally. Wen Tong had brought another 3,000 when he arrived. But this money had been nearly exhausted on infrastructure, settler provisions, and cultivating relationships with local officials. The only funds available now were the 10,000 taels sitting in Guangzhou. That amount fell far short. The Guangzhou station was certainly willing to provide full support. They claimed they could allocate 100,000 taels at any time, but the Ming Dynasty had no remittance institutions. Silver had to be physically transported over 1,000 li, which felt terrifyingly insecure. After racking their brains without finding a suitable solution, Chiang Shide finally took Liao Dachang out for a stroll around the county seat to clear his head. This was his only hobby besides training his female slaves, donning a silk jiduo robe and striding proudly down the dusty dirt streets. His unusual height, powerful build, and fair skin made passers-by step aside in awe. The feeling of being someone important was quite gratifying. As he strolled, Chiang Shide quickly noticed a peculiar phenomenon. Prices in Zhuang were remarkably high. In the past, when Liao Dahua had purchased grain for the migrants, he'd reported expenses of 2 taels per shi. Chiang Shide had once suspected Liao Dahua of skimming profits, but after several months of observation, he discovered that while grain prices fluctuated, they had never dropped below 2 taels and were in fact trending upward. This despite Lingao being just across the Guangzhou Strait, where grain prices had never exceeded 1.5 taels even at their peak. Beyond grain, everything here cost more than in Lingao: firewood, ironware, cloth, even ordinary household jars and pots. This disparity had been even more glaring during their construction phase. Moreover, copper coins were rarely used here. Most transactions were conducted in silver. For small payments, people used a specially minted silver pellet. The phenomenon fascinated Chiang Shide. Though he hadn't formally studied economics, he understood basic economic principles. Clearly, silver was more devalued here than in Lingao. "Manager Liao," Chiang Shide asked, "why is the price of rice so high in Zhuang?" "You've asked the right person." This topic was Liao Dachang's specialty. "I used to work in the grain trade. It's not just Zhuang, even Hijacked has terrifyingly high rice prices. Only Suing is somewhat better. The reason is simple: growing sugarcane is more profitable. Everyone converts their paddy fields to sugarcane, and when there's not enough food, it has to be shipped in from elsewhere. Naturally, prices climb." "I see." Chiang Shide nodded thoughtfully. "That's exactly how it is," Liao Dachang continued. "Sugarcane is extremely demanding. It needs abundant water, heavy fertilization, and intensive labor. Once you plant sugarcane, nobody has the capacity to work paddy fields anymore. Where does the outside grain come from? It's shipped by sea, mostly from northern Guangdong. Sea travel is unpredictable: pirates, storms, shipwrecks. Losses can be enormous. Since shipping here is difficult, prices naturally soar." Seeing that Chiang Shide hadn't responded, Liao Dachang licked his lips and ventured a smile. "Actually, I have another thought, though I'm not certain it's correct." "Let's hear it." "In my humble opinion, the key is that Lizhu simply has too much silver." Chiang Shide stopped walking and glanced at him with genuine surprise. He had assumed people of this era wouldn't grasp this principle, that they would equate precious metals directly with wealth itself. "That makes sense." Chiang Shide immediately regarded this former grain-house clerk with newfound respect. "Yes," Liao Dachang said, emboldened by his approval. "Lizhu exports over 200,000 shi of sugar every year, bringing in 400,000 or 500,000 taels of silver. With so much silver circulating, naturally all goods become expensive." "Yes, things are expensive here, but sugar is something everyone wants," Chiang Shide mused. He seemed to dimly perceive a solution taking shape in his mind. "Manager Liao, how are the cane farmers' returns these days?" "Not bad, I suppose. Whatever the case, it's far better than growing rice." Chiang Shide asked another question. "Do any ships from here sail to Champa?" "What for going to Champa?" Liao Dachang found this peculiar. "Nobody here does overseas trade." The outline of a plan was gradually crystallizing in Chiang Shide's mind. Somewhat excitedly, he clapped Liao Dachang on the shoulder. "Let's go." Back we go. That evening, unwilling to wait for the slow carrier pigeon relay through Guangzhou, he wrote a coded letter directly and instructed the Kiwei escort agency to dispatch someone to Lingao by ship at first light. This matter required the Foreign Affairs Ministry's cooperation. Chiang Shide's plan was elegantly simple: Since silver wasn't worth much in Lizhu, using cash to purchase raw sugar wasn't the smartest business strategy. Lizhu had too much silver, making everything expensive. Using a commodity that everyone needed and that already commanded a high price to exchange for raw sugar would be a far shrewder approach. That commodity was rice. If rice was shipped the traditional way from northern Guangdong, the sea voyage was too long and the risks too great. So his thinking was this: ship sugar from Lizhu to Vietnam and sell it there. Vietnam didn't grow sugarcane, so sugar prices would be very high. On the other hand, Vietnamese rice was famously cheap. The rice obtained in exchange for the sugar could then be paid to cane farmers at Lizhu's inflated prices as payment for their sugar. This essentially meant earning double profits. But this involved trading with Vietnam, and Chiang Shai didn't understand Vietnamese trade regulations, didn't know the sea conditions along the Vietnamese coast, and didn't know local rice and sugar prices. Rashly organizing ships to sail to Vietnam would obviously be reckless. The Foreign Affairs Ministry didn't dare delay upon receiving his letter and immediately reported to the Executive Committee. Before long, all departments were in motion. The Intelligence Committee quickly confirmed that the plan was feasible. The Portuguese had once transported Chinese sugar to Vietnam and sold it at 8 taels per shi, double the English purchase price in Guangzhou. The enormous profits of maritime trade made everyone restless. Demands poured in for the Executive Committee to immediately open the door to Vietnamese trade. The time has come. Vietnam's abundant resources can no longer be left slumbering, zealots agitated at the enlarged Executive Committee meeting. Let's turn it into our raw materials base and market. Armed expedition. Where cannons lead, trade follows. Let us install a few cannons on Vietnam's coastline and thereby enslave an entire nation. It would be best to establish the Vietnam trade route as soon as possible. Ma Kianju wasn't particularly interested in sugar for rice trading, but he'd been coveting Hongji's coal for ages. Thus the plan to open trade with Vietnam was finalized. Considering that Vietnam's political situation was rather chaotic at this time, with the northern and southern courts locked in confrontation, and the Dutch and Portuguese lurking in the background, plus the Jesuits having their fingers in everything, the conflicting interests were complex. In the end, they decided to enter in a relatively low-profile manner. The trading situation between Vietnam's northern and southern courts and China was as follows. Entering a northern court port required an annual fee of 1,000 taels. The southern court had opened one city specifically for Chinese trade. The Transmigration Collective chose to enter northern Lair Dynasty territory, which had not only rice but also coal, and was relatively closer to both Hainan and the Lizhu Peninsula. The ship the Executive Committee dispatched to Vietnam was the Great Whale, the same transport vessel that had previously come to Lizhu. Though the attempt to use it as a container ship had failed, its wide hull and large cargo capacity remained obvious advantages. Its shallow draft was well suited to the typically shallow waters and poorly equipped docks of this era. As for its somewhat slower speed, that wasn't too problematic. The sailing voyage to Vietnam's Hongji area wouldn't take more than 2 days. The Great Whale came to Lizhu and loaded 1,000 shi of raw brown sugar at Hainan Port. To ensure the ship's safety, it temporarily carried 4 12-pound howitzers and 1 infantry platoon, serving as both bodyguards and laborers. The person commanding this operation was none other than Chiang Shai himself. As for the essential translator, neither Lingao nor Lizhu could solve this problem. Though they were close by, no one had ever gone to Vietnam to do business. Guo had originally tried to find someone among the sea merchants in Guangzhou, but the clannish, insular nature of the sea merchant community made such recruitment completely ineffective. In the end, they thought of the Jesuits in Macau. This organization had tentacles everywhere and went anywhere. Zhang Xin rushed to Macau and found Father Louis. With Father Louis's help, Zhang Xin recruited a down-on-his-luck former petty pirate leader named Zhang Dabala in Macau. This man was dark, corpulent, and bore a large scar across his face, which had earned him the nickname. As for his real name, even he himself could barely remember it. He had originally served under Yang Liu and Yang Qi. After the two Yang's defeat, Zhang Dabala, having saved up a tidy sum, fled to Macau. The old pirate, riddled with wounds that ached every rainy day, was starting to feel his age and wanted to retire comfortably. But he got swindled in Macau and lost everything. Having spent his life as a pirate and knowing no trade, he soon ended up on the streets, surviving on Jesuit charity. Eventually, for the sake of 2 bowls of thin rice porridge a day, he got baptized and joined the church. Now he was a fellow believer. Though Zhang Dabala was past his fighting days, he was still a weathered old sea dog familiar with the roots throughout Southeast Asia. He also spoke several languages, including Vietnamese and Malay. Zhang Xin recognized immediately that he was a suitable candidate. He hired him on the spot, making clear that he wouldn't need to risk his life, just interpret. 12 Spanish dollars a month. Zhang Dabala, who'd been sipping thin gruel until he was sick of it, immediately boarded their pirate ship. Just before the great whale departed from the Heian Street dock, Chiang Shide gave his final instructions to Wen Tong. Old Wen, this trip will take at least 10 days or so. The buildings are pretty much done now, don't wait any longer. You go ahead and start purchasing sugar. We have 10,000 taels of silver to work with. That should be enough to hold until I get back. Good. Wen Tong gripped his hand firmly. What a great comrade, not only coming up with such a brilliant idea, but also volunteering to sail to unfamiliar Vietnam to conduct trade and open new frontiers. Then he turned and saw Aziu carrying a basket waiting to board. He thought this fellow was really quite hopeless. Chiang Shide shamelessly commandeered a private cabin and had Aziu set it up as a cozy little nest. Then he lounged comfortably, waiting for the ship to arrive at Ha Long. The ship sailed for 2 days at sea. Finally, they got lost. Where are we? Should be Ha Long Bay, I think. Lalin held a sextant and mumbled uncertainly. He was the ship's temporary captain. What do you mean, should be? Bai Kai finally exploded amid his seasickness misery. He'd been selected for the Vietnam trade delegation purely because he looked Vietnamese. Since yesterday, the great whale had entered a relatively calm bay. The bay was dotted with various small islands, somewhat scenic, but they had no idea which direction to sail to reach Hongji. Lalin's latitude and longitude calculations had been wildly inconsistent, with errors so large that no one trusted his measurements. Some had been grumbling that they should have hired a local helmsman rather than letting this amateur navigate. You take the helm. Chiang Shide finally kicked Lalin aside and called Zhang Dabala over to pilot the ship. End of chapter. Chapter 278. Sweet Port Turbulence, Vietnamese rice. Zhang Dabala didn't know where they were going either. The Quang Ninh area wasn't a target for pirates, only those small-time sea bandits, neither truly Vietnamese nor Chinese, part-time fishermen who also robbed fishermen, had any interest in operating here. Zhang Dabala looked down on that lot. From him, Chiang Shide confirmed a principle he had long suspected. Every social group had its hierarchy. Still, Zhang Dabala was familiar with these waters. When starting out in his career, whenever things grew too hot, he'd slip away to Zhanfeng to lie low for a while. The place sat right on the Sino-Vietnamese border, technically under Vietnamese jurisdiction, populated by people who were half fishermen, half bandits. This was when the first dispute arose. Bai Kai wanted to go to Hongji. His mission was to find coal. Only then did Chiang Shide learn the man was from the prospecting team. Chiang Shide, meanwhile, wanted to sell the sugar as quickly as possible. Though he knew nothing about ancient Vietnamese geography, Hongji clearly wouldn't have any sugar buyers. You want to dig for coal, that's fine. You can take your time surveying. But what about the sugar on the ship? In the end, Chiang Shide prevailed. The bags of sugar under the South China Sea's blazing sun obviously couldn't hold out for long. Under Zhang Dabala's direction, the ship headed north. More vessels appeared on the water, mostly 2-masted fishing boats. Zhang Dabala told everyone to ready their weapons and take up positions along the gunnels and at the high points. Pirates. Chang Shide felt a flicker of nervousness. When they can't beat you, they're fishermen, Zhang Dabala spat. Those monkeys have sharp eyes. If they can't rob you, they'll steal from you. They'll take anything. What's the Lair dynasty's attitude toward great Ming merchants? This was Chang Shide's first venture into foreign trade, and the uncertainty gnawed at him. A trading license costs 1,000 taels of silver a year. Naturally, they welcome us. Zhang Dabala was dismissive. He knew something of the Australian merchant's background and couldn't understand why, with guns, cannons, and iron ships at their disposal, they were content to squat in Lingao playing landlord. Let's head somewhere more remote. We probably won't have to pay as much there. Go where? What's with all the questions? You'll find out when we get there. Zhang Dabala waved his hand, showing no deference toward his employer. Still the same old pirate swagger. Chang Shide cursed silently. Then he suddenly grew worried. Zhang Dabala surely had plenty of former pirate associates. The 1,000 she of sugar on the ship was worth several thousand taels of silver. What if he got ideas? He broke into a cold sweat, touched the pistol at his waist, and hurried off to find Bei Kai, whispering urgently about whether this fat black pirate could be trusted. Bei Kai shrugged. Trustworthy or not, what can I do about it? Wasn't he recruited by the Foreign Affairs Ministry? We've got our new army brothers on board, 30 or 40 guns. Can't handle one of him. We're fine. Before long, a town appeared on the coastline. It looked quite similar to a small Chinese county seat, but without walls. This seemed to be the mouth of a major river. Along the riverbank stretched stone wharves and wooden jetties, packed with vessels of all sizes. Some were clearly large ships from China. Zhang Dabala told everyone to stow the rifles and cannons below deck. Lair dynasty officials were stationed here. Before they'd even docked, a small boat rowed over. A shifty-eyed, small-statured man in a blue-green official robe resembling a great Ming official's garb, wearing a black gauze cap, scrambled aboard with surprising agility. Zhang Dabala hurried over to meet him. The two jabbered at each other in a language no one understood. Then Zhang Dabala turned to Chang Shide. He says he can register our ship under another Chinese vessel that's already paid its fees. Only costs 200 Spanish dollars. Damn crows are black everywhere, Chang Shide cursed. Seeing the big man's unfriendly expression, the Lair official couldn't help puffing out his small chest and adjusting his black gauze cap to display his authority. Fine, pay him. Are there any other fees? Chang Shide knew that unless he brought a fleet to bombard this place, there was no way he'd get ashore without paying. There are also import and export duties on the goods, Zhang Dabala said. A little extra and we can pay less. Son of a, Chang Shide's cursing escalated, but this was actually advantageous. At least they could save some money. Deal. Zhang Dabala turned and haggled some more. In the end, they settled at 310 Spanish dollars, the larger share for private kickbacks, the smaller for actual taxes. As for what goods were on the ship and what they planned to take away, this monkey in man's clothes official didn't care. Not only that, he even issued entry and exit bills of lading, all written in Chinese. Everyone seemed satisfied except the Lair dynasty government. The ship entered the harbor. According to Zhang Dabala, this place was called Zhuang. It was a naturally formed trading port where Chinese merchants frequently came to trade. They brought large quantities of salt, porcelain, sugar, cloth, ironware, and all manner of other goods, and took away mainly raw silk and betel nuts. Chang Shide asked curiously, "How do you know all these ins and outs?" Zhang Dabala scratched his scalp. "Back in the day, our boss was also a sea merchant." "Ah, right. Chang Shide remembered. Sea merchants and pirates in this era were essentially the same people. Bei Kai leaned in and whispered, "This should be Haiphong." "How do you know?" "The map." Bei Kai opened his notebook and pointed. "This river should be the Bak Dang River, located on the northeast side of the Red River Delta on the northwest shore of the Gulf of Tonkin. Comparing the terrain features, this is the only place it could be." Lalin wandered over. "That's right. I just calculated the latitude and longitude. Give it a rest." Yesterday you said we were near Saigon. Yesterday I made a mistake. Today's calculation is correct. Lilin tried to argue. All right, let's just go ashore. Chang Shide and Bei Kai went ashore under Zhang Dabala's guidance, accompanied by 10 soldiers in civilian clothes for protection. Though the buildings here were small and crude, the market looked quite prosperous. People came and went, most wearing russet-colored rough cloth. Except for their features and build, their clothing and style were quite similar to the Great Ming. Some were clearly Great Ming subjects. Like everywhere else in Southeast Asia where Chinese merchants traded, this was a city of mixed Chinese and Vietnamese population. Chinese merchant ships brought goods in an endless stream. Large quantities of straw rope bundled cargo were piled on the docks in staggering amounts. There are many Great Ming subjects here, Zhang Dabala explained enthusiastically. Some have taken local women as wives and have lived here for generations. See, merchants who come here like to take concubines. Women are cheap, and it's nice to have a cozy nest when you come to do business. Chang Shide couldn't help thinking again of his old Vietnam vacation plan, tragically killed by his wife at the planning stage. He had no interest in sightseeing. He was a stranger here and could only trust Zhang Dabala. They inquired at several trading houses about sugar prices. The going rate was between 7 and 8 taels. Then he asked at a grain trading house. Rice was 0.5 taels per shi. He was absolutely satisfied with these prices. But then he immediately discovered a critical problem. Local trading houses operated on credit. After delivering the sugar, they wouldn't settle accounts until the following year. Buying rice, however, required cash. Moreover, the merchants at these trading houses looked at his unfamiliar face with obvious distrust, taking forever to answer any question. What kind of rule is this? Chang Shide was annoyed. He was about to say these monkeys, but then noticed that the owners of these trading houses, judging by their clothes and features, were all Great Ming merchants. Let's go look at the grain market prices. Zhang Dabala said. Shopkeeper Chang doesn't necessarily need silver. Rice would work too. That's right. I came mainly to buy rice, Chang Shide said. That's easy then, Zhang Dabala said. Haiduang is a small place. Apart from Great Ming merchants, probably no one can come up with 8,000 taels of silver. But there are quite a few local landowners who can produce rice for trade. Just swap the sugar directly with them. Would they be willing? Of course they would. Think about the sugar market. The Jiao Kai people aren't fools. They just don't have that much silver and can't get a piece of the action. So they rested briefly at a tea house on the street corner and replenished their water. Zhang Dabala said that next they'd need to go about 7 or 8 li inland, where an estate belonging to a major local landlord named Vu Ngok Jiap was located. Vu Ngok Jiap's ancestors were also Chinese, Zhang Dabala explained. I hear they came here to escape the chaos at the end of the Yuan dynasty. They've been here for over 300 years now. His family has vast lands and maintains several thousand retainers. Even the so-called Lair dynasty emperor treats him with great courtesy. Ridiculous pretension. Only the Great Ming has the right to call its ruler emperor. Chang Shide was already in a foul mood, and now he exploded. Zhang Dabala found this strange. These Australians shouldn't have any particular attachment to the Great Ming. He remarked casually, he calls himself emperor behind closed doors, just for the thrill of saying it. After a brief rest, the party continued inland. It was now spring, and the subtropical Tonkin landscape was bathed in glorious sunshine. On both sides of the dirt road stretched vast expanses of verdant and golden fields, green from the rice seedlings swaying in the warm breeze, golden from crops not yet harvested. Under the hot sun, the air was fragrant with the scent of grain and young plants. Farmers in purplish-brown homespun were transplanting seedlings and reaping the harvest. A land that could yield 3 rice crops a year truly was a natural granary. Chang Shide couldn't help revealing a covetous expression. Scattered villages lined the roadway, low and crude, but peaceful in appearance. Around the villages grew clusters of lush bamboo, banana and papaya trees, and the remarkably tall and slender beetle palms. their flag-like leaves swaying above all other vegetation. From time to time, peasant women could be seen working in the fields. They wore triangular bamboo hats and patched, close-fitting purplish-brown cloth garments, their heads, foreheads, temples, cheeks, and chins tightly wrapped in brown cloth scarves. Chiang Shide couldn't see their faces, but they all had the typical physique of Champa women, a longer waistline, slender and supple waists, and low, wide hips. Not his preferred voluptuous type, but they possessed their own distinctive charm. Chiang Shide's heart began to stir again. Here's another overlooked resource, he thought. He wondered how much it would cost to buy a woman. Others apparently shared similar feelings. What a great place. The soldiers were whispering among themselves. To be able to farm and live in a place like this, it'd be worth dying for. You'd need your own land, though. Being a tenant farmer means a lifetime of suffering. Chiang Shide turned back to the soldiers. If we distributed land to everyone here, would you be willing to come? The soldiers all laughed. Of course. My whole family would be willing. What if the people here tried to drive you out? Then drive them all out, came the collective reply. Wait, keep the women, I don't have a wife yet, some hothead interjected. The group burst into laughter, drawing stares from farmers in the nearby fields. Zhang Dabala could more or less understand some Mandarin, and he laughed too. Shopkeeper Chang, are you planning to buy land here? Something for the future. Chiang Shide had actually just said it casually to boost morale, always dangle a not-too-distant carrot in front of soldiers and workers. As they bantered, an elephant came ambling slowly down the road. Most of the soldiers had never seen such a behemoth and shrank back in alarm. Don't be frightened, it's just an elephant, very timid. Nobody startle it, Chiang Shide ordered. Zhang Dabala said quietly, don't worry, shopkeeper. That's one of Vu and Gok Jayap's estate managers out on patrol. Riding an elephant just to stroll around, quite a spectacle. Shopkeeper Chang, those 2 pisses you took just now were on Vu and Gok Jayap's land. Chiang Shide was instantly deflated. This landlord's reach was truly something. The elephant rider wore black clothing and a conical hat, carrying a long whip. Though small in stature, he looked quite imposing. Behind him followed over a dozen black-clad retainers. Zhang Dabala ran over and appeared to be speaking with them. After a while he came back and said, the manager invites the shopkeeper to come sit at the estate. This is promising. Though he still harbored doubts about Zhang Dabala's reliability, with things at this point, he couldn't very well refuse on grounds of security concerns. So he steeled himself and went along. Chiang Shide's party was led by the manager to the estate. The compound had a somewhat peculiar Chinese-style courtyard, carved beams and painted rafters, quite elaborate, but somehow not quite right. Neither Chiang Shide nor Bei Kai received the expected lavish hospitality. They waited until their tea had gone tasteless before a middle-aged man finally appeared, looking respectable enough. After communicating through Zhang Dabala, Chiang Shide learned this person was merely a household steward. He couldn't help feeling slighted. After all, he was now a major figure shouldering responsibilities for the Transmigration Collective, and he couldn't even get an audience with some Vietnamese country squire. End of chapter. Chapter 279, Sweet Port Turbulence. To Hongji, slighted or not, the deal could still be discussed. The other side was very interested in the 1,000 she of sugar he'd brought. Though they couldn't produce that much cash, the proposition of exchanging rice proved mutually agreeable. $8 per she of sugar. The manager named his opening price. Chiang Shide flew into a rage. Do they think we're suckers? The lowest market price was clearly 7 taels of silver per she, $8 per she converted to silver. That was only, he quickly calculated. Only 5 taels. He immediately shook his head and declared it far too low, well below market rate. Zhang Dabala translated back and forth with the manager for a while. The manager smiled slightly and spoke. Zhang Dabala translated. He says they're the only ones around here who can produce enough rice and silver to buy your sugar on the spot. Otherwise, you can sell to the great Ming merchants at the docks and come back for your money this time next year. Or perhaps, Zhang Dabala hesitated before continuing, You can wait at the dock for more generous customers. Only, the weather here is very hot. Chang Shide's blood rushed to his head. He wanted to draw his gun and shoot this profiteer dead, but seeing the man's coolly confident demeanor, he had to suppress his rage. Suddenly, he had a visceral understanding of that famous story from his Chinese textbook, Harvest of 3 or 5 Pecks. He said to Zhang Dabala, "Negotiate with him. Can't he add another $1 or $2? If they could get up to $10, that would be 7 taels. Not the best price, but acceptable." The profiteer shook his head repeatedly. "Not a single dollar more, but we'll cover the cost of transporting the rice to the dock." Chang Shide tried to persuade him, arguing that doing business with them was definitely profitable because they had all sorts of novel goods that could bring huge returns. He wished he had a mirror to show him. He urged the manager to embrace long-term cooperation and raise the price slightly, spouting his win-win theory. To his surprise, the profiteering manager actually showed an impatient expression. He said something sharply to Zhang Dabala, leaving Zhang Dabala looking unhappy too, clearly not kind words. Chang Shide could only ask him to translate. "He says either close the deal at this price, or he won't waste any more time on us." In the end, Chang Shide capitulated. 1,000 shi of sugar was sold at $8 per shi. Of the $8,000 payment, the Vu and Gok Jayap side would pay 1,200 Spanish dollars in cash. The rest would be converted to rough rice at 0.5 taels per shi. Chang Shide did a quick calculation. He could get about 9,700 shi of rice. That was over 900 tons. By comparison, the total regular tax of Lingao County was less than 8,000 shi. The difference in agricultural productivity was staggering. Though he'd taken a loss, he reflected that even selling in Guangzhou to the English at their purchase price of 3.8 taels, he would have earned far less. That was some consolation. Besides, shipping this rice to Lizhu at market prices would be worth 20,000 taels of silver. All in all, the profit remained considerable. It reminded him of playing uncharted waters, trading artwork and carpets between Athens and Istanbul. The Great Whale, though it boasted better cargo capacity than other ships, could still only carry 300 tons fully loaded. And Bei Kai still needed to go find the Hongji coal mines. So for now, the grain would be stored in local granaries, to be loaded on the next ship. Bei Kai knew this place wasn't far from Hongji. Perhaps this big landlord knew where the surface coal deposits were. He had Zhang Dabala ask if there was any coal exposed above ground nearby. The manager slowly nodded. "I've heard of it, over by Cam Pha, but it's all mountains there." Bei Kai perked up. "Where's Cam Pha?" The manager raised his eyelids. Apparently deciding that this dark, thin, unremarkable little fellow wasn't a great Ming merchant, but rather a Viet trader, his face filled with disdain. He said a few words to Zhang Dabala. Zhang Dabala smiled bitterly and gave Bei Kai a sympathetic look. Clearly nothing pleasant had been said. It was only when Chang Shide asked again that the manager deigned to answer. "Not far from here. Follow the coastline south and by boat you can get there in a day." The manager's face showed a strange expression. "What's so special about that black rock? If you need something to burn, we have firewood or charcoal on the estate. More than enough. Not to boast, but if the shopkeeper wants 100 or 200 shi, we can provide it immediately." Chang Shide had wanted to ask for more details or at least get a guide, but the manager stood up abruptly and walked out. Servants came to see them off. The party was thus unceremoniously ejected. The deal was done and the returns were decent, but the whole affair left a sour taste. Whether it was Chang Shide, Bei Kai, or even Zhang Dabala, everyone felt aggrieved. "From now on, I'm going to be the wicked, tyrannical, women-bullying Governor-General of Tonkin," Bei Kai said through clenched teeth. "First order of business, exterminate this traitor family." Chang Shide normally hated it when people threw around the word traitor, but now his nationalist sentiments were in full eruption. "Those not of our kind must have different hearts. Traitors." Zhang Dabala also cursed. "That Vu Ngok Jayap has gotten so arrogant. One of his slaves dares to be this rude." Back in the day when our big fleet came here, that old bastard came running to the dock to greet us, falling all over himself with wine, meat, and women. He even gave me a woman. His tone suggested that a fallen phoenix fared worse than a chicken. Chiang Shide asked, "Your fleet came to Vietnam too?" "Yes, to fight for them. Against some Nguyen Hong guy, some lord of Quang Nam or something. But the women they sent were actually pretty good." In Zhang Dabala's mind, those military matters clearly weren't as memorable as the women. Back on the ship, everyone rested for a day. They waited for the Vu Estates people to come unload the cargo, then set sail again heading south. Zhang Dabala knew the sea routes well. Though he didn't know exactly where Cam Pha was, he'd been to the Vietnamese coast many times over the years and knew there were indeed places along Ha Long Bay where you could dig coal right at the surface. But no one had ever mined or traded it here. Since the Australian merchants were so interested in this black rock, he'd lead them to find it. Once the job was done, there would surely be a reward. Nothing happened that night. The next morning when Chiang Shide woke, he felt the ship had stopped. Looking out the stern window, he found himself in a dreamlike wonderland. Hundreds of oddly shaped verdant little mountains dotted the sea like scattered emeralds. Mists drifted among the birds wheeling through the sky and the islands. "Damn, that's gorgeous." Chiang Shide knew this had to be Ha Long Bay. The scenery matched the Vietnam travel documentaries he'd seen in another life. He'd once harbored many thoughts about Vietnamese girls, and now seeing this beauty, those thoughts resurfaced. Build a seaside villa here, have a few hundred, no, a few dozen Vietnamese girls strip naked and lie on the beach. As he was lost in fantasy, he noticed Bai Kai was also on deck. Bai Kai had been learning Vietnamese from Zhang Dabala ever since boarding the ship. Was he planning to become a Vietnamese landlord here? Chiang Shide was puzzled by his enthusiasm. Zhang Dabala sat by the helm, bundled up thickly and bulging, looking nothing like a dashing pirate, more like an old, impoverished peasant on a stage. Seeing Chiang Shide come up, Zhang Dabala explained that the coal-producing area was just ahead. Once they landed, they could buy coal from the local villagers. Buy coal? Nobody's open mines up there. Boss Chang, black coal isn't some rare commodity. You can buy it in Guangdong too. Who'd sail all the way here just to buy coal? Besides, except for blacksmiths, ordinary families have more firewood than they can use. Why bother with this dirty black stuff? So that was it. Chiang Shide thought, no demand, no development. What a pity for the 20 billion tons of premium anthracite slumbering here. Under Zhang Dabala's guidance, the ship anchored in a desolate inlet. The shallow draft vessel's advantage was clear, no need to lower a small boat. A single gangplank reached the shore. Chiang Shide and the others changed into Ming-style clothing. Led by Zhang Dabala, they went ashore. The terrain here was hilly and uneven, with sparse vegetation. According to Zhang Dabala, because the soil layer was very thin over the coal fields, farming here yielded poor harvests. Aside from fisherfolk, few people settled here. Wen Tong's instructions to Chiang Shide had been get the trade going first, then figure out how to mine coal once the channels are open. But they were strangers here. They couldn't even find a living soul. There was no one to do business with. They trudged several kilometers inland. They barely saw anyone, and when they did spot someone, that person would dash away faster than a monkey. Bai Kai kept consulting his map and compass, interpreting the surrounding landscape and terrain, pointing out their direction of travel. What Bai Kai was looking for was a rocky hill called Poetry Mountain. It was located on a peninsula jutting into the sea, shaped like a cat's ear. According to legend, Vietnam's so-called true ancestral emperor had once inscribed poetry on this mountain. Later, many Vietnamese literati and heroes had followed suit, covering the mountain with their verses, hence the name. What Poetry Mountain? Just call it Cat Ear Mountain. Much more descriptive, Chiang Shide scoffed. Cat Ear Mountain was soon located using the compass and map. It rose over 400 meters high, very conspicuous among the surrounding hills. In another timeline, the Hongji Coal Mining Corporation headquarters would be built around the base of this mountain along the coast. When the French first withdrew, Hongji City stretched 2 kilometers from east to west with 30,000 inhabitants, a substantial mining city. Here and now, there was nothing. Only grass and trees swaying in the sea breeze. Hongji did have a natural harbor, which was why it had become the mining company's headquarters site in that other history. Too desolate, Chiang Shide muttered. Mining coal here would be convenient enough, but starting from nothing, who would be the miners? Can we mine coal here now? Chiang Shide asked. Not yet, Bei Kai said. There are 3 or 4 major open-pit mining areas. I don't know if this is the Cam Pha mining area, that's the only one right by the sea. There should be smaller surface deposits too, right? There should be. Bei Kai wasn't entirely confident. He was a latecomer to the prospecting team. Too bad team leader Kui went a survey Tiandu. He'd know for sure. Bei Kai resorted to his standard approach, digging test pits. The soldiers began marking out lines across this hilly terrain and getting to work. Whether due to constant exposure to sea winds or genuinely poor soil, there were no large trees here, only low shrubs. This was completely different from the vibrant, verdant spring countryside they'd seen yesterday in Hai Duong's interior. The absence of tall vegetation made their prospecting work much easier. According to the records, there were no mining pits at the Hongji Mining Corporation headquarters site, so Bei Kai chose a trial excavation point about 2 kilometers inland, already well into the hillside slopes. Bei Kai selected a small hill as the reference point. Marking points every 15 meters, he divided the hilly terrain within a 1,500-meter radius for surveying. Then, working in teams of 3, 8 groups began digging at 100 marked locations. The main work was digging test pits. The required pit depth was 3 meters. Hongji was famous for its large open-pit mines, with coal deposits that were both large and concentrated. But surface-level exposed mining areas comprised only 3 or 4 sites. Cat Ear Mountain wasn't in the open-pit zone. Finding a small surface deposit here would come down to luck. End of chapter. Chapter 280. Sweet Port Turbulence. The storm arrives while Chiang Shide was digging pits under Bei Kai's indiscriminate coal-hunting methodology. The South China sugar factory back in Zhuang was quietly drifting into the eye of a storm. The opening of the South China Trading House was extremely low-key, so low-key that Wen Tong not only didn't use any commercial promotional techniques from another timeline, but also skipped the local customs of firecrackers and lion dances. One day, the newly renovated trading house simply took down its door boards and quietly opened for business. Business on the first day proved excellent. Though many people didn't know a new trading house had opened, for the cane farmers bringing sugar cane for processing, being able to exchange sugar for silver without leaving the premises was far more convenient than driving their carts to Heian Street. Every farmer who sold sugar received a passbook recording their 2% bonus. This practice intrigued the farmers, and many asked when they could withdraw this 2%. Liao Dachang followed Wen Tong's script. They'd be notified in due time. Though most were skeptical, it wasn't as if they were losing anything. Several peaceful days passed. They collected nearly 100 shi of sugar daily. Though Wen Tong wasn't fully satisfied, considering they only had 10,000 taels of silver, he figured it was just as well. He couldn't afford more anyway. One morning, Wen Tong had just gotten up feeling light on his feet after a passion-filled night with Azhu when Liao Dachang came rushing in. "What is it?" Wen Tong was startled. He'd been here long enough to know these people were strict about hierarchy. This was the inner residence. Barging in uninvited meant something major had happened. Reporting to the shopkeeper, something feels wrong at the trading house. What's wrong? There are too many people, Liao Dachang gasped, his face full of unease. People selling sugar, that's good, isn't it? Yes, but the numbers increase too fast, it's strange. They hurried to the trading house. Though it wasn't yet opening time, the open area outside was already crowded with farmers. Ox carts carrying poles, hand carts, back baskets, every kind of transport was loaded with sugar, and more people kept streaming in. Everyone's face was tense as if hiding a secret they didn't dare share. Opening time arrived. When Tong waved his hand, "Open up." The moment the doors opened, the waiting farmers surged forward. Everyone rushed toward the weighing stations. In an instant, all 4 stations were swamped. Order collapsed. The area became a packed mass of humanity. Oxen bellowed in distress. Amid the chaos, someone's sugar basket broke open. A despairing wail rose up. "My sugar, my sugar." His cry was swallowed by the surging crowd. When Tong knew something was seriously amiss, he quickly ordered, "Run to the Kiwei escort agency. Tell Liao Dahua to bring every escort guard. Grab some militiamen too." Liao Dachang climbed onto a table and shouted, "Everyone, don't push. Line up. South China is open all day," he shouted until hoarse, but no one responded. A terrible thought flashed through his mind. Years back, when the government sold relief grain after a heavy snowfall, people had swarmed like this. Over a dozen had been trampled to death. Sunzhou Shizhai arrived with the militia. They charged in and separated the crowd. The Kiwei escorts arrived too, setting up checkpoints at the road entrances. Order was gradually restored, but those 10 minutes of chaos left tragic traces. Dozens of broken sandals, crushed baskets, sugar spilled everywhere. Someone was crying while picking it up. Chen Tianxing surveyed the scene. "This is suspicious, very suspicious." He sent an escort to Heian Street to investigate. Before the escort left, Liao Dahua arrived, gasping, "Shopkeepers, Heian Street. What about Heian Street, the Heiyi Guild?" Liao Dahua nodded vigorously. "Starting yesterday, they dropped the sugar price to 1.5 taels. Everyone was stunned. No wonder the farmers were flooding here. A difference of 1 tael per she was enormous. When Tong's face went white. When Chang Shide left, they had just over 10,000 taels. This week they'd already spent over 1,000. If this continued. The news came back quickly. In the hour since opening, they'd taken in over 100 she. At that rate, 600 to 700 she daily, 9,000 taels would last 6 or 7 days at most. And then would come the terrifying chain break of capital, when Tong instructed the clerks to slow down purchasing. But this wasn't sustainable. If they moved too slowly, the crowd would back up and chaos would erupt. Liao Dahua said quietly, "Master, once we get through today, tomorrow we should also drop to 1.5 taels. That's all we can do." When Tong saw no other option, Chen Tianxing urged reporting to the executive committee immediately, but the flood showed no sign of abating. The sugar price had crashed. For farmers who'd worked all year, this was a bolt from the blue. Those who'd taken loans were frantic. Though panicked, Liao Dahua kept composure. He had Wen Tong dispatch workers to distribute free bitter herb tea. He erected makeshift shelters along the roadside. He implemented a numbered queue system. The escort guards and militia maintained order. They managed, barely, to keep things under control. End of chapter. Chapter 281. Sweet Port Turbulence Escalation. The first heart-stopping day passed. That night, not just Wen Tong, all the transmigrators at the South China sugar factory were like ants on a hot wok. Everyone realized they faced a genuine crisis. For Wen Tong, there were now 2 options. First, transfer cash from Guangzhou and Lingao. With enough silver, the crisis could immediately turn into a windfall. The South China trading house buying sugar at the original price would not only yield huge profits but also give it immense credibility in Lizhu. But arithmetic quickly reminded him this was impossible. Over 200,000 she of sugar in Lizhu. Even if he bought only a third, that would require nearly 200,000 taels. An astronomical figure. Lingao certainly couldn't produce that much. Even Guoyi in Guangzhou would have to bankrupt the entire Guangzhou station to meet it. Xiao Gui said, "Have Lingao send over luxury goods, mirrors, glassware." "What use are those to cane farmers?" Chen Tianxing shook his head. "If someone paid your salary with an Armani suit instead of cash, would you accept it?" Fair point. Xiao Gui conceded that real gold and silver were always more useful than goods. "The second option," Wen Tong said, "is to simply cut the purchase price tomorrow. Once we cut the price, this situation will immediately improve and we can continue normal purchasing." Of course, this means losing the chance to take down the Heiyi Guild's monopoly in one stroke. This is the safer approach, probably the only one. If only old Chang could get back soon. He'll definitely bring rice, and if we pay for sugar with rice, the farmers should still accept it. Wen Tong sighed, but he knew this was impossible. I guess that's all we can do. Everyone fell silent. That night, Wen Tong was restless. Even A Zhu, preparing to offer herself as a pillow companion, was scolded and sent away. The next day at first light, Wen Tong hastily washed up and brought his people to the trading house. The scene outside nearly stopped his breathing. A dark mass of farmers stretched from the gate to the main road. There had to be several thousand people, and it looked like they'd arrived overnight. Word of the Heiyi Guild's price cut had spread throughout Zhuang. Everyone with unsold sugar was flooding toward South China, their last hope. Chen Tianxing and the others arrived too. Even Xiao Gui came. No one had the heart to train apprentices now. Liao Daxing approached quietly. "Sir, should we change the price on the board?" When Tong gritted his teeth and nodded. "Change it." Liao Daxing was giving orders to a clerk to write up the new price board when Liao Dahua arrived. Seeing they were about to change the price, he quickly grabbed his brother's arm. "Don't hang it yet." He pulled Wen Tong into the back room. "The escort guards I sent out have gathered intelligence." "What intelligence?" Wen Tong tensed. "All over Heian Street and Zhuan Town too, people are saying South China uses sorcery, that it produces sugar out of thin air, that's why sugar prices have crashed." "Absolute rubbish." Wen Tong clenched his teeth. "The sugar price in Guangzhou is clearly 3.8 taels. Where's this price drop?" "Well, the farmers are ignorant and Guangzhou is over 1,000 li away. Nobody can verify it." Chen Tianxing said, "Looks like someone is exploiting this information gap. Enough analysis, let's make a decision." When Tong's mood was growing frantic. "Do we change the price or not?" Liao Dahua jumped in. "We can't change it. The streets are full of talk now. People are saying if South China doesn't buy at 2.5 taels, they'll go to the authorities and accuse South China of practicing sorcery." "Bullshit. The county would listen to their nonsense." "Master, of course we're not afraid of baseless complaints, but there are quite a few riffraff mixed in among the sellers. With everyone panicking, the moment South China changes its price, these people will immediately incite the crowd to rush in. That would be mutual destruction. Once trouble starts, even people from the county won't suppress it immediately." Everyone's mind flashed to reports about mass incidents. Back then, reading about such things had given them a certain dark satisfaction. But now, with common people gathered outside ready to start an incident against them, the pressure was intense. "And," Liao Dahua added, "there are also several hundred sugar-boiling craftsmen from rustic mills mixed in here. Ever since South China opened, the rustic mills business has plummeted. These craftsmen are unemployed or have had their wages slashed. They're nursing grudges. Some have already petitioned the Yamen. If they take this moment to make trouble, it'll be even worse. Some are planning to rush in and destroy the machines." "Holy shit, this is turning into the Luddite movement," Mei Lin said. "What's the point of that comment?" When Tong waved his hand. "We're all capitalists here. Everyone come up with ideas." "Let's keep buying at the original price," Xiao Gui said. "Even if no one attacks the factory, life isn't easy for the farmers anyway. If there really is an assault, the machines being destroyed would be a huge loss. Of course, the best strategy is to keep buying. But what about the silver?" This was what worried Wen Tong. "We can hold out for a few more days with what we have," Chen Tianxing said. "A few more days of breathing room is good. At least we can think of countermeasures. If they cut prices now, according to Liao Dahua's intelligence, the bomb someone had prepared would immediately blow South China to smithereens. If they kept buying at the original price, they'd at least have buffer time. If they could come up with a counter-strategy, this might even become a golden opportunity. Let's do it this way. Manager Liao, tell them to keep buying at 2.5 taels." Before he could finish, Wen Ziu came stumbling in. "Bad news." "What is it?" Everyone's faces changed. "The farmers outside, someone told them South China is going to buy at 1.5 taels today." Someone's stirring them up, saying if South China dares to cut the price, they'll make South China pay. Bastards. When Tong knew there was no time to waste, he quickly ordered, "Run out and tell Liao Dachang to hang up the price board immediately. Price unchanged." When Zhu ran out, Chen Tianxing said, "Something's fishy. We only made the decision to change the price this morning. How did the people outside find out so fast?" "There's a spy." "Exactly. The root is probably those locally hired clerks. They were all recruited recently. We don't know their backgrounds." Liao Dahua said, "That's easy. Take them off their positions and have the escort guards detain them. But then we'll have no local clerks who can communicate with the farmers. Lizhu dialect is notoriously difficult. I'll go to Zhu town right now and ask the shops we know to spare 1 or 2 people each." "Good, go quickly. Opening time is almost here." On one side they rearranged the clerks. On the other they called Zhou Shizhai and ordered him to not only mobilize the militia but also organize all the factory's men and able-bodied women. Production was suspended. Everyone was given a club, ready to defend the factory. "Tell everyone if trouble breaks out, just hit hard. If someone gets killed, the masters will find someone to take the blame. 500 taels compensation for each death. Any injuries, South China supports them for life. As long as the machines and warehouses are protected, everyone gets 10 taels. I'll go give the orders." Zhou Shizhai hurried off. Xiao Gui rushed to the boiler room to raise the pressure. If anyone stormed the factory, they could use the steam engine to power the water pump and spray the crowd. While they prepared inside, the crowd outside grew restless. They'd heard South China was also preparing to cut prices. Opportunists were shouting, "South China doesn't dare to open. They caused this mess. They have to clean it up. Burn down this demon factory." The disturbance grew louder, about to become uncontrollable when the gate opened. Liao Dachang strode out with his head held high. His haughty manner made the agitated farmers fall silent. "What's all this noise about?" Liao Dachang maintained confident arrogance, though his back was drenched in sweat. "Come on, hang up the price board." Clerks came out and hung up the board. Every eye focused on it. It clearly displayed 2.5 taels. A sigh of relief swept through the crowd like a gust of wind. "Fellow elders and neighbors," Liao Dachang repeated when Tong's script. "Our South China factory may be new here, but we're proper, honest businessmen. Now that sugar prices are high outside, South China was worried about not having enough sugar to sell. That you've all favored South China like this, we're deeply grateful. Our master says, anyone with sugar to sell, just come. South China has plenty of silver and rice. Open for business." This declaration temporarily calmed the crowd, but this was only a stopgap. What came next would depend on the executive committee. The executive committee received the urgent dispatch that same day. The Foreign Affairs Ministry convened an emergency meeting. Right now, Lingao's entire silver reserve is less than 40,000 taels. Cheng Dong lowered his voice. This was one of the Transmigration Collective's top secrets. 40,000 taels could only buy 16,000 she of sugar. For the 100,000 plus she poised to flood South China's doorstep, this was a drop in the bucket. Out of money. Don't we still have some from selling to Macau? Those Indian bills of exchange can't be cashed in Lizhu. We'd need to go to Macau at least. Besides, it's only about 20,000 pesos. Have the Guangzhou station raise it. I've contacted them, Cheng Dong said. The original plan was for Guangzhou to raise 100,000 taels for Lizhu, but shipping that much cash was too difficult. So they adopted Chiang Shide's idea. Use Lizhu sugar to exchange for Vietnamese rice, then use rice to buy sugar. It was a good concept, and no one anticipated this rush-to-sell event. With so much supply suddenly flooding in, the silver hadn't been transferred. When Daisy said, "This is tricky. The risks are significant, but we should still transfer cash. The great whale probably won't be back anytime soon. What if we ship rice from Lingao or Guangzhou?" Chiang Shide mentioned rice prices in Lizhu are very high. "That probably won't work," Yan Ming spoke up. "We don't have that much grain in stock. Moving several thousand, she would endanger our reserves. Shipping grain from Guangzhou is the same as shipping silver," Wen Daisy said. Too slow. Sailboats take 6 to 7 days round trip. It'll be too late. I agree with Wenzong, we need to send silver, Ma Qianju frowned. If we don't, South China factory will be squeezed out. The great situation we've built in Lizhu will be gone. End of chapter. Chapter 282. Sweet port turbulence transporting silver, and after we send the silver. According to Wen Tong's letter, he probably needs 200,000 taels to get through this crisis. Even if we borrow from the Gao family, and even if they're willing, that much cash can't be assembled immediately. The Guangzhou station can ship 50,000 right away. The other 50,000 will still take time to raise. Is that right? Guangzhou's revenues have been good, and there's the payment from the Gao family. Those are book figures. Nobody keeps that much cash sitting around, not the Gao family, not the Guangzhou station. Large sums of cash. Even if Guangzhou immediately mobilizes local funds, it'll take at least 7 or 8 days. Send whatever we have first. It's better than sitting around, Ma Qianju said. If 50,000 taels gets there, that'll give them at least a few more weeks of cushion. A lot can happen in a few weeks. Tell Guangzhou to prepare the silver. We'll send a ship to pick it up. Will there be time? Send the Ascending Peace Island. It has an engine. 4 days round trip should be enough. Ma Qianju said with some regret, too bad it's in Lingao now. If it were in Guangzhou, that would be ideal. Should we also buy rice in Guangzhou and ship it? Guangzhou rice is 1.3 taels. There'd be a nice profit margin. No, now is not the time. Yan Ming immediately vetoed this. The more critical the crisis, the more we have to show strength. Paying with rice might work normally. Right now, everything must be done in silver. Give the rumor mongers no opening. Otherwise, once confidence collapses, it will trigger an attack on South China. All right, let's do it that way. Also, dispatch a radio team to Lizhu immediately. This is urgent, Ma Qianju said. We need constant communication with Lizhu. Actually, I think we should just mobilize the special reconnaissance team. Bai Wei is already in Lizhu. Just go in and decapitate their leadership. Don't need to go that far yet. It would make things blow up. They're not just commoners either. If they want to get serious, South China isn't necessarily their match. We still don't have the advantage in Lizhu. Wen Dacey thought military intervention seemed inappropriate, though the special reconnaissance team could certainly smash this Heiyi guild. These people might be future partners. The ideal approach was to tame them through commercial means. Only then would they truly submit. Let's prepare for both possibilities. Ma Qianju lived up to his reputation as a hardliner. Work for a peaceful resolution, but if that fails, we're not here to play commercial war games. A quick and direct solution is also an option. That evening, Bapu port. Since morning, the seas had gradually grown rougher, reaching force 5. Waves crashed high. By noon, conditions worsened. Not only the fishing boats nearby, but even the Navy vessels that had been performing patrol duties were ordered back to port. Inside Bapu port, besides the Maritime Forces vessels, a specially designated area also accommodated quite a few fishing boats and passing vessels sheltering from the storm. Since the new lighthouse had been built on Bapu Point, and the Senate had implemented scientific port management, this had gradually become an important anchorage for transiting vessels. In the afternoon, it began to rain. The torrential downpour seemed to herald the onset of Lingao's rainy season. The sky darkened rapidly, as gloomy as dusk. All the lights in the Bapu camp switched on. Except for sentries still standing watch, there was no activity outside the buildings. Through the pitch-black curtain of rain, a light suddenly tore through the murk along the road from Bairen. A Beijing 212 jeep bounced toward them. The vehicle stopped briefly at the guard post. Pass. The sentry was a local young man in his early 20s, wearing the Navy's blue uniform. Though not tall, months of military training had given him a distinctly soldierly bearing. Even wearing a straw rain cape and bamboo hat, he stood ramrod straight. The person in the car was pleased to see he'd kept his rifle well protected under the cape. An ID was handed out. The sentry went through the identity check procedure that his instructors had drilled into his head. Finally, he returned the ID to the vehicle, stood at attention, and saluted. "You may pass, Commissar, sir." The jeep headed into the camp. The roads inside had been roughly surfaced with coal slag and steel slag, leaving no puddles. Soon the vehicle arrived near a modified shipping container house by the dock. Light shone from the windows. The person jumped down nimbly and walked in with quick steps. Everyone inside stood up, snapping to attention. Everyone wore first-year naval uniforms. "Sit." The newcomer was Wu De. Having a commissar of his rank take charge was a last resort. The transmigrator naval veterans had either left with the expedition fleet or were needed to operate the fishing trawlers. With no suitable candidates left, Wu De had volunteered. After all, when it came to experience operating motor sailing vessels, no one had more than this former Navy officer and son of a fishing family. Several nautical charts were spread on the table, along with the 24-hour weather forecast from the Lingao weather station, a modest operation, but reasonably accurate for short-term local forecasts. Commissar. Maritime Forces, Bapu Port Master and Bapu Fortress Area. Li Dai stood up to recite his full title. "Forget the formalities, save that for when we have time. Let's talk about the mission." Wu De waved his hand. "Report, what's the status of the ascending Peace Island?" "Yes, sir. After receiving the mission order, we inspected the vessel. Ship condition normal, engine normal. We've replaced all anchor cables and rigging. Fuel is topped off. Personnel, Chief of Staff Ma's instructions are that we must ensure safety. So we've decided to use all transmigrator crew, replacing the indigenous sailors. Only we're still short on personnel." "No." Wu De immediately vetoed this. "This ship needs at least 40 people between crew and guards. That's too many eggs in one basket. Also, the Ascending Peace Island runs this route regularly. The indigenous sailors know the conditions better than we do. Replacing experienced hands with inexperienced ones, isn't that asking for trouble?" "Then what do we do? The ship's carrying a huge shipment of silver. If the indigenous crew gets tempted, then just don't let them know. Besides, are you telling me the Navy's been training these people all this time and built zero trust?" Li Dai thought about it. "Then we'll staff with half and half. Do it that way, and bring a few naval trainees on board," Wu De said. "Give them a lesson, let them taste what the sea is like. Report, the current batch has only been trained for a few weeks. Going to sea now, they probably won't be much use. Doesn't matter. Maybe this voyage will tell us which ones will be useful and which ones are dead weight." "Yes, sir." Li Dai phoned the school, pull 6 of the older trainees. "All transmigrator crew members are to be issued modern weapons," Wu De instructed. 100 rounds per person plus 2 grenades. They continued studying charts and discussing the route. After over an hour, Wu De asked, "What's the weather looking like?" "Conditions aren't ideal." Li Dai brought over the forecast. "Barometric pressure indicates the wind and rain will probably continue for 24 hours. Currently northwest winds at 20 knots, wave height 2.5 meters. Wu De calculated, that was sea state 4. For typical modern vessels, this was nothing, but for a motor sailing ship of only 70 tons displacement, these were significant seas. Going out meant taking risk. But across the strait, South China was desperately waiting for silver. "Get everything ready, prepare to set sail." "Maybe we should wait until tomorrow when waves are smaller." Li Dai was startled. "No time to wait, we only have 4 days." Wu De's voice was grave. "All right, I'll go prepare." "Wait," Wu De addressed all the naval personnel. "This mission may cost lives. Anyone who doesn't want to go, speak up now. I authorize him not to go." Some had been about to counsel against setting out, but now no one could speak up. Someone stepped forward to pledge. "For the great cause of transmigration, we absolutely obey orders." "Anyone afraid of dying wouldn't have joined the Navy," Wu De nodded. "Everyone prepare immediately. Assemble at the dock at 16:00 hours sharp." Dismissed. After everyone left, Wu De organized his luggage, changed into his Navy work uniform, sea boots and nautical rain jacket. He checked his Type 54 pistol and secured it in a waterproof holster. For him, sea conditions weren't the greatest enemy. The real concern was security of the silver once aboard. Such a huge sum couldn't be loaded unnoticed. If some group targeted this wealth and tried a hijacking at sea, with the ascending Peace Islands armament, they could handle 2 or 3 ships. Any more would be a struggle. Through the window, he could see lights of ships flickering through the wind and rain. While lost in thought, someone called from the doorway. "Report." "What is it?" "Is this Commissar Wu?" "That's me." "There's a woman at the base gate who insists on seeing you. She says she's your maidservant." "Chu Yu." Wu De was startled. With the sky dark and rain pouring down, she'd walked from Baopang City to Bapu alone, over 10 kilometers. When he'd left, he'd told Chu Yu he was going to the mainland on business. The little woman had looked unhappy. He'd said a few words of reassurance and thought that was the end of it. Women, such a hassle. He muttered to himself, but felt a warmth in his heart. "Should we bring her over?" "No, she doesn't have a pass. Tell her to go back to the villa and wait for me." Though the mission was urgent, this incident made him handle his affairs more briskly. After finishing up, he checked his watch, 15:00, and quickened his pace out of the naval base. Just as he exited the main gate, he heard "Master" through the rain. Startled, he saw a figure sheltering under an abandoned wooden post, wearing a rain cape. Who else but Chu Yu? "What are you doing? Why didn't you go to the villa?" "I was afraid Master wouldn't go to the villa, that you just leave and Chu Yu would miss you." "Nonsense," Wu De scolded. "Am I that kind of person?" "Yes, Master." The woman lowered her head obediently. "Let's go, you must be soaked through." "It's nothing, Master. The sentry was very strict, wouldn't let me inside to take shelter." "This is a military zone. Come on. Let's go to the villa to talk." End of chapter. Chapter 283. Sweet Port Turbulence, the silver from Guangzhou at the villa. Chu Yu removed her rain cape and hung it under the eaves, then hurried back to unfasten Wu De's rain jacket buttons. Beneath her blue cloth dress, she was completely soaked, covered with mud. Her legs were bare, just muddy feet now. Her hair was plastered into wet strands, her lips blue with cold, her body shivering. But on her back was a bundle. "What are you doing here? I told you I was on a business trip." Though moved, Wu De couldn't help scolding her. Coming out in this heavy rain, trying to get sick. But there was already affection in his words. "I was born a servant, where would I get such delicate sensibilities?" Chu Yu didn't seem to mind. She ignored her wet clothes. She took down the bundle. "I saw Master forgot this. Since you're on a business trip to territory under the official's control, I hurried to bring it." Opening it, he found a dark stab-resistant vest. Whenever Wu De went to the countryside or the quarantine camp, he'd wear this for protection. Recently, as conditions improved and weather grew hot, he rarely wore it anymore. "Master always wears this protective garment on business trips. I saw you forgot it and rushed over." Chu Yu beamed. "I thought I wouldn't make it in time. Put it on." Wu De was caught between laughter and tears. Wearing this thing today wouldn't matter, but once the sun came out, he'd cook to death. Still, Chu Yu's heartfelt concern touched him deeply. "All right, I'll bring it along." "Remember to wear it." "I'll remember." Wu De decided to be agreeable all the way. "You should hurry back now. I'll be setting out shortly." "Master." Chu Yu dried her dripping hair and nestled into his embrace, saying softly, "Please come back safe and sound." Wu De felt a warmth in his heart. Nothing pleased a man more than having a woman devote herself completely as her anchor, even if she wasn't beautiful. "I'm just going to Guangzhou for business, not into mountains of swords or seas of fire. What Master does is rebellion." Chu Yu looked up at him, her eyes clear and bright. "Guangzhou isn't like Lingao, it's under official's jurisdiction. Please be careful. Chu Yu wants to serve Master for a lifetime." Wu De had wanted to deny the rebellion thing, but on second thought, why deceive himself? He nodded solemnly. The ascending Peace Island left port, heading northwest toward Guangzhou Bay. An hour later, Bapu Port had vanished below the horizon. Only the lighthouse at Lingao Point could still be faintly seen. As evening approached, the wind grew more violent, mixed with rain. Wu De checked his watch. 17:05, but the sky was already dark as dusk. The sea was rough, and the 70-ton ascending Peace Island bobbed like a leaf, appearing and disappearing among the waves. Wu De sat in the captain's cabin, watching the sea through the glass window. The so-called captain's cabin had no leather high-back chair, just a rattan chair fixed to the deck. "Sir, the rain is too heavy. It's dark, can't see a thing. Should we stop and put in somewhere?" The first mate walked in to report. His rain cape and bamboo hat were soaked, his lips blue with cold. This first mate, Wang the Bearded, had originally been a small boat owner doing coastal trade until he was robbed by the red hares at sea. So he'd become a pirate. Unfortunately, on his very first raid with his bosses, he'd been wiped out by the transmigrators. After months of honest labor in the Reform Brigade, he'd passed political screening and been recruited by the Navy. After further vetting, he was appointed first mate on the ascending Peace Island. "Have a drink to warm up first." Wu De unslung his canteen. "What's our speed?" The first mate took a big gulp of liquor. 7 to 8.5 knots. Wind strength, 20 knots. So the rain was heavy but wind hadn't increased. This relieved Wu De slightly. "Can't stop the ship. We need to sail day and night to make it in time," Wu De said. "Split the sailors and marines into 2 shifts for sleeping and rotation." "Yes, sir." Wang the Bearded hurried out. Wu De put on his seaman's cap, fastened his rain jacket, and climbed up to the aft castle. The 6 trainees on their first voyage were curled up on deck, vomiting. Several were deathly pale. Seeing their commander approach, the trainees struggled to stand. Wu De stopped them. "Grab a rope and stand. First learn to keep your feet on deck." He walked to the forward railing, wanting to observe conditions in the distance. The wind seemed to have strengthened. Rain pelted his face like a torrent. Wu De wiped his face, steadied his footing, and used binoculars to observe. In the murky darkness, only vague patches of light and shadow were visible. The cold rain soon numbed his skin. Fatigue set in. Wu De hastily shook his head to clear it, then returned to the cabin to study charts under the swaying lantern light. Night sailing in this era, with virtually no navigational facilities, in a ship without radar, GPS, or gyrocompass, was extremely dangerous. Wu De had chosen the safest route, but the danger of grounding remained ever present. "Sir, wind's too strong, the sails can barely take it. Rain's too heavy, water's coming into the lower hold faster," Wang the Bearded reported. His rain cape had been torn apart by the wind. "See conditions." Wind 25 knots, wave height 3.3 meters. "Order, lower sails, secure all lines, maintain course," Wu De commanded. "Marine squad leader, have your men work in 5-man shifts. All pumps running, help with drainage. Non-essential personnel, everyone below deck." Wu De stepped out. The deck was alive with activity. Sailors in short pants, barefoot, were lowering sails and tightening cables. Marines with blue armbands were pumping water. Just then a wave lifted the bow high. Seeing it, Wu De immediately shouted, "Hold on." Before he finished, the ship plunged into the trough. Seawater swept across the entire deck. Wu De was knocked down. He grabbed a rope and struggled to his feet. "Count heads, report losses. Sailors, no casualties. Marines, no casualties. Forward hatch damaged, taking water. Midship hold, taking water. Forward hold, plug the leak. Midship hold pump. Man overboard." Along with a sharp whistle blast, the stern lookout gave the alarm. Wu De looked at the trainees pumping on deck. Only one remained. He ran to the stern. Following the lookout's direction, he saw 2 figures floating face down about 100 meters away. "Sir, do we rescue them?" "How? In these seas? Besides, those 2 kids are already gone. Their first time at sea," Wu De said angrily. "Go get the rest of those boys down to the mid-hold." At midnight, the wind raged and rain lashed. Wu De went down to the mid-hold. Off-duty sailors and marines were eating. The 4 surviving trainees were huddled in a corner, quietly sobbing. Wu De sat beside them. "You all know now." The 4 said nothing, just kept crying. "The sea is like this. You've only seen her calm side. Today's waves weren't even the worst." "Not even the worst, dear heaven." One trainee stopped crying and stared. "That's right. Look at them over there, not bothered at all." Wu De pointed at the sailors eating and joking. "The sea can only be conquered by those who don't fear hardship or death. Only by going through this can you become real men. I don't want to be a naval officer anymore, boo-hoo." This one was probably 14 or 15, clearly in shock. Wu De sighed. "Get some rest. In 2 hours you're back on watch. Anyone who doesn't want to be a trainee, I'll arrange your withdrawal when we get back." Back in the captain's cabin, Wu De ate dinner. 4 rice cakes, 1 dried fish, 1 pomelo, and a cup of water. These damned field rations. A night of wind and rain, and at dawn the sky began brightening. Wind and rain had subsided. The ascending Peace Island resumed normal sailing and arrived at Guangzhou Bay early on the 3rd day. The handover point was at the Guangzhou docks. Kiwei escort agency personnel provided escort, mobilizing almost half the agency's manpower. Zhang Xin came to the dock and supervised loading the iron chests containing 50,000 taels of silver onto the ship. This is 50,000. We're in contact with the Gao family to raise more cash, but funds are hard to mobilize right now. This tight. Doesn't the Gao family owe us over 100,000 in payments? Our accounts receivable are close to 180,000, Zhang Xin said. But by convention, the first settlement isn't until the 5th day of the 5th lunar month. Merchants with goods out haven't collected payment yet. It's the same everywhere. Nobody can produce much cash. Lending interest rates in Guangzhou are very high. Even if the Gao family scrapes together tens of thousands, we'll have to pay interest. How high? Going market rate is 20% a month. The Gao family would probably accept 15%. Monthly interest of 20%, Wu De nearly shouted. Annual rate was 240%. Even at this rate, as long as we complete the cargo turnaround within a month, we'll still make money. If it comes to that, we can consider short-term borrowing. Zhang Xin pulled out a document. This is another proposal from the Guangzhou station. It's a bigger matter and might be too slow to save the immediate crisis. But if we implement it, future cash flow will be much more comfortable. Good, I'll take a look. Time was pressing. The ascending Peace Island didn't linger. After loading the silver and making minor repairs, they replenished fresh water and immediately set off for Lizhu. On the ship, Wu De opened the copy. It was a proposal suggesting that the station's subordinate enterprises accept deposits from families of officials and wealthy households in Guangzhou and throughout Liangguang and Fujian. Deposits? Wu De was so startled he jumped out of his chair. Only 4 words came to mind: pure fantasy. End of chapter. Chapter 284. Sweet Port Turbulence, a new fundraising channel. At the same time, Ma Qianju looked at the newly received telegram. Just reading the first line, he drew a sharp breath. The words "Great Leap Forward" sprang to mind. Deposits? Were they planning to open a bank in Guangzhou? Before the Lizhu situation was even resolved, now they wanted to cause a financial storm in Guangzhou. Reading further, however, it had nothing to do with banking. It wasn't even a money shop. This idea hadn't come from the Guangzhou station itself, but from Shen Fan, the senior manager of Purple Treasure Pavilion. He'd made this suggestion not because of advanced financial awareness, but because it was a traditional form of business capitalization in that era. Depositing idle funds with a well-regarded shop, then drawing annual interest. The shop gained operating capital. The depositor earned a return. This practice continued long after money shops and even banks appeared in China, right up until the 20th century. Not just large trading houses, but even small cloth shops and oil and salt stores accepted deposits to varying degrees. Well-established shops with good reputations could attract deposits many times, even tens of times, their own capital. For the jewelry trade, an industry that was capital-intensive and required substantial funds, accepting customer deposits was long-standing practice. Seeing that the master's business was thriving and their standing was growing, Shen Fan had proposed this approach. The interest on such deposits was far lower than short-term loans, only 1.5% monthly or 18% annually. By modern standards, this wasn't particularly high. Guo Yi remembered that back when he was a child, the one-year bank deposit rate had once reached 12%. For shops that frequently needed to borrow for turnover, this was practically an interest-free loan. Who would want to make deposits with us? They ran a jewelry store. For them to suddenly announce they were accepting deposits, who would become a customer? That's precisely the advantage of being in the jewelry and curio trade, Shen Fan explained. We get access to the ladies of the inner quarters. Getting them to make deposits is easier. The wives, daughters, and concubines of great households, even favored personal maids, have private savings they want to put to use. Some have just 50 or 100 taels, others have thousands or tens of thousands. He smiled. The bolder ones lend money. But lending requires reliable agents, and middlemen inevitably skim a cut. Word also leaks easily, so most prefer to deposit with reputable establishments. Hearing this, Guo was uncertain. Having more silver on hand was good, but the Guangzhou station wasn't short of cash flow at the moment. Taking deposits now would mean additional interest expense. Master, the benefit of taking deposits isn't just for our own use, Shen Fan continued. The Guangzhou market sometimes has tight cash flow, sometimes loose. When it's tight, short-term lending can bring several times the interest in return. With lending like this, for a business with no roots like ours, I imagine it's easy to lend out but hard to collect. There's a second benefit. The deposits come from the inner quarters of official and gentry households. Shen Fan hinted. The women's private funds may be limited, but once word gets out, people will see Purple Treasure Pavilion's connections and influence in a completely different light. By now, Guo understood. These deposits wouldn't just help with turnover, they'd elevate Violet Sincerity Trading's status in Guangzhou. Even without using the deposited silver for lending, it would give them a protective umbrella. From that perspective, 1.8% annual interest was quite cheap. Shen Fan pulled out a small booklet. Inside was a list of names and business names. Su Jai, Jin Yan Jai, Run Jai, and so on. About 20 in all. These are passbooks from ladies who have recently expressed interest in opening deposit accounts with Purple Treasure Pavilion. Since I hadn't received your approval, I haven't accepted their deposits yet. But the account books have been prepared. Who are all these people? Shen Fan pulled out another notebook filled with symbols only he could read, commercial code, similar to Suzhou numerals, used for recording things that couldn't be made public. Most are honored ladies of official and gentry families. I'll copy out a name list later, but this list must be kept confidential. I understand. Guo thought, since these were private funds, confidentiality was paramount. Who knew that anonymous deposits already existed in the Great Ming, truly ahead of the world? These 20-odd passbooks come to about 10,000 taels of silver, Shen Fan said. This is excellent business. Barring major upheaval, they typically only draw interest and don't touch the principal. But this was too significant a matter. The Guangzhou station's 3 officers considered for a long time and decided to wait until the quarterly report to explain this plan in person. But turning away money that came to the door would be hard to justify. So they agreed to let Shen Fan accept this first batch of deposits, with 1.5% monthly interest, paid without touching the principal. The matter would have remained shelved like that. But the recent rush to sell Crisis in Lizhu had suddenly strained what had been comfortable cash reserves. This project, originally just icing on the cake, suddenly took on life-saving significance. Guo felt there was no time to waste and immediately brought it to the executive committee's table. Having finished reading the entire report, Wu finally relaxed. He'd originally thought the Guangzhou station was planning some kind of financial operation. Wu had an instinctive fear of such things. Now it turned out they were merely proposing illegal fundraising. The interest looked high, but as a way to ease the cash crunch, an actual good approach. Though he couldn't help thinking of bank-run risks he'd often seen in business novels. Weighing it all, he decided to support the Guangzhou station on this issue. After sending a telegram from the ascending Peace Island stating his position, the rest of the voyage was uneventful. The ship arrived safely at Haiyan port early on the 5th day. As soon as the ship entered port, Wu sent someone immediately to the South China sugar factory to assess the situation. Without real-time communication, what if things had already gone up in flames? The messenger returned shortly and reported that the crowd outside South China was still thick as ever, but sugar selling appeared to be continuing with no visible anomalies. Wu knew the South China cash flow hadn't yet broken and relaxed somewhat, He ordered the crew to maintain outward calm while staying alert. Meanwhile, he prepared to personally visit South China to discuss arrangements for delivering the silver. Wu De's estimate was correct. South China's funds indeed hadn't run out, but the moment of exhaustion was fast approaching. The night before the ascending Peace Island arrived, silver reserves had fallen to less than 1,000 taels. At that rate, getting through the next day was questionable. Everyone at South China was like ants on a hot wok. When Tong desperately hoped Chiang Shide could hurry back from Champa with rice, selling it would bring tens of thousands of taels to tide them over. But the great whale had vanished like a kite with its string cut, with no word at all. After waiting several days, someone from the executive committee finally arrived, but without silver, only a radio set. When Tong nearly despaired. What use was a radio? Fortunately, word came soon after. A ship had been sent to Guangzhou to pick up silver. 50,000 taels was still far below the safety threshold, but every day they could hang on was a victory. But when the silver would arrive remained unknown. They watched reserves dwindle day by day. As a precaution, the Liao brothers both went out to see if they could raise funds from the market. But the crushing season in Lizhu was always a time of tight cash. No shop could spare large sums. The only ones with substantial ready silver were the trading houses under the Heiyi Guild, which had stockpiled hundreds of thousands specifically for sugar purchasing. Borrowing from them would be asking the tiger for its skin, but their attempts to raise funds couldn't be hidden. Soon, rumors spread everywhere that South China was running out of cash and would probably default any day. The news spread from 1 to 10, from 10 to 100. The farmers, who had just begun to calm down, grew restless again. Some were hurrying through the night to sell their sugar. The outflow of silver only accelerated. When Tong was filled with regret. Had he known, he wouldn't have let the Liao brothers go looking for funds. No meat gained just brought trouble on themselves. He'd basically shown everyone his hand. If the ascending Peace Island didn't arrive soon, the situation at South China might become unmanageable. As for Xiao Gui, Mei Lin, and the other transmigrators, they were all helpless. Watching the situation on the verge of collapse, Chen Tianxing said, "The way things stand, it's no breaking, no standing. Without drastic measures, I'm afraid we'll be squeezed right out." End of chapter. Chapter 285. Sweet Port Turbulence Confrontation. That's right. When Tong was exhausted by this relentless commercial warfare. Even if Guangzhou sends silver, how many days will it last? Sooner or later we have to show our hand. With Bei Wei's men here, why not just wipe out the Heiyi Guild in one go and see what other tricks they can pull? Snipe the Heiyi Guild's leaders and call it divine punishment. Too bad Bei Wei isn't back yet. Don't know where he wandered off to. He's been out for over 2 weeks. He should be back soon. Besides, the executive committee surely has ways to contact him. When Tong had made up his mind, "We'll radio the executive committee tonight, demanding decisive measures to strike back." This essentially reclassified the Heiyi Guild from commercial competitor to enemy. And Comrade Lei Feng had long ago explained how to treat enemies. "I say we just go all the way. Have Bei Wei lead a special ops raid on the Heiyi Guild, kill 1 or 2 ringleaders, and the rest will be terrified. Then we buy up their assets at low prices and instantly unify the Lizhu sugar market." "That's too vicious. It's practically robbery," Xiao Gui objected. "Besides, Lizhu people aren't fools. If we do that, everyone will know we're the black hand behind it. Keeping local gentry and officials terrified will make future work difficult. True, killing one person or burning some assets to show we're tough should be enough. This isn't good. After all, they are indigenous national capitalists. Isn't us doing this a bit like monopoly bullying?" Mei Lin hesitantly raised an objection. "They are the monopoly group," Wen Tong said. "Why don't you offer a suggestion then?" "I was thinking," Mei Lin said. "We can use both carrot and stick. The Heiyi Guild is trying to squeeze us out for profit, but they haven't used extreme measures yet. If we suddenly go for the kill, killing people or burning houses, it's excessive, right? Take killing, for instance. You kill someone, people fear you, and the crisis might pass. But a feud is forged. Everyone has family, relatives, friends. There are always hard bones or desperate ones. What if they pull the same trick later? You can be a thief for 1,000 days, but you can't guard against one. Then kill them too. What's there to fear? Root out the weeds. Wen Tong's face was dark and murderous. Rooting out weeds isn't that easy. Besides, methods that cruel incite public anger. Would you want to deal with a company that kills people at the drop of a hat? Everyone felt there was reason in this. Chen Tianxing said, "Old may make sense, but right now being reasonable doesn't help. Do you have any ideas?" "I do have an idea, though I don't know if it'll work," Mei Lin said. "Why not just go talk to the Heiyi Guild? They've seen our factory's processing capacity. There's actually room for cooperation. Tempt these sugar merchants with joint shareholding. That way, resistance to our controlling the Lizhu sugar industry would be much smaller." "However," Mei Lin continued, "since we've shown our hand like this, the Heiyi Guild will 9 out of 10 want to chase us to the end. Going to negotiate now definitely won't yield results. After all that, you just spoke a pile of nonsense." Wen Tong felt disappointed. "I never agreed with rushing to Lizhu anyway," Mei Lin said dismissively. "Our power isn't big enough yet. Coming to Lizhu looking like a fat sheep, it'd be weird if we didn't get fleeced." "Enough I told you so's," Chen Tianxing interrupted. "Talking about it just makes us annoyed." Just then someone reported, "Someone from Guangzhou has arrived." Everyone's spirits lifted. Wen Tong quickly said, "Invite them in." Wu De's arrival was a shot of adrenaline for everyone, especially seeing that the executive committee had sent a leader of his rank personally to transport silver. The panic-stricken mood stabilized. "Everyone relax." Wu De knew what they were thinking. "Silver, we have plenty. The executive committee will find ways to mobilize it. We will definitely win this sugar war." He handed a receipt for 50,000 taels to Wen Tong for signature. This sum would later be offset by sugar. Hearing that 50,000 taels had arrived, and with Wu De's assurances, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Tianxing, who was socially experienced, knew that since the ascending Peace Island had only brought 50,000, the money definitely hadn't come as easily as Wu De claimed. "All right, let's talk about the current situation," Wu De said. Wen Tong outlined the situation. Since the squeeze began, they had bought 3,500 shi of sugar. This rate resulted from South China deliberately slowing down, but the consequence was the crush of people at the gate getting worse. "We're all worried. Outside South China's gate, there are 1,000 or 2,000 people stranded almost every day. The ground is covered with filth. The weather is getting hotter. If things go wrong, an epidemic could break out. With so many people gathering, rumors are flying. There's at least 150,000 shi of sugar waiting to be sold to us. If we continue buying slowly, the cane farmers will suffer losses because pressed sugar spoils. Or they'll have to sell to the Heiyi Guild at 1.5 taels. We lose either way." Wu De frowned. "Is the situation that bad?" "Yes. Some heavily indebted farmers probably can't hold out much longer." The last scenario was what Wen Tong was most unwilling to see. Once it became reality, the reputation South China had earned by maintaining the original price would vanish. Not only would the Heiyi Guild take the profit from low-priced sugar, but South China's reputation would be ruined. Wu De listened carefully. When asking about countermeasures, Wen Tong didn't hide anything. "One is to open the gates wide and buy as fast as possible. In the end, we gain both fame and profit. Of course, this is premised on having enough silver. The other is violent means. It's effective immediately, but cleaning up the mess afterward will be strenuous." He added, "It's reached life or death for South China and Lizhu. The executive committee must decide quickly." The executive committee has already decided. Wu De knew he absolutely couldn't say anything discouraging. "You speed up acquisitions. The executive committee will move heaven and earth to raise money. You must hold your ground. Use violent means with caution, easy to use, hard to clean up. The more critical the moment, the calmer you must be. We must secure this year's Lizhu sugar." He thought for a moment. "I'll return to Lingao tonight and request an emergency meeting." "Good, that's best." Hearing the big shot willing to guarantee, Wen Tong's spirits lifted. "Tomorrow we'll increase the purchasing speed. How many shi per day can you do?" "Right now it's 700 to 800. If we open up, 1,500 a day is no problem. 1,500 Shi a day, 50,000 taels could last about half a month. Wu De estimated Guangzhou could definitely mobilize enough funds by then. When Tong instructed Liao Dahua to prepare ox carts, laborers, and escorts to transport the silver from Heian port. Should we transport at night? That way the Heiyi Guild won't know our depth, Mei Lin suggested. Chen Tianxing said, no need. The Heiyi Guild already knows our hand. Our little tricks can't hide from them. Liao Dahua was happy to hear silver had arrived. He had blind worship for proprietor Gu in Guangzhou. It's inconvenient to transport silver at night dark, hard for escorts to protect. Better to do it by day. 50,000 taels is a big number. People are jittery, might as well show it off. Wu De nodded. Right, let's show it off and demonstrate our resolve. Since the war is on, we have to fight until everyone in Lizhu is convinced. There's one more thing, Wen Tong said. We have a large stock of sugar now. Since the Ascending Peace Island is here, why not ship a boatload to Guangzhou? Gu Yi said it can be liquidated there. Right, I forgot that angle. We can buy and sell at the same time. Shipping in small batches might even maintain the price. But this involves ship allocation. I'll discuss it when I get back. Zhu En had been staying at the Heiyi Guild all day these past few days. First, to monitor South China's movements constantly. Second, to bolster morale of the various sugar trading houses. Seeing farmers not coming to sell and warehouses empty, the torment was hard to bear. After all, the crushing season was only 3 months. Now half was gone, yet the 21 trading houses had collected less than 50,000 Shi. Any manager would be anxious. Third Master Zhu tirelessly comforted them. Thanks to his usual prestige, he managed to maintain the situation. Developments had gone exactly as he predicted. As the Heiyi Guild adjusted prices, almost all cane farmers flocked to South China. Only in the first few days did a few uninformed farmers painfully sell on Heian Street. After that, sugar sellers almost vanished. The ambushes he'd planted among sugar sellers hadn't had a chance yet. Though there had been an opportunity for Zhao Zhijiao's riffraff to smash South China on the first day, the other side had reacted quickly. The informants he'd placed inside South China had also been replaced. Though losing them was a pity, it didn't affect the big picture. Third Master Zhu knew South China couldn't hold out much longer. There were 2 reasons. First, everyone knew South China had sent people to borrow money, the clearest sign of tight cash. Second, he noticed that, although South China kept 4 scales at the weighing station, only 3 were in regular use. South China slowing purchasing speed only proved their cash reserves had reached a critical stage, forcing them to linger on. Third Master Zhu knew the time for the fatal blow was approaching. Within 3 days, South China would completely collapse. The only pity was that South China seemed connected to the Gao family of Guangzhou. He had heard of Gao Zhu, a wealthy merchant with sea merchant connections. With such a relationship, he had to hold back his ruthless moves. Better to have fewer powerful enemies. Fortunately, even without those methods, the remaining moves were enough. At this moment, he was instructing his subordinates. Take people everywhere and find the big households that lent money to the cane farmers. Tell them to step up pressure to repay debts. Third Master Zhu's eyes shone. Yes, Third Master. The assignee agreed but hesitated. But Third Master, if South China collapses, the farmers will simply sell at 1.5 taels. Will creditors worry farmers won't be able to repay? End of chapter. Chapter 286. Sweetport Turbulence. Dirty tricks tell them not to worry. As long as they're willing to put in the effort, you can squeeze oil from stones. Besides, do they dare to nitpick with the Heiyi Guild? Third Master Zhu sniffed disdainfully. When the Heiyi Guild tightens the money supply, those money-grubbing dogs will be crying for their parents. As the Sugar Industry Guild, the Heiyi Guild was powerful and wealthy. It not only dominated the local sugar trade but also effectively controlled local finance. Ordinary merchants and landlords really didn't dare to cross them. You, he pointed to another subordinate, go tell Zhao Zhijiao, watch South China closely. Within 3 to 5 days, South China will definitely have problems. Strike when the opportunity arises. Then he instructed several others to implement various tasks. He didn't fully trust Zhao Zhijiao's men, so he arranged his own manpower separately. Keeping that group of riffraff on the payroll was mainly so he could use them as scapegoats if something went wrong. After sending everyone away, Third Master Zhu closed his eyes to rest. The plan was proceeding step by step. As soon as South China's cash flow broke, all the methods would be unleashed. He doubted they could withstand this chain of tactics. While he was calculating, a servant boy rushed in and whispered in his ear. Third Master Zhu's eyes instantly widened. Really? It's true, people at the dock saw it with their own eyes. The ship that arrived this morning, South China's people are unloading it now. It's all heavy iron chests, definitely silver. I didn't think they'd be bold enough to actually dare transport silver from out of town. This move exceeded his expectations. To dare transport silver directly by ship in these chaotic waters showed guts. Admiration aside, this complicated matters. Third Master Zhu pondered for a moment. Where is the ship from? Replying to Third Master, I heard it's from Guangzhou. The word Guangzhou made his eyelids twitch. Was the Gao family starting to intervene? Or was it just funds they'd mobilized in Guangzhou? Third Master Zhu's mind spun like a windmill. Because he wasn't asking questions, the servant boy dared not speak or leave. After a long while, Third Master Zhu asked, how much silver was transported? Do the people at the dock know? Well, it said a total of 100 iron chests were unloaded. As for the weight, it's really impossible to tell. Just knowing the number of chests didn't tell him how much silver there was. Third Master Zhu had heard that seasoned old bandits had a skill. They could tell how much silver was on a cart by the tracks it left. Unfortunately, he didn't have such talent on hand. How many people to carry each chest? Just one person. That meant each chest was at most 1,000 taels. Third Master Zhu felt slightly relieved. But on second thought, even at 1,000 taels a chest, that was 100,000 taels. If South China really got 100,000 taels, his plan would fail. Not only fail, but the consequences of not collecting sugar this year would be unimaginable. Sweat began beading on his forehead. HMPH, it might be the empty city stratagem, Third Master Zhu muttered. He immediately ordered, go, invite the strategy master. Prepare brush and ink, write a letter. Moments later, the strategy master arrived. Write a letter to Guangzhou immediately. Ask, 1. Current sugar prices in Guangzhou. 2. Tightness of the money market. 3. Has anyone been mobilizing large funds recently, and what is the interest rate? The strategy master's brush flew, quickly writing down these questions. That's all. Seal it immediately. Send someone to Guangzhou post-haste. I want a reply as soon as possible. Third Master, there are no ships to Guangzhou today. Send a ship specially. Don't load cargo, leave immediately. Be fast. Wait in Guangzhou once they arrive and come back only when there's news. Zhu painfully felt that communication with Guangzhou was too slow. The things he wanted to inquire about weren't secrets. An investigator could visit a few guild tea houses in a day and know exactly where South China's silver came from. Unfortunately, a round trip for this news would take at least 10 days. In 10 days, who knew what else might happen? With this silver, South China immediately increased purchasing intensity. The weighing stations increased to 10. The unease and restlessness were once again suppressed. The ascending Peace Island left the dock that night, fully loaded with nearly 600 shi of sugar. This news threw the Heiyi Guild into turmoil. 2 ships had already transported 1,600 shi of sugar. If South China kept transporting received sugar away to liquidate it, Third Master Zhu's plan would be completely ruined. Commoners outside didn't know, but everyone in the sugar business knew clearly. Guangzhou's sugar price was 3.8 taels. Shipping sugar out meant earning money back. Third Master, stop holding out. If this goes on, we won't have food to eat this year. The fat manager of Reorganizing begged bitterly. I haven't collected even 5,000 shi of sugar yet. It all went cheap to South China. What do we do? Looks like they have silver again. I said earlier this shouldn't be handled this way. Hindsight experts were publishing their brilliant opinions. The commotion made Third Master Zhu irritable. He shouted, "What's the noise?" He stood up and glared at everyone. They all involuntarily lowered their voices. "You lot, short-sighted fools. Just staring at the few coins in front of you. The knife is already at our necks, yet you're thinking about the profit in your own homes. If we don't finish off South China in a few years, the sugar-boiling masters begging under Patriarch Zhu's temple will be our seniors." He waved his hand. "Our sugar-boiling masters arrogant. You've all been in this business for decades. Last year, how much did it cost to hire a master? 3 meals a day, meat at every meal, or he'd walk immediately. This year, give his whole family bowls of rough rice and he'll work day and night. You all want to end up like them." At these words, everyone's faces turned dark. South China's strength was obvious. Whether clever contraptions or sorcery, South China had changed the sugar industry situation in Lizhu of the past 100 years. Now South China was pressing step by step, not only getting into sugar boiling but also sticking a foot into the most profitable transportation and sales sector. "Why don't we make peace with South China?" Feng Guangfeng suggested. "Let South China join the Heiyi Guild too. Every family gives up a share so everyone can eat, and South China is good at boiling sugar. If we cooperate, we might not lose out." Everyone buzzed again. This idea didn't sound bad. Uniting might be beneficial. "You're all confused," Third Master Zhu said deeply. "What is South China here for? Isn't it to swallow Lizhu sugar whole? They have wealth and power. Would they share with us?" "I oppose too." The young master of Rixaicheng jumped out. "South China hasn't fully fledged yet. If we don't knock them out now when they're full-fledged, the Heiyi Guild will have to change its name." Besides, Third Master Zhu knew these people couldn't get past greed. Lizhu sugar only has this much share. If we give South China a share, how much? Too little, they won't be satisfied. Too much, we lose out. Put this way, everyone nodded again. No one wanted to lose their dominant position. Seeing the situation controlled, Third Master Zhu told everyone to disperse. Having sent the group away, Third Master Zhu couldn't help cursing them as short-sighted. But he had to think of new tracks. Even pig-like teammates were ones who shared his fate. Just as he was about to return home for a nap, a servant boy came and whispered something. Third Master Zhu looked impatient but said, "Call him in." A man in ragged clothes was brought in. Large hands and feet, dark skin, burned scars on both hands. He quickly knelt and kowtowed. "What is it?" Third Master Zhu asked, already knowing what this man came for. "We really have no way out, so we came to beg Master," the man kowtowed again. "The silver given last time is almost spent. Women and children are starving. Beg Master for mercy, award some more silver." "Silver? You think I run a charity here?" "Beg Master for mercy, several hundred mouths to feed." 50 taels, we've been spending it tightly." This man was Lin Zhuang, originally a local sugar-boiling worker. This year, because South China opened, sugar-boiling workers lost jobs in large numbers. He was elected to petition the Yamen requesting a ban on South China's machine sugar production, but it was rejected. With no way out, he'd sought help from Third Master Zhu and received 50 taels of silver. But this aid wasn't unconditional. Third Master Zhu had instructed him to take men and mix outside the sugar trading houses, looking for opportunities to cause trouble. "You have the face to say it." Third Master Zhu leaned back. "What about the things I told you to do? It's been 7 or 8 days and there's not a peep. Even if I threw silver into water, I'd hear a splash." "This," Lin Zhuang pleaded, "it's not that we didn't try. It's really that this violates the king's law. South China has a plaque inscribed by the county magistrate. Doing this, we're afraid." "Afraid of what?" "South China caused you to lose jobs, ruined your families. Do you have any blood in you?" "Silver, I have plenty, but I never give it to trash." Lin Zhuang seemed moved by his words, kowtowed again and said loudly, "Third Master, rest assured. Whether we are trash or not, we'll show Third Master in a few days." Third Master Zhu nodded. "Tell everyone if trouble happens and you get lawsuits, go in and I'll look after you. The Heiyi Guild will support your families. For those dead or injured, we pay the compensation." He gave Lin Zhuang a few more instructions. Lin Zhuang's face grew uglier, but in the end he nodded. "Third Master, leave this to us. but your words must count." "When have I ever not owned up to my words?" Zhuang said seriously, shouting, "Men, bring 50 taels for Lin Zhuang." He lowered his voice. "After it's done, there'll be another reward for you." Lin Zhuang's face flushed. "Good, I'll go arrange it now." Watching Lin Zhuang leave, Third Master Zhu chuckled inwardly. Just this sugar worker causing trouble would be enough for them to swallow. Then he called a sedan chair to go home. However, the arrival of 50,000 silver agitated him. A sure thing had suddenly developed a twist. Is South China really not fated to die? Third Master Zhu had this strange thought. He had dominated Heian Street for decades. There had been outsiders trying to dip their fingers into this fat meat, and every time he'd beaten them off. Why was South China so hard to chew? Thinking of this, he couldn't sleep. His sixth concubine, currently favored, came in to serve. "Make me a bowl of tea." In a moment, a bowl of strong tea was presented. Zhu drank and thought. Using the topic of South China refusing sugar to cause trouble was already weak now that silver had arrived. Cane farmers still hoped to sell sugar. Even if trouble brought down South China, they'd only vent anger. The sugar still wouldn't sell. Lin Zhuang's group, having nothing and having his guarantee, would act without scruples. But the other side had escort agency men and hundreds of employees. The effect was hard to say. However, once an incident occurred with casualties, it would give South China a headache. Just this wasn't enough to put South China to death. Pity that their financial situation was still unclear. Third Master Zhu drank cup after cup of strong tea, unable to think of a suitable method. Watching his sixth concubine serving him, an idea suddenly came. The sixth concubine was the sister of his sworn brother at sea, Gu Dachang. Gu Dachang was the leader of a small band of pirates nearby. Called pirates, it was actually a gang centered on the Gu family, relatives, and fellow villagers. They had 3 or 4 boats and 70 or 80 people. Usually they fished and did small coastal trades. When opportunity arose, they also robbed passing merchant ships and coastal villages. End of chapter. Chapter 287, Sweet Port Turbulence. The Gu family pirates. Several small fisher pirate bands operated in the waters around Lizhu, and among them, the Gu family's outfit was considered moderately formidable. To the local populace, these petty corsairs were a genuine plague, but to the Heiyi Guild they were beneath notice. The guild maintained its own militia, and whenever sugar ships put to sea, they sailed in convoys with hundreds of armed sailors. Such paltry pirate bands couldn't so much as scratch them. Attempting to do so risked breaking their own teeth. What the Heiyi Guild truly feared were the great maritime warlords, men like Liu Xiang and Zhu Keilao, and so they paid heavy tribute to secure their peace. But for the smaller bands, token gestures sufficed to avoid harassment. Otherwise, no matter how many militiamen the guild fielded, they would be run ragged chasing shadows. These token gestures, however, remained carefully limited. Though small pirate bands operated at sea, they inevitably required shore access to rest, repair vessels, purchase rice, and settle their sick and wounded. They needed reliable havens on land, which meant cultivating relationships with local power brokers. Third Master Zhu exploited this dynamic masterfully. Through careful application of carrot and stick, he reached accommodations with several nearby maritime outfits. They guaranteed not to molest sugar ships sailing from Heian or harass the Heian Street operations. In return, the Heiyi Guild provided cover for their onshore activities in Zhuang, arranging lodging, facilitating resupply, turning blind eyes where necessary. Such arrangements cost little money and occasionally proved useful. Over time, although the smaller pirate bands rose and fell, some wiped out, some accepting amnesty, some simply disbanding, the Heiyi Guild maintained cordial relations with whoever held the waters. The arrangement worked because each side took what they needed. Gu Dachang, as gang leader, was a man who valued loyalty. Though his relationship with the Heiyi Guild amounted to mutual exploitation, one incident had deepened the bond considerably. Years ago, when Third Master Zhu led a fleet caught in a sudden storm, Gu Dachang happened to be sheltering near the coast. He braved the tempest to sail out and guide most of the sugar ships to safe harbor. Third Master Zhu marked him as a man who kept faith and honored righteousness, a useful quality, and the two became sworn brothers. Their friendship deepened over subsequent years, and eventually Gu Dachang married his recently widowed sister to Third Master Zhu as his sixth concubine. In a sense, it was a political marriage. Third Master Zhu had approached it with modest expectations. The bride was a withered flower, entering her second marriage and coming from a fishing family. How much beauty could she possess? Presumably her brother simply loved her and wanted to secure her a stable home. He would marry her, arrange comfortable quarters, and ensure she was fed and clothed. That would suffice. The reality proved otherwise. Although the sixth concubine came from fishing stock, her appearance was quite striking, entirely lacking the weather-roughened look common to sea families. Rarer still, she was attentive in her service, skilled in both needlework and cooking. Inquiry revealed the explanation. In her youth, she had been sold to a wealthy local household as a maidservant and eventually taken as a concubine. When the master died, the principal wife expelled her. Now she served the 50-odd-year-old Third Master Zhu with practiced devotion, and he found himself unexpectedly content. Since the Gu Dachang connection existed, why not put it to use? The benefits would flow to everyone involved. His mind was made up. Strong medicine was required. Once this strong medicine took effect, the transmigrators would naturally become docile. In his own words, it was like pulling the firewood from under the cauldron. No matter how much strength the South China factory possessed, they would be trapped to death in Lizhu. Qiyuhan, he called. The name dated from her days as a maidservant. In these times, women rarely received formal names and childhood appellations persisted. "What is it, master?" the woman answered and came. "How has your brother been lately?" Qiyuhan showed surprise. Her master rarely mentioned her brother in her presence, given that his occupation violated the king's law. To avoid complications, she never acknowledged having a brother before others. "He's well. Master must have forgotten. Someone delivered goods just a few days ago." "Yes, of course." Third Master Zhu remembered. "And the brothers, are they living comfortably? How can one speak of comfort in such a life? They manage." Speaking of her own family, Qiyuhan couldn't suppress a sigh. So-called pirates varied enormously between great and small. For an outfit like the Gu family, 3 or 4 single-masted boats without even a cannon. Coastal robbery meant only limited targets, small craft hugging the shoreline. Naturally, pickings were slim. "There is a path to wealth available now. I wonder if your brother would be interested." "Truly." Qiyuhan's face lit with surprised delight. Though Third Master Zhu looked after her family, this was the first time he had spoken such words. "When have I ever deceived you?" Third Master Zhu smiled. "Thank you for Master's grace." Qiyuhan curtsied deeply. "Grind ink for me." He reached for his brush, intending to write a letter, then thought better of it. Once committed to paper, such a letter falling into wrong hands would mean catastrophe. Better to have someone deliver the message in person. "Return to your maiden home," Third Master Zhu said, lowering his voice. "Tell your brother that a massive fortune will soon appear near Heian Street." He described the sugar ships that would shortly depart from the South China factory. "The Heiyi Guild won't have vessels leaving port in the coming days. Tell your brother that as long as he identifies ships bearing the South China mark, he should strike without hesitation." "Such an opportunity exists," Qiyuhan said wonderingly, lighting his silver water pipe. "Indeed, once he succeeds, I will purchase all the sugar myself. He need not worry about disposal. Thank you for Master's grace." Qiyuhan curtsied again, her face radiant with joy. "Who else should I help but my own brother-in-law?" He smiled and caressed her cheek, though inwardly his calculations ran differently. Large cargoes seized by pirates were notoriously difficult to transport and store, which made them extremely cheap when sold under duress, probably less than 2 or 3 cayan per shi. The profit would be immense. However, Third Master Zhu's tone shifted. "These ships are not to be trifled with. Your brother's outfit alone may not suffice. Tell him to recruit more hands for this job. The fortune is substantial, there's no need for stinginess. Yes, your servant understands. I'll leave tomorrow morning. No rush, wait a few days. He stroked Qiyuhan's hand. Perhaps ships carrying silver from Guangzhou will arrive as well. This matter requires careful long-term planning. While the South China factory secured its 50,000 taels in working capital, the Heiyi Guild made its own calculations. In sleepy Zhuang County, undercurrents churned. All parties prepared for a high-stakes gamble with the annual 400,000 or 500,000 taels of South China sugar as the prize. Meanwhile, in Guangzhou and Lingao, the two crucial bases of the Transmigration Senate, equally intense strategizing was underway. After Wu De rushed back to Lingao, he requested an immediate executive committee meeting. The proposal from the Guangzhou station to absorb retail deposits was approved. The Lizhu sugar affair had driven home the meaning of cash is king. Without substantial liquid capital, similar crises would plague every future market expansion. Cheng Dong raised a broader proposal. Why not simply establish a dedicated financial institution in Guangzhou, responsible for absorbing deposits, raising commercial working capital, and conducting remittance business? Financial infiltration into the Great Ming. You mean opening a bank in Guangzhou? Ma Qianju's voice carried an edge of tension. Precisely, a bank, Cheng Dong nodded. Of course, what we establish would strictly qualify only as a Qianzhuang or Paiaohao, hardly worthy of the title bank. How would it work? Excitement rippled through the room. The word bank carried considerably more gravitas than the nondescript grain trading house. According to the Guangzhou station's investigation, no such financial institutions generally exist in this timeline yet. Cheng Dong continued at his unhurried pace, consulting a rough notebook bearing the Holy Ship brand. Only money exchange shops exist, operations dealing in silver and coin conversion. The Intelligence Bureau's investigation confirms that besides exchange, these shops engage in small-scale lending, but they don't absorb deposits. Essentially, they profit from currency fluctuations and exchange spreads. The overall capital scale remains modest. What the Finance Committee had identified as promising was remittance business. Simple remittance existed in the Great Ming, primarily interbranch transfers between shops to reduce the trouble of physically transporting silver, but the scale remained limited, serving mainly the needs of their own commercial networks. A dedicated draft remittance industry like the Paiaohao had not yet emerged. This represented virgin territory with enormous potential. Our bank's focus will be remittance, similar to Paiaohao operations. After building credit over several years, our silver drafts will circulate throughout the realm. Ma Qianju shook his head. The Great Ming doesn't seem to have substantial demand for remittance. From what they had observed, the commodity economy remained modest, not primitive, certainly, but far from advanced. Claims about China entering the primary stage of capitalism seemed premature at best. Not so. Although capital flows are limited in scale, they exist. Lizhu sugar is a prime example. We believe that at minimum, Songjiang cloth, Jiangxi tea and porcelain, Jiangnan silk and Fujian indigo all involve large-scale silver movements. He took a breath. Even in peripheral Hainan, according to Intelligence Bureau findings, the annual betel nut and copra trade amounts to several tens of thousands of taels. By any measure, that's significant volume. The products he listed were highly seasonal, and production was typically dispersed. Whenever harvest season arrived, merchants transporting goods required large amounts of capital for acquisition. The demand for capital circulation would be enormous. Remittance business offered multiple revenue streams. First, remittance fees, essentially handling charges. Second, profits from interest differentials based on silver price fluctuations and varying money supply tightness across regions. As long as physical silver could be turned over efficiently, the possibilities for financial engineering were endless. Another purpose for the Finance Committee in establishing a bank was to build credit for their own silver drafts as rapidly as possible. future transmigrator economic, political, and military activities would span the entire country. Whether army, merchants, or intelligence operatives, none could traverse the realm carrying physical silver. As for the Lingao circulation certificates based on a rice standard, that was merely a short-term transitional measure, impossible and unnecessary to establish for nationwide circulation. Silver drafts, by contrast, were convenient to carry and use. Doesn't this amount to issuing another currency? Someone objected. With Lingao circulation certificates and now silver drafts, isn't this unnecessarily complicated? That's a misunderstanding. Silver drafts aren't currency. At most they qualify as commercial paper. Although in late Qing times people often used silver drafts as direct payment, the theatrical scenes in movies where someone produces a fistful of silver drafts to settle bills are pure fiction. Silver drafts carried varying levels of credit. Unlike copper coins backed by government authority or silver ingots representing actual precious metal, a draft's acceptance, how firmly it stood in the market, and how widely it circulated, depended largely on the issuing institution's strength and reputation. Some drafts circulated only locally, others reached the four corners of the empire. The variations were numerous and subtle. Chengdong didn't elaborate on every detail, but he emphasized that establishing draft credit would yield enormous advantages for future capital mobilization and fundraising. Wu Nanhai persisted in his objection. The Central Plains will soon descend into turmoil. Draft remittance inherently requires branch offices, investing substantial funds and personnel, only to see it all destroyed once war erupts. What's the point? Unnecessary, Yan Ming replied. We're not operating a modern bank. No need to establish locations everywhere. We need only set up offices in select locations where commerce flourishes and officials congregate. When necessary, we can also form remittance alliances with capable local establishments. The branch strategy focused on opening key routes. The Southwest, Northwest, and Central Plains, either impoverished regions or areas destined for future unrest, were obviously unsuitable. The critical artery was the north-south corridor, especially from the capital to Jiangnan. Everyone understood the logic. In the Ming's final decades, Jiangnan would remain the wealthiest and most peaceful region. Officials in the capital would inevitably transfer substantial silver to this paradise for future enjoyment. The region was also the primary producer of cloth, silk, and tea, with correspondingly intense commercial activity. For specific branch cities, southern Zhili comes first, Yan Ming continued. Nanjing, Suzhou, Songjiang. Once stabilized, we expand northward to Qingjiangpu and Beijing. Suzhou and Songjiang were southern Zhili's wealthiest. The northern and southern capitals, as seats of power where officials congregated, naturally demanded priority. As for Qingjiangpu, though merely a nameless county town in the 20th century, it was a major transportation hub where north-south traffic converged during the Ming and Qing dynasties. At the Ming-Qing transition, navigating the Grand Canal was treacherous due to locked passages, and sailing the Yellow River perilous. Travelers heading north or south, excepting grain transport vessels, typically abandoned boats at Qingjiangpu, proceeded north via the thoroughfare of 9 provinces, crossed the Yellow River at Wangjiang, and continued by horse or cart. As a transportation nexus between north and south, commerce naturally flourished. The town also housed granaries managed by the Ministry of Revenue and shipyards under the Ministry of Works, with important officials like the governor of the Southern River in residence. Annually, the court dispatched substantial sums for river management, and the wealth of river officials was legendary throughout the realm. Many officials and merchants meant constant silver flows, truly a feng shui treasure ground for remittance business. End of chapter. Chapter 288, Sweet Port Turbulence, Guangzhou Ma Qianju raised a concern. Aren't there too many branches? How much manpower will that require? Not much, Yan Ming answered. Our plan is to rely on local natives as much as possible, dispatching only 1 or 2 operatives to manage each location. They'll simply appear as merchants. Of course, penetrating deep into the Great Ming's heartland to establish branches demanded substantial capital. The transmigrators lacked that capacity for now. The current plan focused on opening a bank in Guangzhou. People generally resist new things. Yan Ming elaborated on the strategy. At the outset, we can position it directly under the Guangzhou station system. First, we absorb deposits through Purple Treasure Pavilion. It already possesses considerable credit, making deposit collection easier. Before long, Violet Sincerity Trading should be able to do the same. Deposits absorbed by these 2 entities will be allocated and deployed by the Guangzhou Bank. Going forward, financial dealings and capital flows of all merchants under the Guangzhou station will be unified and processed through the bank. Credit accumulates gradually. This arrangement effectively centralized the financial authority of the Guangzhou station. The executive committee readily grasped the benefits. Zai Corporation's Guangzhou operations were thriving, the scope expanding daily, and dealings with local merchants multiplying. Financial problems had grown acute. Currently, the Guangzhou station simply filled out requisition forms, registered expenditure purposes, and drew directly from accounts. Cash collection and disbursement remained entirely self-managed, and supervision was lacking. Though quarterly financial audits existed, they merely reconciled inflows and outflows. Various discretionary expenses defied verification entirely. Unchecked power inevitably breeds corruption. To the executive committee, the Guangzhou station now resembled a large state-owned enterprise operating without oversight. When operations had been modest, minor discrepancies mattered little. But as the enterprise grew, such matters demanded attention. If the 4 principals at the Guangzhou station colluded to manipulate the books, the finance committee in Lingao would struggle to detect it. Contemplating a future with multiplying overseas agencies made it worse. Guangzhou was merely the first. As locations proliferated, the tangle of threads would only grow. Moreover, once interest chains formed around embezzled funds, dismantling them proved enormously complicated. The prospect of lobbying campaigns targeting the executive committee or bribery schemes to purchase votes among the masses. The mere thought kept the gentlemen of the executive committee awake at night. With a bank established, all subordinate enterprises and partner businesses would be required to open corporate accounts. Various special funds could maintain separate ledgers. Every capital movement would be recorded, eliminating the chaos of everything mixed in a single undifferentiated pot. Considered this way, operating a bank offered numerous advantages. Quite apart from remittance business, internal controls alone would vastly improve. Won't this excessively constrain enterprises? Those in charge might become overly cautious. Not at all, Chengdong explained. Establishing a bank and requiring transaction records is simply part of a sound financial system. It has no bearing on who uses money or in what amounts, much less on interfering with specific operations. Enterprise financial autonomy remains intact. That won't change, Chengdong emphasized. In that case, Lingao should probably open a branch as well. Lingao currently has Dachang grain trading house handling such matters. We simply carve out a section for concurrent operation. For all the enterprises and institutions we've established, we must gradually build financial systems, open corporate accounts, and strive to complete comprehensive bill-based and institutionalized financial operations within the year. Thus, the proposal to open a bank was approved. To avoid brand proliferation complicating management, the Guangzhou establishment would be called Dachang Bank. Administratively, it would report directly to the Finance Committee. Is there a suitable person to dispatch? Yes, Meng Xian will do. Everyone knew Meng Xian, though not for his financial expertise. They remembered him from his time as a shooting instructor during new army training. His marksmanship was extraordinarily precise, befitting his sports school shooting background. He studied finance and accounting in America. It's his profession. When Dacey considered for a moment, his appearance presents certain challenges. The man stood 180 centimeters tall, weighed 90 kilograms, sported a full beard and curly hair, had small eyes, and possessed well-developed musculature. Standing on a Lingao street, he already looked conspicuously out of place. Sending him to Guangzhou would only amplify the effect. It hardly matters. I think his looks carry a distinctly exotic flavor. In a place like Guangzhou, where people from all directions intermingle, it actually serves as excellent cover. Cheng Dong advocated strongly. Besides, he's trained as half an agent, extensive firearms experience. Such a conspicuous figure, regardless of his marksmanship, could at most serve as an action operative. Intelligence gathering was clearly unsuitable, but since Cheng Dong pressed his recommendation, no one raised further objections. Very well, consider the matter settled. As for the suggestion to borrow funds at high interest in Guangzhou for deployment in the Lizhu sugar market, the executive committee approved that as well. Though risk was substantial, profits were essentially guaranteed. A telegram went immediately to Guangzhou, borrowing authorized. Upon receiving the message, the Guangzhou team sprang into action. Everyone divided responsibilities. Shen Fan was instructed to accelerate deposit absorption, taking in whatever he could secure. Guo Yi and the others focused on borrowing. Guo Yi had already discussed the matter with Zhang Xin and Yan Mauda. Though no definitive word had come from Lingao, the urgency demanded provisional action. They had already made contacts with families potentially willing to lend. The moment the authorization telegram arrived, execution began. But matters proved less smooth than anticipated. The reason was simple. Monsoon season approached, foreign ships would soon sail, and bulk export goods required substantial silver. Cash was tight throughout the city. Even a major merchant like Gao Ju found his liquidity constrained. After negotiation, Gao Ju promised only 30,000 taels available for immediate transfer, and that only after having subordinates check accounts repeatedly and delay several payments to scrape together the sum. Guo, you knew the Lizhu operation required at least another 150,000 taels beyond the 50,000 already transported to guarantee victory. Under normal circumstances, 150,000 taels presented no great difficulty in Guangzhou City, but presently even heroes found themselves thwarted by a single copper coin. Though Shen Fan had proposed deposit absorption as a solution, distant water couldn't quench an immediate thirst. Moreover, Violet Sincerity Trading had cultivated an image of formidable resources. Appearing overly eager in borrowing would inevitably damage that reputation. Several months immersed in the commercial world had taught the Guangzhou team the traditional business mentality. Regardless of actual circumstances, necessary appearances must be maintained, even if borrowed money funded the facade. The moment one displayed weakness, everything became difficult. However, if today's meeting succeeded, circumstances might turn decisively. The sedan chair had been specially ordered by Shen Fan for Guo's recent use in visiting guests. Strictly speaking, commoners like him shouldn't ride four-bearer sedan chairs, but Guangzhou's long history as an open port had normalized such status violations. Four-bearer sedans were ubiquitous on the streets, hardly noteworthy anymore. The only remaining restraint was avoiding green woolen cloth. The chair itself was exquisitely crafted, with glass windows from Lingao inlaid on three sides. Transparent flat glass was quietly entering the lives of wealthy merchants and gentry throughout Guangzhou. Colorful silk curtains hung inside. The sedan poles were copper-wrapped and polished to gleaming brightness. The interior accommodated covered tea bowls, fruits, snacks, and a water pipe, everything needed to while away a long journey. The spacious cabin could comfortably seat two. Guo yet initially felt sitting in such a conveyance was excessively ostentatious. But Shen Fan persuaded him. In the jewelry and curio business, if the proprietor didn't project magnificence, people questioned his status, and the establishment lost face. A degree of luxury was simply proper. Originally, Guo had considered proposing that the Lingao carriage manufacturing plant produce a batch of high-class carriages for the Guangzhou market. But after surveying local horse prices, he abandoned the notion. Horses were shockingly expensive. A few carriages could certainly find buyers, but volumes would remain limited. Carriages, carriages. Carts without horses won't do, Guo mused as his body rose and fell with the sedan's rhythm. The motion was familiar by now. He'd grown accustomed to the gentle swaying. His thoughts focused on how to persuade the potential lenders he was about to meet. The scattered funds he could borrow piecemeal probably wouldn't exceed 30,000 taels, still 100,000 short of the 150,000 target. Where to find that sum? Guo had puzzled over it extensively, discussing with everyone, but no one could produce a concrete solution. However, if today's meeting went well, there might be a breakthrough. The sedan chair halted abruptly. An attendant lifted the curtain and whispered, "Purple Clarity Pavilion lies just ahead. Shall we carry you in?" "No." Guo knew Purple Clarity Pavilion had become Guangzhou's premier entertainment venue, frequented by numerous dignitaries. Being carried in would attract excessive attention. He wasn't here to parade himself. Use the rear entrance. The rear approach offered quieter access and a dedicated sedan hall. Guo's chair was carried directly inside. The Purple Clarity Pavilion steward was already waiting. "Has the guest arrived?" His first words upon alighting demonstrated how seriously the proprietor took this matter. The steward answered hurriedly, replying to proprietor, "Not all have arrived yet. Take me to see Miss Pei." He hesitated slightly over the title, then accepted it. Since she was maintaining a female persona anyway, consistency avoided future complications. Pei Lixiu's private quarters occupied a small courtyard in the rear building. Flowers and trees grew sparse in the yard. It was a quiet retreat amid the surrounding bustle. Guo was entering these chambers for the first time. No maidservants appeared, but a handsome youth came to greet him and assist with changing clothes. A year ago, Guo would have been thoroughly uncomfortable, refusing any such attendance. But months in Guangzhou had changed him. His cover identity was that of a major proprietor, and daily life necessarily differed from ordinary folk. As the saying went, environment shapes character. Keeping company with the veteran merchant Shen Fan, dealing constantly with either wealthy or noble personages, he had gradually cultivated the bearing of a prosperous trader. Even his Guangdong Mandarin had slowly shed its 20th century inflections. He was learning to inhabit his role. Without self-consciousness, he let the servant help him change into casual attire and wipe his face with a hot towel. Then he seated himself in the main room. Someone brought clear tea and 4 plates of tea snacks. Glancing around, he saw the room was luxurious enough. A complete set of Guangdong rosewood furniture that in another timeline couldn't be purchased for less than 1,000,000 yuan. Calligraphy and paintings by notable figures hung on every wall, presumably gifts from patrons. Most conspicuous was a floor-standing redwood clock, unique in all Guangzhou. The clock's internal mechanism came from another timeline. Only the casing had been crafted by local artisans. Less harmonious was the kerosene lamp on the table. Though adorned with a handsome shade, the style clashed completely with the room's aesthetic. As for the row of rattan-shelled thermoses on the Fujian lacquered low cabinet, they produced a distinctly disorienting sense of temporal displacement. The servant went to the curtain and spoke softly. "Proprietor Guo has arrived." Pei Lixiu opened the curtain herself and emerged gracefully. Managing Purple Clarity Pavilion's numerous affairs had thinned her recently, bringing her closer to this era's aesthetic preferences. A lightly powdered face, eyebrows like brush paintings, eyes sparkling with suppressed animation, she possessed a distinctive exotic allure. Upon appearing, she first offered a curtsy. "Lixiu greets the proprietor." This greeting formally acknowledged Guo as her public employer. Though theater, it was entirely necessary otherwise. A lone woman of obscure origins operating such a grand establishment would attract endless complications. Seeing the master arrive, the servant and maids naturally assumed private words required privacy. Without awaiting instructions, they withdrew. Guo Yi wasted no time on pleasantries and went straight to business, speaking low. "Whom are we meeting?" "Several wastrel young masters." With no one present, Pei Lixiu abandoned her romantic, graceful manner and sat cross-legged. "I'm exhausted. Watch your posture." Seeing her reveal her true character, Guo Yi quickly reminded her. "It's fine, I don't receive guests here, they wouldn't dare intrude." Pei Lixiu stretched. "Got any cigarettes?" "Where would I find cigarettes for you? You need to be careful in this business. Reeking of smoke would be problematic." "HMPH, this business." Pei Lixiu turned away in mock offense. "Purple Clarity Pavilion is a respectable, legitimate establishment." "How could you say such hurtful things?" Guo Yi broke into a sweat. The affectation was unbearable, goosebumps erupted instantly. "All right, I take it back, I don't have cigarettes. Can we discuss business now?" Pei Lixiu produced a linen handkerchief to dab her eyes, a new product from Lingao Textile Factory, woven from local linen blended with high-count long-staple cotton. Light and breathable, the hand feel far surpassed silk. Luxury and consumer goods developed in Lingao typically went to Guangzhou first, with many receiving priority supply to Purple Clarity Pavilion for brand establishment. Once the wealthy took to them, the broader market would follow. In every era, the rich set consumption trends. End of chapter. Chapter 289. Sweet Port Turbulence. Funds in place. It turned out the people Pepe had arranged to introduce were all scions of official and gentry families who frequented Purple Clarity Pavilion. Their status wasn't particularly exalted. The son of a grain intendant here, the young master or brother-in-law of a vice-general or regional commander there, the junior proprietor or nephew of a major merchant elsewhere. They commanded disposable funds and mostly held some form of official degree. Men with money and leisure naturally craved excitement, and a place like Purple Clarity Pavilion, where novelties constantly appeared, drew them like moths. Several young masters wish to meet you. All of them are wealthy. Extracting some capital from them shouldn't prove difficult. Borrowing funds I understand, but I hadn't expected creditors to be the eager ones seeking a meeting with the borrower. It's rare to find lenders anxious to meet debtors. Guo Yi showed surprise. His usual contacts were a miscellaneous lot, business partners, government connections, but he seldom encountered young wastrels of this type. They conducted no commerce and made no demands, so they had no reason to seek him out. "They heard you're a guest from overseas and grew curious." Pepe smiled gracefully, then recounted the particulars. It began with casual conversation during entertainment. When wealthy guests came to Purple Clarity Pavilion to squander money, she, as hostess, naturally accompanied them for periods as a decorative presence. During these sessions, she would share tales of Australian sights and customs for amusement. These stories were materials approved by the propaganda department in Lingao, accounts of Australia's various benefits and oddities, including fabricated history, mostly along the lines of strange tales from across the seas. But they also incorporated much content the transmigration group wished to disseminate among Ming Dynasty populace. Such stories were inherently captivating. The ingenuity of Australian goods, together with the novel amusements and pleasures provided by Purple Clarity Pavilion itself, combined with Pepe's eloquence and vivid embellishment, had kindled deep interest in Guo Yi, the mysterious proprietor. Pleasure-seeking sons rarely befriended upright, austere gentlemen. They insisted on interesting companions, articulate, striking in appearance, or unconventional in conduct. These particular young men kept pestering Pepe, demanding introductions to the somewhat enigmatic proprietor Guo. "I see." Guo Yi reflected. It hardly mattered. This was an opportune time to expand his network, and establishing such connections could only prove beneficial. Don't underestimate them just because they're ordinary young masters. Their family assets are quite substantial. As she spoke, Peppy flipped her wrist lightly, displaying an emerald ring glittering on her finger. This represents their generosity. The ring had a market value of at least 800 taels, no small token. Isn't such a gift rather heavy? There's no free lunch in this world. You couldn't help worrying. Who said anything was free? Peppy affected boredom, lifting her pinky to examine her latest nail art. Yu's expression showed alarm. Peppy realized his misunderstanding and stamped her foot in combined embarrassment and agitation. What's wrong with you? Why does your mind constantly wander down crooked paths? She stamped again and made to leave. Misunderstanding, complete misunderstanding, don't go, don't go. Yu quickly caught her arm, feeling absurdly like a soap opera protagonist. HMPH. Peppy turned back. I belong to proprietor Gu. No matter how dissolute they are, they wouldn't dare entertain designs on me, and even if they did, Lixiu would never yield. Fine, fine. Gu shuddered and hastily changed the subject. So how did you handle it? What's to handle? They had a request. I gave them what they wanted, nothing complicated. Peppy smiled. What they seek is naturally an audience with you, proprietor Gu. Further discussion proved unnecessary. Moments later, a maid came to report the young masters had arrived. Show them to the bamboo garden, Peppy instructed. Bamboo garden? You've built a small garden. Gu found this strange. He hadn't seen any such project order. It's just a private dining room. I gave it an elegant name. Peppy went inside to change. When she re-emerged, she wore a thin, dark-patterned purple velvet dress that accentuated her tall figure and the luminous quality of her complexion. Guided by a maid, the pair walked through corridors, descended stairs, and turned corners. This place is like a labyrinth, Yu remarked. Too cramped and the layout's a bit chaotic. When we have the capacity, it really needs renovation, Peppy replied. The implication was dissatisfaction with Purple Clarity Pavilion's facilities. The establishment had originally been an acquired building, subsequently modified. At that time, Lingao's industrial capacity was essentially non-existent, and the executive committee had been unwilling to invest too many modern elements. Renovation proceeded according to this timeline's capabilities. Because they were eager to establish position, and the original decorations and facilities remained 60 or 70% serviceable, no major changes had been made. Yu thoroughly agreed. With Pei Lixiu's appearance and conversational skills, though the novel packaging attracted dandies for now, it wasn't a sustainable strategy. To keep Purple Clarity Pavilion thriving long-term, continuously fresh attractions were essential to lead Guangzhou's fashion trends. Considering this, Yu spoke thoughtfully. If you hadn't mentioned it, I'd have forgotten. Lingao sent a list of the latest goods. Examine it later and see what might prove useful here. Consider that before planning any renovation. If you ask me, sanitary fixtures should come first. Current facilities are too inconvenient. Just as she was about to continue, seeing they'd nearly arrived, she instantly switched to a tone saccharine enough to induce diabetes. Proprietor, watch your step. Though called a private room, the bamboo garden was actually a small reception hall. The decoration was reasonably elegant, though the furnishings showed wear. Two pretty maids attended within. Both guests displayed the manner of noble young masters in fine clothing. After host and guests exchanged bows, Peppy introduced the newcomers to Guoye. She had described them accurately, textbook examples of gilded youth. One was Wu Jixiang, whose father and brothers all held capital appointments. He himself had achieved Ziyukai status. The other proved more surprising. Dong Zhizhang was a vice-general's son who had inherited the hereditary position of commander. An official, my respects, my respects. Yu bowed again. What sort of official? A hereditary position the size of a sesame seed. Dong Zhizhang appeared indifferent. Someone like me, could I really take the field wielding saber and spear? He had the look of a frail scholar. It was difficult to imagine a scion of a hereditary military house appearing thus. However, since this person was in Guangdong, his father must be serving in either Fujian or Guangdong. If this connection could be cultivated, news from Ming military circles would become considerably easier to obtain. They exchanged mutual admiration. As it was noon, Pei Lixiu ordered the banquet served in the hall. A large round table had been assembled in the center. On the blue and white fine porcelain tableware, 12 cold dishes were arrayed. Gu Yi had been here long enough to know that Ming Dynasty banquets, whether official feasts or elegant gatherings, didn't follow this format. This quintessentially 20th century banquet service, along with many dishes, had been transplanted by Pepi from her own time. She had brought numerous cooking utensils and recipe books. Gu Yi surveyed the spread. Not only were the dishes varieties commonly seen at public and private banquets in another dimension, but even the table setting looked hauntingly familiar. He couldn't suppress a knowing smile. Since this was an elegant gathering, seating was informal. As the gentlemen were treating Gu Yi, they pressed him toward the seat of honor, and he accepted without false modesty. Conversation at the table inevitably drifted toward various Australian anecdotes and curiosities. Thanks to the internet, Gu Yi's head was stuffed with random knowledge, astronomy, geography, social news, which he could arrange however he pleased. He understood these remarks were merely prologue. The substantive topic would surely follow. Indeed, after 3 rounds of wine, Wu Jixiang came directly to the point. It emerged that though these men were sons of officials, prolonged residence in Guangzhou had infected them with merchant habits. They possessed modest private funds and wished to pursue profitable ventures. Profitable ventures were easily discussed, but for sons of officials like them, complications abounded. They understood little of commercial practices and dared not intervene rashly. Though lending was profitable, risks were high and reputation suffered. Should some censor or supervising secretary hear of it and memorialize, the mildest consequence would be criticism for competing with the common people for profit. Highly inappropriate. The easiest and safest approach was depositing with a reliable major trading house to earn interest, both secure and gossip-free. But Wu Jixiang found the interest rates disappointing. After considerable reflection, the most lucrative Guangzhou business was maritime trade. Shiploads of porcelain, medicinal materials, raw silk, and tea sailed out. Gleaming silver returned. Anyone would feel jealous watching it. But though Wu Jixiang's father and brothers held capital appointments, they weren't influential grandees. Dong Zhizhang's father was merely a vice-general, and military ranks had always carried little prestige. Moreover, serving as officials in distant provinces, they lacked local connections to flatter them by permitting them to insert shares, carry goods, or make small investments. As for operating their own ships, hearing about treacherous storms and pirates, neither man possessed the courage. Entrusting others felt unreliable. Dong Zhizhang interjected. They say maritime trade guarantees profits, but ocean storms are perilous. Zheng the trait, he paused. Though Zheng Zhilong has accepted amnesty, the sea still churns with 3-foot waves even in calm weather. Extremely dangerous, he smiled bitterly. We have silver but no use for it. Having rambled to this point, Gu Yi understood he was dealing with ordinary wastrels, envious watching others grow rich but unwilling to bear any risk or hardship. That was why they'd sought him out. Such characters were easy to manage. He nodded agreeably and remarked casually, "The sea is indeed turbulent, truly unsuitable business. You are both precious sons of privilege. Such commerce is beneath you." Though they had abandoned thoughts of maritime trade, the desire for profit remained. Dong Zhizhang had concluded that in present-day Guangzhou, the other great money-making opportunity was Australian goods. A mirror sent to Jiangnan doubled in value. To the capital, it added half again. The items were compact, easily transported, and extremely marketable, far safer than risking large sums in oceanic ventures. Another advantage. Because Wu Jixiang's father and brothers were in the capital, he frequently traveled or dispatched people there on business. Each time, the Wu family seized the opportunity of these capital journeys to transport substantial merchandise for sale along the route. This business, trafficking under cover of official travel, not only avoided checkpoint taxes, but had all travel expenses borne by courier stations. Even porters could be requisitioned from stations along the way. The two had immediately seen eye to eye. Capital they possessed, but the Gao family monopolized wholesale distribution of Australian goods in Guangzhou. Hoping to obtain supply from him was no different from snatching food from a tiger's maw. Though Gao Ju was merely a commoner, he had palace connections and reputedly pirate ties as well. Who would dare provoke him? As for Guoyi, they had long heard his name, but lacking any connection or suitable intermediary. An unsolicited visit risked being turned away. Even if admitted, the humiliation of word spreading would be intolerable. After much deliberation, they thought of Pei Lixiu at Purple Clarity Pavilion. Learning this establishment was Guoyi's property, they concluded that Pei Lixiu, who presided over operations, must be the proprietor's favorite, a cherished concubine. If she introduced them and spoke favorably at the critical moment, matters would proceed far more smoothly. Having decided, the two haunted Purple Clarity Pavilion daily, lavishing attention on Peppy, not hesitating to ply her with extravagant gifts. Their objective: to secure pillow talk, meet Guoyi, and persuade this god of wealth of Australia to let some goods slip through his fingers, which they could enjoy endlessly. We have funds we cannot deploy. We hope to ask proprietor Guo's advice on how we might put them to profitable use. Dong Zhizhang spoke politely, but his meaning was transparent. The only guaranteed moneymaker in Guoyi's hands was Australian goods. Guoyi recognized an excellent opportunity and calculated carefully. Since they had uninvested funds, idle capital, it could be borrowed short-term. Better still, properly managed, this capital could be occupied for long-term operations. He just didn't know the exact amounts. Presumably each man had 10 or 20,000 taels, but he didn't reveal his hand immediately. He would tantalize them first. He responded vaguely, much to discuss, much to discuss. What wine would the master prefer? Pei Lixiu inquired. Wine has been prepared. Just wine. Lately, whenever banquets occurred, Guoyi drank National Scholar Unrivaled, purely to advertise their own product. He was thoroughly sick of it. Hearing wine was available felt like rain after drought. Wine was sold in Ming Dynasty Guangzhou as well. One type was imported goods, transported in wooden barrels, indistinguishable from 20th century wine. Another was simply yellow rice wine with added raisins. An establishment like Purple Clarity Pavilion naturally served the former. Wine was poured into a glass goblet, crimson and beautiful. Guoyi lifted it and took a small sip. No astringent bite, just the original sweet-tart flavor, a familiar fruity wine aroma. He couldn't help exclaiming, "Excellent wine!" End of chapter. Chapter 290. Sweet Port Turbulence Sugar Ship Hijacked. Pei Lixiu came to serve another course. "This is foie gras pâté," she announced. The wine was sent by young Master Wu. Regarding their matter, Master, would you be willing to plan something for them? As she spoke, she cast a flirtatious glance and, while pouring wine, leaned half her body against Guoyi. Wu and Dong witnessed this and couldn't contain their delight. They hadn't expected Miss Pei to exert such effort on their behalf. She was truly a woman of her word. With her advocacy, the matter was 80% certain to succeed. Half of Guoyi's body, however, had gone completely numb. Though he knew this was performance, he was cursing internally while maintaining an expression of enjoyment. Much to discuss, much to discuss. Since you two gentlemen think so highly of me, naturally I must plan carefully on your behalf. We're most grateful, thank you. Guoyi addressed them both. I have a question. Please speak freely. Since you both honor me with your trust, I dare not prove ungrateful. But first I must ask, how much capital are we discussing? To deploy it properly requires a plan. Is this sum to be returned in 1 or 2 months, or is a year or half acceptable? What returns do you expect? I need these general parameters before I can begin. Wu Zhixiang looked to Dong Zhizhang, seeking his opinion with a glance. Brother Ziyan, Dong Zhizhang said, the silver isn't substantial. I have 50,000. Brother Wu has over 30,000. Together, merely 80 or 90,000. Silver can't sit idle indefinitely, it must be turned over quickly. Nearly 100,000 taels, yet they claimed the amount was modest. What a lavish perspective. The wealth of officialdom was truly staggering. No wonder the Ming Dynasty was doomed to perish, Gu Yi thought. He nodded. I understand your intentions. Ordinarily, this would present no difficulty. But in commerce, trust and righteousness are paramount. Currently, all Australian goods produced by Purple Treasure Pavilion are distributed exclusively through Master Gao. It would be improper for me to unilaterally allocate goods to you two without authorization. Otherwise, my reputation in this marketplace would be finished. We beg Brother Zian to help us. Wu Jixian quickly pleaded. Help? Why should I help you? Guo Yi reflected that dandies were indeed dandies. They didn't even grasp such basic worldly wisdom. However, though ignorant of business etiquette, they possessed money. To access their capital, helping them meant helping himself. I have another path to wealth. I wonder if you gentlemen might be interested. We're eager to hear. Both men leaned forward. Are you familiar with sugar? Certainly, certainly. Dong Zhijiang nodded vigorously. Sugar is an enormous business. Though he didn't engage in maritime trade himself, his Guangzhou environment had taught him that sugar was an extremely marketable export commodity. Both the Eastern and Western Oceans scrambled for it. In Australia, sugar sells exceptionally well. Therefore, in the coming month or two, I'll be acquiring sugar throughout Guangdong. Once the sugar is collected, loaded onto ships and transported back, it becomes silver. Would you gentlemen be interested in investing shares? He didn't say borrow. First, borrowing required paying extremely high interest. Second, they had just expressed serious reservations about usury, so he framed it as participation. Wu Jixiang answered without hesitation. Excellent, excellent. But what returns might we expect? Difficult to specify precisely, but based on annual conventions, for every tael invested, returns of at least 2% are guaranteed. How long will it take? Extended delays won't do. Dong Zhijiang interjected. Gu Yi nodded. Naturally, if capital and interest required a year or half to recover, you might as well deposit directly with a large trading house. This venture will show results within 3 months. Actually, it wouldn't take even a month. Gu Yi had calculated that a shipload of sugar transported from Zhuang to Guangzhou could be sold in as few as 10 days. Paying 2% total interest over 3 months was steep, but far less than borrowing costs. Moreover, in those 3 months, the money could turn over once or twice more, equivalent to using it 3 times. His calculations exposed, Dong Zhijiang's face flushed slightly. He hastened to explain, that's not what I meant. Brother Zian is helping us so generously. How could we haggle over terms? It's just that certain complications exist. To demonstrate his sincerity, he awkwardly revealed that part of this silver was in temporarily borrowed public funds that couldn't remain in hand indefinitely. Gu Yi thought, how much public funding could a vice-general father possess? This was probably soldiers' pay. That's perfectly fine, we're all brothers here. Gu Yi adopted the manner of a good friend. Come, drink. Since matters are settled, where should the silver be delivered? Dong Zhijiang was anxious to finalize arrangements. I'll write a note immediately and have someone return to withdraw and deliver it to your residence. Unnecessary, Gu Yi said decisively. Since we're partners, credit comes first, procedure second. When your funds are ready, I'll have people from the Kiwei Escort Agency come to collect them. You gentlemen need only instruct your doormen and accountants. I'll have Purple Treasure Pavilion issue passbooks noting the 3-month term and 2% interest. If markets prove favorable, bonuses will be distributed according to share capital. Does this suit you? Perfectly, perfectly. These words drew repeated nods from both men, who felt that proprietor Gu spoke and acted beautifully, reliable indeed. Their affection for him increased several degrees. With the major matter settled, the mood relaxed, and subsequent drinking went increasingly smoothly. Gu Yi also seized the opportunity to gather substantial official intelligence. His primary concern was, naturally, Guangdong's attitude toward Lingao. In Guangdong official circles, the movements of Liu Xiang, Zhu Keilao, and similar figures commanded far more attention than Lingao. Dong Zhijiang hadn't even heard of such matters. Lingao had reported bandit situations, but prefectures and counties reporting bandits were as numerous as ox hairs. With Lingao's county seat still in government hands, naturally no one cared. As for Beijing, Changzhen remained preoccupied, bringing order out of chaos, and purging remnants of Wei Zhangxian's clique. He had recently reprimanded the cabinet ministers for the third time over ineffective liquidation of the traitorous party. This year's capital inspection in both the northern and southern capitals would inevitably involve major actions to purge Wei Zhangxian's traitorous party. The atmosphere in officialdom was correspondingly tense. Officials who had originally opposed Wei naturally sought to ride the momentum upward. Those with secret connections scrambled to make arrangements for exoneration, ideally retaining their positions. Fence-sitters sought to curry favor with the current dynasty's new luminaries for further advancement. The entire court and bureaucracy buzzed like a disturbed hive, thoroughly chaotic. This accorded generally with news Guo Yi had gleaned from court gazettes. Since neither Beijing nor Guangdong was paying attention, Lingao's development could still secure a relatively stable buffer period. This intelligence required immediate transmission to the executive committee. The drinking continued until 3 in the afternoon before the party dispersed happily. Guo Yi conveyed several key instructions to Pei Lixiu, particularly asking her to monitor whether anyone visiting Purple Clarity Pavilion recently mentioned sugar. If significant news emerged, she should dispatch someone to report immediately. The contest between the Transmigration Group and the Heiyi Guild over Liju sugar would inevitably produce a winner. In Guo Yi's view, regardless of the Heiyi Guild's local strength, they couldn't withstand the Transmigration Group's overwhelming force. Even without deploying the executive committee's special forces, Guangzhou operations alone would guarantee the Heiyi Guild's defeat in this sugar acquisition war. After successfully securing 2 loans today, his conviction only strengthened. Regarding capital, the Transmigration Group now held the winning hand. The Heiyi Guild could hardly have anticipated that the Transmigrators possessed the capability to mobilize over 100,000 taels so rapidly. In the coming days, additional funds could probably be raised. Pei Lixiu mentioned that besides Wu and Dong, several other young masters from similar official families existed. Without overcommitting, mobilizing another 40 or 50,000 silver should prove unproblematic. 200,000 taels would be enough to batter the Heiyi Guild into the ground. China had always been called a black hole for silver, and Guangzhou probably hoarded more silver than anywhere else. People spoke of tight money, but in reality, countless individuals possessed substantial idle cash. The trick was figuring out how to extract it. Previously, he had assumed that with the Gao family connection, the Transmigration Group faced no capital problems whatsoever. But this sugar industry foray had revealed how far they remained from the 4 words, abundant capital supply. Long-term, diversified fundraising was essential. Throughout the Sudan journey, he racked his brains over how to raise additional funds and expand operations further. While contemplating inside the Sudan, the chair suddenly halted. A follower reported, "Master, someone from shopkeeper's son at Kiwei has come to pay respects, requesting that you proceed to the escort agency immediately." "What's this about?" Guo Yi asked, then realized his hastiness. The messenger was merely a courier. What could he know? Shopkeeper's son presumably had urgent news requiring personal delivery. Not finding Guo Yi at Huifu Street and knowing he'd gone to Purple Clarity Pavilion, Sun had dispatched someone to intercept him en route. To Kiwei, the sedan curtain dropped, and they immediately proceeded toward the Kiwei escort agency. Anxiety stirred in his chest. Though he was 99% confident about the Liju matter, the closer they approached the final moment, the less room existed for problems. The key to this battle was Guangzhou's sugar price. According to recent market trends, the price was climbing steadily, now reaching 3.92 taels. He already knew from the South China side that locals considered this year's Lizhu sugar production average, meaning standard levels. However, Lizhu wasn't China's sole sugar-producing region. Nearby Fujian also produced sugar. He remained completely ignorant of that market. If a large batch of sugar arrived and prices collapsed, the substantial sum of high-interest borrowed funds would transform into poison. At this critical juncture, unexpected complications were most feared. Guo Yi had already instructed Sun Keqiang that various branches and external counters should report every 3 days. If they encountered sugar goods in transit, they should investigate the sugar's origin, production volume, and intended destination. Escort masters were instructed to frequent tea houses more often, simply to obtain useful news. Even fragmentary remarks sometimes proved critical. The sedan arrived at Kiwai. Rather than entering through the main gate, he was a shareholder here and the shopkeeper's close friend, visiting every 3 to 5 days, a thoroughly familiar guest. The sedan proceeded directly through the side entrance and stopped by the flower hall. Sun Keqiang was already waiting beneath the dripping eaves. This wasn't courtesy but urgency. He had to inform Guo Yi immediately. "Proprietor Guo, something's happened." The word struck like a physical blow, clearly signaling gravity. Guo Yi nodded. "Inside." Only then did Sun Keqiang realize that speaking in the courtyard was inappropriate. He quickly ushered Guo Yi into the flower hall and through to a side chamber, their place for confidential discussions. Yesterday, a sugar ship was hijacked at sea. Guo Yi's heart clenched. Could it be the Dengyingzhu? That vessel was precious indeed. On reflection, the Dengyingzhu had brought a shipload of sugar from Lizhu and just loaded bituminous coal before departing for Lingao 2 days ago. It should still be en route, so it couldn't possibly be that ship. It's the Guangbing. The Guangbing was a double-masted Guangdong vessel with capacity exceeding 100 tons, belonging to the Gayati shipyard's dedicated coastal freight fleet. The so-called Gayati Shipyard was a freight shipping company jointly operated by the Guangzhou station and the Kiwei Escort Agency to compensate for Lingao's shipping shortage. All vessels were small coastal cargo ships purchased locally, crewed by locally hired sailors. The shipping company was managed by the Guangzhou station and didn't fall under Maritime Power Department jurisdiction. Its sole business was the Lingao-Guangzhou route. Because business was thriving, the fleet had expanded rapidly. It now possessed 6 double-masted ships, named with Guang prefixes and ordered by heavenly stems, Guangjia through Guangzheng. They carried more than half the materials transported to Lingao. Originally, Gayati ships mostly returned from Lingao empty. So-called Australian goods were small in quantity but high in value, so for safety, they were always transported by the Maritime Power Department's Dengyingzhu. Currently, the South China factory had accumulated substantial granulated sugar, and Guangzhou was anxious to recoup capital. After discussion, both sides decided to use empty Gayati shipyard vessels returning from Lingao to carry granulated sugar. A convenient and profitable arrangement. Who could have anticipated this? Because sea conditions were unsettled, though shipyard vessels lacked cannons, sailors were equipped with swords, spears, and matchlock guns for self-defense, and specialized maritime escort masters were assigned. The route stayed within coastal waters, avoiding the open ocean. Though the journey was slightly longer, security was enhanced. The ships had operated for months without incident. How had an accident occurred the moment sugar was loaded? Tell me exactly what happened. Sun Keqiang lowered his voice. The ship returned, but 5 people died. Is the ship still usable? After asking, Guo Yi immediately regretted it. Inquiring about the ship before casualties was rather cold. He quickly added, "Are there wounded? The ship is at the dock. We're arranging repairs. Some minor damage, nothing serious," Sun Keqiang said. "The sailors are all resting at Gayati Inn. Some are injured. Doctors have been summoned." "Is the captain all right? What about the escort masters?" "The captain has injuries, but nothing serious." However, 2 escort masters died. Sun Keqiang's face was grim. Old brothers who worked together for years. I never expected such a thing to happen. Though death wasn't rare in the escort business, these two were veterans of long collaboration. Naturally, the sentiment differed from recently recruited hands. The dead cannot return to life. I'll certainly provide generous compensation, Guo Yi quickly pledged. First, dispatch 200 taels of silver as condolence gifts to each bereaved family. As for compensation matters, handle things provisionally for now. We'll discuss details later. Don't scrimp on expenses. End of chapter. Chapter 291. Sweet port turbulence. Dark clouds gathering. Sun Keqiang knew this proprietor was generous, but hearing about 200 taels still startled him. That's too extravagant. A life is gone. What's extravagance to speak of? Guo Yi said. I must trouble shopkeeper Sun with the arrangements. Also, if the ship captain's injuries aren't serious, summon him along with the escort masters. We'll need a place to talk. He considered for a moment. Select a few sailors to come answer questions as well. Yes, I'll see to it immediately, Sun Keqiang assented. Where would proprietor Guo like to meet? Question them right here at the escort agency. Immediately. Guo Yi had initially thought to go directly to the Highland Inn, but then reflected that with numerous people and mixed company there, it wasn't suitable for interrogation. Half an hour later, everyone had assembled. Guo Yi personally questioned the ship captain, escort masters, and sailors. He learned that 5 or 6 small sailing vessels had ambushed the Guangbing near the coast, boarding with superior numbers. The ship was quickly seized, but the attackers seemed to exercise restraint. They didn't kill too many people, nor did they take the vessel. They merely divided the sugar among several boats and departed. According to the injured escort master, the pirates didn't appear to belong to any of the major gangs. They seemed to be small, independent operators who had temporarily united for a single job. What accent did the attackers have? Returning to the proprietor, all had local Lizhu accents. They should be local ruffians. If that was the case, the probability that the Heiyi Guild had instigated this was quite high. Guo Yi nodded. Rest well. I'll cover all expenses. Leaving the escort agency, he quickly boarded his sedan chair and ordered, back to Huifu Street. He calculated that he must immediately telegraph the South China factory and Lingao to report. This matter was probably no ordinary maritime robbery. Though the situation wasn't entirely clear, the attackers' actions were extremely targeted. Sugar transport would have to be postponed. This involved how the Lingao Executive Committee planned to address threats at sea. Guo Yi's telegram struck Wentong and the others like a thunderbolt. The contents brought both joy and worry. The joy, Guangzhou had clearly confirmed that the required silver presented no problem. South China only needed to proceed boldly with acquisition. The worry, a sugar ship had been hijacked, not merely the loss of 500 shi of sugar, but evidence that the Heiyi Guild had moved to explicitly illegal means against them. Nothing was more frightening than a cornered animal. The fish that would die to tear the net, the desperate dog that would leap a wall. The Heiyi Guild was now at its wits' end. Further delay only worsened their odds, making shadowy tactics increasingly likely. How to respond presented a genuine dilemma. While he was still deliberating when Zhu entered to report, Shopkeeper Liao has arrived. Which shopkeeper Liao? Grand Shopkeeper Liao. That would be Liao Dahu of Kiwei. He quickly said, show him in. The news Liao Dahu brought was even more disturbing. He reported that the escorts had confirmed. Sugar mill workers throughout Zhuang County, including some from Heikeng, had been organizing over the past several days. In 3 days' time, they planned to burn incense and swear oaths at the Zhu Monk Temple to eradicate the monster devices of the South China factory and fully restore ancient methods. This was a devastating blow, nearly knocking the wind out of Wentong. Hijacking sugar ships wasn't enough. Now they were preparing to attack the factory directly. Old Liao, could we request government intervention to suppress this? Having witnessed the magistrate's authority during their last visit, if the Yamen would dispatch men to impose order, the workers might not dare act. The Grand Master in the county would welcome trouble. It gives him cases to adjudicate and money to collect from both sides. Liao Dahua cautioned. The sugar mill workers have grounds for their grievance. After all, their livelihoods were destroyed. Public sentiment is turbulent. If violence erupts, South China is very likely to suffer serious losses. We might ultimately win any lawsuit, but that mob is destitute. Even if a few heads roll, what good does it do? Yes, your analysis is correct. Wen Tong knew that in this timeline, counting on the government was essentially fantasy. For now, it's best to prepare exit strategies. The exit strategies Liao Dahua mentioned were actually escape routes. He whispered that he had already arranged a courtyard in Zhuang's county seat. If anything happened, they should flee directly there. Once inside the county seat, no mob would dare pursue easily. That would be rebellion. On this point, the shopkeeper can rest assured. Liao Dahua patted his chest. As long as you're within the walls, Kiwei can guarantee everyone's safety. When Tong hesitated, surely it won't come to that. Would they dare commit murder? Beyond that, with so much machinery, equipment, and sugar in the factory, they absolutely couldn't abandon it. Otherwise, how would they explain to the executive committee afterward? Hard to say. Liao Dahua's expression was grave. Recently, someone has been purchasing substitutes. The going rate is 800 taels each. Substitutes? Yes, Liao Dahua nodded. He explained that whenever civil unrest or armed conflict occurred, the government typically didn't intervene on the spot. But afterward, those who injured people had to compensate, and those who killed had to pay with their lives. To ensure their subordinates could act without hesitation, organizers often purchased substitutes in advance. When the government subsequently investigated, the substitute would surrender to the authorities. One life for another, and the matter was closed. Since someone was buying substitutes, it meant the riot organizers were prepared for fatalities. When Tong immediately grew alarmed. After all, he was just a sugar factory technician. Initially, he had believed that with the Transmigration Group backing him, the Kiwei escort agency guaranteeing him locally, and government connections, he was a significant figure in Zhuang and even Lizhu. Even within the Transmigration Group, both Lingao and Guangzhou had been revolving around South China recently. He had felt quite important. Now that the opponent intended to deploy blades and guns, he realized that their small contingent was isolated here, relying only on Kiwei personnel and a few pistols. If a mob genuinely stormed in with intent to kill, neither Wen Daci nor Ma Qianju possessed the ability to instantaneously teleport an army to save his life. He couldn't help feeling timid. Perhaps shopkeeper Liao was right. He had to prepare an escape route. Hadn't President Wen instructed them? Survival is the highest priority. Though he made this resolution on reflection, contemplating escape before anything happened seemed rather craven. If anyone saw through it, he would become a laughingstock. So he feigned composure. No matter. Let's invite everyone to discuss this first. The South China factory represents major assets. We can't let people destroy it for nothing. He immediately summoned Chen Tianxiang, Mei Lin, Xiao Gui, and the others. Liao Dachang was managing operations in front and couldn't be spared. At present, the storefront required someone in charge. Is shopkeeper Bei available? Should we invite him? Wen Ziyu asked quietly. He's back. Hearing this, Wen Tong felt half relieved. With a special forces soldier present, security increased dramatically. Invite him. Certainly we must invite him. Bei Wei had returned with his team from a staff excursion and was resting at the sugar firm. He had also heard that conditions outside were unsettled recently and had originally planned to come that evening for joint discussions. After Liao, Dahua repeated his report when Tong said, "How should we handle this? The Hei Guild has played two ruthless cards in succession. Clearly, they're not prepared to engage in fair competition." Everyone held their breath without speaking. The matter was of enormous consequence, touching the survival of South China. Setting aside everything else, if South China were genuinely destroyed on their watch, an impression of being unfit for heavy responsibility would attach to everyone present throughout the transmigration group's future. They could forget about administrative positions governing a region. They would spend their lives honestly being technicians. After a prolonged silence, Chen Tianxing spoke. Since things have reached this point, we must prepare for the worst. First, if the opposition attacks, do we have the capability to protect the factory and goods? Second, if we can't resist, can we guarantee the safety of ourselves and our subordinates? Xiao Gui said, actually, if they do attack, we might not necessarily be outmatched. The sugar factory has over 100 able-bodied men. A militia unit has been organized and trained. We also have escorts. Holding out for a while shouldn't be a problem. There are many of them, Liao Dahua interjected. Besides sugar mill workers, there would be their families. The Heiyi Guild would probably also inject hoodlums. At minimum, 1,000 people. There's another concern we must guard against. Everyone knows substantial silver is stored in the sugar firm. Once disturbances begin, opportunists might attempt to exploit the chaos. Bai Wei nodded in agreement with Liao Dahua's assessment. If this were a unit like the Salt Field Village Militia, established for extended periods, well-trained and unified in purpose, they might manage. But a rabble like the Sugar Factory Militia, established for barely a month or two, couldn't be expected to resist a mob 10 times their size. Don't we have escorts, and Bai Wei's men? When Tong thought of Bai Wei, please, we scouts are human too, not Kenshiro. Bai Wei smiled bitterly. Even skilled fighters can't take on 100 each. Won't the fouling peace settle matters? Because Liao Dahua was present when Tong spoke guardedly. This is the Ming Dynasty, not South America, and Ming Dynasty natives aren't Indians who believe we're descended gods. Firing guns is simple enough, but people here know your fouling piece is just a fouling piece, not a divine artifact, Bai Wei said. Besides, if we kill people at the sugar factory, how do we clean up afterward? Then we simply decapitate. Seeing Wen Tong hesitating to speak, Liao Dahua quickly said, I'll step outside and survey the situation first. If anything comes up, shopkeepers, summon me. If it truly comes to that, so be it, Bai Wei nodded. I only wish I'd brought a sniper rifle, didn't even bring a regular rifle. Otherwise, I'd simply blow that nuisance Third Master Zhu's head off from distance. He pondered. Perhaps I'll take 2 men and infiltrate tonight to finish him. If we did that, those Heiyi Guild people would wet their pants in terror. Everyone felt somewhat gratified. Bai Wei reflected further. However, we don't know the Heiyi Guild's internal layout, nor do we know what Third Master Zhu looks like. Reconnaissance is essential. I'll take people tonight to assess the situation, treat it as training. Since someone was willing to take initiative, naturally everyone was pleased. But Mei Lin felt unenthusiastic about this approach. Can't we try winning over the workers? I believe they're being manipulated. They have no real choice. Manipulation is certain enough, but changing their attitude in just a few days seems impossible. 3 or 4 days still remain. If we commit properly to outreach, there's still a chance to turn this around. He persisted. The workers are simply deceived. Ultimately, we also destroyed their livelihoods. They had no choice but to resist. This line of reasoning wasn't popular. It made them sound like evil capitalists, though the facts essentially confirmed that. When Tong said, so you're saying they're right to cause trouble, good to smash things, that it's a revolutionary action, huh? Mei Lin hastily clarified, naturally not. After all, the transmigration group's interests are paramount. Sensing the hostile atmosphere, he quickly defended himself. This is also for the South China factory and the Great Transmigration Enterprise. I'm here temporarily for the building project. I leave once it's finished. South China must remain operational in Zhuan and Lizhu permanently. Making enemies before we're firmly established isn't a long-term strategy. Put this way, the argument held some validity, but Bai Wei disagreed. Since fundamental conflicts of interest existed, unless both sides could fully reconcile and reach a mutually satisfactory arrangement, enmity was inevitable. Worrying about every little thing meant nothing got accomplished. Chen Tianxing said, Mei Lin has a point. Perhaps we should prepare multiple approaches. Both soft and hard measures must be readied while also addressing sugar shipments to Guangzhou. We're still shipping sugar to Guangzhou now. Obviously, the Heiyi Guild is behind this. The moment our sugar ships sail, we're just giving it away. Not so, Chen Tianxing countered. Guangzhou is probably taking enormous risks to mobilize capital for us. Both reason and sentiment require South China to transport sugar as quickly as possible for liquidation. But what about security? Now we face enemies on both shore and sea. We can't attend to both ends. Wen Tong said anxiously. Chen Tianxing said, food must be eaten bite by bite, matters handled one by one. He pondered for a moment, then enumerated the necessary actions point by point. The sugar firm needs to accelerate acquisition, Chen Tianxing suggested. Since Guangzhou confirmed silver isn't a problem, we'll add more weighing personnel. The faster we acquire sugar, the more stable cane farmers' confidence becomes and order at the gate improves. This prevents opportunists fishing in troubled waters. That's point one. An excellent idea, Xiao Gui said. With the prospect of selling sugar at high prices, cane farmers absolutely won't permit anyone to destroy the sugar factory. Very good, very good. Wen Tong's spirits lifted considerably. There are far more cane farmers than sugar mill workers. That's just talk. Bai Wei shook his head. Sugar mill workers are organized and prepared for trouble, a different matter from scattered cane farmers. What Xiao Gui describes sounds interesting but is unreliable. Having some support beats having none, Wen Tong pressed. What's next? Organize the militia for defense and prepare contingency plans in case violence erupts. This is preparation for rainy days. Chen Tianxing said. In case the militia can't hold and runs, I personally believe preserving lives should take priority. As long as the green hills remain, there's no worry about firewood. End of chapter. Chapter 292. Sweet Port Turbulence Countermeasures. Liao Dahua mentioned he's already secured a courtyard in Zhuang's county seat. If it truly comes to it, we can flee into the city. Wen Tong raised Liao Dahua's suggestion. That's defeatism, Chen Tianxing said. No matter how important the South China factory is, we don't necessarily have to martyr ourselves for it. I think Bai Wei and Liao Dahua should discuss together and prepare an emergency escape plan. Who goes, whom to take. The factory housed several hundred people. Bai Wei had brought only 2 or 3 team members, and the escort agency could dispatch at most a dozen men. Protecting everyone during an escape was obviously impossible. Fortunately, the opposition mostly wanted the transmigrators' heads. They probably wouldn't massacre ordinary employees. Send the Wen brothers and the women away first. Women are useless here. The Wen brothers cost me considerable effort to train. Their deaths would be a waste, Wen Tong said. The key was that these people lived with the transmigrators daily and genuine affection had developed. Also the key sugar factory personnel and their families. He shook his head. But we've just rallied public sentiment. If we do this when South China is restored in future, morale will collapse. This was self-evident. Once trouble erupted, sugar factory employees would inevitably suffer casualties, while their leaders and favored subordinates had long since hidden in safety. Nobody would appreciate such an arrangement. Contemplating this, everyone felt rather dejected. Xiao Gui said, I feel doing this is somewhat selfish, even despicable. He noted that since they were currently counting on employees to exert themselves defending the sugar factory, but planned to abandon them when the moment came, South China's reputation would be utterly ruined. I think, Chen Tianxing said, the Wen brothers shouldn't be evacuated either. They're our crucial channel for communicating with locals. Additionally, the women shouldn't go, to preserve morale. This implied sacrificing pawns to protect generals. Everyone understood that keeping a few female servants at the sugar factory served no purpose, but at least it demonstrated attitude. Everyone in the sugar factory knew these women were the master's concubines. Xiao Gui had originally admired Chen Tianxing's composure and methodical approach, but now he disagreed somewhat. Even worse, Xiao Gui said. What we should be considering now is how to defend the South China factory, not planning escapes, much less preparing rhetoric to deceive employees afterward." These words carried righteous conviction, and everyone fell silent. Wen Tong's face cycled through shades of green and white. "Fine. I have a gun anyway. If I stake my life, at worst I'll be the first to enter Kuigang Cemetery. No transmigrators were buried there yet. Saying he'd be first to be interred, there was obviously spoken from wounded pride. Chen Tianxing remained unruffled. The sugar factory must certainly be preserved as far as possible, but if workers truly fight their way to our doorstep, even risking our lives might not save it. Bai Wei asked, "What's the third point?" "Third is gathering intelligence, obtaining a clear picture of the overall situation. Though I don't favor blowing Third Master Zhu's head off, preparations should still proceed. If matters truly become impossible, rather than letting him blow our heads off, we might as well strike first." At this, everyone allowed themselves slight smiles. Besides Third Master Zhu, who else is key? What are their attitudes? Everything must be investigated, including their complete backgrounds. That way, whether we fight or pull strings, we'll have a plan. Otherwise, even if we wanted to commit murder and arson, we wouldn't know where to find the targets. "This is reasonable," Bai Wei agreed. "Send all the Kiwei people out to investigate. Kiwei's people are already gathering intelligence outside. Since we now have clear targets, I'll instruct Liao Dahua again," Wen Tong said. "With precise intelligence, things become manageable. If all else fails, we'll trouble old Bai to handle it. This task is somewhat dirty." The dirty meant that unlike wars between states with legitimate causes, this was purely a struggle over benefits. Asking Bai Wei, who came from a proper military background, to engage in underworld operations, Chen Tianxing worried it might weigh on his conscience. "No need for such words," Bai Wei said. "Since we came to this timeline, we must consider the overall situation of the transmigration group." "Good, those words are enough," Chen Tianxing said. "Actually, I have another idea, pulling the firewood from under the cauldron. But I'm not entirely confident." Pulling the firewood from under the cauldron meant lobbying the sugar mill workers preparing to revolt. Whether through enlightened appeals or substantial bribes, as long as they didn't rise up, the matter was more than half resolved. But the current situation remained murky, leaving Chen Tianxing uncertain where to begin. "Since they lack work, why not hire them all?" Mei Lin said. He grew excited, as if discovering a new continent. "If we pay wages, I refuse to believe they'll still cause trouble. Originally that would have worked, but we're too late." Wen Tong was somewhat deflated. "Right now the sugar factory doesn't lack hands. What would we hire them for? We can't support them for nothing." "Even if they're idle, it's fine. At least it serves stability maintenance," Mei Lin said. "Besides, 200 or so workers at 12 taels of silver per person annually amounts to just over 2,000 taels. The idea wasn't bad. Though it smacked of buying peace with money, it was always a more feasible approach." Chen Tianxing nodded. "You're saying this gives me an idea. Leave this matter to me. I'll definitely pacify all the workers." Everyone was startled, not knowing what clever scheme he had devised, but his mysterious demeanor suggested considerable confidence. "However, this requires everyone's cooperation, especially Wen Tong's," Chen Tianxing said. "But I have 80 or 90% confidence of success. At minimum, it can create internal chaos among them and delay the disturbance by several days." With the plan decided, Wen Tong asked, "What about sugar transport?" "Shipping to Guangzhou is urgent, but how do we solve the security issue?" "Yes, either request the executive committee to send escort vessels, or we must arm all Gayati shipyard vessels with weapons and soldiers. But that would be complicated." "No matter. I have an idea, though it requires executive committee assistance. It's like this." With plans set, everyone proceeded to their tasks. Chen Tianxing discussed privately with Wen Tong for a while, then immediately summoned Liao Dachang and asked numerous questions. He also requested a list of sugar factory employees who were formerly sugar mill workers, carefully noting what each had done: sugar boiling, fire stoking, or general labor. He also had Wen Ziu bring all the confessions written by workers during the anti-corruption movement, comparing them one by one, staying occupied for an extended period. Wen Tong found this peculiar and asked, "What's all this for?" Chen Tianxing said, "Plainly stated, it's nothing remarkable, just the old trick of inciting mass against mass." The method Mei Lin mentioned of hiring all unemployed workers would indeed have been excellent firewood removal if implemented a month earlier, but now it was somewhat late. The unemployed workers were evidently organized with designated leaders, leaders most likely controlled by the Heiyi Guild. Offering jobs now probably wouldn't earn the unemployed workers' trust. Even if the other side were willing to negotiate, their demands would likely be absurd. Consider this, the unemployed workers are already like arrows notched on bowstrings. If we suddenly declare willingness to provide jobs if you were an unemployed worker, what would you think? Naturally, I'd think the other side was frightened. Precisely, Chen Tianxing nodded. This would make them recognize their own power. Right now, these people haven't thought that far. So it would actually promote their unity. Heh, exactly, Chen Tianxing smiled. So the first task is dividing them. Though spoken of as one body, sugar mill workers actually comprise several types. Wen Tong knew this. Sugar boiling masters had the highest technical requirements, so every sugar mill was headed by one. Next were fire stokers, who controlled fire intensity according to the boiling master's instructions. Both categories possessed technical expertise and their incomes were correspondingly highest. Especially during crushing season, good masters earned quite substantially. Everyone else was simply unskilled labor. Whom do we pull in and whom do we strike? Wen Tong asked. In your opinion? Chen Tianxing suddenly kept him in suspense. Wen Tong said, generally speaking, it's always better to recruit people with skills. First, skilled people are useful once recruited. Second, they carry greater voice within the group. But we don't need their skills. Chen Tianxing nodded repeatedly. Correct, old Wen, your mind works faster than mine. Initially, I also wanted to start with the sugar boiling masters, but later realized it wasn't appropriate. He first complimented Wen Tong. The price to buy them would far exceed buying ordinary workers. These people had seen the ocean. Their income expectations were correspondingly elevated. South China couldn't recruit them without substantial outlay. If the expenditure was high, it not only cost money but would also create dissatisfaction among current sugar factory personnel. Comparing both sides, losses outweighed gains. In contrast, general laborers only wanted rice to eat, clothes to wear, and families not starving. Though numerous, actual costs were modest, and psychological expectations were low. Proper placement could satisfy them. They might even feel grateful. As long as stable rice was assured, even with numerous complaints, no one would willingly become a rioter. Both Chen Tianxing and Wen Tong understood this principle clearly. Some wanted to riot, some didn't. This hastily organized worker group would inevitably experience internal conflict. Supplemented by other measures, dissolution would be simple. Though Third Master Zhu was the hidden hand, he wasn't a communist after all. Labor movements weren't his specialty. As for Chen Tianxing seeking the list of sugar factory workers, Wen Tong understood. They had no connections among the sugar mill workers, so they could only use people already in the factory as intermediaries, people who had formerly shared the same pot. You wanted the confessions, presumably to send those whose vulnerabilities we control. They can't betray us and they'll have to give their all. Correct, Chen Tianxing said. However, those who wrote confessions are mostly sugar boilers and fire stokers. Very few general laborers, they lacked skills, so loot sharing never reached them. That there aren't any is actually good. At least their character is sound. True, I've selected a few. I'll meet them shortly to assess their adaptability. I'll have them go out for activities tomorrow morning. Chen Tianxing also planned to conduct activities himself, but didn't mention this yet. First, he didn't want to cause worry. Second, he wanted to demonstrate his abilities before everyone. Beyond others, though Bai Wei was merely a special reconnaissance team captain, He was a core member under the executive committee. Making a strong impression would benefit future development considerably. Early the next day, Chen Tianxing set off with Zhou Shizhai. He had already learned passable Lizhu dialect in Lingao, not particularly standard, but sufficient for communicating with locals. Moreover, his relatively dark complexion, combined with local attire, made him look convincingly Ming Dynasty. Originally, Liao Dahu wanted to send Kiwei's most skilled martial artist from the Lizhu branch as escort, but Chen Tianxing chose Zhou Shizhai instead. Compared to others, Zhou was obviously more reliable, and having been in Lingao for an extended period, he also understood the transmigrators' methods, requiring no additional explanation. Their objective was visiting Lin Zhuang. Kiwei's people had easily determined he was the unemployed sugar mill workers' leader. They also knew he had visited the Heiyi Guild several times. Lin Zhuang's skills are average, Zhou Shizhai said. Primarily, he's outgoing, speaks well, maintains minor connections with various Zhuan circles, so among sugar mill workers he counts as a leader. He was publicly recommended as spokesman for the lawsuit last time. What's his character like? Chen Tianxing asked. A decent person, the escort replied. Of course, this man wasn't inherently bad, but his social inclinations had inevitably fostered certain vices. Eating, drinking, whoring, and gambling. He had a share in all, so he couldn't save much money. Consequently, at over 30, he remained unmarried, still a bachelor. Lin Zhuang was a bachelor, so naturally he kept no proper household. Currently, he was lodging at the Zhu Monk Temple. The temple's surroundings now swarmed with unemployed sugar mill workers and their families, preparing to descend on South China to demand satisfaction. Going there to find him involved certain risks. No matter, nothing ventured, nothing gained. Chen Tianxing was thoroughly confident. Since Lin Zhuang had vices, he wouldn't be a person of firm principle. Buying him off had excellent prospects. Even if that failed, simply spreading word of today's encounter in colorful detail would suffice to destroy whatever modest prestige he possessed. A snake cannot move without its head. Remove this backbone, combine with the strategic action of mass fighting mass, and this hastily assembled rabble would dissolve immediately. Cleaning up afterward would become far simpler. The two arrived before the Zhu Monk Temple and observed that this was quite a substantial establishment. Because Monk Zhu was the sugar industry's patron saint, and Lizhu's sugar industry was prosperous, the Zhu Monk Temple had been built particularly well. Originally, this was also where the Heiyi Guild staged annual Thanksgiving operas. But at this moment, inside and outside the temple, crowds dragging families thronged everywhere. The corridors overflowed with lodgers, adults shouting, children crying, as lively as a market. Some were reasonably dressed, others were virtually in rags, resembling refugees. End of chapter. Chapter 293. Sweet Port Turbulence. Xiao Zhanfeng, however, approaching this closely was ill-advised. The people gathered here were all acquaintances. Two unfamiliar faces appearing suddenly would easily arouse suspicion, never mind actually gathering intelligence. Chen Tianxing keenly felt that his time here had been too brief. He hadn't achieved the level of blending in. Not only would locals recognize him as an outsider the moment he opened his mouth, but even his mannerisms differed from everyone else's. Every gesture would attract notice. In such a social environment, conducting intelligence work without local assistance was pure fantasy. Reflecting on this, he couldn't help but admire the secret arrangements President Wen and the others had made in Guangzhou years ago. If not for the Gao family and Kiwei escort agency now, the transmigration group, isolated and trapped in Lingao, would have struggled for who knows how long to open up the situation. Nothing like the present, where local support was always available. The two instead rested and took tea at a roadside tea stall half a li from the temple. People came and went in mixed company. Even without asking questions, he could overhear considerable news from nearby conversations. Fortunately, The recent confrontation between South China and the Heiyi Guild had become major news throughout Zhuang and even Lizhou, and tea stall patrons discussed it most frequently. The news was mixed, much of it absurd, especially regarding the South China factory's machinery, which had practically become monster devices. Though machinery wasn't as rare in the late Ming as during the prosperous Qing, devices that moved of their own accord without human, water, or wind power, and possessed such tremendous force, still struck many as mysterious and unfathomable. Second in popularity as a discussion topic was the private lives of the South China gentlemen, especially the relationship with the two Wen brothers, which inspired considerable speculation. Judging from the tea stall's public opinion, those two individuals' posterior anatomies provoked extensive imagination. By contrast, Chiang Shi's feat of purchasing 5 women in a single human market transaction went entirely unmentioned. Just then, someone nearby was expounding with great animation. In my view, South China is going to suffer a major setback this time. Why so? This was a question everyone wanted answered. So far, predictions of South China's downfall had appeared several times. In Zhuang's gambling dens, a new type of betting pool had recently emerged, wagering on whether South China or Heiyi Guild would win this sugar war. Days ago, many kept buying Heiyi Guild to win, but since the purchase price of 2 taels 5 Cayenne had held until now, those betting on South China had multiplied. Locals weren't fools. The crushing season lasted only 3 months, 2/3 of which had passed, yet the warehouses of Heiyi Guild's various sugar trading houses remained empty. Victory was essentially decided. You, old brother, only know how to lick Heiyi Guild boots all day. Last time, I don't know who claimed South China's cash flow would collapse within 3 days, and if it didn't, he'd cut off his tool, someone mocked. I notice you, old man, haven't gone to the capital to register yet. Registering referred to self-castration by commoners intending to enter the palace, going to the capital to submit themselves as prospective eunuchs and completing the procedures. Roaring laughter erupted in the tea stall. The mocked party spoke stiffly. Who knows where they found more silver? I say South China is just lingering on borrowed time. Lingering to the point where they tripled their weighing scales to 15. Is there such a thing as lingering in this world? Humph, the teased man refused to concede. Even if South China has abundant silver, they've lost on public sentiment. Just watch, within 3 to 5 days there will inevitably be civil disturbance. How so? The other party remained dismissive. Do you have 2 tools? No wonder you can't go register. Now the tea stall simply erupted with laughter. Everyone clutched their bellies, doubled over. Even the waiters and shop assistants wiped away tears of mirth. The man could no longer maintain composure and said urgently, "Sour scholar Xiao, just you watch." South China went against the current in Zhuang, destroying so many livelihoods. Earlier, someone sued them and was dismissed by the Grand Master. But can the matter end there? Sooner or later it will incite civil disturbance. The scholar called Sour Scholar shook his head, laughing. I advise you to go to the South China sugar firm entrance and say these things to the cane farmers. The market price of 2 taels 5 Cayenne was forcibly reduced to 1 tael, and you still have the nerve to claim others destroyed livelihoods. Humph, are there only cane farmers in Zhuang? The other sneered. I think you're blind. Which of those people at Zhu Monk Temple doesn't hate South China to death? I advise you not to rush to advocate for South China either. In 3 days, the results will be seen. 3 days then, the scholar snapped his fan shut. I'd like to see these results. Judging by the quality of Lin Zhuang whom they elected, this group won't accomplish anything. Hearing Lin Zhuang mentioned, Chen Tianxian couldn't help pricking up his ears, hoping for details. Unfortunately, someone intervened to mediate. You two, such matters have nothing to do with us. Why damage harmony over them? Better drink tea. With this, the Lin Zhuang topic dropped. However, conversation remained fixed on South China. This scholar showed intense interest in South China's machinery, regretting only that South China's gates were heavily guarded. He couldn't get inside to inspect. I hear that machine consumes sugarcane bagasse and exhales black smoke and raging fire. It resembles a great furnace, someone said. I just don't know what burns in this furnace. What's the purpose of burning it? He sighed repeatedly. If only I could see it with my own eyes. It boils water, someone offered. I heard people inside say water must be carted in every day. When the time comes, it sprays water vapor. I just don't know what use boiling water like that has for sugar making. The speaker had no intent, but the listener took note. Chen Tianxing nodded inwardly. The ancients possessed observational skills. Unfortunately, they lacked several centuries of accumulated knowledge. South China's sugar making is a closely guarded secret. Wanting to enter the sugar factory to see their machinery is wishful thinking, an old man said. Speaking just of Lizhu Prefecture, plenty of substantial households plan to do business with South China. This was new information. Chen Tianxing thought to himself that the escort masters gathering intelligence remained separated by a layer. Moreover, they didn't know what concerned the transmigrators most. That's strange. Besides sugar, what other business is there with them? For an establishment as large as South China, just the food and clothing requirements constitute major business, the old man said. It's only a pity they've been here such a short time. What was pitiful, he didn't need to ask to know. South China's foundation here was very shallow, not to mention its obscure origins. Generally, substantial local business households were prudent. When cultivating relationships with new customers, they first examined whether origins were clear, then observed conduct in the world. Only when both proved satisfactory would they trade. Otherwise, they preferred not earning money to inviting trouble. The duel between South China and the Heiyi Guild appeared to be a matter between two parties, but in reality, all of Lizhu was watching. Considered this way, matters ran deeper than previously realized. South China's presence here served first to make money, second to establish reputation. Though this wasn't a liberated area, it was an important future financial source for the transmigration group. The foundation had to be solid. Reflecting on this, Chen Tianxing became more determined to resolve matters through strategy rather than force. However, no one mentioned Lin Zhuang again. Chen Tianxing felt somewhat disappointed. Since that was the case, he would have to inquire directly. From bystanders' conversation, he knew this scholar surnamed Xiao was called Xiao Zhanfeng. This person held a very favorable impression of South China, and what was rare, he was sensible and willing to speak out for justice, a potential recruit. Moreover, his words implied considerable familiarity with Lin Zhuang. Perhaps information could be obtained through him. It was approaching noon, and Xiao Zhanfeng was returning home to eat. Chen Tianxing signaled Zhou Shizhai. Zhou Shizhai understood. With many people around, approaching him on the street was inconvenient. Better to simply follow him home and then pay a visit. Immediately, they trailed after him. Chen Tianxing drank tea alone in the stall, listening to people talk nonsense. Unfortunately, his Lizhu dialect remained quite limited. He couldn't understand more than half, and he resolved to specifically hire someone as a tutor. After sitting another hour or so, he saw Zhou Shizhai returning. He threw a few copper coins on the table and went out to join him. Zhou Shizhai whispered that this Xiao actually resided in Zhuan's county seat. This was quite surprising. Why would a county seat resident travel more than 10 li to Heian Street just to drink tea? Though Zhuan was small, tea houses certainly existed there. His home is in the North Gate suburb. It looks very dilapidated. I've even learned about his family circumstances. Current rumors held that Xiao Zhanfeng's parents had died. This person had never attended to proper business, instead constantly commenting on current affairs. His family fortunes were quite dire. To date, he didn't even have a wife. Since this man was a free agent with no ties, he could be deeply cultivated for their use. Chen Tianxing made his decision and asked Zhou Shizhai to lead the way so they could visit this scholar together. Where Scholar Xiao lived was a courtyard on the back street of the Gate suburb, a single-family compound. Judging by scale, this had once been a well-to-do family but now appeared thoroughly dilapidated. The walls hadn't been whitewashed in years. Even the gate wall leaned slightly askew. Grass grew from cracks in the ground before the door, a picture of desolate decline. Zhou Shizhai stepped forward and knocked. A long time passed before someone emerged, wearing an old scholar's robe, bareheaded without a scholar's cap. Though the clothes were old and patched, they were clean and tidy. Seeing two strangers at his door, Xiao Zhanfeng started in surprise. "Whom are you looking for?" "Looking for Xiao Zhanfeng." "I am he. We've never met. Might I ask who you are?" He studied these uninvited guests curiously. "I've long admired your great name and came specifically to pay respects." Chen Tianxiang offered a conventional pleasantry. Xiao Zhanfeng's eyes rolled over Chen Tianxiang for a while before he suddenly nodded. "So that's it. Please come inside." Chen Tianxiang had originally anticipated refusal and had specially prepared a set of arguments. He was even prepared to force entry. Now that proved unnecessary. His interest in this person increased considerably. The courtyard was very desolate. A lychee tree grew with spreading branches. Beneath the tree stood a broken table and several bamboo chairs. Tea rested on the table, evidently, though this Xiao Zhanfeng was impoverished. He retained some scholarly refinement. Lacking a wife to manage the household, the rooms are in disarray. Please sit in the courtyard instead. After host and guest were seated before Chen Tianxiang could speak, Xiao Zhanfeng blinked several times and said, "If I'm not mistaken, you two gentlemen are from South China, correct?" Chen Tianxiang secretly praised his perceptiveness, but merely said, "How so?" "South China's people differ from locals in manner and appearance." Xiao Zhanfeng smiled rather complacently. "You two changed your attire, but the bearing in your movements cannot be changed." "Oh, I'd appreciate your insight. What about the bearing gives us away?" This was tantamount to virtually admitting he was a South China person. "What's difficult about that?" Xiao Zhanfeng was quite pleased with himself. "Just the few major shopkeepers of your South China I've seen, none of them resemble merchants. Instead, they carry an air of looking down upon the world." "Looking down upon the world?" Chen Tianxiang couldn't help laughing. Did they truly all radiate kingly aura? On reflection, modern people were indeed incomparably superior to ancients in self-confidence and self-esteem. Moreover, the transmigrators were all overnourished. Their vigor and spirit were genuinely quite different from natives. "Since Mr. Xiao, just call me Zhanfeng." This was a very gracious gesture. The two exchanged names. Chen Tianxiang knew Ming Dynasty etiquette and asked further, "Might I inquire about your courtesy name?" "What courtesy name would I have?" Xiao Zhanfeng gave a bitter laugh. "I began my schooling at 8, first sat for the Tongsheng examination at 14, wasted time until now, and remain merely a Tongsheng. What's the point of a courtesy name?" A thought struck him. "You two have arrived and I haven't even served tea. No formalities necessary." Chen Tianxiang could see from surrounding conditions that Xiao Zhanfeng's circumstances were straitened. Since he intended to recruit him, small favors must be given without leaving traces. Since noon was approaching, why not treat him to a drink? After 3 cups, the friendship would be different. "Master Zhou, please trouble yourself to order a few dishes and fetch some wine." Zhou Shizhai understood that this Australian wanted to cultivate this destitute scholar. Since arriving in Lingao, though he worked silently without commenting on Australian affairs, he could see their ambitions were considerable. He had long harbored his own thoughts. He nodded immediately and asked, "What wine would you prefer?" "Not Zhuang liquid, it's too sweet." Since Chen Tianxiang intended to recruit, naturally he had to invest. "Go to the sugar firm and fetch 2 bottles of National Scholar Unrivaled." "No, absolutely not." Xiao Zhanfeng's face flushed crimson. "Meeting for the first time, how can I let you spend so much?" "Friends at first sight." Chen Tianxiang smiled. "I still have matters to consult Brother Zhanfeng about." Though Xiao Zhanfeng felt it inappropriate, there was only a bowl of cold rice and a few pieces of salted vegetables on his stove. Never mind treating guests, it wasn't enough for himself. He also reflected that since the other party was so forthright, why should he be bashful? so he stopped declining. In less than a moment, Zhou Shizhai returned, bringing a shop assistant carrying a food box. Inside were all manner of cold and hot dishes, quite sumptuous, making Xiao Zhanfeng, who hadn't tasted meat in ages, swallow involuntarily. Too extravagant, he cupped his hands. Since your honor is so generous, Zhanfeng has nothing to repay. My apologies. What's there to be polite about? We're all brothers. Chen Tianxing had conducted extensive social rounds in his previous life and was well practiced in relationship-building tactics. After circulating cups and trading toasts, with a few drinks in the stomach, the conversation growing warmer and warmer, he began approaching the main topic. End of chapter. Chapter 294, Sweet Port Turbulence. Lin Zhuang, listening to Brother Zhanfeng's words in the tea stall, you seem quite familiar with Lin Zhuang. Chen Tianxing went directly to the point. More than familiar, Xiao Zhanfeng said. He was originally my neighbor. It turned out that Lin Zhuang's and Xiao Zhanfeng's families had originally lived on Heian Street. Because Xiao Zhanfeng's father owned little land at home, he engaged in modest commerce and actually prospered. To enable his children to study and distinguish themselves, he relocated to the county seat for access to better private schools. Lin Zhuang has been a king of children since youth, Xiao Zhanfeng laughed. He loves the spotlight, talks of loyalty, enjoys making friends. Originally quite decent. What a pity, he shook his head. This person fell in with the wrong crowd and developed bad habits. The few hard-earned coins he made stoking fires at the sugar mill were either squandered in private doors or donated to others at gambling tables. I see. Chen Tianxing reflected that this was merely personal morality. Eating, drinking, whoring, and gambling didn't necessarily indicate incapacity. A proper gentleman wasn't necessarily talented. If Xiao Zhanfeng's insight extended only this far, it was rather superficial. This is still a minor matter. Xiao Zhanfeng's face flushed slightly. He rarely drank distilled spirits. It's just that bad habits inevitably compromise virtue. Take this occasion for example. This time, when Lin Zhuang took the lead filing suit at the county yamen, the sugar mill workers had pooled funds. The yamen gates open like the character 8. Don't enter without money, even if you're in the right. Regardless of whether a lawsuit could be won, managing relationships up and down required customary expenses. This Lin Zhuang is something. Using the lawsuit as pretext, he collected substantial funds from the workers, embezzling at least half for himself. When the lawsuit was lost, he claimed everything was spent, swallowed the remaining funds, and left everyone destitute. That's not all. Later, Third Master Zhu gave him silver to maintain the sugar mill workers in readiness for causing South China trouble. Who knows how many times he collected silver before and after. Yet recently, I watched him lose over 10 taels in a single sitting at the casino. Meanwhile, the old and young camp before Zhu Monk Temple drink moldy rice porridge every day, letting him take the lead. These sugar mill workers must be blind. This assessment differed dramatically from the still a decent person Zhou Shizhai had reported earlier. This was practically character assassination. Isn't the rumor outside that he's still a decent person? Heh, ordinary people don't know his tricks. He also plays the part well, wearing ragged clothes all day, looking miserable. Actually, you need only visit Aunt I's place on the county's back street to see what his lifestyle really is. Couldn't be clearer. Who is Aunt Ai? Xiao Zhanfeng paused and smiled. Right, you've only been here a few months, so naturally you wouldn't know. Aunt Ai was a locally famous procuress who presided over a large private door. Most of the county's clandestine prostitutes lodged with her. Besides women, she also operated a casino, a den of iniquity for Suing County's underclass. Are you quite familiar with Aunt Ai? Chen Tianxing asked abruptly, testing whether he was honest. A person possessing minor flaws didn't particularly trouble Chen Tianxing, but he feared hypocrites. Xiao Zhanfeng spoke enthusiastically about others, but his words implied familiarity with casinos and private doors. Perhaps he wasn't the upright gentleman he appeared. Not familiar with her, but very familiar with someone inside her establishment. Xiao Zhanfeng seemed unaware of Chen Tianxing's testing and answered high-spiritedly. I'm a pauper. Aunt Ai's eyes are extremely mercenary. It turned out he had a distant female relative, widowed for many years, who now worked as a kitchen maidservant there. Xiao Zhanfeng often went to visit her. As for why he frequented Aunt Ai's establishment, he kept silent, obviously nothing praiseworthy. Chen Tianxing suspected it mostly involved some ambiguous relationship with this widow. It would be indelicate to press further. He immediately dropped the subject, and they chatted about everything under heaven. Xiao Zhanfeng showed intense interest in South China's mechanized sugar production. Chen Tianxing explained some basic principles to satisfy his curiosity. Unfortunately, everything Xiao Zhanfeng had studied since childhood consisted of the 13 classics. Science and technology was a distant concept. He hadn't even read ancient Chinese technical treatises, making explanation quite laborious. Viewed this way, my generation are truly frogs in a well. Though Xiao Zhanfeng failed to understand 8 sentences out of 10, he listened with rapt attention and finally uttered this conclusion. It's just that South China's current situation is concerning. Judging the time ripe, Chen Tianxing steered back to the topic. Xiao Zhanfeng said inscrutably, "How so?" Chen Tianxing immediately recounted the matter of Third Master Zhu preparing to incite sugar mill workers to cause trouble. Xiao Zhanfeng nodded. "I've also heard rumors of this. However, I believe this matter won't erupt. Even if it does, it will be loud thunder but little rain." "Why so?" Hasn't shopkeeper Chen heard of nurturing bandits to enhance one's importance? These words gave Chen Tianxing a revelation. Xiao Zhanfeng said proudly, "What sort of material is Lin Zhuang?" "A thing with a hard mouth but soft spine." Setting aside that if the matter erupts, the Yamen will investigate. At minimum, detention for a few days and a beating is inescapable. Even if Third Master Zhu intercedes at the Yamen, suffering is inevitable. Besides, if South China is truly toppled, isn't he afraid of Third Master Zhu burning the bridge after crossing? Correct, correct. Chen Tianxing suddenly understood. This scholar's vision was indeed sharp. Once South China fell, Third Master Zhu would no longer need to give Lin Zhuang silver to maintain the sugar mill worker team. Instead, the workers would be grateful to Third Master Zhu directly. How could Lin Zhuang, a person who relied on intermediation and playing both sides for profit, continue his game? Then, in Brother Zhanfeng's view, how should this matter be resolved? Chen Tianxing felt genuine respect. "Just call me Zhanfeng." Xiao Zhanfeng probably rarely received such deference and couldn't help feeling that a scholar dies for his bosom friend. He immediately poured out all his views on the matter. Third Master Zhu also knows Lin Zhuang is unreliable, so he organized another group, Xiao the Chicken-Foot's gang of hoodlums. They're desperados who fear nothing. Unfortunately, their numbers are too small to accomplish anything. So to cause trouble at South China, sugar mill workers and hoodlums depend on each other. If the sugar mill workers don't riot, the hoodlums can't fish in troubled waters. Xiao Zhanfeng tapped and sketched on the table with his chopsticks. How could Lin Zhuang not know Third Master Zhu's calculation? If Xiao the Chicken-Foot's people cause trouble, the sugar mill workers will inevitably take the blame. So he keeps stalling, just to extract more benefits from Third Master Zhu. But in case Lin Zhuang is forced by Third Master Zhu to act, things will get big. Chen Tianxing listened intently. Comparing the beginning and end, wasn't Xiao Zhanfeng's current statement contradicting his earlier, "The matter won't erupt"? Reflecting silently, this man was a scholar after all. Making shocking statements was probably habitual. But there was no need to puncture it now. Overall, his analysis made sense, and he mentioned many details they hadn't originally grasped. Being local, he naturally saw things more clearly. So as long as Lin Zhuang is subdued, Xiao the Chicken-Foot's gang achieve nothing. "That's precisely my intention," Chen Tianxing said, "but I hear it's already too late. They say they'll burn incense and swear oaths at Zhu Monk Temple in 3 days. Everyone in Zhuan knows this." Xiao Zhanfeng was dismissive. Shopkeeper Chen, consider. If violence were truly imminent, it would proceed through secret networking, gathering suddenly to burn incense and launch the action when the time came. How can there be an affair where the incense burning is known throughout the city 3 days in advance? Besides, Lin Zhuang's so-called incense burning and oath-swearing is merely swearing an oath. Nowhere does it say they'll act immediately. He grew more animated as he spoke. Lin Zhuang was merely pressed urgently by Third Master Zhu, making a gesture, counting as earning his silver. So 3 days hence, he definitely won't move. Do you think a leader would still be soaking in private doors, gambling and whoring just days before taking action? So this was the true meaning of Xiao Zhanfeng's claim that this matter won't erupt. Even if it does, it will be loud thunder but little rain. Chen Tianxing nodded inwardly. This person did possess ability, so there's ample time to subdue Lin Zhuang. Does that mean Lin Zhuang isn't at Zhu Monk Temple? Chen Tianxing asked. How could he be there? Xiao Zhanfeng said. Ever since Third Master Zhu recruited him, he's been lodging at Aunt Ai's place, living quite comfortably. He's probably still there now. Then I would like to meet him and make a friend. Chen Tianxing cupped his hands. I must trouble Brother Zhanfeng for guidance, he added. I'm an outsider completely in the dark here. I rely entirely on your assistance. Easy enough, Xiao Zhanfeng bowed in return. Whatever service I can render, I'll do my utmost. Seeing that he didn't decline at all, Chen Tianxing recognized him as someone willing to take responsibility. He produced 10 taels of silver and placed them on the table. Listening to your words is better than reading 10 years of books, Chen Tianxing said. Brother Zhanfeng's life is hard. Please accept this bit of silver for household expenses. There will be further thanks in future. Cannot accept, Xiao Zhanfeng refused flatly. I absolutely will not take money. Please take it back. I spoke these words because I consider you, shopkeeper Chen, a friend. If the conversation weren't agreeable, even 10,000 taels wouldn't induce me to bother speaking. Here was a person with backbone, though the latter words sounded somewhat boastful to Chen Tianxing. He immediately pocketed the silver again. In that case, I'll return tomorrow. At that time, I'll ask Brother Zhanfeng to lead the way so we can subdue Lin Zhuang. What's so difficult? Going today is also possible. No need, Chen Tianxing said. I still have matters on hand to attend to. Since the situation hasn't reached that stage, tomorrow will suffice. Chen Tianxing returned to the sugar firm with Zhou Shizhai. Though he hadn't seen Lin Zhuang today, befriending someone like Xiao Zhanfeng was a significant gain. Chen Tianxing preferred letting matters cool before proceeding. After a moment's thought, he invited Zhou Shizhai inside. Master Zhou, he went straight to the point. What's your assessment of this Xiao Zhanfeng today? Is he trustworthy? Zhou Shizhai had worked as an escort for years and possessed extensive experience judging people. Trustworthy? Zhou Shizhai was unequivocal. I also think this person is usable, Chen Tianxing said, but one cannot lack vigilance toward others. Ideally, this is the critical moment. Please take a few local brothers to inquire about Xiao Zhanfeng's background. All right, I'll go immediately. Zhou Shizhai departed at once. That evening, the sugar factory workers who had gone to lobby the sugar mill workers returned one by one. A single day's efforts naturally produced limited effects, but the news they brought back was clear. Many unemployed workers were depressed and saw no hope for the future. Though Lin Zhuang supplied moldy rice daily for bare subsistence, everyone felt that living on charity like this was no long-term solution. Plans for burning incense and swearing oaths did indeed exist. And recently, someone had been constantly inciting them to storm the South China sugar factory, claiming that once South China was destroyed, Liju's sugar mills would recover. The sugar boiling masters were most enthusiastic about this. After all, restoring old methods benefited them most, so they were willing to take risks. But ordinary workers felt that storming a sugar factory and engaging in smashing and fighting amounted to violating the king's law. Even if old methods were restored, it was still just a mouthful of rice. Their enthusiasm was correspondingly tepid. Plus, the leader Lin Zhuang maintained an ambiguous attitude and never declared his position. Without someone leading, no one was willing to stick their neck out, hence the deadlock. Viewed this way, Xiao Zhanfeng's judgment that incense burning was only oath-swearing and not launching action was completely accurate. Chen Tianxiang immediately instructed these messengers to continue activities tomorrow, hinting to unemployed workers. South China was willing to recruit workers, not only paying wages but also providing relief for entire families. Regardless of how many unemployed workers they might attract, at minimum it would sow confusion, though Lin Zhuang had apparently never truly unified the people. This ancient labor leader still harbored too many selfish calculations and could accomplish nothing. Viewed this way, the matter was 80 or 90% settled. Buying off Lin Zhuang tomorrow probably wouldn't require much effort. The next day, still accompanied by Zhou Shizhai, the two dressed as an outside merchant and his servant. First, they secretly took a sedan chair to the Dachang rice shop in the county seat. This was where Liao Dachang had originally worked as a shop assistant, so the relationship between the two establishments was special. South China's rice was all purchased from there, and Boss Zhu of the rice shop was naturally extremely attentive to such a major customer. To avoid potential spies, after the two arrived, they sent a shop assistant to invite Xiao Zhanfeng. After Xiao Zhanfeng arrived, Chen Tianxiang's group was led by him to Aunt Ai's establishment, entering through the front door and exiting through the back. Behind the rice shop was a small alley. Walking dozens of meters, they turned onto a long street paved with extremely smooth bluestone slabs. Looking around, rows of buildings were quite orderly. Pedestrians on the street were dressed considerably more neatly than in Lingao. Thanks to the booming sugar industry, Zhuang was considered quite a prosperous place. However, private doors were never in lively locations. Xiao Zhanfeng led the way, turning past the county yamen entrance and entering a quiet area behind the county seat. Roads here were mostly lined with the rear walls of large households' compounds. Fire walls towered high, with only small doors opening one by one. Pedestrians were scarce. Turning a few more corners, they walked up to a double-opening small door. Xiao Zhanfeng stopped and said, "This is it." End of chapter. Chapter 295. Sweet Port Turbulence, Persuasion. The door stood open. Looking through, numerous sedan chairs were parked in the courtyard. The sounds of shuffling cards and rattling dice drifted faintly from the hall. Evidently, a gambling gathering was in progress. Many vendors selling cooked food extended from outside the door to inside. Some apparently occupied the second courtyard as well. People entering and leaving were a motley assortment. Gambling operates openly here. Chen Tianxiang was somewhat surprised. Correct. Aunt Ai's lover heads the county's criminal division. The advantages are numerous. Xiao Zhanfeng explained that the kickbacks this gambling house paid annually amounted to around 10,000, so no one ever questioned it. Looking through the doorway at the several gambling tables inside, Chen Tianxiang asked, "Can anyone enter?" "Yes." The first courtyard allows free entry and exit. Regulars go to the back, but someone must introduce you. So they went inside to look around. Pai Gao and Fanton were being played. Chen Tianxiang's aim was observing the environment, not gambling. Xiao Zhanfeng whispered, "He's usually inside the second gate. How do we get in?" "A regular must introduce you. Follow me, let's go out first." Exiting the door, they entered a small path alongside. Xiao Zhanfeng knocked on a door. A middle-aged woman emerged and seemed quite familiar with Xiao Zhanfeng. He introduced her. "This is my relative, Aunt Liu." Xiao Zhanfeng spoke a few sentences in dialect with his aunt, then turned back. "Come inside first. That fellow Lin messed around until midnight last night and hasn't risen yet. I'll eat something first." "How much longer will he be?" "Should be soon. Face-washing water was just sent in." Xiao Zhanfeng led them to a secluded spot. After a while, Aunt Liu brought a steamer basket of various dim sum. "Would you gentlemen like some?" Xiao Zhanfeng grabbed a broken bun and stuffed it in his mouth. "No, we both ate this morning." Chen Tianxing reflected that this scholar showed no qualms about eating brothel leftovers. Xiao Zhanfeng guessed what they were thinking. You must be laughing at me, a scholar reduced to begging for food at a brothel. When a man is poor, his ambition shortens. When down and out, having rice is good enough. What dignity is there? After he finished, Aunt Liu led them through the woodshed to a moon gate. Passing through here takes you inside the second gate, Xiao Zhanfeng whispered. After you enter, just observe, don't speak. When Lin Zhuang comes out, we'll approach him directly. They followed Xiao Zhanfeng through the moon gate into a large hall. It was livelier here than outside, exquisite ivory chips instead of cash. Chen Tianxing gradually discerned the values. Heaven character chips were 100 taels, earth 50, man 10. The betting capital here approached 5,000 taels from this small county seat. The wealth from the sugar industry was beyond imagination. Xiao Zhanfeng pulled Chen Tianxing to stand behind a phantom table, waiting for Lin Zhuang. To avoid attention, Chen Tianxing purchased small chips and placed random bets. Unexpectedly, his random betting won considerably, over 100 taels by the first half's end. Someone like Chen Tianxing, betting randomly without any system and continuously winning, drew the entire venue's attention. Under dozens of gazes, his luck continued. By the term's end, he had netted over 200 taels. Chen Tianxing stood slowly. Pure luck. He tossed the head money generously, giving the casino face, but there was no need to gamble further. Almost an hour had passed with Lin Zhuang still absent. Xiao Zhanfeng whispered, "He's already here, but seeing your luck booming, I didn't dare disturb." Xiao Zhanfeng signaled with his eyes, "That one is Lin Zhuang." He saw seated beside the table a man about 30 with rough hands, burned scars, grayish complexion, and vacant eyes, the look of excessive wine and women. Though seated, he held few chips and hesitated over betting. "Old Lin, why not place a bet?" the banker called. "If you're treasuring your last coins, step down. Your luck's running cold." Lin Zhuang couldn't decide. If these last taels were lost, he would be penniless. However reluctant to leave, especially reluctant to part from little Jinxiu, he would be swept out immediately. The several hundred people before Zhu Monk Temple were running out of food today. No silver meant no rice. To request more from Third Master Zhu, he would have to wait until at least the incense burning. After prolonged deliberation, he yielded his seat and ordered cold tea. Calculating how to extract more silver from Third Master Zhu, someone suddenly patted his shoulder. "Master Lin." Lin Zhuang turned and saw Zhou Shizhai watching with a smile. "Were you calling me?" "Yes. Aren't you Master Lin Zhuang?" "Yes, that's me." His eyes rolled over Zhou Shizhai. Seeing the man's dignified bearing, Lin Zhuang asked politely, "Does brother have business with me?" "My master wishes to make your acquaintance. He's in the warm pavilion, please." Lin Zhuang grew alert. If South China had found someone to deal with him, he couldn't cry for help and no one would listen. This wasn't Heian Street. The Heiyi Guild held no weight here. He declined hastily. "I appreciate your master's kindness, but I have matters requiring attention." Before finishing, Zhou Shizhai grasped his wrist. "Master Lin, better come now. My master is very busy." His smile remained warm, but his eyes were cold. Sharp pain shot from Lin Zhuang's wrist. Half his body went numb. He was escorted into the warm pavilion. Chen Tianxing sat with his back to the light. "This is our master Chen." Zhou Shizhai introduced. Lin Zhuang was half a Jianghu person. Knowing his situation was precarious, he quickly knelt and kowtowed. "Stand up," Chen Tianxing said. "Yes, thank you, Master Chen." Lin Zhuang stood carefully, seeing Zhou Shizhai guarding the door, thinking he would suffer today. Chen Tianxing spoke forthrightly. "I was entrusted by South China's proprietor to speak with you. The matter between Heiyi Guild and South China Factory, bridges are bridges, roads are roads, originally has nothing to do with you sugar mill workers. I advise you to do fewer meaningless things, avoid damaging harmony. Wouldn't dare." Hearing this was someone from South China, Lin Zhuang's legs went soft. He collapsed to his knees, kowtowing repeatedly. His involvement in Third Master Zhu's affairs was known throughout Zhuan. The opponent might not dare move against Third Master Zhu, but crushing a mere fire stoker was effortless. How could he know if they intended using him as the chicken to warn the monkeys? End of chapter. Chapter 296. Sweetport Turbulence. Buying off. Seeing this ancient worker leader turn ashen-faced, Chen Tianxing felt a surge of disdain. He had thought the man could at least mobilize a few hundred workers and counted for something, but he hadn't expected such a pathetic display. Xiao Zhanfeng's description of him as all bark and no backbone was spot on. "Stand up and speak," Chen Tianxing said with a hint of disgust. "South China Sugar understands the suffering of you sugar mill workers. That's why my boss sent me to make friends with you so we don't damage our friendly relations." Hearing that they wouldn't take his life, Lin Zhuang finally recovered his wits. Carefully parsing Master Chen's words, the matter seemed still open for discussion. He answered carefully, "Your Honor sees clearly. We sugar mill workers have always lived hand to mouth, barely keeping heads above water. Now that everyone's income is cut off and many have families to support, life is truly difficult. To make ends meet, we had no choice but to accept Third Master Zhu's silver. We harbor nothing against South China Sugar." He was shrewd enough not to mention that South China had forced sugar mills to close and caused workers unemployment, lest he anger his counterpart. Chen Tianxing remained silent, watching how he would continue. "As for rumors that sugar mill workers are going to cause trouble at South China, absolutely untrue. I stake my reputation on it. So the widespread rumors about sugar mill masters burning incense and swearing oaths to attack South China are false. There are plans to burn incense, yes." Lin Zhuang knew this couldn't be denied. "But it's not as rumors say. It's just to help everyone stick together through hard times, not specifically targeting South China." These remarks barely held together, but Chen Tianxing had no intention of debating right or wrong. There was no right or wrong in this matter anyway. That so many sugar mill workers have fallen to this state, South China acknowledges some responsibility. My boss often sighs about this, saying he let everyone down. To remedy this, my boss is now willing to hire everyone into the factory. As long as they can work, regardless of sex, age, or infirmity, they'll receive wages. Since you're the leader, I'll make the decision for him. After the matter is done, I'll give you a separate bonus. What do you say?" These words were clear enough. Though Lin Zhuang still felt suddenly overwhelmed, the meaning was plain. South China was willing to employ all unemployed sugar boilers. For everyone, this was enormous benefit. At least several hundred people's livelihoods would be guaranteed, and he could justify himself to them. But while good for everyone, it wasn't necessarily good for him. Once everyone entered the factory, what use would he, the leader, be? His current benefits would vanish. Besides, he had taken over 200 taels from Third Master Zhu. Now, without doing what he'd promised and defecting to South China instead, wouldn't that make him a standard turncoat? South China was not to be trifled with, and neither was Third Master Zhu. He couldn't help hesitating, not daring to agree. "You have concerns." Chen Tianxing saw his expression shifting and knew his thoughts. He didn't press, letting him state his own terms. "Master Chen, your honor sees clearly. This is naturally a huge blessing for our sugar mill workers. But Third Master Zhu has been warm-hearted these past 2 months. I'm afraid if I go back and say this, not everyone will listen to me." Chen Tianxing laughed loudly. "What a joke! Refusing South China's white rice to eat the Heiyi Guild's moldy leftovers. Is there truly such a loyal person?" Lin Zhuang had bitter words he couldn't speak. The silver Third Master Zhu allocated might have bought everyone white rice, but since he had pocketed more than half, he could only buy the cheapest moldy stale rice. When workers complained, he blamed the Heiyi Guild for giving too little. Thus, Third Master Zhu's standing among workers wasn't necessarily high. Now if he told everyone, most would be willing to go to South China. Then there would be no explaining things to Third Master Zhu. Even if Third Master Zhu didn't make him suffer directly, demanding he return all the silver would force him to death. Lin Zhuang looked helplessly at Zhou Shizhai, then at Chen Tianxing, unable to answer. Just as he hesitated in silence, his eyes suddenly lit up. Chen Tianxing placed a small chest on the table and lifted the lid. Inside were rows of neatly stacked silver dollars, brand new and gleaming. In addition, there was a pile of broken silver and a few medium ingots, estimated around 100 taels. This was clearly prepared for him. "This is 500 double-pillar silver dollars," Chen Tianxing said. "Converted, nearly 400 taels. Consider it a settling-in allowance from South China for the unemployed workers, to be distributed once recruitment succeeds. Additionally, another 100 taels is a personal gift to you." Speaking a number was one thing, having solid silver before one's eyes was another matter entirely. Chen Tianxing knew nothing moved hearts like real gold delivered in person. These silver dollars were specially prepared for this purpose. He was very patient, letting Lin Zhuang think all he wanted. "There's no need to force anything," Chen Tianxing said. "If you have difficulties, speak frankly." "Oh, yes, yes," Lin Zhuang snapped out of his reverie. He had spent time in the underworld after all. In a flash he conceived another approach. "Master Chen," he put on an extremely sincere expression, "please understand, since the sugar mill workers entrusted me, I must find them a proper way out. Now that South China is willing to employ them, endless gratitude, I thank the honorable boss on their behalf." He bowed deeply, then changed the subject. "It's just that I, the middleman, have difficulties. To speak honestly, there must also be an explanation for Third Master Zhu's side. Otherwise, if I damage his face, a lowly fire stoker like me cannot bear the responsibility." "What difficulties? Just say them." Chen Tianxing figured he was angling for more personal benefits. "I only beg the honorable boss to understand," he said. "Please allow the incense burning and oath-swearing at Zhu Monk Temple tomorrow to proceed as scheduled." "Oh, and then?" Chen Tianxing remained non-committal. "Burning incense is just going through motions to stall Third Master Zhu and avoid his badgering, a delaying tactic. I will then talk it over with the workers. When the time is ripe, I'll send word. At that time, the honorable boss just needs to dispatch capable people to recruit directly. It's just," he whispered, "I won't be able to stay in Zhuan afterward. I must ask for some travel expenses." This speech sounded comprehensive. In reality, it was still playing both sides. His calculation: use incense burning to stall the Heiyi Guild, take South China's money and make empty promises, then leak rumors to Third Master Zhu that South China was attempting to co-opt unemployed workers. Third Master Zhu would naturally have to pay more to keep things under control. Though the truth would eventually surface, he could muddle through for a while. If it really didn't work, he would simply pack and leave. This scheme naturally couldn't deceive Chen Tianxing. Burning incense and swearing oaths is absolutely not allowed. Chen Tianxing vetoed it immediately. Though merely a ceremony, it was a clear declaration of hostility towards South China. Afterward, using force would look like bullying. Using soft tactics would look undignified, extremely passive either way. If it's not allowed, I really can't explain it to Third Master Zhu. I beg the honorable boss to understand and grant me a way to live." Chen Tianxing snorted. "Master Lin, I advise you to think clearly. Don't think you can play both sides." He sneered. "My boss sees the unemployed workers are pitiful and wants to give them a way out. Since you're unwilling, if you want to take people to burn incense and swear oaths, go ahead. South China won't stop you." Lin Zhuang grew greatly anxious. If Chen Tianxing stormed off, the matter was irretrievable. Once fighting started, he would become a sacrificial pawn for the Heiyi Guild. Whether Third Master Zhu would protect him afterward, regardless of who won or lost, depended entirely on that man's conscience. "Wait, let's discuss this." "Discussion doesn't matter." Chen Tianxing suddenly laughed, closing the silver chest. "I know you're a man of the world, so I'll speak plainly. I just want one word from you, yes or no." The gleaming silver dollars were practically put away. It seemed that with just one word the matter would be dropped. Giving up such an opportunity felt unbearable. He answered hastily, "I'll think of a way. I'll definitely get this done." "Good, that's straightforward." Chen Tianxing knew he had taken the bait. "My boss said, Since we're recruiting, there must be a roster. There will be settling in allowances upon entering the factory. You'll naturally distribute those, we won't question it. Can you provide a list? A roster. He naturally had one. This was Lin Zhuang's meal ticket. Third Master Zhu had seen it initially and, knowing he had hundreds of people to deploy, had been willing to give silver. This Master Chen ostensibly wanted to calculate allowances, but actually wanted to see his strength. This was worth showing off. Besides, payments like wages always meant a 20% handler's cut. Lin Zhuang knew this. He grew excited. I have it, but there's only one original copy. I'll have to find someone to copy it. No problem. I have a clerk here. Lin Zhuang took a worn blue cloth bundle from his shirt and opened it carefully. Inside was an old document folder holding a coarse bamboo paper booklet with "United in Heart and Mind" written on it. This is the roster, originally made when we sued at the county yamen, Lin Zhuang said. Names were written by a hired scrivener, but everyone pressed a thumbprint behind their own. The booklet was greasy and filthy. Opening it revealed names listed row by row, each followed by dense red thumbprints, along with the individual's due to and village household registration. Some names had notes of job types like sugar boiling or fire stoking. It was undoubtedly the genuine roster. 174 people in total. About 20 apprentices with nowhere to go aren't in the booklet. Wait a moment. I'll have someone copy it. He handed the original to Xiao Zhanfeng next door, instructing immediate copying. Xiao Zhanfeng carried an ink box and began at once. To avoid sitting in boredom, Chen Tianxing had someone bring wine and dishes, pulling Lin Zhuang to drink. He worked to appease him while learning much about Third Master Zhu and the Heiyi Guild. When the wine was finished, the roster was copied. Chen Tianxing returned the original and said, "Go back and think carefully. The morning after next I'll await your news." He pushed a 50-tael ingot forward. "Take these 50 taels first." Lin Zhuang was overjoyed but still had to be polite. "There's no such rule. Rules are made by people. My rule, take 50 taels first so you'll have energy doing things for me." "Certainly, certainly." Lin Zhuang was already speaking without restraint. The matter done, there was no need to stay. The three left Ant Eye's establishment and returned to Dachang grain firm. Xiao Zhanfeng asked, "Is what Lin Zhuang said reliable?" "Naturally not," Chen Tianxing said, "but I have an ambush waiting. He'll get a nasty shock returning to Zhu Monk Temple. What if he doesn't go back? You gave him 50 taels, maybe he'll squander it here again." "This is his critical juncture, wouldn't he have to go back and think things over?" Chen Tianxing was confident. "I'd wager he's lost all interest in gambling and whoring." He stopped. "Zhanfeng, I think you shouldn't go home either. Move to South China Sugar. We need a clerk for paperwork. A few taels monthly and you'll have a place to settle." "Many thanks." Xiao Zhanfeng politely declined. "However, it's better I maintain free agent status for now. Whatever I say or do will be more convenient." Chen Tianxing considered and agreed. The man was thoughtful. "Take this silver and use it first." Seeing he was truly destitute, though rejected once yesterday, Chen Tianxing still produced some broken silver. "Consider it a loan from me." "No, no." Xiao Zhanfeng shook his head. "It's not that I'm being pretentious. Now is not the time to take your silver. When the time comes for me to speak out, if people say I took your silver, not only will my words carry no weight, everything I said before will be dismissed as hot air." "No one knows about this." Chen Tianxing dismissed the concern. "Heaven knows, earth knows, you know, I know. How can you say no one knows?" Xiao Zhanfeng said with conviction. "A true gentleman stands straight and walks upright. If something is true, it's true. If not, it's not." "Very well, I won't press you." Chen Tianxing couldn't help feeling genuine admiration for this old intellectual. "But your current situation, food and clothing, are worrying. You can't keep troubling Auntie Liu every day." End of chapter. Chapter 297, Sweetport Turbulence. The route begins. It'll be fine. I earn a few coins each day writing letters for people outside the county yamen, and if things truly become desperate, here the young man's cheeks colored faintly. "I still have my cousin. We're engaged, you see. My uncle and aunt aren't the snobbish sort. They can always spare me a meal or two." Chen Tianxing allowed himself a thin smile and made a mental note to give the lad a small mirror later as a token of gratitude. Upon returning to South China Sugar, Chen Tianxing set further plans in motion, dispatching a man into the city to watch Lin Zhuang, specifically, to ascertain whether the man was reckless enough to throw all caution to the wind. If Lin Zhuang simply took the silver and stumbled back into some brothel to drink himself into oblivion, adjustments would be required. But word returned swiftly. Lin Zhuang had departed the county seat and gone back to Monk Zhu's temple. "Old Chen," Wen Tong asked, "why are you so intent on winning over Lin Zhuang? He's the head of the sugar mill workers. He carries at least some influence among them." Chen Tianxing paused. "If only our people try to persuade the workers, it might have some effect, but his word will carry far more weight. And if he keeps stalling, refuses to cooperate, then he leaves us no alternative." Chen Tianxing was prepared for this eventuality. He handed over his roster for us to copy. That's as good as handing us his own pigtail to pull. With this, he waved the copied list. He couldn't deny his involvement even if he wanted to. "Clever," Wen Tong said with genuine admiration. "How did you get him to take the bait?" "It's all thanks to the 20% kickback on settling in fees. Money blinds the best of us." Chen Tianxing's tone was matter of fact. The moment I dangled the settling in allowance before him, he lost all self-control. Even the settling in money has a kickback. This world is truly rotten. Wen Tong sighed heavily. "By the way, Chang Shide is back." "Why haven't I seen him?" "He's in Lingao, preparing to execute the mission." Wen Tong outlined the plan that the Executive Committee in South China Sugar had devised to deal with the pirates. "The Navy wants us to gather more intelligence on these pirates, root them out entirely, and eliminate future troubles." "Understood." In truth, Chen Tianxing had no leads on this matter, but where there was will, there was way. Intelligence work lived and died by legwork. But right now, our priority is the pacification effort. What did Wu say about our request? Such matters, large-scale absorption of local natives, now fell under the jurisdiction of the Civil Affairs Committee, which meant essentially Wu's domain. Wu approved it, but he wants us to submit a report on how we intend to arrange this labor force, Wen Tong said. "Do we settle them locally or transfer them to Lingao? What's your view?" On this question, Chen Tianxing had his own opinion, but Wen Tong was managing the Lizhu situation and naturally understood its labor needs far better. Local settlement, of course. Wen Tong had grand ambitions. The distillery would soon be operational and would require workers. Comprehensive processing of sugar industry waste would likewise demand many hands. Absorbing this labor would pose no difficulty. That's my thinking as well. Most of them are locals from Lizhu and Zhuang. Forcing them to relocate to Lingao might breed resentment. There's also the question of their families. The factory can't accommodate everyone immediately, but their wages should suffice to support their dependents, Wen Tong said. "I plan to pay half in coin and half in rice. Rice prices are steep here, so using the Vietnamese rice that Chang Shide ships in is far more economical. Once the enterprise expands, we can gradually employ family members as well." This was indeed a sound approach. After Chang Shide established the maritime rice-sugar trade route between Zhuang and Vietnam, South China Sugar had effectively gained access to a vast granary. Even so, once the pacification was complete, feeding nearly 1,000 people would become the factory's responsibility. Before, no one had looked after them, but once they acquired a master, any mishap could ignite unrest. Food is simple enough to solve. Chang Shide has brought rice in quantities sufficient for any need, Chen Tianxing said. If there's a delay, the Dachang grain firm can advance some. They'll need settling in fees as well, Wen Tong added. At least $1 silver per worker. Naturally, it's a demonstration of our sincerity. But we cannot allow Lin Zhuang to distribute the money. He's too greedy, he'd pocket at least half. We refuse to be taken for fools. Of course, winning hearts is our prerogative. Chen Tianxing's smile turned cold. I'm more concerned he might abscond with the entire sum. They calculated the approximate amounts of silver and grain required, how to arrange the workers, and documented every detail. So when will you carry out the pacification? That depends on Lin Zhuang's awareness, but if he truly lacks it, we'll simply force the issue, Chen Tianxing said. For now, it seems Xiao Zhanfeng was correct that the incense ceremony won't lead to immediate trouble. But we must still guard against any treachery on his part. After Chen Tianxing departed, Lin Zhuang's courage swelled with the weight of silver in his pocket. He had originally planned to linger another day at Sister Ai's establishment, but thinking on the complexity of the situation, both South China Sugar and the Heiyi Guild watching him closely, he recognized that his value had indeed increased. Playing both sides was advantageous. But how could he maintain this delicate balance of straddling two boats? That would require considerable scheming. Remaining at the brothel any longer meant losing control of events. Reluctantly, he tore himself away from Sister Ai's and headed back. On the way, he first stopped at a rice shop and used a few taels of loose silver to purchase old rice, instructing them to deliver it to Monk Zhu's temple. As a regular customer here, the shop naturally obliged. Next, he visited a money exchanger and deposited the intact silver ingots that Chen Tianxing had given him. Then he hurried back to Monk Zhu's temple. He kept a room there, arranged at the temple's expense by Third Master Zhu. A bachelor and a down-on-his-luck drifter, money slipped through his fingers the moment it touched them. Usually he loitered around the sugar mills. He possessed no proper furnishings, merely a bamboo bed and a few ragged garments, nothing worth stealing. Upon returning to the temple, he ignored everyone, went straight to his room, barred the door, lay upon his bed, and began to deliberate. Straddling two boats and playing both sides was all well and good, but it couldn't endure forever. Sooner or later he would have to choose, the Heiyi Guild or South China Sugar. On this point, Lin Zhuang felt no inner conflict. In his reckoning, the South China people were ultimately outsiders. No matter how capable they proved themselves, they could never defeat the deeply entrenched Heiyi Guild. At best, the two sides would eventually negotiate a truce. Siding with the Heiyi Guild was the safer wager. Yet the South China people were far more generous than Third Master Zhu. That manager Chen he had met today, 50 taels on the spot. Third Master Zhu had never displayed such munificence. Lin Zhuang couldn't suppress a sigh. If only their positions could be reversed, he would devote himself heart and soul to Manager Chen. What made his mouth water most was the 500 double pillar, silver dollars. Such a colossal sum. Lin Zhuang had never seen anything like it. He schemed about how to get his hands on that money, or at the very least, a portion of it. The incense-burning oath could no longer be postponed. He had already resolved upon this. Any further delay would leave him with nothing to report to Third Master Zhu. Third Master Zhu expected him to use the ceremony to incite unrest. Failing to incite any was already a concession, but if he couldn't even go through the motions, his future prospects would vanish entirely. The problem was that once he took the oath, he would be violating his promise to Manager Chen. If they flew into a rage, crushing him would be effortless. He couldn't afford not to guard against this. He was still calculating whether there existed some way to placate both sides when someone knocked at his door. Brother Lin, he recognized the voice, Ma Sanqiang, one of the leaders among the unemployed workers, a man from Qinju with considerable influence among his fellow Qinju native laborers. Lin Zhuang felt obliged to show him some courtesy. He rose quickly, opened the door, and invited Ma Sanqiang inside. Brother Lin. Ma Sanqiang came straight to the point. Someone just delivered rice, but it's stale again. How are we supposed to eat this? Since when can't you eat stale rice? Lin Zhuang recognized that the man had come to lodge the same old complaint and was greatly displeased. One of his principal reasons for staying at the brothel was to escape these people. Even destitute enough to sleep in a temple, they still had to nitpick everything. Seeing his indifferent attitude, Ma Sanqiang trembled with anger. Can we eat it? You try eating it. He opened a cloth bundle, revealing rice so broken it was beyond recognition. Much of it discolored, blackened, and yellowed, shot through with chaff and sand. It scarcely qualified as rice. It resembled sweepings from a warehouse floor. Lin Zhuang felt a twinge of guilt. The silver he had spent on rice amounted to barely 3 taels, and he had instructed the shop to buy as much as possible, the more the better. Naturally, they had sold him the cheapest rice available. The final price was 3 Cayenne per shi, but he hadn't expected the quality to be this abysmal. This stuff was barely fit for pigs. It's still rice, he said stubbornly. It fills the stomach. We can't afford to be picky right now. This isn't about being picky. This stuff is worse than chaff. Ma Sanqiang had noticed that Lin Zhuang never ate at the temple, and though he dressed in rags, he hadn't lost weight. In fact, he had gained some. This had long irked him. Lin Zhuang steadied himself and spread his hands helplessly. What would you have me do? Third Master Zhu provides only this much money. I'm no rich man. I can't conjure silver from thin air. Fine rice runs 2 taels a shi. How am I supposed to feed this many people? The argument was difficult to refute. Although Ma Sanqiang strongly suspected Lin Zhuang was skimming for himself, he had no proof and couldn't press too forcefully. I refuse to believe Third Master Zhu would give only this little. Is this how you perform a good deed? Third Master Zhu was never doing this out of charity, Lin Zhuang started to say, then realized how damningly that would sound if it reached Third Master Zhu's ears. He quickly amended. What I mean is, Third Master Zhu's aid to everyone is already an immense kindness. There ought to be some repayment. When I asked you all to strike at the South China sugar factory, everyone hemmed and hawed. Feeling his argument now stood on firmer ground, his voice rose 3 notches. How am I supposed to explain myself to Third Master Zhu? I won't do anything illegal, Ma Sanqiang said, his stance hardening. Let me speak plainly. Someone already offered me work at South China Sugar. I remembered that we all banded together to file our petition, so I refused to undermine the group for a full belly. Now I see it was pointless. He cupped his fists in salute. Brother Lin, take care of yourself. With that, he strode out. Lin Zhuang was thunderstruck. Someone offered him work at South China Sugar. The words reverberated in his mind. Manager Chen had explicitly said he wanted Lin Zhuang's assistance with the pacification. So why had they already extended their reach here? He rushed out after him. In the courtyard, Ma Sanqiang and the group of fellow villagers who usually gathered around him were all packing their belongings. Sanqiang, let's talk this over. He grasped Ma Sanqiang's hand. Come back, let's discuss this properly. Don't undermine everyone. He dropped his voice to a conspiratorial whisper. Help me hold things together and I'll make it worth your while. A look of disgust crossed Ma Sanqiang's face. He spoke loudly enough for all to hear. I don't want it, keep your money. I, Ma Sanqiang, earn my living honestly through hard work. I don't touch money of dubious origin. He waved his hand. Let's go. More than a dozen Kinju workers followed him out. Lin Zhuang stamped his feet in frustration, but he knew there was no stopping them. Seeing the other workers and their families whispering among themselves, their spirits unsettled, Lin Zhuang cursed silently, Manager Chen, you're too ruthless. You must have had people working among the laborers all along. Master Lin, a master sugar boiler, sidled up to him quietly. Lately some people who used to work at the sugar mills have been coming around. They're probably South China people. Why didn't you tell me sooner? You're never here. Where was I supposed to find you? The man was visibly displeased. You don't seem to care about what happens here at all. Lin Zhuang had no response. He realized that Chen Tianxing had checkmated him. If he cooperated with the pacification, fine. But if he attempted any tricks, Chen had already prepared to undercut him completely. In one stroke, his dream of playing both sides shattered. He gritted his teeth. Manager Chen, you started this. Don't blame me for what comes next. He resolved to proceed with the incense-burning ceremony as planned. It was only a day away. That evening, he summoned the more influential sugar mill workers for a meeting. But to his astonishment, their attitudes had transformed dramatically. Among the unemployed workers, those most eager to riot and smash up South China Sugar had been the master sugar boilers. Yet these very men were unwilling to act themselves. While they harbored the greatest resentment toward the factory, their past wages had been higher. leaving them with some savings. They weren't as desperate as the other workers and had no wish to court trouble. As for the ordinary laborers who possessed nothing, they had previously been the angriest, unanimous in their opposition to South China Sugar, ready at any moment to rampage. But now circumstances had changed. Word had spread that the factory was willing to hire them as workers. With a glimmer of hope before them, naturally no one wished to commit such reckless acts. No matter how Lin Zhuang agitated, they cited fears of breaking the law and its consequences. Others lamented that their families had long been starving, and if they were thrown in jail, their families would surely perish. Some even proposed outright that everyone simply go work for South China Sugar. End of chapter. Chapter 298. Sweetport Turbulence. Severing an arm, the longer Lin Zhuang listened, the colder his heart grew. He hadn't expected things to shift so dramatically in a single week. Just as he was fretting over how to resolve the situation, a quarrel erupted between the master sugar boilers and the laborers. The two factions argued over whether to riot, who should initiate it, and whether to demand the restoration of ancient methods. These two groups had always been at odds due to the disparity in their wages, united only temporarily by a common foe. After Chen Tianxing's masterful work of turning the masses against each other, the laborers had reasoned that since they needed employment regardless, working at South China Sugar was no different from anywhere else. There was no point in insisting upon restoring ancient methods, which wouldn't benefit them anyway. Lin Zhuang weighed his odds. Chen Tianxing's stratagem of cutting off their fuel had scattered everyone's resolve. Carrying out the incense ceremony on schedule was now impossible. If he couldn't act in time, he would have nothing to report to Third Master Zhu. The Heiyi Guild would never trust him again. For the sake of his own future, he might as well defect to South China Sugar. At least he could still claim his 20% kickback on settling in fees. Whether he remained in Zhuan or not, he would possess capital for whatever came next. His mind made up, he sought an audience with Chen Tianxing at the factory that very night. Once a lackey turned trader, he proved tireless in selling out his former master's interests. With his vigorous cooperation, the factory's pacification of the unemployed sugar workers proceeded smoothly. Liao Dachang, following Chen Tianxing's instructions, had already prepared a large batch of blank employment contracts stamped by the county Yaman's revenue office, complete with guarantors and witnesses. Workers needed only to inscribe their names and press their thumbprints to finalize the agreement. The entire process took less than half a day. A brewing storm was thus swiftly quelled. The laborers, needless to say, finally secured stable livelihoods. Even the master sugar boilers, the fiercest opponents of South China Sugar, submitted to the prevailing tide. After all, if the riot failed, traditional sugar making would never be restored, and they and their families still needed to eat. Practical necessity always carried the greatest weight. In the end, save for a handful of individuals who refused to join, most signed contracts and became employees. Each person, upon signing their work contract, immediately received 1 Spanish silver dollar and half a she of rice as a settling-in allowance. They were then granted a month's leave to return home and put their family affairs in order. Wen Tong's purpose was to avoid suddenly adding too many strangers to the factory. Though they had removed a major threat, the situation remained unsettled, and there was no guarantee that some of these workers weren't Heiyi Guild plants infiltrated to sabotage operations. Even without such agents, new workers with nothing to occupy them, their minds restless, could easily stir up trouble. Better to dispatch them all homeward and deal with them at leisure once matters had settled. The few workers who were homeless or whose native places lay too far distant were taken in by South China Sugar and provided with lodging and meals. But Wen Tong had work for them too, helping construct houses on the empty land outside the factory near Southgate Pond, building a rudimentary workers' village. Ma Sanqiang, having earned considerable prestige among the group, became the leader of this batch. The smooth resolution of this affair brought relief even to the county magistrate. After all, had any serious clan brawling erupted, it would have marred his performance evaluation. Moreover, the unemployed workers had right on their side. South China Sugar's willingness to take a small loss to settle matters earned the factory considerable goodwill with the magistrate. Third Master Zhu smashed a teacup. For several consecutive days, the entire Zhu residence lay deathly silent. Not so much as a cough could be heard from anyone, high or low. Lin Zhuang vanished completely from Zhuan. Some claimed he had collected 200 silver dollars from South China Sugar and fled far from Zhuan to escape Third Master Zhu's vengeance. Others said he was already dead, his body discovered at the county border between Zhuan and Heikang, without a single coin on his person. As for who killed him, rumors abounded. Some said Third Master Zhu, enraged by his betrayal, had dispatched assassins. Others claimed South China Sugar had disposed of him after burning the bridge behind them. Or perhaps he had simply flashed his newfound wealth and been robbed by bandits. Sugar from Lizhu continued pouring into the company's warehouses. The atmosphere within the Heiyi Guild had grown extremely tense. The shop owners and managers who had previously obeyed Third Master Zhu's every command now questioned him openly. Though no one had challenged him directly yet, Third Master Zhu knew that day was not far off. If he could not deal with South China Sugar, not only would his own reputation be ruined, but the Heiyi Guild itself would collapse in an instant. Zhu's composure shattered. This was his first encounter with such a tenacious and formidable opponent. The only measures that could take immediate effect were murder and arson, a swift resolution that might end the South China factory's existence in one stroke. But the vast shadow looming behind them made him hesitate again and again before ultimately abandoning the idea. If the South China group suffered such a heavy blow, the forces that backed them would never let it rest. This was not the same as killing some minor out-of-town merchant who collected sugar privately, nor the same as burning down some small shipping firm that opposed him. News from Guangzhou offered some meager comfort. Silver was tight in that city lately, and assembling 100,000 or 200,000 taels proved difficult. Perhaps South China Sugar's silver reserves had reached their limit as well. If he could just grit his teeth and endure, perhaps the situation might yet turn in his favor. He immediately instructed Qiyuan to send another 5,000 taels to Dachang, urging him to purchase more cannons, add more ships, expand his forces, and completely blockade Heian Harbor. As long as sugar ships couldn't depart and silver ships couldn't arrive, the South China enterprise would still be finished. Zhu's calculations were estimated with considerable accuracy by the transmigrators at their factory meetings, roughly 70 or 80% correct. The task of breaking the naval blockade now lay in the Navy's hands and was beyond their direct concern. The key was defending against arson and similar destructive attacks. For people of this era, the simplest, most effective, and hardest to prevent form of retaliation was setting fires. Tenants and servants who rebelled against their masters invariably resorted to arson. Arson was a capital offense, yet in this age, it was nearly impossible to trace. The entire factory grounds brimmed with flammable materials. It would certainly burn spectacularly. Fortunately, the terrain favored them. The factory stood alone on open ground. One side bordered the river, another the main road, and much of a third side was screened by South Gate Pond. The fourth side had been empty land, now under construction as the workers' village. The number of points requiring heavy defense was substantially reduced. Mei Lin tirelessly directed ongoing construction. Fire breaks in all four directions, firewalls and fire trenches, especially one between the workers' village and the factory proper. Water reservoirs were dug within the compound for firefighting. The yard for drying sugarcane bagasse was separated by firewalls from workshops, warehouses, and living quarters, ensuring that even if a fire broke out there, it would not spread. Wen Tong also had Liao Daihua prepare torches, lanterns, pike poles, buckets, axes, and other firefighting equipment, plus 2 hand-pumped fire engines. The militia doubled as a fire brigade and drilled daily. Baiwei refined the existing security protocols and trained the militia. He arranged nightly patrols and emergency communication methods, established emergency assembly signals for all able-bodied men in the factory, and conducted several nighttime assembly and firefighting drills. After a few days of this, the hastily formed militia began to look somewhat disciplined. Beyond defense, preparations for offense were also underway. With Xiao Zhanfeng's local knowledge, intelligence gathered by the Kiwei Escort Agency, and information extracted from newly recruited workers, Chen Tianxian compiled a highly detailed intelligence dossier. This included a map of Heian Street, the locations and approaches to key targets, and even the layout of the Heiyi Guild headquarters and Third Master Zhu's residence. Lin Zhuang had contributed the most to this effort. Zhu An's personal habits and activity patterns were now thoroughly understood. Using digital cameras equipped with telephoto lenses, they had photographed the Heiyi Guild's principal members, their families, and key subordinates, compiling individual dossiers. A hall within the trading firm was completely sealed off and transformed into Baiwei's operations command center. He and his special reconnaissance team members worked inside to develop several contingency plans. Plan A: ambush and assassinate Zhu An on the road. Plan B: raid his residence. Plan C: set fire to the Heiyi Guild headquarters. And the near-genocidal Plan D. Plan D was the most terrifying. The special reconnaissance team would, within 12 hours, eliminate all principal members of the Heiyi Guild, shop owners, managers, stewards, and even their families. "This is too brutal. The body count would be enormous," Wen Tong objected. "It's merely a contingency plan," Baiwei explained evenly. "Better to be prepared." "I absolutely refuse to endorse such a bloody approach." Baiwei offered no response. He saw no need to explain to someone who didn't grasp what contingency plan truly meant, nor could he make them understand. In truth, while developing these offensive plans, he had also drafted a set of earthly branch contingencies for potential retreat scenarios, labeled Zai, Chu, Yin, and Mao. Seeing Wen Tong react so strongly to mere plans, he decided there was no point in showing him those. It would only invite more commotion. Lingao, Bapu Harbor. The great whale lay moored in the harbor. Its deck and hull, blackened from transporting coal, had been scrubbed spotlessly clean with seawater by diligent naval servicemen and shipyard workers. Chiang Shi's operation in Vietnam had consumed nearly 2 weeks before finally identifying several promising open-pit mining sites. Originally, they had intended to return laden with coal, but the great whale structure was ill-suited for loose bulk cargo, so they brought back only about 100 tons. This discovery greatly excited the Industrial Department, but presented a considerable challenge for the Foreign Affairs Department: how to claim Hongji. Simply sailing over with a few cannons and conquering a country remained beyond the transmigrators' reach. The Lizhu sugar enterprise wasn't even settled yet. Opening another front felt like overextension. A special executive committee discussion was underway regarding how to fully exploit the Hongji coal deposits. Chiang Shi naturally was not participating in the committee's deliberations, nor had he returned directly to Lizhu. He was still pondering his rice stockpiled in Vietnam. This stroke of timing worked in Gu Dachang's favor. He had managed to intercept the Guangbing. Otherwise, the Gu family pirates might have cursed their ill fortune. At present, the great whale was preparing to execute a special mission, specifically a fishing expedition. The target was the Gu family pirates. The great whale served as the bait, a bait substantial enough to swallow the fishermen. On the dock, fat burlap sacks awaited loading. Thanks to the mechanical department's efforts, Bapu's mechanized loading and unloading capabilities had steadily improved. Not only had the number of manual cranes increased to 4, but a large steam-powered crane had also been installed. To meet Bapu's high-volume bulk cargo demands, The mechanical department was developing belt conveyors and grab buckets. Once installed, handling efficiency for salt, rice, iron ore, and coal would increase tenfold, even 100-fold, freeing up substantial dock labor. The cargo destined for Zhuang consisted of 200 shi of rice, directly allocated from reserves by the planning committee for the South China factory. With a reliable source of Vietnamese rice now established, Ma Qianju had grown more generous with grain allocations. According to Navy estimates, the pirates likely maintained informants in Zhuang ports like Haiyan Street, so the risk of incident during port entry was relatively low. This meant they could safely transport rice along the way. The Navy had debated how to clear the pirates from the waters around Haiyan Street. Everyone agreed that dispatching warships to actively sweep the area would prove ineffective, unless they attacked indiscriminately, firing upon any ship in sight. Otherwise, the enemy could simply disguise themselves as civilian vessels and evade detection. Given the transmigrators' naval strength, dealing with such low-grade pirates was effortless. The only considerations were minimizing their own losses and ensuring thorough eradication. The optimal method was to strike directly at the nest for complete annihilation, but the transmigrators lacked intelligent sources for this approach. Thus, the most effective option was fishing, and this was precisely Chen Tianxing's suggestion. Fortunately, the enemy's intentions were transparent, making entrapment quite straightforward. Using the great whale as bait made excellent sense. Its distinctive profile was instantly recognizable to pirates as a South China vessel, an easy target to identify. Wu De had assumed command of this mission. All professional naval officers had sailed off on exploration voyages. He was essentially the only former naval officer remaining in Lingao, so the burden naturally fell upon his shoulders. The operational plan was fishing, but landing the catch cleanly required seizing the initiative. The transmigrators operated in the open. The enemy lurked in shadows. The Navy was unfamiliar with the waters around Zhuang. The enemy would likely strike in coastal waters, where the coastline was riddled with islands and crisscrossed by reefs, terrain the enemy knew intimately. They could exploit the natural environment to conceal themselves, observe the transmigrators' movements, and choose the optimal moment to strike at the great whale. The initiative. This problem troubled him deeply. End of chapter. Chapter 299. Sweet port turbulence, catching a turtle in a jar. Night descended slowly, enveloping the harbor in darkness. The sea breeze stirred a thin mist rising from the water, a common phenomenon in Lingao during early summer. The fog thickened, wrapping the docks, wharves, shores, islands, and factory buildings in a soft gauze. Only the faint glow of lamps within the buildings remained dimly visible. Wu De glanced at the luminous dial of his watch. 8 o'clock in the evening. The lights near the naval shipyard burned especially bright, and the rumble of steam engines could still be heard, the sound of cargo being loaded onto the great whale. The 4 smoothbore cannons destined for the ship had arrived at Bapu during the day. To avoid attracting attention, loading was conducted at night at the shipyard dock, carried out solely by Marines without any laborers. According to the plan, the great whale would erect walls of sand-filled burlap sacks, with rice or sugar sacks stacked on the outside as camouflage. Concealed within would be several cannons and 2 platoons of Marines. The moment the enemy drew near, the cannons would open fire on the pirate ships. Based on descriptions from the Guangbing's crew, the pirates' vessels were uniformly small to medium-sized coastal craft. A few cannonballs would certainly send them to the bottom. If the pirates deployed only 1 or 2 ships, this plan, with the great whale's enhanced firepower, would be simple and effective. But should the enemy bring a swarm of vessels, the surprise of the initial salvo would prove effective only once. After firing, the cannons would require time to reload and re-aim. Any ships not struck could scatter and attack from multiple directions. The great whale was a non-motorized vessel, slow and cumbersome. If small boats swarmed it, and the engagement devolved into close-quarters boarding combat, the enemy's numerical superiority would become dangerous. Conversely, if the enemy fled after the first volley, the great whale lacked the speed to pursue, reducing the action to a mere rout. Clearly, relying solely on the great whale was insufficient. Other ships would need to coordinate the attack. Yet if too many ships were deployed, the cunning pirates might withdraw their feelers entirely. Obviously, no matter what approach the Navy adopted, the fundamental condition for victory, the initiative, remained in the pirates' hands. Spread before Wudu was a 100,000 nautical chart of the Heian Street area, magnified 50 times to display the distribution of islets, reefs, and sandbars. This region was dotted with islands and rocks of every size, forming countless winding channels and hidden straits. Such an environment was ideal for pirates employing small, nimble craft. After a moment of contemplation, he picked up the phone. "Is the Dengyingzhu in port?" "Yes, sir." "Summon that, Wang." Wuda suddenly recalled that everyone referred to the first mate of the Dengyingzhu as Wang the Bearded. "The first mate to headquarters. Wang the Bearded, right away." Wang arrived shortly. As for his beard, the Navy was divided into two factions. One believed it looked quite handsome, very British, and urged him to keep it. The other insisted beards were unsanitary and that soldiers ought to be clean-shaven. The debate remained unresolved, so the beard persisted. After a voyage, crew members were entitled to a few days' rest, so he appeared clean and sharp. His Type 1 naval uniform fitted him well, shedding any trace of his former pirate image. "Based on your experience as a pirate, if you were to intercept ships going in and out of Heian Street Harbor, where would you strike?" Wuda indicated the chart. "Assume absolute security is required, and enemy vessels may have escorts." Wang the Bearded studied the chart intently. These exquisitely detailed maps no longer surprised him. "Here." He tapped a cluster of black dots. Wudu examined the spot closely, a place called Chrysanthemum Islets. Not proper islands, just a jumble of rocks breaking the surface. The location sat directly on the approach to Heian Street Harbor. He nodded. The Guangbing had been attacked approximately 4 nautical miles southeast of this very area. Wang's assessment was accurate. "Why this particular spot?" Wu Du inquired, noting that similar reef clusters existed elsewhere nearby. "The conditions here are optimal. Numerous islets and rocks, all jumbled together, excellent for concealing ships. Simply anchor behind the outer islets, post a lookout on the rocks, and when a ship passes through, you can dash out and catch them off guard. If the enemy's escort proves too formidable to engage, you simply cut through the outer islets and flee. The channels are many, the reefs dense, the water riddled with hidden sandbars. Any pursuing vessel unfamiliar with the route will run aground instantly. And if we wish to capture these pirates, what approach would you recommend?" "The best strategy is to conceal ships at the inner islets beforehand," Wang replied without hesitation. "Unless the pirates intend to escape via a route other than the outer islets, Cat's Leap Pass between the inner and outer islets is their only path. Station an armed vessel there to block them, and you can attack from both sides. No matter what skills they possess, they won't escape." "Very good." Wuda realized that merely examining the chart, he could never have deduced that this mere cluster of dots concealed so many tactical nuances. "However, the inner islets are extremely difficult to navigate," Wang cautioned. "The channels are too complex. Only small skiffs can enter safely. Larger vessels risk striking reefs or running aground." "What's the maximum size ship that can navigate through?" Wang shook his head. 200 liao at most. The currents inside are chaotic and sandbars abound. Are you familiar with the approach?" "Well," Wang hesitated. "Speak honestly," Wuda said. "This mission is critical. Complete it successfully and you'll be commended." "Yes, sir." Wang came to attention in a less-than-perfect stance. "I have navigated inside once, only once. I still recall some of the channel markers." "Good. Prepare yourself. Report to the shipyard dock." The following day, Wuda busied himself selecting weapons and personnel. For this operation, he decided not to draw upon any transmigrators. It would be entirely a formed unit of the Navy's native troops. That evening, he and Wang the Bearded boarded a 100 Liao single-masted vessel and set out to reconnoiter the Chrysanthemum Islets. To minimize their profile, they brought only 7 or 8 sailors plus 2 officer candidates from the first training batch, no one else. For safety, the boat was temporarily fitted with an outboard motor from one of the motorboats. The vessel sailed for several hours through the night. Nearing midnight, Wu De estimated they were approaching their destination, the Chrysanthemum Islets just outside Heian Street Harbor. The sea was calm, the moon bright. The boat had lowered its sails and now crept forward, propelled by sculling oars. "Spotted anything?" he asked Wang, who was observing from behind a barricade at the bow. "Not yet, should be soon." Wang peered intently at the sea. His eyes had now adjusted to the darkness, and with the telescope he could roughly discern objects within 300 meters. The reconnaissance vessel pressed onward. "Dark shapes ahead," Wang called softly. "Mind the speed." At this point, what materialized before Wu De was not merely a few dark specks but an entire cluster of them. The crew tensed. Had they strayed off course? The chart indicated nothing resembling this strange jumble of small reefs and islets. "All stop," Wu De ordered sharply. The vessel rapidly decelerated, gliding forward on its remaining momentum. Wu De checked the compass bearing and descended to the cabin, switched on a flashlight and carefully compared the chart. But the chart displayed no such peculiar markings. Had sea conditions changed so drastically in 400 years? The compass heading, ship's course, and calculated position were all correct. He pondered for a moment, then recalculated the tide table. That was it. This was the lowest tide, coinciding with a full moon. So many unnamed rocks had broken the surface. Such non-navigational waters would naturally not have been surveyed with great precision by modern hydrographers, and 4 centuries had elapsed since then. Even meticulously measured channels would be unrecognizable after so long. The only option now was to employ a sounding lead, probing passage by passage as they penetrated the islets. The outer islets were relatively open, though reefs abounded. "The tide is low," Wang observed. "Normally, most of these rocks lie submerged. A 100 Liao boat like ours can navigate safely with due caution." Wu De surveyed the sea conditions and privately acknowledged that bringing Wang as an advisor had been the correct decision. Any large vessel pursuing into this area without local knowledge would almost certainly run aground. "We're entering the inner islets now," Wang said tensely. The reconnaissance vessel rounded a dark rock and turned into a narrow channel. It crept along like an aged donkey, halting and starting, while the sailors held their breath and strained their eyes at the bizarre rocks jutting up from the seabed all around. They gripped boat hooks and punt poles, poised to respond to any emergency. The currents within the channel were wildly erratic. The oarsmen exerted all their strength to avoid being swept onto the rocks. Wang recalled the route he had once traveled, guiding the vessel's course. Occasionally, he had to study a particular rock for some time to confirm it was the correct landmark. After nearly an hour of halting progress, they finally entered the cramped inner islets and then slowly made their way toward Cat's Leap Pass, 2 massive rocks. The gap between them was so narrow that a 200 Liao ship could barely squeeze through. "This is Cat's Leap Pass," Wang indicated the 2 rocks. "They say even a cat could leap across." Wu De nodded. "And beyond this lie the outer islets." "Yes. Once pirates pass through here, they can exit the inner islets via other channels. Supposedly there are 7 or 8 such channels, all navigable for ships of 100 or 200 Liao, but only with a guide." "Then why didn't we enter the inner islets from that side?" "I don't know that stretch." Wang was candid. "I've heard the waters near Cat's Leap Pass on the outer islet side contain several shifting sandbars. Anyone unfamiliar with the local hydrology will probably run aground." Wu De ordered the reconnaissance vessel into a narrow channel and located a rocky beach where they could moor. They cast the iron anchor onto the rocks, wedging it into a crevice to secure the ship. The Chrysanthemum Islets were shaped, as the name suggested, like a chrysanthemum blossom scattered across the sea. The tiny islets and reefs between them created countless strange, jumbled channels and inlets, some almost too small to warrant the term bays. At low tide, large ships simply could not maneuver among them. Only the waters of the outer islets were relatively broad. Wu De took Wang and one sailor and climbed the unnamed islet. A pair of binoculars hung around his neck, and he wore an oilskin raincoat. The three men scrambled upward, startling seabirds and lizards into scattering. Wu De paused to scan for any movement on the surrounding sea. The entire archipelago was utterly silent, only distant fishing lights flickered. Seeing nothing amiss, he led the party upward. Halfway up the islet, a thick layer of wet, carpet-like moss covered the slope. Each footstep produced a squelching sound like a wet sponge. On steeper sections, the footing grew treacherously slippery, and they nearly fell several times. Higher up, the ground leveled into a relatively flat clearing overgrown with thorny bushes. Dense, stiff grasses and fallen dead branches wove together into a natural hedge. The sailor hacked a path with his machete, and they reached a relatively level area near the cliff edge. The full moon hung overhead. Moonlight glittered upon the water. The entire Cat's Leap Pass spread out below them. The vantage point was superb, Wu De thought. An observation post could be positioned here. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. Wasn't this a far superior firing position than any 100 or 200 Liao ship could offer? A small patrol craft could mount only light cannons, and not many at that. Attempting to block and intercept here would not provide firepower superiority. Since the Chrysanthemum islets contained so many small islets, why not exploit them? Why not emplace cannons directly on the rocks? Excited by his own reasoning, he surveyed the surroundings. He estimated the angles, then examined the area more closely. Though this slope tilted slightly, it was gentle enough that with modest leveling, medium-caliber guns could be mounted. The space was ample. 3 or 4 12-pounder artillery crews could be accommodated, along with a small infantry detachment for protection. Gazing across at the opposite shore, he spotted several more potential gun positions. 1 or 2 cannons here, 1 or 2 there, totaling more than 7 12-pounders, all creating interlocking fields of fire. Cannon shots from fixed rock positions would prove far more accurate than from a pitching ship. With 1 or 2 vessels blocking Cat's Leap Pass, any pirate ship reaching this point would be trapped like a turtle in a jar. Not a single one would escape. Summon the officer candidates, Wu De ordered. Have them conduct mapping exercises here and chart the surrounding reference landmarks. After issuing the order, he descended to the ship and radioed Lingao with his plan. Request Chief of Staff Ma coordinate this matter, he added at the conclusion of his message. End of chapter. Chapter 300. Sweet Port Turbulence encounter at sea to the east, roughly 6 nautical miles distant. A column of 10 or so vessels of varying sizes materialized on the horizon. Lin, first mate of the Great Whale, raised his telescope and studied the distant ship's course with intense concentration. A light breeze filled the Great Whale's 2 stiff sails, pushing the ship along at a sluggish 2 knots. The first mate checked his watch. They had been underway for 2 hours since departing Heian Harbor. The Great Whale had entered Heian the previous night, offloaded 200 shi of rice, and then taken on 200 shi of sugar. Originally, the plan had excluded loading sugar. After all, the ship's mission was to serve as bait. In combat, preserving the cargo would be impossible. Whether soaked by seawater, consumed by fire, or stained with blood, the sugar would be rendered unsaleable. Moreover, sugar was an excellent accelerant. A blaze aboard during combat would be no laughing matter. But loading no sugar at all would have made the bait unconvincing. The enemy certainly had spies on Heian Street monitoring their every move. Zayazhu raised his telescope. He had recently deleted too many contentious posts from the Lingao BBS, causing his popularity to plummet. He was now eager for an opportunity to distinguish himself in the tangible world. This was a naval operation, but with so many key Navy personnel away on exploration missions, and the Great Whale designated as bait, essentially a platform for artillery and close-quarters combat, an Army officer commanding the fighting force was deemed acceptable. Ship handling, of course, remained the Navy crew's responsibility. "First mate," he said, turning to Lilin, "are those the pirates the Heiyi Guild hired?" "Very likely," Lilin replied. "We can't be certain yet. Wait until they draw closer." "Good. Order heightened alert. Everyone prepare." The order was relayed immediately. Lookouts were increased to 4. "Send a message to Squadron A. Suspicious vessels sighted approximately 6 nautical miles from our position." Zayazhu stood upon the sterncastle, feeling somewhat like a general in a movie, though the deck, heaped high with burlap sacks, rather detracted from the martial image. Squadron A, consisting of 2 armed trawlers providing cover, held station 10 nautical miles to the south. Their orders were to intervene once combat commenced to prevent the Great Whale from being overwhelmed. If the enemy numbered fewer than 4 ships, Squadron A would assist in destroying them on the spot. If there were more, they would employ their speed and firepower to defend the Great Whale while herding the pirates toward the Chrysanthemum Islets, where the trap awaited. The enemy fleet closed rapidly. The breeze was light, yet they were approaching at an estimated 4 knots. "They're using sculling oars," Lilin observed. "They're rowing hard to overtake us." He lowered his telescope. "Must be the pirates." "Agreed. All hands battle stations." The ship's bell clanged urgently. Sailors sprinted to their posts, joined by Army gunners in gray uniforms with red collar patches. The sugar sacks stacked on the outer layer were moved below deck, while the sand-filled sacks remained to form defensive breastworks. 4 12-pounder cannons and their ammunition crates sat deeply ensconced within these fortifications, covered by straw mats. Pumps began cycling, dousing the sacks and deck with seawater to guard against incendiary attacks. The approaching fleet belonged to Dachang, 10 vessels in all, including 7 freelance boats he had recently recruited. The 5,000 taels from Third Master Zhu, combined with proceeds from his previous raid, had emboldened him. This time, Third Master Zhu's instructions were explicit. Seizing sugar was secondary. The primary objective was terror. He intended to ensure that no ship except those belonging to the Heiyi Guild would dare haul sugar from Lizhu ever again. Dachang meant to show no mercy. He had expanded his force by recruiting rough fishermen-turned-bandits from the lawless border region of Zhanfeng. He had also managed to procure over a dozen cannons from illicit workshops in Qinzhou, though good gunpowder remained harder to obtain. His own 3 ships were now armed, but his crews were unskilled gunners who feared their own cannons as much as the enemy's. His strategy, therefore, remained traditional: close in, board, and slaughter. Of the 10 enemy vessels, 3 were twin-masted large ships carrying 3 to 5 cannons each. The remaining 7 were smaller, lacking artillery but packed with armed men. The enemy fielded 11 to 15 cannons against the Great Whale's 4. In manpower, over 100 transmigrator-led Marines faced 700 or 800 desperate pirates. The transmigrators had to avoid boarding combat at all costs. Numbers would tell in close quarters. There was nowhere to run on a ship. By 8 o'clock, the pirate fleet had maneuvered into position 1 nautical mile upwind. Though illiterate, these pirates understood the fundamentals of naval tactics: seize the weather gauge. The 3 twin-masted vessels assumed the center, while the 7 smaller boats fanned out to encircle the Great Whale, 3 to the right, 4 to the left, intending to swarm the target. "We must not permit them to board," Zayazhu told Lilin. "Concentrate all firepower on one flank. All guns target the starboard side." End of chapter. Chapter 301, Sweetport Turbulence Battle of Chrysanthemum Islets Part 1. Why starboard and not port? The question was meaningless. Lilin had served in the Navy for months now, and he understood the fundamental military principle of obeying orders without delay. "Aim directly at the hulls," Zayazhu said, a note of regret in his voice. "Pity we don't have explosive shells." Otherwise, one hit would suffice to sink a ship. We could use hot shot, Lin suggested. The so-called incendiary shot was nothing so exotic as napalm, white phosphorus, or thermite, merely a solid iron ball heated until it glowed cherry red. This ammunition could prove quite effective, but gunners had to handle it with extreme caution. Consequently, neither Army nor Navy artillerymen particularly relished using it. All right, use hot shot. The ship's 12-pounder cannons were one of 4 standard artillery pieces recently manufactured by the Industrial Department based on Lin Shen's proposal. They were copies of the American M1857 12-pounder Napoleon. Although smoothbore, with a standard 1.13 kg powder charge, they could accurately project a standard 12-pound shot to 1,480 meters at 5-degree elevation, and a staggering 1,911 meters at 10 degrees. Despite being smoothbore, their accuracy was quite respectable for the era. Both sides in the American Civil War had employed them extensively. Their only drawback was weight, nearly half a ton, but mounted on a ship's deck to bombard maritime targets, this presented no issue. To facilitate naval gunnery, the 4 cannons were mounted on battery carriages fixed to simple turntables, utilizing recoil friction for resetting. The nearest enemy ship to starboard was less than 1 nautical mile distant. With the M1857's range, the enemy sat well within effective distance, yet Zhai Yazhu withheld the order to fire. His plan was to ensure a devastating first strike. The great whale had to hold out for at least 20 minutes before Squadron A could arrive. Thus, the opening salvo had to score hits and inflict massive casualties. Otherwise, a grueling struggle would ensue. Even if the M1857 surpassed old-fashioned smoothbores in power and accuracy, ensuring precision required closing the range to within 400 meters. 10 minutes elapsed. Everyone waited. The gun captains monitored the iron balls in the heating furnace. Behind the sandbag barricades, Marines peered out through firing ports. The pirate ships drew ever nearer. Zhai Yazhu donned an M80 steel helmet but declined the stab-proof vest, wearing that on deck would invite lethal heatstroke. He observed the enemy's movements closely through his telescope. As he had anticipated, the 3 ships on the right were advancing faster while the 4 on the left lagged behind. At last, the nearest ship closed to within 400 meters. "Deck and gun crews, attention," he called out. Footsteps shuffled briefly across the ship, then silence returned. "Commence firing. Target 3 o'clock." The command was immediately relayed. The straw mats covering the gun positions were swiftly thrown aside, and the sandbags obstructing the field of fire were heaved into the sea, revealing 4 dark cast-iron cannon barrels. "Range, 2 cables," the rangefinder operator called out. Lin hastily corrected, "Target 3 o'clock." "Range 360 meters. Target 360 meters, load 1 hot shot." Gunners rapidly placed a wet clay wad over the powder charge already in the bore. Then, wielding iron tongs, a gunner carefully plucked a red-hot iron ball from the furnace. 2 gunners employed an iron carrier to hoist the searing ball and load it into the muzzle. "Fire!" Lin shouted. The 4 cannons fired in sequence with practiced rhythm. The deck was instantly shrouded in pale smoke. "Damn it!" Zhai Yazhu cursed. The smoke from black powder was truly infuriating. When would they finally obtain smokeless powder? Only after the breeze cleared the smoke could Zhai Yazhu observe the effect. The lead single-masted ship had been struck above the waterline and was emitting black smoke. Men on its deck frantically drew water to douse the flames. Though effective, it wasn't an instant kill. Zhai Yazhu was somewhat disappointed. At that moment, white smoke rose from the 3 ships approaching head-on, followed by the boom of cannons. But their hastily aimed shots fell into the sea well short of the great whale. Zhai Yazhu recognized that the enemy's artillery was feeble. Without closing to 50 meters, they were practically useless. In the next volley, a hot shot punched through a sail and arced into the sea. The enemy sail ignited, swiftly transforming into a torch. Another shot swept across the quarterdeck, flattening the entire aft sail arrangement and tearing the dozen men clustered there into charred, broken pieces. Excellent, superb hit. Zhayaju's excitement was palpable. Continue firing hot shot, but they had exhausted the supply. Lalin ordered a switch to solid shot. The distance closed to 200 meters. At this range, the 12-pounders were nearly unerring. The lead starboard ship was completely paralyzed, raging fire consuming its stern, its deck strewn with mangled corpses. Smoke from the cannon fire shrouded the deck. As a gust of wind swept it clear, Lalin nearly screamed. One of the port-side single-masted ships had closed to within 50 meters. Bare-chested pirates, murderous with double-headed spears, sabers, and bamboo pikes, glared with bloodshot eyes, poised to leap aboard. At the Marine platoon leader's command, the Marines opened fire. With a disciplined volley, the pirates massed on deck fell like wheat before a scythe. Simultaneously, the 4 cannons discharged a beautiful broadside. 4 hits out of 4. The 12-pound iron balls tore a massive hole in the waterline of a twin-masted ship. It began to founder. A cheer rose from the deck. "One sunk, one ablaze," Lalin reported. "Good. Continue firing. Switch to canister." The 12-pounder canister shot began to sweep the pirate decks. Each discharge sprayed 68 iron balls, scouring the enemy decks like a hailstorm. The last ship on the starboard side fell silent after a single broadside. No moving figures remained on deck. The threat from starboard was largely neutralized, but the 3 Gu family ships had reached the Great Whale. They pounced, 12 bow-mounted cannons firing simultaneously. The Great Whale was hit. A shot struck the foremast, bringing the sail down in a chaotic heap. Howls of triumph erupted from the enemy ships. The duel continued for 10 minutes. The Great Whale sustained its first fatalities. An iron ball penetrated a sandbag wall, instantly killing 3 Marines and a gunner. "Take cover," Zhayaju shouted. Suddenly his head jolted. A stone projectile had glanced off his helmet. The pirate ships attacked with every available weapon. Bird guns crackled. Stone balls, iron shot, lead slugs, arrows, javelins, and torches rained down. Zhayaju was nearly struck several times. For a split second his calves trembled. But believing in his protagonist's halo, he stood firm upon the stern castle, issuing orders calmly. "Where is Squadron A?" He appeared composed but was panicking within. Casualties increased. The dead and wounded were conveyed to the lower deck. Sailors scattered sand over the blood-slicked deck. "Fire! Double canister!" "Fire on the mizzenmast, damage control team." The shouts of sailors, accompanied by the roar of guns and enemy screams, gave Lalin a thrill both terrifying and exhilarating. Waving a pistol in one hand and a naval saber in the other, he shouted incessantly in Cantonese. The Great Whale, blazing with gunfire and wreathed in smoke, moved slowly like a fire-breathing dragon across the sea. Suddenly, Zhayaju noticed the enemy ships turning. Squadron A must have arrived. Through a gap in the smoke, 2 trawlers approached at full speed, naval ensigns flying. "Finally," he muttered. The arrival of the 2 trawlers ended the battle instantly. Gu Dachang, though shocked by the Great Whale's firepower, had placed his faith in superior numbers. But these 2 mastless, oarless fast ships told him whom he faced: the Australians who had defeated Liu Xiang and Zhu Keilao. No wonder their firepower was so terrifying. "Quick, signal the retreat." Gu Dachang's face was ashen. The direction of escape required no instruction. For years, whenever a raid went awry, they fled into the Chrysanthemum Islets. Once past Cat's Leap Pass, they were safe. Gu's 3 ships turned first. The remaining vessels followed suit. On the sea, 2 drifting hulks and 1 blazing vessel remained behind. The wails and curses of abandoned pirates drifted on the wind. End of chapter. Chapter 302, Sweetport Turbulence Battle of Chrysanthemum Islets Part 2. Zhayaju checked his watch. Exactly 20 minutes had elapsed since he sent the second telegram. "You're damn punctual," Zhayaju muttered, relief washing over him. Only then did he realize he was drenched in cold sweat. "First Mate La, dispatch Marines to prepare to board the derelicts. Safety first." He removed his steel helmet. It bore several dents from hard impacts. The thing had proved its worth, otherwise his skull might have been caved in long ago. As his mind and body relaxed, he suddenly became aware of a sharp pain in his leg. Looking down, he discovered a large bloodstain spreading across his trousers. The slightest movement brought searing agony. "I'm actually wounded." Hearing Zayazhu was injured, Lalin hurried over with a medic. Although Zayazhu harbored deep reservations about the native medics, he couldn't afford to be selective now. The medic cut open his trouser leg. There was a bloody gouge on his calf, flesh torn open, bleeding considerably, likely caused by shrapnel. Watching the medic skillfully use chopsticks to hold an alcohol-soaked cotton ball for disinfection, Zayazhu couldn't help but think of scenes from movies about Norman Bethune. The medic examined the wound and concluded no foreign object was embedded. Applying medicine and bandaging would suffice, no stitching required. Zayazhu sensed his leg wasn't seriously impaired, but he worried about tetanus from the shrapnel, though the medic applied some ointment, who knew what it actually contained. Zayazhu was aware that the Health Department and the Agricultural Commission's biological laboratory had established a pharmaceutical factory, producing both traditional Chinese medicine and Western medicines. He remained highly skeptical of the concoctions emerging from Shi Niaoran's workshop. He resolved that upon returning to Lingao, he would visit the hospital for a proper examination, or at least obtain a tetanus injection. Despite these concerns, his face maintained a resolute expression, though he grimaced slightly at the sting of alcohol during the cleansing. The operation to drive the enemy into the Chrysanthemum Islets proceeded smoothly. The trawlers didn't employ full power, merely trailing the fleet at a measured pace. The 6 pirate ships, terrified, fled desperately under this pursuit. The 2 trawlers followed at a leisurely distance. The commander, adhering to the plan to shepherd the fleet into the islets without permitting them to scatter, maintained moderate pressure. "Boss, those 2 demon ships are still behind us," a subordinate reported in panic. "Lingering ghosts," Dachang spat. He had already fled. Why were these Australians pursuing so relentlessly? Even if they were government troops, the ships and men abandoned earlier should have sufficed for them to claim credit. "It's fine. We'll reach the Chrysanthemum Islets soon. No one can navigate that maze of bays and shoals but us." Dachang felt slightly relieved seeing the enemy wasn't gaining, though they followed persistently. Dachang seized the helm himself and was the first to plunge into the Chrysanthemum Islets. This was familiar territory. He knew precisely where every reef and sandbar lay. At the artillery position at Cat's Leap Pass, Yingyu raised his telescope. He observed the fleet reported by telegram minutes earlier. 6 single or twin-masted sailing ships speeding among the reefs, bays, and channels. Their skill in navigating such hazards amazed him. Had it not been for Wu De's ambush plan, the Navy might never have dared pursue them into this labyrinth. Now, on the islets and reefs near Cat's Leap Pass, artillerymen had deployed 4 batteries totaling 10 cannons. The position Yingyu commanded had been surveyed by Wu De personally. Conditions were excellent. Large area, flat terrain. Thus it hosted the heaviest 12-pounder cannons, under Yingyu's direct command. The command post was also situated here. 3 days prior, guided by Wang the Bearded, the Navy had transported the disassembled cannons here using light boats. Then, according to the survey, they had hauled the guns onto the islets one by one. Using makeshift derricks and pulleys, the sailors and artillerymen had overcome immense difficulties to move tons of cannon parts and ammunition onto 4 rocky islets. They constructed emplacements and camouflage, then commenced the long vigil. All gun crews, attention. Seeing the enemy ships approaching, Yingyu raised the walkie-talkie. "Prepare for combat." Yingyu monitored the ships closely. They were sailing directly into the trap. The 4 artillery positions wove a web of death over Cat's Leap Pass. Every topographical reference in this zone had been meticulously measured and marked. Dachang glanced backward. The 2 iron-fast ships hadn't followed them into the islets. He exhaled a tremendous sigh of relief. HMPH, wise of them, Had they dared pursue, they'd have struck a reef by now. Dachang no longer worried about his safety. The only trouble remaining was how to answer to Master Zhu. This expedition had been a catastrophic loss. The sea breeze freshened and the waves grew turbulent. "Lower sails," he ordered. Using sails here made speed difficult to control and increased the risk of striking rocks. Fortunately, Cat's Leap Pass lay just ahead. The towering, rugged rocks were already visible. Shifting sandbars lurked here, so Dachang focused all his attention, gripping the tiller firmly. Just then, he glimpsed a flash of fire from a nearby rocky islet, followed by the thunderous report of a cannon. Following the first shot, aimed and fired by Yingyu personally, the other batteries discharged in sequence at intervals of seconds, allowing observers to accurately judge the points of impact. Dachang's flagship, leading the way, absorbed concentrated fire. A 12-pound shell struck the deck directly, sending wood splinters flying and eliciting wails of agony. Dachang perished in this bombardment, struck by a piece of searing iron. Correction. Yingyu observed the fall of shot through his telescope. This was a perfect killing ground. The maximum distance between the islets serving as batteries was less than 500 meters, the minimum barely 100. The channel was narrow with almost no room to maneuver. The maze pirates used for escape had become their dead end. After a few initial misses, the gunners rapidly corrected based on splash patterns and surrounding landmarks. Their fire grew increasingly accurate. Although white smoke obscured the view from the batteries, Yingyu had positioned hidden spotters on adjacent rocks to relay impact data via walkie-talkie. When the smoke cleared, the waters of Cat's Leap Pass presented a dismal scene. All 6 ships had been struck and caught fire. Out of control, they drifted together, some already aground. Masts and stern castles on many vessels had been demolished by cannonballs, others burned fiercely. Corpses and debris floated on the surface. A broken mast bobbed in the water, its sails still aflame. The scene was at once terrifying and spectacular. Yingyu cared little about the battle's outcome that had been foreordained. He was more interested in determining which type of shell damaged enemy ships most effectively. The result matched his estimate. For common vessels in Chinese waters, explosive shells proved far more effective than solid shot. Since these ships rarely employed hardwood, and even when they did, the hulls were thin, black powder shells could easily blast open the hull planks, far superior to solid round shot that merely punched holes, and more devastating in anti-personnel effects as well. The bombardment lasted a full 20 minutes. Yingyu ordered a ceasefire. The 6 ships that had rushed into the ambush were paralyzed upon the sea. From start to finish, not a single vessel had managed to return fire. The rain of shells had annihilated all resistance almost instantaneously. "Shall we send Marines to search?" someone suggested. "Too dangerous." Yingyu surveyed the burning wrecks. According to the Great Whale's telegram, 3 ships carried cannons. Who knows how much gunpowder remains aboard? If it detonates, the consequences would be severe. We wait. He issued another order. Have sampans rescue drowning pirates from a safe distance. Pick up anyone capable of swimming to the boats. When Marines finally boarded the wrecks run aground, they had fished approximately 40 survivors from the water. There was no loot worth mentioning, so the Navy stripped all iron from the vessels. Following Zhayaju's request, Yingyu had all corpses on deck and floating in the sea retrieved. He instructed the prisoners to identify the leaders, then ordered their heads severed and packed in boxes filled with lime. This medieval practice made Yingyu distinctly uncomfortable. Tranquility returned to the sea. The Great Whale lay at anchor, repairing masts and rigging damaged in battle. Sailors washed the deck. To lighten the load, some sandbags had been discarded, making the deck appear considerably more spacious. In this engagement, the Great Whale had suffered 8 dead and 20 wounded. The bodies of the fallen were wrapped in white cloth and arranged along the gunwale, a cannonball tied to each man's feet. Pity we don't yet have a national flag. Otherwise, we should drape one over each of them, Zhayaju said with emotion. Although casualties were inevitable in war, seeing soldiers trained by the transmigrators themselves perish was genuinely sorrowful. Sound the bugle. As the mournful bugle call rang out, the bodies were slid one by one into the sea. All sailors and gunners saluted. The two trawlers returned from the Chrysanthemum Islets. Observing the sea burial underway on the great whale, they sounded their sirens in sequence. Report. A signalman approached and saluted. Trawler number 1 signals. Salute to all officers and men of the great whale. Reply. Salute to all officers and men of the glorious navy, Zayazhu responded. The two trawlers, one ahead and one astern, escorted the great whale as it sailed toward Lingao. Behind them, black smoke still rose from the burning pirate fleet in the Chrysanthemum Islets. End of chapter. Chapter 303. Sweet Port Turbulence. Head's Master Zhu invariably slept in the courtyard adjoining his study. This wasn't because he loathed his wife, she had passed away years before, but rather for the convenience of managing his affairs. He remained in his study until very late each day, checking accounts, composing letters to out-of-town clients and branch staff, and reading correspondence constituted his principal daily occupations. He was especially meticulous about personally verifying the accounts submitted by shopkeepers, scrutinizing them for any omissions or, worse, embezzlement. As an employer, Master Zhu could scarcely be called generous. Providing his staff with food and a modest stipend for clothing and bathing was deemed sufficient. Consequently, most of his employees hailed from the poorest districts of Guangzhou, people who would labor for little more than their daily meals. As for how their families survived or how they might eventually support wives and children, such matters never concerned him. Consequently, mischief among the staff occurred from time to time. Unfortunately for the miscreants, no one could match Master Zhu's shrewdness. No matter how artfully the accounts were doctored, he invariably found the threads of deceit. Furthermore, he was an expert judge of expression. If a shopkeeper's demeanor aroused suspicion, that man would soon find himself packing his bags. For decades, no one had ever succeeded in taking advantage of him. This morning, Master Zhu woke early as was his custom. Rising at dawn was an ingrained habit, particularly since the struggle with the South China factory was raging, rendering his sleep fitful. To guard against extreme measures from the Australians, he had doubled the night watchmen and guards stationed around the mansion. As he stirred, the concubine sleeping beside him woke as well. Having a woman at his side served less for carnal pleasure and more for the convenience of being attended to at night and in the morning. Unlike other wealthy men who lusted after beauty and maintained numerous maids and concubines, Master Zhu often remarked, "Women are a burden, both physically and financially." Today, Qiyuhan was attending him. Thanks to Gu Dachang, Qiyuhan's status within the household had risen, so the privilege of serving the master fell to her with increasing frequency. Qiyuhan rose quickly, dressed, and hurriedly washed in the outer room. When she returned to the bedroom, she was neatly groomed. She spoke softly, "Master, won't you sleep a while longer?" "No more sleep." This exchange was a daily constant. Qiyuhan retrieved a thin-lined jacket and draped it over his shoulders, helped him sit on the edge of the bed and put on his socks, leggings, and shoes. Then she assisted him in standing, tied his sash, and helped him into his long gown. Next came combing his hair and arranging it in a bun. Suddenly, a scream rang out from outside, followed by the clatter of a copper basin striking the ground. Master Zhu frowned. Qiyuhan hastily set down the comb and went to investigate. Moments later, Qiyuhan returned, her face stricken with panic. "Master, under the eaves of the study, there are many boxes." "Boxes?" Master Zhu didn't immediately comprehend, but something was clearly amiss. He strode out of the bedroom and discovered 11 wooden boxes arranged neatly beneath the eaves of his study. His heart constricted instantly. Master Zhu remembered with certainty that these objects hadn't been present the previous night. Where had they come from? Open them. At his command, a servant who had arrived stepped forward and lifted the lid of one box. The servant suddenly shuddered violently, nearly flinging the lid away. He set it down swiftly, his voice trembling. "Master, it's a human head." Screams erupted from the women gathered outside. What is this shrieking? Get out here. Master Zhu waved his hand impatiently and approached the boxes himself. Inside lay a complete human head preserved in lime. The bloodstains were fresh. It must have been severed recently. Master Zhu had never seen this man before. What does this signify? He was perplexed. The boxes were opened one after another. All contained heads. Suddenly, his heart nearly seized. He unmistakably recognized the half-charred head of Qiyuhan's brother, Gu Dachang, eyes half closed. He turned to Qiyuhan, who was shrinking away. Come here and look. Your servant dares not. Come here, he roared impatiently. Qiyuhan fainted the instant she beheld her brother's head. After being revived, she crawled to Master Zhu's feet, weeping and imploring him to avenge her brother. As for the remaining heads, Qiyuhan identified them one by one. They were all key members of the Gu family pirate gang, all connected by blood in some fashion. Qiyuhan fainted from weeping again, but Master Zhu had no mind to attend to her. He was enveloped in a bone-chilling cold. He collapsed into the chair in his study, unable to stand for a long time. The appearance of all these heads here meant one thing. The Gu family pirates had been annihilated. But that was secondary. Who could, in a single night, silently evade the night watchmen and guards to place 11 boxes of heads neatly beneath his study eaves? This cold, precise action demonstrated the mastermind's absolute confidence. They regarded his guards as nothing whatsoever. Moreover, they knew his every movement perfectly. They had struck in the dead of night, quietly bypassing all security to accurately locate one specific courtyard among many in the darkness. This reality alone was sufficient to make him shudder. This was a ruthless and pragmatic threat, a warning. The South China factory was not without means to deal with him, and he had exhausted his options. On the same day, Beiwei led his men to deliver gifts to Zhuan. When Tong initiated his move against the Heiyi Guild's merchant houses, Liao Dachang, bearing gifts and trailed by attendants, visited the sugar firms on Heian Street one by one, presenting 6-item gift baskets. This marked South China Sugar's first public appearance on Heian Street. Although most owners politely declined via servants claiming the master is out, when Liao Dachang's card was presented, none refused the gifts. A few received him, exchanging pleasantries before seeing him out. This probe confirmed Chen Tianxiang and the others' assessment. The attitude of most Heiyi Guild merchants had softened. Once news of Gu Dachang's annihilation at sea became widely known, Master Zhu's prestige on Heian Street would plummet. The Heiyi Guild sugar firms would shift their stance within days. The tale of the 11 heads at the Zhu residence spread through every tea house in Zhuan. Storytellers embellished it vividly, and listeners devoured it with relish. Although the Heiyi Guild cautioned the tea houses on Heian Street against permitting guests to spread such rumors, the Heiyi Guild wasn't the government. People spoke, and those willing listened. A heavy, tense atmosphere pervaded Heian Street. In stark contrast, owners, shopkeepers, and stewards of various sugar firms were feasting, attending plays, and drinking with courtesans daily. In these settings, they conferred urgently in whispers, exchanging opinions. The backbone of the Heiyi Guild, Master Zhu, was rarely glimpsed at these gatherings. He was ill. As for the nature of his illness, the Zhu household maintained strict silence. Even had he not been ill, he could scarcely have wielded his former persuasive authority. Their unity had crumbled. Everyone in the Heiyi Guild recognized this. 2/3 of the crushing season had elapsed, yet their sugar warehouses remained empty. The South China factory displayed no signs of collapse. Their ships continued entering and departing Heian Harbor, shipping sugar ceaselessly. With the number of farmers selling sugar steadily dwindling, everyone grew panicked. The consensus prompted action. This deadlock could not persist. Report, Master, Wen Qing bowed to Chen Tianxiang and Wen Tong, who were engaged in their customary after-dinner chess game. Someone is asking to see you. Boss Zhu of the Dachang rice shop brought him. Shall we receive him? Chen Tianxiang was contemplating his move, hesitating with a hoarse piece in hand. Who is it? Didn't you inquire? He claims to be from the Heiyi Guild. Should we see him? Wen Tong asked. No reason not to. Show him in. Zhou Shizhai, watching in silence, spoke up. Exercise caution, it's after dark, in case. Rest assured, Chen Tianxing replied. Master Zhu lacks the nerve for a dagger concealed in a map assassination. He smiled. Besides, with you here, brother, what have we to fear? The visitor wore traveling clothes and a bamboo hat, seemingly attempting to obscure his face. When he removed the hat, Chen Tianxing nodded in recognition. Boss Feng, a nocturnal visit. What instruction do you bring for us? I wouldn't presume. The visitor was Feng Guangfeng, proprietor of Richengji. Hearing this stranger address him by name, he was momentarily startled. Indeed, I am Feng Guangfeng. He bowed with hands clasped. Is this Manager Wen? This is Manager Wen. I am merely a humble clerk, Chen Tianxing said. Greetings were exchanged. Chen Tianxing preferred that the visitor not remember him too distinctly, so he withheld his name and deliberately positioned himself in the shadows. Two managers. Feng Guangfeng spoke earnestly. This misunderstanding between the South China factory and the Heiyi Guild. The Heiyi Guild has caused you great offense. I have come specifically to offer apologies. When Tong responded, the sugar business is ultimately one family, regardless of north, south, east, or west. We hope for your guidance and care in the future, brother. You are too gracious, Feng Guangfeng said. I have come this time. One moment, Chen Tianxing interjected. Is Boss Feng here representing Richengji or the Heiyi Guild? The distinction was significant. Feng Guangfeng dared not respond carelessly. After a pause, he declared, naturally, the Heiyi Guild. So the Heiyi Guild is aware you are here. Not everyone, Feng Guangfeng hastened to clarify. However, most members of the Heiyi Guild, high and low, would be pleased to see me here. End of chapter. Chapter 304. Sweetport Turbulence. Suing for peace. This meant, naturally, that apart from a small faction closely aligned with Master Zhu, he represented the prevailing sentiment of the majority of sugar firms. Setting aside the veracity of this statement, Feng Guangfeng's arrival at the very least indicated that the Heiyi Guild had begun to fracture internally. Some members were seeking their own path forward. What is the purpose of your visit? Feng Guangfeng hesitated briefly before divulging the substance of the confidential discussions among the many sugar firms of the Heiyi Guild over the preceding days. Except for Master Zhu's Riacheng, all other firms within the Heiyi Guild had concluded it was time to make peace with the South China factory. The immense strength the factory had demonstrated, both in mobilizing capital and in dispatching pirates, made them realize with painful clarity that Master Zhu's attempt to strangle the newcomers was akin to a mantis trying to halt a chariot. Therefore, they proposed a truce. The Heiyi Guild would accept South China Sugar as a member, extending all the privileges of the trade. Hereafter, the company could acquire sugar throughout Lizhu at will, provided it adhered to the Guild's agreed pricing, without obstruction from other members. Likewise, their sugar could be shipped out freely, with no interference from the Guild. In exchange, they hoped South China Sugar would reduce its acquisition price to 1.8 taels, while the Heiyi Guild raised theirs to 2 taels. This would attract farmers who hadn't yet sold to return to Heian Street. This is unreasonable, I know, Feng Guangfeng acknowledged. But these past days, almost no guild members have received any sugar stocks. Your factory has acquired abundantly this season and profited handsomely. We implore you to show mercy and leave a path for your colleagues to survive. He bowed deeply once more. When Tong found these conditions absurd, this was suing for peace. Offering a seat in the Heiyi Guild was supposed to be a great concession. As for free acquisition and shipping, wasn't South China Sugar already operating freely? Of course, this freedom had been won by the transmigration group's guns. The great ancestors' dictum, political power grows out of the barrel of a gun, truly pierced to the essence of things. Boss Feng, Wen Tong considered for a moment. This is curious logic. The scarcity of sugar stocks is a consequence of the Heiyi Guild lowering prices of its own accord. What does it have to do with us? If you wish to purchase sugar now, simply raise your prices. We give you our word not to raise ours further." This, Feng Guangfeng was rendered speechless. The argument was well-founded and irrefutable. He himself recognized that asking them to adjust prices lacked any legitimate basis. "Is joining the Heiyi Guild so rare a privilege?" Wen Tong laughed. "Isn't our factory prospering quite nicely as things stand? You've witnessed the fate of those who attempted underhanded schemes. You people, naive, truly too naive to still harbor such notions at this stage." He laughed heartily, projecting an aura of command. "Had my employer not wished to be magnanimous to the utmost, the Heiyi Guild would have been reduced to ashes long ago." The laugh was unrestrained and sweeping, dispelling the gloom of months of anxiety. Even Zhou Shizhai, whose martial cultivation typically kept him unmoved, allowed himself a smile. Had this been spoken a fortnight earlier, Feng Guangfeng might have dismissed it as bluster. Now his back was drenched in perspiration. "Yes, yes," Feng Guangfeng bowed again. "Regarding past events, we were blind, our judgment clouded by greed. We caused great offense, but we still beseech the managers to facilitate this matter. The large and small members of the Heiyi Guild will be eternally indebted." This presented a dilemma. An outright refusal might drive them closer together, compelling them to follow Master Zhu to the bitter end. It would also squander the perfect opportunity to absorb the Heiyi Guild, but agreeing would mean breaking faith with the Lizhu farmers. This matter demanded caution. Wen Tong and Chen Tianxing exchanged glances. Wen Tong said, "How about this? Boss Feng, please return for now. We need to deliberate before reaching a decision." "Yes, then this humble one awaits favorable news." Feng Guangfeng understood that such a momentous matter wouldn't receive an immediate promise. Terms would inevitably be stipulated, which was only to be expected. Chen Tianxing nodded. "If we need to contact you, where should we send word?" "Go to the Dachang rice shop and ask Boss Zhu to relay a message. He is my fellow townsman." "Boss Zhu? Isn't he from Qinzhou?" Chen Tianxing inquired deliberately. "I recall the owners and shopkeepers of the Heiyi Guild hail predominantly from Shantou and Guangzhou. I am not from those parts." Feng Guangfeng made no attempt to conceal it, explaining how, as a clerk at Richingji, he had been chosen by the owner to marry into the family and inherit the business. Chen Tianxing already knew this from his investigations. Seeing him speak without evasion suggested Boss Feng was honest. This disposition was favorable. "We need to take control of this organization, the Heiyi Guild," Wen Tong declared after seeing Feng Guangfeng out. Several key figures of the South China factory had assembled in the room. Mei Lin had returned to Lingao. Xiao Gui and Beiwei were uninterested in commercial matters and hadn't attended. Chang Shide, fresh from Lingao, was present. "Naturally, otherwise we could simply eliminate them," Chen Tianxing agreed. His thinking ran deeper than Wen Tong's. Intelligence gathering had provided him with a thorough understanding of the Heiyi Guild's scale and capabilities. The 21 sugar firms each possessed a minimum capital exceeding 10,000 taels. Their combined capital surpassed 500,000 or 600,000 taels. If this money could be directed by the Transmigration Group, it would greatly benefit the factory's next phase of expansion. Direction didn't mean possession. That would constitute naked robbery. Merely joining the Heiyi Guild as a member wouldn't permit direction. Although Master Zhu exercised a degree of control over the guild, he merely managed to facilitate communication and unity. Business was still conducted individually. "If we're going to do this, we make it a holding company," Chang Shide proposed, his suggestion causing a stir. "Haha, we think alike," Wen Tong beamed. "Of course, we'll be chairman and CEO." "What CEO? This habit of abusing English abbreviations must cease. Call it keeping pace with the times. Just say Chief Executive Officer," Chen Tianxing remarked solemnly. "Fine, but persuading this group to join a joint stock company will be difficult. Human hearts are complex. That's precisely why the present moment is opportune," Chen Tianxing explained. "We ride the momentum of the great victory at Chrysanthemum Islets. While they're paralyzed with fear, we push it through in one decisive stroke. Once they recover their composure, we may no longer be able to control these sugar magnates. He sipped his tea. Complex hearts don't matter. The key is to hold firm to the word profit. The Heiyi Guild had united against South China Sugar for profit. Now they sought peace and prepared to abandon Master Zhu, also for profit. As long as the South China parent company could provide sufficient profit, these merchants would gladly comply. However, execution is difficult. The key is finding someone among them who understands both the trade and the wider world. Only then will our words carry weight with them. Otherwise, if they're all provincial bumpkins, we'll merely be shouting at the wind. Someone with prestige too, Wen Tong added. Those who perceive clearly often hold no power. Those without power speak in vain. This resonated with everyone. Their knowledge of the Heiyi Guild's internal affairs remained limited. Xiao Zhanfeng had offered some insights, but as an outsider he knew little. When Tong asked, "What about Feng Guangfeng?" "He seems sincere." "He won't do," Chen Tianxing replied. "He's a live-in son-in-law. The ancients look down upon such men most, and he's not a fellow townsman to most guild members. Additionally, he's a minor player. His words carry no weight." Everyone felt slightly disappointed. Then Chang Shide laughed. "I have it. In any trade guild, while they claim to protect industry interests, it's invariably the few large firms benefiting while the small firms suffer. We recruit the small firms." Chen Tianxing grasped the insight instantly. They immediately summoned Liao Dachang and inquired about the firms comprising the Heiyi Guild. 4 major firms. The remainder are small, Liao Dachang replied. Having served as a grain shop clerk for years, he knew the fundamentals. The largest is naturally Master Zhu's Riacheng. Actually, Riacheng hadn't originally been the largest. When Master Zhu inherited it, it had ranked last among the major firms. It prospered because he founded the Heiyi Guild. He unified the scattered elements of Heian Street and seized considerable benefits for himself. There must be conflicts between large and small firms, correct? How could there not be? Consider the public account. The Heiyi Guild collects a common fund for dealings with officials, pirates, and hiring guards. Originally, it amounted to 10,000 taels annually, apportioned with large firms paying 1 share and small firms half a share. Later, it increased to 20,000 taels annually. The large firms claim they pay but actually don't or pay reduced amounts, correct? Yes, small firms grumble about it privately. Liao Dachang nodded. Actually, only Riacheng truly pays nothing. Large firms paying less is accurate. Furthermore, only heaven knows the guild's actual expenditures. Everything is managed by Master Zhu's people. How do you know this so thoroughly? Chen Tianxing was intrigued. It's not difficult. Boss Feng and Boss Zhu are fellow townsmen and drink together frequently. I overheard it. Boss Feng is quite a character. Liao Dachang spoke of Feng Guangfeng with evident admiration. Good person, skilled in business. It's rare to find someone not obsessed with money. Several small firms respect him and don't look down upon him as a live-in son-in-law. Understanding the guild structure and maladies confirmed that recruiting the small firms was viable. The question that remained, how? End of chapter. Chapter 305. Sweet Port Turbulence Sugar Industry Guild. We lack a leader with influence who can speak with authority, Wen Tong summarized. Zhu possessed prestige and served as the leader of the Heiyi Guild. If he could be persuaded to cooperate, the effort would be halved. However, unless this storm concludes with a head rolling, it cannot be considered truly settled, Chen Tianxing observed. Ambiguous victories carried substantial danger. Besides, even if he cooperates, he'll eventually contend for leadership within the joint stock company. A man accustomed to wielding power, even if he submits temporarily, will never remain content. Any disturbance would spark dissent, generating endless trouble. Feng Guangfeng was a decent man but looked down upon due to his status, so his influence was limited. They didn't know the other guild members well enough. I don't think we need to search around for someone, Chang Shide reflected for a while. Since they dispatched Feng Guangfeng as a liaison, it demonstrates they trust him. Let's simply befriend him and utilize him as an intermediary. He doesn't need to issue a rallying cry, just convey our meaning accurately. They sent Liao Dachang to the Dachang rice shop to contact boss Zhu. The following evening, Feng Guangfeng arrived as arranged. South China Sugar will not alter the acquisition price, Wen Tong stated directly. On the question of conceding to the Heiyi Guild on pricing, everyone had agreed to stand firm, ensuring they understood clearly who the overlord of Lizhu Sugar now was. Feng Guangfeng's expression turned grim. "Please, managers, reconsider. Say no more," Wen Tong interrupted. Ever since establishing scales in Zhuang, South China Sugar has maintained 2.5 taels. We cannot destroy our own credibility. Merchants valued trust above all else. Crushed by this principle, Feng Guangfeng had nothing to say. "However, we understand your difficulties," Wen Tong continued. "You were incited by Zhu En and fell into a misunderstanding with my firm. My employer is magnanimous. As long as everyone makes a clean break with Zhu En, my employer will naturally look after you." Feng Guangfeng understood the condition being set. They had to abandon Zhu En, but he still failed to see the benefit. Even if the colleagues agreed to raise the price to match South China Sugar's 2.5 taels, given the Heiyi Guild's ruined reputation, they wouldn't collect much. South China Sugar's renown for benevolence had spread throughout Lizhu. Unless they paid even more, which the merchants were unwilling to do. "My employer's intention is this. South China Sugar can acquire sugar on behalf of the firms. The price remains 2.5 taels. Farmers endure hardship too. If the skin is gone, to what can the hair attach? Everyone needs a means of survival, correct?" The words were gracious. Feng Guangfeng could only nod repeatedly and say yes. He himself felt the Heiyi Guild's price suppression had harmed farmers excessively and was unkind. "Each firm simply hands over the silver. We will acquire as much sugar as there is silver to purchase. We won't take a cut. Consider it a gratuitous service." Feng Guangfeng's mind worked rapidly. This was indeed a workable approach. But would South China Sugar truly serve without remuneration? He turned the thought over and immediately said, "Then the 2% discount per she of sugar shall be offered by our colleagues as South China Sugar's labor fee." This was a very graceful gesture. With over 100,000 she of sugar involved, the 2% discount represented a substantial profit. "That is for later," Wen Tong nodded. "However, this proxy acquisition carries a condition." The condition was that firms must purchase sugar from South China Sugar with cash, no credit. "That presents no difficulty," Feng Guangfeng nodded readily. "Acquisitions are customarily conducted in cash anyway." "Good." Wen Tong continued. "After payment, South China Sugar would issue warehouse warrants to each firm recording the amount of sugar calculated at 2.5 taels per she. However, after payment, the sugar firms could not withdraw the goods themselves. All sugar would be transported and sold out of Lizhu by South China Sugar. After the sale, accounts would be settled according to the figures inscribed on the warrants. The current market price in Guangzhou is 3.8 taels per she. It may rise or fall," Wen Tong explained. "Regardless of fluctuations, we will settle accounts based on this rate. Whatever the warrant indicates, that's the silver you receive." Feng Guangfeng was taken aback. This clearly meant South China Sugar intended to monopolize the sales rights of Lizhu Sugar. The Heiyi Guild had never ventured into this territory. Their ambition was vast indeed, yet he couldn't say no. Not that he didn't wish to, but he dared not. Since the other party had opened their mouth so wide, they clearly had nothing to fear. Thinking of the rumored 11 heads, Feng Guangfeng felt a chill course down his spine. However, upon deeper reflection, the firms wouldn't suffer loss. Selling in Guangzhou themselves yielded similar margins. Though the market might rise, it might equally fall, uncertainty in either direction. Transporting it themselves meant bearing freight and travel costs, which were considerable. Encountering storms or pirates meant heavy losses or total ruin. For small firms specifically, these terms were advantageous. Small firms lacked the capacity to transport and sell independently. They consigned through large firms. Not only did they pay commissions, but they also absorbed losses during transport. Large firms routinely shifted wastage onto small firms or invented various fees. If they could close transactions locally in Lizhu at 3.8 taels, everyone would likely accept gladly. In contrast, South China Sugar's risk was considerably greater. Even if the Guangzhou price held, they had to absorb freight and expenses. If it declined, they would sustain substantial losses. Since they offered such terms, they obviously anticipated a surge in sugar prices. But price fluctuations depended heavily on foreign Hong demand, which was notoriously difficult to predict. Feng Guangfeng considered for a moment before asking cautiously. Doing this naturally benefits the colleagues greatly, but sugar prices fluctuate wildly. If the market proves unfavorable, your employer will suffer tremendous loss. How can we accept this in good conscience? You needn't concern yourself with that. Wen Tong proceeded to flatter him. Among the 21 firms of the Heiyi Guild, it is rare to find someone as reasonable as Boss Feng, caring for both self and others. I wouldn't presume, though he recognized it as flattery, Feng Guangfeng, customarily looked down upon within the guild, was gratified to be appreciated. Manager Wen praises me excessively. When Zhu and wanted everyone to suppress prices, only Boss Feng spoke up for the farmers. This was no small thing. Seeing the approach was working, Wen Tong continued the flattery as planned. If the skin is gone, to what can the hair attach? The people of the Heiyi Guild lacked even this elementary insight, truly a waste of Boss Feng's good intentions. Hearing this, Feng Guangfeng felt moved. He had repeatedly urged the guild not to harm farmers while fighting South China Sugar. It was detrimental to Lizhu Sugar in the long term. He had endured cold looks and insults for speaking these words. Unexpectedly, these Australians appreciated his views so highly. Mixed feelings rendered him momentarily speechless. He felt he had encountered kindred spirits. We have our reasons for doing this as well. Seeing his expression shift, Wen Tong knew the persuasion had succeeded. He spoke earnestly. My employer's intention is simply this. Since the sea ban was lifted, more ships are trading overseas. Beyond goods being shipped out, foreigners are arriving to trade. Some maritime merchants, seeking quick profits, deliberately undercut prices. If one lowers the price, it becomes difficult for others to raise theirs. Foreigners are shrewd. If you quote a high price, they find someone else. There's always someone willing to sell. Ruining ourselves through mutual undercutting, is it not lamentable? Feng Guangfeng had visited Guangzhou. Though he hadn't engaged directly in foreign Hong trade, he knew Wen Tong spoke the truth. Thus, South China Sugar wishes to unite the Lizhu Sugar colleagues to advance and retreat together. Wen Tong concluded. That is our original intention. Feng Guangfeng nodded. If we advance and retreat together, we should share profits and losses. With the current arrangement, your risk is excessively high. True, but we are newcomers to this precious land and unfortunately clashed with our colleagues. Although it was Zhu An's doing, grudges linger and must be dissolved gradually. If hearts aren't united, even good intentions can be misconstrued. So this time we will assume a larger share of risk. It is rare indeed for Manager Wen to be so candid. Feng Guangfeng's impression improved considerably. I will do my utmost to persuade the Heiyi Guild, but he inquired carefully, do firms only need to hand over acquisition funds? Are there other costs? None, except the 2% discount fee. Wen Tong said, I know this benefit belongs to the sugar firms. But we haven't collected anything for months, so we request the firms to concede it for now. I can decide this on my own authority. Feng Guangfeng nodded. But monopolizing all sales involves numerous parties and will surely encounter complications. Wen Tong proposed inviting the heads of all firms to a meeting to discuss the charter and address doubts directly. Feng Guangfeng thought it a sound idea but worried about incomplete attendance. Some were timid, and South China Sugar's prestige was intimidating. That doesn't matter. The meeting won't be held at our factory, Wen Tong had already planned. 2 days hence, how about drinking flower wine at Sister Ai's? Excellent. Feng Guangfeng agreed enthusiastically. This private brothel was connected to the county yamen. No one dared cause trouble there. It was as though the yamen itself guaranteed everyone's safety. He admired their thoughtfulness. Compared to the Heiyi Guild members, either pedantic traditionalists, ignorant hedonists, or frogs in a well, even Master Zhu couldn't transcend greed. The difference was like clouds and mud. He sighed and took his leave. For the next 2 days, Feng Guangfeng traveled about persuading hesitant colleagues to attend. Not everyone accepted. The timid declined, saying, "You go discuss, I'll follow whatever is decided." A few others, formerly close to Master Zhu, felt it inappropriate to defect publicly and politely excused themselves. None refused outright. Of the 20 firms invited, 18 responded. Cheng had no place in the future blueprint of Lizhu Sugar. These firms were the first shareholders of the future Lizhu Sugar Industry Co., Limited. The de facto inaugural general meeting of shareholders convened 3 nights later in Sister Ai's Flower Hall. South China Sugar spent lavishly, booking the entire courtyard and all the girls. After feasting and drinking, Chang Shide addressed the gathering, explaining all the benefits of their proposal. They could enjoy high profits without risk, merely advancing silver. Naturally, entrusting hard cash required guarantees. Chang Shide proposed that the participating firms organize a Lizhu Sugar Industry Guild, register with the county yamen's revenue section, and inscribe the conditions into a contract. Each paying family would receive a copy as evidence. Does this mean however much silver I pay, South China Sugar provides me the equivalent she of sugar in warrants? We are acting as an agent, Chang Shide clarified. Theoretically, silver is exchanged for sugar, but with half the season elapsed, it depended on how much the farmers retained. According to estimates, farmers held approximately 140,000 shi. The Transmigration Group couldn't purchase it all. Besides the Guangzhou station's funds, they relied on spot sales to recycle cash. Only a two-pronged approach could satisfy the acquisition cash flow. To monopolize Lizhu sugar sales, local capital had to be mobilized. This was the principal reason for hastening to form the guild and offering agent services. The attendees remained unaware of the transmigrators' underlying calculations. South China Sugar's performance in crisis had instilled in these merchants an illusion of its omnipotence. "Fine, I'll pay 50,000 taels up front. I want warrants for 20,000 shi tomorrow." The speaker was Liu Yulin, proprietor of Risheng Firm, a major player. "Agreed." Chang Shide nodded. He turned to Liao Dachang. "Record it." Risheng Firm, 20,000 shi. Liu Yulin's stance surprised the assembled merchants. Although 20,000 represented half his usual volume, handing over 50,000 taels to South China Sugar demonstrated considerable boldness. The crowd buzzed with discussion. End of chapter. Chapter 306. Sweet Port Turbulence Dying Struggles Richengji, 7,000 shi. Feng Guangfeng followed up immediately. "I'll deliver the silver shortly." With 2 firms now committed, the others who had been observing likewise pledged their quantities, some 3,000, some 5,000, some 10,000. The total exceeded 150,000 shi. Chen Tianxing knew that most were holding back. These figures were merely stones cast to test the waters. However, had they been overly enthusiastic, South China Sugar would have been forced to disgorge some of the sugar already collected to distribute among them, which would have meant losses. This way, everyone was satisfied. With this sugar industry guild established, what becomes of the Heiyi Guild? Someone posed the sharp question. If Master Zhu forbade them from joining and insisted on maintaining the Heiyi Guild, how would they handle him? The representatives shifted uneasily in their seats, exchanging whispers. Everyone understood that Master Zhu wouldn't surrender easily. A vicious fight was inevitable. He possessed money and the ability to direct various dark forces. He was not to be underestimated. To this, Chang Shide replied that South China Sugar would handle the matter properly. Specific negotiations would be conducted by the factory. If Master Zhu sought trouble with anyone, South China Sugar would stand behind them, never breaking its word. I believe everyone is aware. South China Sugar possesses the capability to support its promises. Chang Shide spoke decisively. The attendees, though somewhat uneasy, accepted the assurance. The meeting was a success, Wen Tong remarked to Chang Shide afterward. But why not form a joint stock company directly? Why commence with proxy purchasing and sales? Let them taste the sweetness first, Chang Shide explained. At the outset, they don't trust us sufficiently. Once this year's business concludes and they recognize the benefits of following us over that worthless Hei guild, discussing a joint stock company will become feasible. The next step is consolidating our gains, especially guarding against Zhu An's counterattack, Chen Tianxiang reminded them. Master Zhu remains on Heian Street. A centipede dies but never falls. His dormancy might be merely waiting for an opportunity to strike. We need a response plan immediately. Ideally, we neutralize him swiftly, lest long nights breed many dreams. Chang Shide warned. Whether the Lizhu Sugar Industry Guild could ultimately be established depended on South China Sugar's ability to eliminate Master Zhu's power rapidly. We could simply dispatch him, but that might make these sugar merchants feel the fox mourns the death of the rabbit. Chang Shide propped his chin on his hand. We hesitate to throw at the rat for fear of shattering the vase. Set that aside for now. Make Feng Guangfeng the liaison. Inform them all funds must be remitted within 3 days or the contracts are void, Chen Tianxiang said. This money serves as their pledge of allegiance, preventing wavering. Right. I'll have Liao Dachang handle it and instruct Liao Diahua to prepare men and carts to collect silver on Heian Street. This was no small sum. Chen Tianxiang calculated after the meeting and was astonished. These merchants would hand over 375,000 taels of silver, nearly 15 metric tons, truly substantial. Chen Tianxiang felt the importance of a bank even more keenly. Leaving aside paper currency, if remittance services existed, a single draft would resolve everything. As matters stood, moving and storing 15 tons of silver presented a considerable headache. Since commencing sugar acquisitions, South China Sugar had expended massive time and energy on storing, guarding, and dispensing silver. All silver shipped in was official treasure resmelted in Guangzhou furnaces, uniform purity, 50 taels per ingot. This simplified packing, transport, and counting. But in actual practice, it became complex. Sugar payments were fractional. One couldn't employ 50 tael ingots for everything. The factory had been obliged to purchase silver shears and scales. Whole ingots were clipped into fragments. The process was tedious and incurred substantial wastage. As for the silver arriving from the sugar firms, it would undoubtedly consist of broken bits of varying purity. Liao Dachang had already warned them to engage assiers promptly. Mistaking debased silver for pure snowflake silver would mean enormous losses. The executive committee has established a bank in Guangzhou when Tong circulated a recent internal bulletin. I think we can request a local branch here. Call it South China Sugar Bank. Chang Shide was struck by sudden inspiration. We'll soon have nearly 400,000 in cash. Isn't that a reserve? The name is inappropriate, Chen Tianxiang objected. Financial systems must adhere to the executive committee's unified framework. We shouldn't establish our own parallel structure. Besides, we aren't finance professionals. Best to let experts handle it. Chang Shide, sharp as ever, understood immediately. Right. Let's telegram the executive committee to open a branch. He added, Lizhu's sugar industry genuinely requires banking services. Yes, Wen Tong agreed. After controlling sales, the next step is assisting farmers to increase production. Increasing production required promoting new planting techniques and sugar cooperatives. Gaining farmers' trust wouldn't be easy, but they had built a sound reputation during this acquisition war. With a bank, they could employ financial instruments to issue low-interest loans supporting production. While they discussed, Zhou Shizhai requested an audience. Someone intends harm to South China Sugar, he stated without preamble. They exchanged glances. What they had anticipated had arrived. Master Zhu was indeed bent on destruction. Desperate like a cornered dog, he might resort to despicable methods. What's the situation? Liao Daihua's men have learned that Zhao Jijiao's people are purchasing oil and dry firewood. They're a gang of punks who don't cook. What would they need that for? Probably arson. They've been spending lavishly lately, gambling and whoring, clearly recipients of a substantial payout. Zhou Shizhai mopped sweat from his brow. Additionally, rumors are circulating in the Lizhu underworld that South China Sugar holds hundreds of thousands in silver but maintains weak defenses. Kidnapping a few managers could extort an enormous sum. Vicious. Using unseen silver to entice others to do their dirty work, Chen Tianxian commented. Don't joke, being kidnapped would be humiliating. Wen Tong's expression was grim. If Li Xia kidnapped you, you'd probably enjoy it. Incidentally, she's your clansman. Stop jesting, Wen Tong said anxiously. Li Xia or Li Sisu, what if we actually get kidnapped? Kidnapping isn't our greatest concern, Zhou Shizhai observed. Scattered bandits can accomplish little and the managers carry weapons. The genuine worry is bandits banding together to raid. That must be guarded against. Banding together, Chang Shide inquired. How so? Zhou Shizhai explained that while no large bandit armies operated in Lizhu, small groups of 4 or 5 abounded, robbing lone travelers. Some bands numbering under 100 raided farming villages. To assault a firm like South China Sugar, they would require 400 or 500 men. Bandits valued numbers. Even if they lacked genuine fighters, they would drag along farmers to pad their ranks and cow civilians. Heian Street is wealthier than us. Why don't they rob them? Wen Tong found it peculiar. Fear of death, Zhou Shizhai answered simply. Heian Street maintained hundreds of local militia paid by the shops. Well-fed and well-compensated, they fought competently. Bandits needed strong teeth to bite that bone. We are newcomers. Bandits don't know our strength. If incited to believe there's a fortune here, they might assemble a substantial force. We must guard against it. Zhou Shizhai now fully considered himself part of the transmigration group. What about our militia? Can they hold? Yes, Zhou Shizhai confirmed. With Comrade Bay training them, they should hold for some time. The transmigrators were less confident. They understood the militia's limitations. Workers were occupied with factory tasks, leaving scant time for training. Beiwei's arrival had only marginally improved matters. Don't worry excessively. This is the county seat's doorstep. Bandits won't dare linger, hit and run, as long as we deny them initial success. True, but we must protect ourselves, Chen Tianxian agreed. Until this is resolved, don't venture out casually. Strengthen gate guards, keep militia on standby. Even when Liao De, Liao or the Wen brothers go out, assign armed escorts. Beware of arson as well, Chang Shide added. The factory is reasonably secure. Construction makes arson difficult and fires won't spread. But the workers' village housing the displaced, straw sheds. One spark in its catastrophe, deaths would be terrible. Old Wen, arrange for Liao Dachang to inspect it. Give them a warning. Also, Chen Tianxian recalled something. Telegram Guangzhou and Lingao. The sea situation may not remain tranquil. We eliminated one Gu Dachang, but Wang Dachang or Li Dachang might covet this prize. And the Gu pirates aren't entirely exterminated. Their main force is destroyed, but they still possess silver and men. They might return seeking revenge. Lingao had transmitted a summary of enemy intelligence based on interrogations from the Chrysanthemum Islets battle. The Gu gang still retained approximately 20 or 30 men and a single-masted boat for liaison purposes. Since we have prisoners, why didn't the Navy simply eliminate them at their base? Wen Tong asked. Too difficult, Chen Tianxian explained. The pirate nest wasn't a water fortress on an island but ordinary fishing villages along the coast, intermixed with regular fishermen. Distinguishing friend from foe was problematic. Well, I believe they will come. Chen Tianxian leaned back in his chair. Zhao Zhanfeng mentioned that Master Zhu keeps a concubine who is Gu Dachang's sister. The atmosphere grew tense. In the following days, patrolling militia extinguished several fires ignited by thrown incendiaries. Thanks to fire prevention measures, only walls were blackened. Intelligence from Liao Daihua confirmed the arsonists were Zhao Jijiao's gang. punks with no grudge against South China sugar, clearly hired by Master Zhu. Arson attacks became frequent, occurring once or twice nearly every night. Finding the factory and merchant house difficult to burn, targets shifted to the workers' living quarters. The most perilous incident occurred in the workers' village. A straw shed was ignited at night. The factory watchtower sounded the alarm. The fire brigade extinguished it within 10 minutes. The arsonist was apprehended on the spot by workers. Recognized as one of Zhao Zhijiao's punks, realizing there was no escape, he slammed his head against a rock, then lay howling on the ground, covered in blood. The enraged workers fell silent. "What is he howling about?" Chang Shide inquired. "Essentially that we're bullying him, beating him without cause. If we don't compensate for his injuries, he'll die at our gate," Liao Dachang replied with a bitter smile. "These punks fear nothing. If provoked, they might actually hang themselves at your door, generating a lawsuit that ruins you." "Oh," Chang Shide recognized the type, a hobnailed rascal. Sending them to the yamen meant release soon after, even with money expended at most a beating and pillory, which they didn't fear. Punks often colluded with yamen runners. Even if officials wished to act, subordinates would obstruct them, reducing major matters to minor ones. Punishment was elusive. While pondering what to do, Ma Sankyang pushed through the crowd and shouted, "Boss, this man burned our house and injured a child inside. I asked the boss one question, will you handle this?" Chang Shide grasped the situation instantly. A punk's life versus the hearts of a host of sugar workers. The choice was obvious. "Of course I'll handle it," Chang Shide declared decisively, waving his hand. "Attend to this gentleman properly. Make it clean." Several special forces soldiers brought by Baiwei stood among the crowd. Hearing this, they moved instantly. One stepped on the man. Another seized a handful of mud and straw, stuffing it into his mouth. The screaming thug gagged and went limp from asphyxiation. The two soldiers wrapped him in a straw mat and carried him away in silence. End of chapter. Chapter 307, Sweetport Turbulence Special Ops Equipment. How did the fire start earlier? Chang Shide asked Ma Sankyang again. Reporting to the owner, some of the boys were careless with candles. "We've caused you worry," Ma Sankyang replied with practiced deference. "Be more careful in the future. Clean up the scene." "Yes, sir." Ma Sankyang turned and bellowed across the yard. "Everyone watch the fire carefully from now on. Don't let it happen again." "How badly is the child hurt?" "It's bad." Ma Sankyang's face creased with genuine concern. "We've already sent someone to fetch a doctor. Go to the accounting room and draw 20 taels of silver for expenses. Hire a proper physician." Chang Shide turned and walked away without waiting for a response. "Thank you, owner," Ma Sankyang called after him, his voice echoing through the courtyard. Liao Dachang hurried to catch up, falling into step beside him and lowering his voice. "Owner, you must think thrice about this matter. This kind of thing can't be covered up. Zhao Zhijiao's lot are not men to trifle with. The moment they realize they've suffered a loss, they'll come looking for trouble. Dealing with a lawsuit afterward will be messy business." Chang Shide offered no explanation. "Men like them aren't afraid of beatings or death. Even the yamen can't do anything about them. But their talent for causing trouble is unmatched. Why forge this grudge?" "Forge a grudge?" Chang Shide allowed himself a cryptic smile. "That won't happen. There will be no grudge to forge." With that, he continued walking toward the inner courtyard. That was forbidden territory. No one except the owner's most trusted confidants could enter. Liao Dachang sighed, abandoning his pursuit, and hurried off to discuss countermeasures with his cousin Liao Daihua. Chang Shide stood alone in the courtyard for a moment, breathing in the sugary, slightly acrid air of the refinery. A moment later, one of Baiwei's indigenous operatives approached silently, materializing from the shadows. Chief Bai asks, "Now that you've interrogated the situation out of him, what do you intend to do?" "Send him back to Lingao, or dispose of him immediately," Chang Shide said. "I'm heading over now." It was April outside Zhuang County, and the polluted air discharged from factory chimneys, carrying the sweet scent of sugarcane, pervaded the streets beyond the city walls. Behind those high brick barriers, machinery roared ceaselessly through the night. This place had once been vast wasteland and open farmland, with nothing but a dirt official road winding past the south gate. But since the South China factory had been built here, everything had changed. A flood of migrant workers had moved in, joined by an endless stream of cane farmers coming daily to sell their harvest. The area had flourished almost overnight. At first, there were only simple straw sheds selling tea and dry rations. As business improved, merchants sensed opportunity and began buying land and building proper shops. One after another they opened, until a small district had taken shape outside the south gate. The cane farmers had changed their selling location, and with them went the flow of silver. The merchants on Heian Street found their business wasn't what it used to be. A night watchman carrying a paper lantern walked his lonely patrol through a narrow alley. "The weather is dry, beware of fire." The clatter of his wooden clapper faded with his voice into the distance. "The watchman's gone. All clear." From the darkness, several figures emerged from street corners, ditches, behind vegetable garden fences, materializing like phantoms. They moved with fluid precision, vaulting from their hiding spots. Each wore a black hood and tight-fitting black clothes cut in a short, narrow-sleeved style. Strange bundles rode on their backs, and in their hands they carried short, thick implements raised to their shoulders, level with their eyes. They assumed peculiar stances, some kneeling, some prone, forming a tight circular formation. Clear, 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 clear. The whispered confirmations came in accents ranging from the southern coast to the northern plains. The team leader produced a strange object, pressing it over his eyes to scan the street intersection. The opposite side of the device glowed with an eerie red luminescence. No heat signatures in the patrol zone. All clear. Move out. Faster than words could describe, the leader sprang forward, crossed the street in 2 or 3 bounding strides, and scanned left and right beneath the high walls of the factory compound. He meowed, 3 long, 1 short, then began searching along the wall. 2 others followed close behind, positioning themselves beneath the wall to observe while signaling to the alley opposite. Seconds later, figures filed from the alley and converged on their position. The leader raised his hand and began a silent pantomime, waving left, then right, forming an octopus shape, then a chopping motion. The surrounding men watched his hands intently, nodding at each gesture. Finally, he waved downward. Everyone rose and split into 3 groups. One group carrying heavy backpacks sprinted toward a small door at the base of the wall. Another scattered to establish a perimeter watch. The third threw grappling hooks that bit into the top of the wall. The leader scaled it in 2 swift movements. Porcelain shards embedded in the mortar crowned the wall's crest, but these were useless against him. He crouched atop the wall and surveyed the compound below. Confirming neither guards nor dogs patrolled the courtyard, he signaled the all clear. The rest vaulted over in quick succession and swiftly opened a small door in the wall to admit their comrades. The leader checked his watch and nodded with satisfaction. Just as they prepared to advance deeper into the compound, 2 high-powered flashlights blazed to life simultaneously. "All right, drop your weapons." The voice came from beneath the eaves of a building fronting the courtyard. "You're too slow." The leader lowered the steel crossbow in his hand. "I'm already inside the courtyard. We knew you were coming the moment you broke from the street intersection." Baiwei switched off his flashlight and stepped from the shadows. "Clear" could have been shouted a bit louder. The leader showed no embarrassment whatsoever, brazenly replying, "Training the team, you know, building some modern awareness." "Formalism kills people," Baiwei said flatly. "Come inside." The visitor was Chen Saijian, dressed in standard special reconnaissance team gear. Tall and powerfully built, with a back like a tiger and a waist like a bear, he was the very image of a warrior. In his previous life, he had been a doctor of nutrition and a fitness coach. During his years in what he called the decadent United States, he had become an avid firearms enthusiast and dedicated practitioner of mixed martial arts. His expertise had earned him a position as a military instructor, and his lifelong worship of special forces had led him to constantly pester Zhu Ziliang and Bai Wei about special tactics. He trained relentlessly with the team, and through extraordinary physical fitness and a solid foundation in shooting and fighting, he had managed to earn himself the half-baked title of Special Forces Soldier, though Bai Wei never acknowledged the Transmigration Group possessed any such thing. He preferred the humbler designation, Reconnaissance Soldier. This time, Chen Sijin had brought 10 soldiers to reinforce Bai Wei. The executive committee had concluded that Bai Wei's 3 or 4 men were insufficient for the Lizhu operation. The South China factory now held substantial quantities of both sugar and silver. Should any situation arise requiring forceful resolution, the hastily organized local militia would be useless. These soldiers included special reconnaissance team cadets and hand-picked soldiers on rotation from various units, the most elite indigenous troops they possessed. Let the soldiers shower and rest. Bai Wei surveyed the group, noting the dirt and salt stains coating their uniforms. Tell Wen Qing to have the kitchen prepare them something to eat. How did you get here? Chang Shide asked. By boat, Chen Sijin said casually. After dark, we found a desolate stretch of coast and did an armed swim, about 100 meters to shore. Then we marched roughly 10 kilometers through the darkness to reach this compound. Carrying full gear, no road, pitch black. I'd say the results aren't bad, wouldn't you? Bai Wei could only offer a rueful smile. Full darkness fell after 7 in the evening, and it was now nearly 11. Taking almost 4 hours to march 10 kilometers was hardly impressive, even accounting for night movement through rough terrain. Of course, the pace was a bit slow, Chen Sijin conceded, but we also brought a non-combatant. As if on cue, a black-clad figure stumbled in, panting heavily. It was Su Yingji from the Industrial and Energy Committee. Running through wilderness in complete darkness was a first for him, and for security reasons he had carried the case containing the classified equipment himself. It hadn't felt like much at first, but by the end it had become dead weight. Both men went to wash up before returning to Bai Wei's command post. Bai Wei lit another candle and summoned Chen Tianxiong. Chang Shide dispatched Luo to fetch provisions, and when Chen Sijin and Su Yingji saw the spread of simple food, they fell upon it ravenously. What's the situation? Chen Sijin asked between mouthfuls. We'll move very soon. You arrived just in time. I was worried Bai Wei didn't have enough men. 10 was all we could spare, Chen Sijin said. But Su Yingji brought you plenty of new equipment. Oh, what have you got for us? Old Su. Chen Sijin called out. Show everyone your treasures, Su Yingji grinned. Forget my treasures, have a look at this. He opened 2 rattan suitcases stowed beneath the table. This is the latest emergency equipment kit designed by the weaponry group of the Industrial and Energy Committee. His eyes gleamed with professional pride. Chen Tianxiong, you've read The Deer and the Cauldron, right? You know Duke Wei's legendary 3-piece survival kit. The invulnerable silkworm vest, the dagger that slices iron like mud, and the sand-blasting shadow shooter, Chen Tianxiong nodded. If you don't count Suing, except for the exotic hidden weapons, I've already assembled a set for myself. Don't tell me the Industrial Committee has managed to develop stab-proof vests. Su Yingji extracted an 18-centimeter tube from the case. Since you've already got protection, I won't bother introducing the chainmail. This is the sleeve arrow developed by the weaponry group. Surely you've heard of it. It holds 6 steel needles internally, can penetrate 2 millimeters of iron plate at 10 meters, and is gunpowder-powered. Remarkably quiet. Gunpowder-powered, do you have to light it with a fuse? There's a small revolving igniter. One press fires 1 shot. There is a delay after pressing, roughly 2 seconds. No cocking, no recoil. Of course not, otherwise it would just be a pistol, wouldn't it? Su Yingji laughed. The weaponry group developed this weapon specifically to produce special operations equipment using minimal modern industrial requirements. Chen Tianxiong's interest was piqued. He turned the device over in his hands, examining it from every angle. Where's the casing? Chang Shide spoke up. Think of a Roman candle. Ammunition is loaded sequentially in the tube, separated by clay dividers. Old Chang, you already know about this. It was Wang Ruixiang's idea, wasn't it? He talked about it everywhere back in Lingao. Everyone in the new army has heard. Isn't that basically an iron tube fire lance? Chen Tianxing said skeptically. If I put this in my sleeve, I'd be afraid of blowing my arm off. It won't explode. The safety margin is remarkably high. According to our tests, the success rate is 87.53%, Su Yingji added, somewhat less reassuringly, and even if it does misfire, it'll only scorch some skin. All right, enough sales pitch. I definitely won't be using this thing. Chen Tianxing's refusal was categorical. Beiwei couldn't resist interjecting. Even if you people refuse to make derringers, couldn't you at least manufacture some flintlock pistols? What exactly is this supposed to be? Su Yingji took no offense. He produced another bag and poured out several oval balls the size of pigeon eggs, each wrapped in differently colored paper. White is smoke, yellow is sulfur, blue is tear gas, and red is the most dangerous, a small high-explosive grenade exclusive to intelligence and special reconnaissance teams. The yield is relatively modest, but it's far more practical than the number 1, 2, and 3 grenades the new army carries. To use, tear away the outer wrapping and light the black portion with an open flame. 5-second delay. He paused. One drawback, these must be kept absolutely dry. The packaging must remain intact. So he produced a bamboo tube. This is a dedicated storage container. Each tube holds 3, sealed with wax at the lid gaps. Reminds me of ninja equipment, Chen Tianxing observed. Though the lighting mechanism is cumbersome, still better than nothing. The real killer weapon is right here. Su Yingji withdrew a small rattan box from his pack and opened it with exaggerated care. Inside lay 2 porcelain bottles nestled in rice straw. Molotov cocktails. He lifted one gently, a note of pride creeping into his voice. My own formulation. The primary component is extracted from coal tar, similar to gasoline. It also contains your factory's contribution, sugar. Sugar had always been a common ingredient in incendiary recipes. The porcelain bottle was tightly stoppered and sealed with wax. I've added white phosphorus to this incendiary. It ignites on impact. No need to light a wick beforehand, but be extremely careful during transport. If it breaks, it's a catastrophe. He let the warning hang in the air. Finally, he produced an object shaped like a wine bottle and held it aloft. This is an epic-making product, the ancestor of the RPG, a handheld shotgun cannon. Hardwood construction, 30-meter range, produces a kill zone of 5 meters radius. Similar to a modern shotgun effect. Single use. This is a brand new concept from the weaponry group. Impressive, isn't it? Japanese ninjas have a weapon called a hand cannon, the handheld azutsu. It's essentially the same thing. Is that so? Su Yingji shrugged. Well, we'll just exterminate the ninjas later. Is the structural strength sufficient? Su Yingji nodded confidently. You can rest assured, it's rated for exactly 1 shot. Besides these items, there were a dozen pyrotechnic signal devices and illumination rockets. Though small, they would prove extremely useful. Examining these innovations, Chen Tianxing marveled at his colleagues' ingenuity while recognizing what they truly represented. Lingao's industrial capabilities had ascended to another level entirely. Many of these devices required sophisticated chemical products. The Industrial and Energy Committee had clearly been hard at work. Engineers, he reflected, were indeed pragmatic men. End of chapter. Chapter 308, Sweetport Turbulence burning the temple. Su Yingji said, this equipment hasn't seen actual combat yet. When I heard there was an operation in Lizhu, I brought it along. Rest assured, we've conducted extensive trials. I only brought items that are relatively mature. Chang Shide nodded. Just in time for an operation, we can test some of these properly. He turned to Beiwei. Good, Beiwei agreed. As for the rest, the sleeve arrow concept isn't bad, but I find it rather dangerous. Chen Tianxing pondered for a moment. Issue them as emergency equipment to the subordinates. I want 5 sets of chainmail vests. I have protection myself, but the managers at the sugar refinery don't. I'm asking on their behalf. We can't manufacture too many chainmail vests at present. Materials are limited. I can only provide 2 sets. I brought 4 sleeve arrows, equipped the subordinates first. Past midnight, the moon had already drifted westward, obscured by ragged clouds, leaving everything on Earth suspended in half-darkness. Dew floated low over the ground, and the group gathered in the courtyard was already damp with it. Li Yunsheng's sweat-soaked body felt cool under the faint breeze. Watching the moon pass its zenith, he grew increasingly uneasy, his eyes constantly seeking the direction of Zhuang County. Li Yunsheng was one of the few indigenous members of the special reconnaissance team whom Baiwei had brought from Lingao. Like the army and navy, the reconnaissance team had begun absorbing indigenous soldiers, though the standards were particularly exacting. Candidates had to be orphans, no family ties whatsoever. They had to be young. Anyone over 14 was rejected outright. Those with vagrant habits, slow reactions, or who exhibited petty cunning were similarly dismissed. Finally, they had to pass a brutal series of physical and skill tests, truly 1 in 100. Except for drill and cultural classes, which fell under the military and political school, all training was conducted within the special reconnaissance team itself. The cadets ate, lived, and trained alongside the transmigrator operatives, forging unbreakable bonds of belonging and combat brotherhood. Baiwei's standing order to the team was clear: treat the cadets like your sons and brothers. They are not only the future seeds of the special reconnaissance team, they are also the future guardians of the transmigration regime. These cadets had trained for only 3 months, and their missions were primarily reconnaissance. This was Li Yunsheng's first time executing a mission alone. He had disguised himself as a beetle nut vendor, hawking his wares all the way from Zhuang County to Heian Street. To avoid arousing suspicion, he continued selling through the afternoon, finally working his way around to Monk Zhu's temple. Under cover of peddling, he toured the grounds, front and back, inside and out, memorizing the building's structure and every entrance and exit as his training demanded. Then he returned to Heian Street, found a dilapidated temple to rest in, and waited until full darkness before moving to the designated rendezvous. According to the plan, Chief Bei would personally bring men at midnight. They would then act based on the intelligence gathered. Growing anxious, Li Yunsheng finally spotted a row of figures approaching swiftly along the field ridges. White cloth strips flickered on their arms, the recognition signal. He challenged them immediately. Password, sweep, Baiwei's voice. He had indeed led the team himself. The full team numbered 15, including those Baiwei had brought from Lingao previously and the new arrivals. Spirits ran high. Su Yingji had tagged along as well, determined to observe the weapon's performance firsthand. They gathered in a huddle, concealing themselves among the chaotic grave mounds beside the road. Li Yunsheng reported the intelligence he had gathered during the day, sketching the topography of Monk Zhu's temple on the dirt with twigs and small stones. According to his reconnaissance, Monk Zhu's temple was extensive, fully 4 courtyards deep. The thugs are gathered in the side rooms and under the eaves of the first courtyard. Li Yunsheng indicated the positions with his finger. After dark, the temple keeper closes the gate to the second courtyard. The main gate closes later. Besides the main entrance, there's a back door behind the temple, but it doesn't connect to the front courtyard. Drawing on this intelligence, Baiwei formulated his plan swiftly. He divided the 15 men into 4 groups, assigned each group its combat role, and laid down strict discipline. We're close to Heian Street. Unless absolutely necessary, no firearms. Resolve this with blades and crossbows and leave nothing behind. Move out. Baiwei pulled down his hood. With Li Yunsheng guiding, walking point alongside Baiwei, they threaded through vegetable gardens, wheat fields, irrigation ditches, grave mounds, and tree rows on the outskirts of Heian Street, eventually reaching the collapsed pavilion north of Monk Zhu's temple. The team members took cover in silence, watching the temple. Under the drifting cloud-veiled moon, the surrounding landscape was dimly visible. The temple gate stood half open. 2 thugs, evidently drunk, sprawled snoring beneath the threshold. Faint light flickered within. Beiwei carefully surveyed the surroundings through the team's only infrared telescope. Though Monk Zhu's temple technically stood on Heian Street, it occupied the far end, isolated amid vegetable plots and chaotic grave clusters. Only the open ground before the temple appeared somewhat maintained, crowded with merchant stalls, all empty now at this midnight hour. Minutes passed. Suddenly the temple door swung open. Two figures emerged, each carrying a bundle. They glanced furtively in all directions before heading toward the team's hiding place. The pair crept along the vegetable garden's edge. Seeing no one about, they straightened and walked more openly. Just as they rounded a corner, two team members hiding there pounced silently, tackling them around the waist. The thugs started to cry out, but hands clamped over their throats. They were dragged behind a grave mound, knife points pressed to their chests. The two thugs went limp against the grave, terror replacing bravado. Believing they were being robbed, they groveled immediately. "Great kings, spare us. We're just small fry, we've got a few taels of silver on us. It's all yours." "Silence!" A team member flashed his blade. "Are you Zhao Zhijiao's men?" The two exchanged glances, and comprehension seemed to flicker in their eyes. One of them recovered half his wits and managed a sickly grin. "I was wondering who it might be, so it's the South China sugar folks." Beiwei's wrist flicked. A dagger sank into the man's chest. His eyes went wide with disbelief, and he died. Immediately the stench of loosened bowels filled the air. The other thug had lost all control. "Are you Zhao Zhijiao's subordinate?" Yes, I am," the terrified man answered instantly, all pretense of swagger gone. "What were you doing going out at midnight?" "Going to the factory to set a fire." They searched the bodies. Indeed, each carried a bundle of firewood stuffed with oil-soaked kindling along with fire starters. "Who sent you?" It was our boss." "Zhao Zhijiao." Yes, him." "Who's paying for the arson?" "I heard Zhao Zhijiao say it was Third Master Zhu." "How much?" That we don't know. Silver and money, Zhao Zhijiao handles all of it. We get 1 tael per job, 10 if something actually burns." The price was not insignificant. Beiwei listened to the interrogation. "Master Zhu, you are generous indeed. Where is Zhao Zhijiao now?" He's gambling inside the front hall." "How many men inside?" 20-something. "All of them. One went out to set a fire yesterday and hasn't come back, and there are a few drinking outside." "How many haven't returned?" 3 or 4, people come and go, I don't know exactly. Please, master, have mercy." "Does Zhao Zhijiao have friends or contacts outside?" "Just a regular whore he visits sometimes." Seeing the interrogation was complete, Beiwei nodded. The interrogator thrust his knife forward, finishing the man. They stripped the corpses and threw them into a deep pit amid the chaotic graves. Unclaimed bodies were routinely dumped here. The group then advanced on Monk Zhu's temple. Beiwei left 1 man to watch outside, led 7 others to scale the north wall using a human ladder, stepped onto the wall, climbed a large pine tree, and slipped into the rear of the first courtyard hall. The front hall was modest in scale and visibly dilapidated, completely incongruous with the buildings behind it. Moreover, a high wall separated front from back. This was because the first courtyard had long served as a gathering place for beggars, vagrants, and thugs. To give these people shelter while avoiding constant nuisance, the renovation had simply abandoned the first courtyard, refurbishing and expanding only the rear 3. With the middle gate closed, the back courtyards became a world unto themselves. Light spilled from the front hall's windows, accompanied by the din of gambling and the slurred babble of drunks. The gang clearly knew how to enjoy their evenings. Stacked beneath the gable wall lay piles of bone-dry firewood and baskets of clear vegetable oil, along with numerous bamboo torches imported from north-south goods firms, their heads treated to ignite easily and burn long. Beiwei led his men along the gable to the doorway. Crouching in the shadows, he peered inside. The hall lacked even clay idols now. Only empty pedestals and a bare incense table remained. A crowd huddled around it, shouting and gambling. Straw covered the floor on both sides, littered with sleeping bodies. Sticks of various sizes leaned against the walls, presumably their weapons. Using blades was a serious crime, and the thugs were remarkably law-conscious on that point. They strictly employed sticks when committing violence, lest anyone catch them on a felony charge. He soon confirmed Zhao Zhijia was among the gamblers. To catch bandits, first catch the ringleader. This man could not be permitted to live. Bai Wei withdrew and signaled. 2 team members rushed to the main gate, silently dispatched the sleepers on the threshold, dragged the bodies inside and dumped them beneath the gable. Others busied themselves around the perimeter. Action! The hall's 4 windows shattered simultaneously, and 4 incendiary grenades arced inside. These were the Molotov cocktails of this timeline, renamed Su Yingji cocktails to honor his great sacrifice in concocting the foul mixture. The porcelain bottles smashed against the floor and ignited instantly. The flames burned at extraordinary temperatures with fierce adhesive properties. They could consume steel until the fuel was exhausted, far more devastating than torches. One of the first grenades landed on a straw bed and flames leapt up at once. Before the men inside could react, a second volley followed. One struck the gambling table directly. Burning liquid splashed onto bodies, setting them ablaze. Screams and desperate cries for help erupted amid the chaos. "Quick, put out the fire. It's burning, burning. Get water." In the pandemonium, bamboo tubes were thrown through the windows, bursting on impact. Gray powder exploded everywhere. The choking reek of pepper sent the men inside into fits of coughing and sneezing, compounding the chaos. "Someone's attacking. Grab weapons." Zhao Zhijia reacted quickly, kicking over the burning table. Covering his nose with his sleeve, he fought through the crush of bodies toward the weapons stacked against the wall. Just then, a large dark object sailed through a window, smashing at the base of the wall and drenching him in liquid. Zhao Zhijia tasted it. Oil. This was clearly the same oil he had purchased, oil meant to burn the South China factory. His mind worked with desperate speed. Someone was giving him a taste of his own medicine. It had to be the sugar company's men. They meant to burn them alive. Terror seized him. "Forget the stick," he roared. "Everyone run. The factory's men are he." Before the word "here" left his mouth, more grenades flew in. One landed right beside him. High-temperature flames splashed through the pooled oil. He let out a scream and was swallowed by fire. Those quick enough to react rushed for the hall door, only to find it already ablaze. Unbeknownst to them, dry wood had been piled at the entrance and was burning furiously. The bravest charged through anyway, only to be driven back by crossbow bolts from the men waiting outside. Those struck fell directly into the flames, screamed once and went still. The firewood and oil beneath the gable walls ignited. The sea breeze blew strong, and the entire front hall was soon sheathed in flame. The fire swelled. Screams and cries for help carried far on the wind, but the temple stood at some distance from Heian Street proper, and at this midnight hour the street's fire brigade dared not venture out alone to fight it. Bai Wei listened intently. In the distance, fire gongs clanged their urgent alarm. Presumably the local militia was mobilizing as well. From Heian Street to here would take at least 5 minutes on foot. By the time they mustered and set out, his men would be long gone. "Has the fire spread to the back?" Bai Wei asked. "No," reported a team member. "There's some distance, and the partition wall is a fire wall. They probably feared a front courtyard fire when they built it." That was for the best, not out of concern for cultural relics, but because the temple had been collectively renovated by the Heian sugar merchants. Burning it completely would provoke them unnecessarily. Anyone emerged from the rear. I heard movement, people getting up, but no one opened the door. Sounds like they're splashing water on it from inside. They were preventing the fire from spreading. The fact that they hadn't come out relieved Bai Wei. He had no desire for unnecessary killing. Seeing the fire now raging fully and the sounds from within gradually fading, he waved his hand. "Withdraw." End of chapter. Chapter 309. Sweetport Turbulence, Internal Strife. The next morning, news of the fire at Monk Zhu's temple swept through town like wildfire itself. Crowds flocked to the ruins, now nothing but a pile of ash-blackened rubble, to gawk at the destruction. The blaze had started so suddenly and burned with such ferocity that everyone who witnessed it swore they had never seen anything like it. By the time the Heian Street Fire Brigade arrived under militia escort, the entire hall was already burning like a torch. Those in the know attributed it to the excessive amount of firewood and vegetable oil piled beneath the gable walls. The thugs had gambled and drunk by lamplight every evening. Carelessness with the lamps must have ignited the stockpile. The destruction of Zhao Zhijiao's gang elicited no sympathy. Many openly celebrated that the street was now rid of one pack of villains, declaring it divine retribution for their habitual cruelties. However, anyone familiar with the open strife and covert maneuvering between South China Sugar and Third Master Zhu harbored deeper suspicions. This sudden, peculiar fire, from which not a single man in the room escaped, was indeed food for thought. The handful of thugs who had been fortunate enough to be elsewhere that night fled town the following day. Their noses were sharper than anyone's. The Yamen runners detained the temple sexton and the fire-tender Taoist from the rear courtyard, though this hardly indicated the county Yamen considered the incident suspicious. It was purely routine extortion. Everyone in the temple insisted they had heard nothing unusual. With certain interested parties applying their influence, the sexton's wife easily negotiated a price with the head of the fast squad at the tea house opposite the Yamen, and the prisoners were released. After a few days of buzzing gossip, the incident faded from public attention. Arson incidents targeting the factory ceased entirely. The sugar merchants who had previously refused to attend meetings were now secretly communicating with South China Sugar through Feng Guangfeng. Their attitudes toward the new Lizhu Sugar Industry Guild had reversed completely. Where once there had been reluctance, now there was enthusiasm. Chang Shide found that talking business could now proceed much further. Chen Tianxing seized the opportunity to lobby the merchants privately. Zhu sat iron-faced in the council hall of the Heiyi Guild, occupying the presiding seat as he always had. The 20 chairs flanking the hall were filled with the head shopkeepers of the various sugar firms, sitting stiffly upright. This was the first Heiyi Guild meeting convened since Zhu had announced he was ill. The stated topic was the rebuilding of Monk Zhu's temple. But Third Master Zhu now found himself surrounded by enemies on all sides, his position crumbling. Sugar refinery workers recruited away, the Gu family pirates annihilated, sugar merchants defecting, and Zhao Zhijiao's entire gang inexplicably burned to death. He had thought he held a handful of winning cards. Now his hand was empty. Third Master Zhu could not think of a single weapon remaining against South China Sugar. Open attacks and hidden arrows, he had deployed them all. South China Sugar stood unshaken. It had not only survived but had excavated his very foundations. In his heart, he knew he had lost, but Third Master Zhu could not accept defeat. He had dominated the Lizhu sugar market for 30 years and had long since come to regard his every word and deed as the embodiment of authority. When that authority was suddenly stripped away, he could not accept it emotionally. Under the pretext of rebuilding Monk Zhu's temple, he had convened this meeting of sugar merchants, attempting to leverage his accumulated prestige to make one final effort to salvage the situation. The merchants had turned out in full, not a single absence. Even the traitor Feng Guangfeng was present. Seeing this outsider, Zhu's eyes nearly spat fire. Though he knew perfectly well that Feng Guangfeng was merely a go-between, and that the true betrayers were the fellow townsmen he had considered most reliable, the bonds of native place loyalty made him unconsciously direct his fury at this convenient outsider. "He actually dares to come," he muttered. His advisor, standing beside him, glanced uneasily at the assembled crowd. These men were either expressionless or entirely at ease. None displayed the slightest guilt or discomfort. "Master, stay calm." Zhu nodded, steadied himself, and began. "You are all aware that a few days ago the Patriarch's temple caught fire. Although only the first courtyard was destroyed, the Heiyi Guild is naturally duty-bound to undertake the rebuilding." He paused deliberately, surveying the room for reactions. Finding none, the merchants behaved as though the matter was no concern of theirs. His heart sank. I wonder what everyone thinks regarding this reconstruction effort. The temple must naturally be rebuilt, someone interrupted. But this is hardly an urgent matter. The immediate contradiction caught Zhuang off guard. Furious, he identified the speaker, Wu Yi, owner of Bailai firm, one of the smallest operations in the Heiyi Guild. This man had groveled and begged, finally offering 10,000 taels of silver to squeeze his way in. Bailai firm had meager capital and carried little weight among the membership. Zhuang suppressed his anger and replied coldly, "Oh, then what does shopkeeper Wu consider urgent, acquiring sugar?" Wu Yi jabbed relentlessly at Third Master Zhu's most sensitive wound. "The sugar season nears its end. Our warehouses remain empty. Without sugar, where will we find silver to repair the temple? Perhaps it would be better for Third Master Zhu to bear this expense alone." "Bastard," Zhuang roared. When had he ever been mocked to his face by such a minor figure? "What are you? As I recall, you knelt on the ground begging just to earn the right to buy sugar. Indeed, I'm no great personage." Wu Yi remained boldly defiant. "You, Third Master Zhu, are a man of consequence. Originally, you vowed to guarantee everyone sugar this season. And now, Wu Yi groveled before everyone not to make money licking Third Master Zhu's boots." The words were nakedly crude, yet they perfectly captured the sentiment of the majority present. Third Master Zhu is finished. "Old Wu, don't put it that way." The portly owner of Reorganizing attempted to smooth things over, but couldn't think of anything to say. "If not that way, then how?" Wu Yi had long since been bought by Chang Shide. He bowed elaborately to the assembled merchants. "Shopkeepers, owners, we formed the Heiyi Guild to unite in acquiring sugar, did we not? Now that Zhuang has led the guild to the point where no one can obtain any, I propose that Third Master Zhu can no longer serve as guild master." Zhuang kept his face impassive, projecting calm, even indifference. It was a practiced skill. Inside, his nerves were jangling. Wu Yi could never have conceived this performance himself. Someone was backing him, and most of those present had probably agreed to it in advance. The realization alarmed him deeply. What terrified him more was that the surrounding merchants showed no surprise whatsoever, confirming his suspicion. Veins pulsed visibly at his temples. He glared at this rapidly turned coat, wishing he could kick him to death. There is no longer any need for the Heiyi Guild to exist. Wu Yi continued his assault unchecked. This guild has long since become the Zhu family's private property. Third Master Zhu. In the 7th year of Tianqi, the Heiyi Guild held nearly 10,000 taels in its public account. Why were there only a few hundred left by the 2nd year of Changzhen, requiring assessments from everyone? For these past 2 years, we've paid our dues in full, not a single tael short. Murmurs rippled through the assembly. Everyone knew that Zhu controlled the Heiyi Guild, installed his own people, spent public funds at will, and collected extra fees under various pretexts. It had never been a secret. But his prestige and abilities had kept all mouths shut. Now that someone had raised the issue, whispers filled the hall. Those who had previously felt constrained by propriety found themselves muttering complaints. Feng Guangfeng stood. "Shopkeeper Wu is absolutely right. There is no longer any need for the Heiyi Guild to exist." The stirring among the merchants swelled to open clamor. After a moment, someone sighed. "It has to be this way." "Yes, there's no other choice. Third Master Zhu has labored for half a lifetime, he should rest. But if the Heiyi Guild is dissolved, what will we do in the future?" They were already discussing the aftermath, treating the guild's dissolution as a foregone conclusion and casting Third Master Zhu entirely aside. Zhu surged to his feet. "You despicable, shameless villains." His voice thundered, drowning out all others. "Short-sighted every one of you. The Heiyi Guild is where you settle and make your living. You are destroying your own foundation," he roared. "Without my Heiyi Guild." "The Heiyi Guild isn't surnamed Zhu." Feng Guangfeng cut him off loudly. "For years, this guild has been the Zhu family's property, not ours." He raised his voice further. "I propose we invite Manager Wen of South China Sugar to preside over the Heiyi Guild's affairs." Wu Yi immediately leapt to his feet. "Only Manager Wen can resolve the current situation. Others chimed in. Though some held their tongues, none voiced opposition. "This is the Heiyi Guild," Zhuan screamed, losing all composure. "I am the guild master." Wu Yi ignored him completely. "Please enter, Manager Wen," he called toward the door. Wen Tong and his companions, guarded by Zhou Shizhai, had secured a private room at a tea house down the street, awaiting the summons. The group hummed tunes and sipped tea. Wen Tong couldn't help asking Chen Tianxiong, "Is this scheme of yours really going to work? I'm afraid they won't understand half of what I say." "It'll work," Chen Tianxiong smiled. "Most of them are from Guangzhou, just speak Cantonese." "I just feel it's all a bit theatrical," Wen Tong muttered. "Couldn't we take over in a less dramatic way?" "Of course we could, but if you want to command the Sugar Industry Guild in the future, you need to make an entrance first. A little theater produces excellent results." "Like this," Chen Tianxiong sensed his lack of confidence. "Relax. Zhou Shizhai and Li Bio will guard you closely. Chen Saijin and his team will go in with you. Beiwei's men are posted outside. He's even got sniper rifles on the rooftops. No need." When Tong felt a sudden surge of bravado. "Just Zhou Shizhai with me is enough. After all, I'm one of the protagonists. I've got a halo protecting me." "Right, turn up the tyrant's aura a bit more. The Heiyi Guild will submit immediately." When Tong nodded repeatedly and closed his eyes, apparently trying to accumulate said aura. Chen Tianxiong smiled, drew out his walkie-talkie, and contacted Beiwei on the rooftop once more. Beiwei was observing movement in the Heiyi Guild courtyard, watching for any sudden moves by Third Master Zhu. Reports from all positions indicated no activity. Shortly, the lookout by the window reported that a servant had emerged from the Heiyi Guild gate and was heading straight for the tea house. "The invitation has arrived. Old Wen, get ready." "It's time." When Tong nodded. Taking only Zhou Shizhai and Li Bio, he walked out into the street. Though it was merely 50 meters to the guild hall, when Tong felt as if he were walking on clouds. Fear, anticipation, doubt, and confidence churned together. A peculiar, intoxicating pleasure enveloped him. The main gate of the Heiyi Guild stood wide open. Ascending the steps, one could see straight into the hall with its windows thrown back. When Tong drew a deep breath and walked in with his head high. Feng Guangfeng awaited him beneath the eaves, bowing with clasped hands. "Manager Wen, everyone has been waiting." Liu Yulin, owner of Risheng firm, was first to rise and bow. Then all the shopkeepers stood and bowed as one. When Tong moved through the hall, smiling, returning their courtesies. "Shopkeepers, this is Manager Wen of South China Sugar, and the new guild master of the Sugar Industry Guild." Wu Yi announced it loudly. When Tong completely ignored Zhuan, whose eyes blazed with murderous fury. Standing at the center of the hall, he bowed to the assembly. "Shopkeepers and owners of the sugar firms, South China Sugar is deeply honored by your trust in selecting us to serve as Guild Master of the Sugar Industry Guild. We accept this as both a great honor and a solemn responsibility, and pledge to devote ourselves entirely to Liju's sugar industry until our dying day." He glanced at Zhu and something shifted in him. This man no longer seemed frightening. If anything, he seemed pitiable. Zhuan still didn't understand what he was facing. If he truly knew, his fury would give way to terror. "Zhuan has betrayed your trust. For years he has controlled the Heiyi Guild, abused his power, appointed cronies, embezzled public funds, colluded with pirates, and harbored bandits." When Tong enumerated 20 charges in a single breath, each well-documented, mobilizing years of accumulated grievances among the merchants, and delivering a sense of profound satisfaction. You, Zhuan could barely speak. The accusations were all true, yet his collusion with pirates and maintenance of bandits had been expedient measures to protect the entire Liju sugar industry. The lesser of evils, and everyone had benefited. For nearly 20 years, the sugar firms here had enjoyed peace precisely because of those expedients. Now they were counted among his crimes. When they want to condemn you, they can always find a charge. Third Master Zhu's hands and feet went cold. His opponents possessed not merely abundant funds and overwhelming force, they were also first-rate practitioners of realpolitik. When Tong spoke with gathering force, I urge Third Master Zhu to retreat honorably from the fray. Leave some room for future encounters, lest auditing the accounts make for an ugly scene. End of chapter. Chapter 310. Sweet Port Turbulence. Dust settles. Third Master Zhu laughed, a hideous grating sound, and slammed his palm against the table. Good, you have guts. With that, he seized the porcelain bowl before him and hurled it to shatter beneath the table. The crash sent shards spinning across the floor, and in the same instant, hurried footsteps thundered from the lower hall. 20 or 30 burly men surged from the side rooms, each gripping a wooden cudgel, faces twisted with menace. These were the Boat Protection Water Braves Zhu had recruited, many of them former pirates or deserters from the Imperial Army. Third Master Zhu had intended to use them as a final card should the meeting turn against him. A banquet at Hongmen, stage a scene of intimidation, and presume everyone would submit out of fear. The main gate slammed shut with a resonant clang. The sugar merchants sat frozen with terror. Some simply collapsed back into their chairs. Wu Yi snapped his mouth shut and tried to edge away. Feng Guangfeng's face went pale, though he held his ground. Zhou Shizhai and Li Bio stepped forward, ready to shield Wen Tong and fight their way out. No need. Though Wen Tong felt a tremor of fear, his heart steadied and something like disdain rose in him. Smashing a cup as a signal, soldiers hidden all around. Did you think this was a storytelling session? Third Master Zhu laughed thunderously. By all means, continue. I should retreat bravely from the torrent, should I? Let's ask my brothers whether they agree. Wen Tong's expression remained placid. He listened for a moment, then smiled. Gentlemen, please stay calm. Just listen to the gongs in the street. Everyone pricked up their ears. Sure enough, from somewhere not far off came the sound, clang, 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 7 beats per cycle. They recognized it instantly, the clearing gong that heralded the county magistrate's procession. The sound traveled from far to near, unmistakably approaching. While the crowd hesitated, someone pounded heavily on the main gate. Why is this door barred in broad daylight? What trickery is this? I'm Head Constable Li from the county yamen. Open up. The men who had sealed the gate dared not keep it shut. The cudgel-wielding brutes scattered to the sides. The gate swung open and Head Constable Li strode in wearing his official uniform. The county magistrate has arrived. Manager Wen, lead everyone out to welcome his honor. Certainly. Wen Tong clasped his hands. Many thanks, Head Constable Li. As he spoke, Li Bio hurried forward to present a heavy red envelope containing 20 taels of silver. The county magistrate is here, Wen Tong said with a pleasant smile. I suggest you withdraw your men, Third Master Zhu, before something happens that proves difficult to explain. Let us welcome his honor at once, Wu Yi proposed eagerly. Yes, yes, quickly now. But Wen Tong showed no urgency to depart. Third Master Zhu, he said, his tone almost serene, your Jianghu tricks are useless here, unless you're prepared to wage open battle right under the county magistrate's nose. And even if you spent your entire family fortune buying his silence afterward, it wouldn't suffice. You cannot permit that to happen, nor can you restore anything. He paused. Do you know what Fu Pai means, restoration? By your expression, I'd guess not. Restoration means returning the old order, regaining the authority of your Heiyi guild, using it to continue extracting maximum benefit for yourself. But those days are gone forever. Either you quietly collect your belongings and leave, or you insist on clinging to this empty title. If you choose the latter, by all means, summon your water braves to attack. Let's see whether they prove more formidable than Zhao Zhijie or Gu Dachang. In the seconds that followed, events unfolded in rapid succession. A bodyguard at Third Master Zhu's side lunged, attempting to seize Wen Tong, but Zhou Shizhai moved faster, sweeping the man's legs from under him. Li Bio pounced and drove his fist into the attacker's throat, knocking him unconscious on the spot. A second man drew a knife from his sleeve. Third Master Zhu shrieked, "No blades!" Using a knife was a felony, violent crime, and the hall was full of witnesses while the county magistrate was approaching. Even if the matter could be settled afterward, it would cost a fortune. But before Zhu could finish worrying, The knife had barely cleared its sheath when Zhou Shizhai struck the would-be assailant in the neck with one hand, kicked him hard in the abdomen with the other. The man slammed headfirst into the wall, bounced off, took 2 more blows to the stomach and collapsed in a heap. When Tong exhaled, Zhou Shizhai's martial arts were indeed no exaggeration. Different masters employ different men, Wen Tong observed. Third Master Zhu, was I wrong? Third Master Zhu's carefully prepared banquet at Hongmen had ended before it began, along with his laughable stratagem. Perhaps such tactics weren't quite obsolete in 1629, but they were utterly useless against opponents with 4 centuries of advanced experience. Beiwei's team had already discovered the ambush during routine reconnaissance, and Chen Tianxing had made timely arrangements. Outdated. Though Zhu En's eyes blazed with enough fury to carve Wen Tong into mincemeat, he still understood that those who read the times are the true heroes. His subordinates scattered in an instant. The scene was truly more dramatic than any stage performance, when Tong allowed himself a soft sigh of relief. Master Zhou's kung fu is impressive. Call me comrade. Zhou Shizhai brushed the dust from his hands. Zhu En and his retinue departed in humiliation through the back door just as the magistrate's sedan chair arrived at the front gate. When Tong straightened his garments and went out respectfully to receive him, inviting the county magistrate to process to the Heiyi Guild, sit with Wen Tong over tea, and exchange a few courtesies had cost Chen Tianxing 500 taels, plus a promise to increase the regular fees paid from the sugar industry by 50% annually. The price was steep, but it was worth it. The life of the Heiyi Guild ended that day. The following morning, the county yamen received 2 petitions. 1. A joint application from the 20-member firms to dissolve the Heiyi Guild. The other, a joint application from South China Sugar and 20 industry peers to establish a new industry guild. Under South China Sugar's vigorous lobbying, this was already a foregone conclusion. The yamen approved swiftly, granted as requested. The Heiyi Guild's plaque was taken down and immediately replaced with that of the Lizhu Sugar Industry Guild. The remaining assets were likewise transferred to the new guild. According to South China Sugar's Division of Labor, the Sugar Industry Guild would be primarily Chiang Shide's responsibility. He immediately began liquidating the old guild's holdings. Wen Qing, who had been studying modern accounting, was put in charge of clearing the books, assisted by clerks familiar with ledger-keeping. The silver and movable assets in the public account were refunded to each firm according to their contribution shares, including Zhu En's portion. Chiang Shide declared that regardless of how much Zhu En had embezzled or misappropriated, he had after all accomplished many things for the Lizhu sugar industry. One should view a person's merits and faults with a balanced perspective, he said, affecting magnanimity. The money owed to Zhu En would not be short by a single coin. To demonstrate South China Sugar's absolute impartiality, Chiang Shide organized a public election to appoint 5 sugar merchants as supervisors. The account clearing was conducted with complete transparency. Weekly reports were distributed to each sugar firm, detailing which accounts had problems and how they were resolved. This practice of open books and clear organization won universal appreciation. The transmigrators had brought an entirely new atmosphere to the Lizhu sugar industry. Every employee of the old Heiyi Guild, from managers down to servants, had been appointed by Third Master Zhu himself, either distant relatives or fellow townsmen. All were now given severance pay and dismissed without exception. Those lacking local household registration received extra travel funds. Chiang Shide had initially wanted to retain a few capable hands, but Chen Tianxing opposed it. Even if a few are useful, they're connected to Zhu En in some fashion. If we suspect a man, we don't employ him. If we employ him, we don't suspect him. If we can't fully trust them, we simply shouldn't use them. We'd only be inviting trouble. Then just use them without suspicion. I don't believe these minor figures can hold deep affection for Zhu En. Old Chang, as they say, righteousness is often found among dog butchers. These are all Zhuang's friends and longtime associates. However small they were once beneficiaries, they received his favors. We cannot fail to guard against them. In the end, everyone was dismissed with silver. These people also understood the wind had shifted, took their money, and dispersed without incident. The thorniest problem for Chiang Shide was the boat protection braves the Heiyi Guild had trained, over 30 men. This lot were either pirates or deserters, their habits atrocious. The guild had supported them lavishly. 5 taels monthly, bonuses on the 3 festivals, extra travel allowances for distance traveled on each trip. Their fighting ability was decent, but they had been spoiled into arrogant, silver-dicted mercenaries. Chiang Shide knew full well this group was difficult to manage. Hiring them would require immense effort to discipline. Not hiring them would turn them into a menace. Wu Yi, however, said, "Guild Master Chang need not worry about placing these men." "Oh, why not? They're directly under Third Master Zhu's personal command. We couldn't touch them if we wanted to." Wu Yi explained that pay, supplies, deployment, everything, was handled by Third Master Zhu himself. The dues had been paid by everyone, but these men had always been Zhuang's private retainers. Though shipping sugar was theoretically each firm's own business, anyone who didn't use the Zhu family's shipping lines found it extremely difficult to secure protective escorts. Zhu family vessels had priority. For safety's sake, everyone had simply paid an additional shipping fee to Zhuang. This lot has only ever had Third Master Zhu in their eyes, never the Heiyi Guild. Let Third Master Zhu deal with them himself. Wu Yi laughed with evident satisfaction. Chiang Shide concurred. But if this group remained on Heian Street, they would still represent a force in Zhuang's hands. Zhuang hadn't used them before, but now, desperate, he might well unleash them to cause trouble. The potential threat still needed to be neutralized. Chiang Shide also announced that the rebuilding of Monk Zhu's temple would be financed entirely by South China Sugar. The merchants had expected another assessment. Seeing South China Sugar's generosity, their goodwill increased considerably. Soon a construction crew arrived from Lingao, erected reed mat barriers around the temple, and began major renovation. Because the project was substantial and would take time, the factory specially renovated a small temple in the county seat for the original sexton to preside over, so he wouldn't lose his livelihood. The sexton, his wife, and the fire-tender Taoist moved happily to their new quarters. No one expected that the newly renovated Monk Zhu's temple would actually serve as the future Zhuang intelligence station. The factory also acquired extensive wasteland around the temple, hiring workers to clear it, reportedly for a charity school and a benevolent hall. These actions further burnished South China Sugar's reputation as public-spirited and righteous throughout Zhuang and Lizhu. One morning, Feng Guangfeng was seen walking toward a tea house he frequented when someone observed him speaking with a stranger not far from the entrance. Then Feng Guangfeng climbed into a 2-bearer sedan chair and departed northward. The next morning, his body was found beside a water pond near the factory, on the site of the future workers' village. He had been stabbed dozens of times, perforated like a sieve. The savagery was unmistakable. The killer had been consumed by hatred. Only his face remained intact, as if to ensure easy identification. His mouth was stuffed full of granulated sugar, crammed all the way down his throat. Zhuang died 2 days later. By then he had already relocated from Heian Street. After Riacheng Sugar Firm ceased operations, he had moved to his farm estate outside Heikeng County seat, continuing to operate his shipping line. That night, a great fire consumed the estate. Not a single member of the Zhu family survived. Thus the storm on Heian Street concluded in blood and ashes. Hearing this news, the directors of the transformed Lizhu Sugar Industry Guild scarcely knew whether to rejoice or mourn. Many recalled the Heiyi Guild's 30-year history, its struggles, its triumphs, and felt a welter of conflicting emotions. Yet this world had unmistakably begun to change. Feng Guangfeng's death struck South China Sugar hard. Wen Tong, Chen Tianxiang, and Chiang Shide had all grown fond of this outsider within the Heiyi Guild, and had planned to rely heavily on him in the future. His sudden loss was a grievous blow. Chen Tianxing blamed himself for a long time afterward. They had focused on protecting the transmigrators and their direct subordinates, never imagining Zhu and would strike at Feng Guangfeng. It's because Feng Guangfeng was an outsider, Chen Tianxing observed. Zhu still couldn't bring himself to harm his fellow townsmen, nor did he dare to. He sighed, wondering whether this cultural phenomenon was ultimately good or bad. There really isn't much decency among these sugar merchants. The moment Feng Guangfeng died, never mind condolences, they were all calculating how to acquire his firm. His child is young, his widow can't show her face to manage the business. They're clearly preparing to exploit the orphan and widow. And her clansmen on her husband's side, they all want to seize the property. Hearing this, Wen Tong spoke decisively. Richangji must continue. South China Sugar will preserve this firm for him, Chang Shide agreed. He contributed more than anyone to this affair. He cannot end up with nothing. Otherwise, how will others view us in the future? I have 3 proposals, Chen Tianxing said. First, the Sugar Industry Guild will conduct a grand public memorial service. Every member will attend, the highest posthumous honor. Second, the 7,000 she of sugar has been paid for. The warehouse receipts must be delivered to his family immediately to provide for his widow. Third, select an honest, reliable clerk from his own firm to manage operations on his behalf. The Sugar Industry Guild will supervise. End of chapter. Chapter 311. Acquiring Dachang. Liao Daxing was summoned immediately, and Chen Tianxing explained the arrangements in full. Liao Daxing said, "The masters are truly thorough. Shopkeeper Feng would surely be grateful, knowing this in the netherworld. However, there is one point the masters may have overlooked. In any merchant family, the head of the household managed all financial affairs. When that head died, all debts, both owed and owing, had to be cleared and settled immediately. This involved substantial sums. At such a time, collecting debts proved extremely difficult, while creditors descended the moment they heard the news. Cash flow crises were inevitable, often forcing the sale of family property at desperate prices. Many businesses appeared prosperous while the patriarch lived, but the moment he died suddenly, all credit evaporated with him. By the time the funeral concluded, the family had slid into ruin. Consider the warehouse receipts shopkeeper Feng left behind. The orphan and widow won't realize anything close to the 3.8 taels per she he was promised. Most likely they'll be forced to sell at a discount to other sugar firms. If the buyer has some conscience, he might offer 2.5 taels. If greed blinds him, 1.7 or 1.8 is considered generous. That corrupt, everyone was startled. Did professional loyalty count for nothing? It isn't corruption, it's simply how things have always been. In that case, send the family 300 taels as a condolence gift, and Chang Shide considered briefly. The account settlement will be handled by someone sent by the guild to discourage improper thoughts. If cash advances are needed for settlement, South China Sugar will provide them. Liao Daxing nodded. The master's thinking is thorough. I'll arrange it immediately. Only, regarding who should represent the guild, send your brother. Chang Shide had Liao Daihua in mind. The man came from a merchant background and was no stranger to auditing ledgers. He's the branch manager of Kiwei Escort Bureau. I'll give him the additional title of guild executive. No conflict of interest, but legitimate authority to intervene. So it was settled. Under South China Sugar's forceful intervention, every sugar firm that had been eyeing Richangji withdrew its predatory hands. The Sugar Industry Guild's first action demonstrated its distinctive character. Many observers recognized what lay behind the decision. The new guild genuinely protected everyone's interests. Helping orphans and widows yielded no immediate returns, yet they had done it anyway. Using this incident as an opening, Chang Shide launched sweeping reforms of the old trade guild structure. Every sugar firm participating in the Sugar Industry Guild would hold a director position and participate in deliberations. Daily affairs would be managed by a newly established standing committee, comprising 5 standing executives, each responsible for specific functions, led by a Secretary General, a role naturally assumed by Chiang Shide. Operating expenses would be covered by guild dues, shared proportionally according to each firm's capital. The total annual assessment was set at 10,000 taels. The most visible change was the introduction of a completely modern financial system, ensuring the destination of every sum was transparent and accountable. The clarity of this system caused considerable stir among the guild directors. For Chiang Shide and his colleagues, this structure was preparation for a future joint stock company. Once locals grew accustomed to the transmigrators' business models and concepts, forming the Lizhu Sugar Industry Joint Stock Company would follow naturally. Then they would no longer require financial transfusions from Guangzhou. They could openly leverage the capital of these sugar merchants for operations. To accelerate acquisition speed, when Tong seconded large numbers of skilled clerks from the various sugar firms through the guild to assist South China Sugar, wages and provisions during this period were entirely South China Sugar's expense. Although there are 1,000 things demanding attention, sugar shipments cannot pause for a single day, Wen Tong said. Don't forget, the Guangzhou station borrowed at usurious rates on our behalf. The longer this drags on, the more disadvantageous our position. But we promised these merchants 3.8 taels. What if Guangzhou can't sell at that price? We may dominate Lizhu sugar sales, but if demand is weak, we're helpless. In Guangzhou, last week's market price had already reached 3.95 taels. The British are willing to pay 4 per shi. The price won't fall in the near term. There's also the Vietnam trade. Chiang Shide spoke with confidence. Wu Yujia has no silver there, but he has rice in abundance. We'll exchange for rice, then negotiate with boss Zhu of Dachang. Bringing Dachang grain firm in as a partner had been Chiang Shide's idea. In his official communication to Lingao, he had argued, though South China Sugar's opening a wholly owned rice firm would yield far higher profits, they lacked experienced, reliable managers to run it. That was point 1. Second, South China Sugar was already notorious in Lizhu. If, after securing the sugar industry, they openly intervened in the rice trade, they would inevitably frighten the local business community into boycotts. Not all money could be earned in one stroke. Winning hearts mattered more. Dachang Grain Firm had been the local merchant most friendly to South China Sugar from the beginning, not because boss Zhu Fusheng possessed any special foresight, but because his commercial instincts were sharper than his rivals, and his capital base was the largest. When the immigrants organized by South China Sugar first arrived, he had scented opportunity and come to sell grain, offering excellent terms. South China Sugar could draw grain at any time, settle accounts at the 3 festivals, and enjoy promotions such as 1 shi free for every 20 purchased. This had solved Wen Tong's headache over organizing large-scale grain supplies. To retain this major client, Zhu Fusheng had done his utmost to satisfy South China Sugar's every request, and had contributed significantly during their confrontation with the Heiyi Guild, though he had selfish motives as well, since South China Sugar still owed him several thousand taels on open account. With such a foundation of trust, cooperation would be relatively straightforward. Moreover, Liao Daxing himself had begun his career as a clerk at Dachang, making discussions even more convenient. Yet Liao Daxing's first approach returned in failure. Chiang Shide frowned. Why didn't it work? Boss Zhu's family is having domestic troubles, Liao Daxing explained. His mood seemed off. He only said he was interested but couldn't make the decision yet, said to wait and see. With domestic troubles preoccupying him, naturally he had no appetite for discussing partnerships. The first wife beating the mistress, Wen Tong asked, curious. Liao Daxing didn't recognize the term Nai but understood the meaning. He shook his head. No, boss Zhu has only 1 wife. From what I could gather, it sounds like a dispute among relatives over the grain firm. I'll have someone investigate immediately, Chen Tianxing said. The next day he reported as follows. First, Dachang Grain Firm was organized as a traditional Chinese joint stock enterprise. The shares totaled 21.5, originally valued at 1,000 taels each. Second, Dachang's shareholders were essentially Zhu family clansmen or relatives, aunts, uncles, and the like. Third, the recent domestic unrest stemmed from clansmen complaining that dividends were too low. Fourth, Dachang's operational condition was actually quite healthy. Zhu Fusheng's headache arises from exactly this, Chen Tianxing explained. His clansmen lack ambition. They all rely on this rice firm. They harass him every few days. Their demands: either increase bonus dividends or stuff their layabout offspring into positions where they could draw salaries for doing nothing. Actually, the returns for Dachang shareholders over the years have been excellent. Annual bonuses run to 5 or 6,000 taels. One share earns around 200 taels. Wait, it should be 230 taels per share, Chang Shide corrected. Dividends are distributed based on 23 shares. 1.5 shares are labor shares for the shopkeeper and all the clerks. That return is considered quite good, isn't it? Wen Tong recalled Yu Eshui mentioning that a middle-income family of 4 or 5 could live comfortably on 50 taels per year. Chen Tianxing nodded. It is, but human hearts are insatiable. He turned a page in his notebook. I investigated the shareholder structure. Boss Zhu himself owns 11 shares. The remaining 10.5 are divided among over a dozen large and small shareholders. The smallest holding is half a share. It was easy to imagine. Even if Boss Zhu welcomed South China Sugar's investment, the minor shareholders wouldn't want to surrender their stakes. With Dachang's returns so attractive, they would want larger portions, not smaller ones. Why would they be willing to sell? This is somewhat thorny. When Tong scratched his head, Chang Shide remained confident. It might have been difficult before. But since we finished Zhuan, we face no obstacles in whatever we undertake. I'd like to see whose gall is big enough to resist. Though that approach would be easy, it would damage our reputation. When Tong paused, I have an idea, but we need to tip off old Zhu in advance. Like this. Before long, a terrifying rumor swept through the streets and alleys of Zhuan County. South China Sugar is about to open a rice firm. The news terrified grain merchants across Zhuan and beyond. The Rice Industry Guild descended into chaos. The duty executive and major rice firm bosses all rushed to pay calls, attempting to glean information from Wen Tong. Wen Tong's response was categorical. No. South China Sugar has no plans to open a rice firm itself. There is no such intention. But the street gossip only intensified. These rumors were all spread by Xiao Zhanfeng. What South China Sugar's next target might be became the hottest topic among Zhuan's common folk. Alarming signals multiplied. Strange flat-bottomed ships delivered 3,000 shi of rice at once, unloading at Heian Street. Manager Wen was surveying wasteland everywhere, inquiring about land prices. Liao Daxing was making rounds of the tea houses where rice industry clerks gathered, asking whether any experienced hands were looking for work. All of this pointed to one conclusion. South China Sugar's entry into the rice trade was a certainty. The grain industry fell into gloom. They have money, they have power, they aren't afraid of trouble. If they actually open, what room will be left for us? In this climate of tension and uncertainty, agents directed by Chang Shide easily purchased 10.5 shares from Dachang's minor shareholders at 1,800 taels per share, instantly becoming Dachang's second largest shareholder. With shares in hand, the talk of opening a rice firm naturally evaporated. When Tong personally visited the Rice Industry Guild to clarify the rumors, solemnly announcing, South China Sugar will not open a rice firm. Once this news spread, the rice bosses and clerks breathed sighs of relief. Those who had sold their shares naturally beat their chests and stamped their feet, but the shares could not be bought back. The silver for this acquisition came from Boss Zhu himself. As compensation, South China Sugar would supply Dachang Grain Firm with 20,000 shi of brown rice at a discounted CIF price of 1 tael per shi. Dachang Grain Firm would continue under Boss Zhu's management. and Boss Zhu was delighted. He had forever rid himself of his insatiably greedy relatives and clansmen and gained a cheap, reliable supply source. The moment the share transfer contract was signed, South China Sugar became his primary supplier, currently providing rice at a CIF price of 1.2 taels per shi, roughly equal to his previous acquisition cost, but eliminating transportation expenses and transit risks. Extremely profitable. It doesn't matter if we let Boss Zhu of Dachang earn a bit. Let him enjoy counting his silver for now. We can simply collect more personal income tax from him later. And consumption tax, mistress tax, servant tax, Chang Shide laughed. Finally, slap on a property tax. Long live the transmigration state's revenue system. Old Zhu is full of energy. He says with such stable, cheap supplies he can really spread his wings. He's planning to expand his branch offices. Wen Tong smiled. We should support him too. Cash crop cultivation in Guangdong has absorbed significant acreage, already affecting grain production. The grain trade has enormous potential. Chang Shide nodded. Although Lizhu has sugar, it also suffers from sugar. Prices for everything are climbing. We need not only to extract the financial benefits of sugar, but also to import more daily necessities to withdraw silver from circulation and curb inflation. He thought for a moment. I wonder if Indian cotton cloth would sell well here. Sources of goods can be organized. We just need to report the demand, Wen Tong said. I want to buy up all the land near the South Gate refinery to build shops for rent. The market here will only improve. The group discussed further before dispersing. Wen Tong returned to his quarters and called for Ah Zhu. Go take a bath. This was his code for summoning her to bed. Ah Zhu, who had not been visited by the master for many days, had grown somewhat anxious. Hearing his order, her heart leapt with joy, and she hurried off to bathe. That night, Wen Tong, deprived of intimacy for days by the crush of affairs, was both vigorous and relentless. As he surged forward, he found himself reliving the scene in the Heiyi Guild Hall, composed, commanding, unflappable. A litany of flattering adjectives surfaced in his mind, and he felt suffused with vitality. When the clouds finally scattered and the rain ceased, Wen Tong went limp on the verge of sleep. Ah Zhu nestled against him. Master, Ah Zhu begs a favor of you. What is it? Wen Tong asked carelessly. Ah Zhu has a sister who also came from a fishing family in the past. Did she turn pirate later? Wen Tong recalled her background and teased. He didn't notice Ah Zhu's expression flicker. She forced a smile. Master jests. Her family was poor, so she was sold into a wealthy household as a maid when she was young. Recently, she's found herself with nowhere to go and hopes to find a new master to serve. She has good looks, a good temper, and is skilled at needlework. End of chapter. Chapter 312. Bairen General Hospital taking in a maid was hardly a significant matter. If she truly was as capable as described, Chen Tianxian could use her. He didn't have a woman anyway. Very well. Have her come by tomorrow for a look, Wen Tong said absently. Thank you, master, for your grace. Ah Zhu arched her body fawningly and began sliding slowly downward toward his groin. She took him gently into her mouth and gave a delicate lick with the tip of her tongue. He shuddered entirely, stiffening again instantly. I'll have to teach her some fresh techniques later, Wen Tong thought. The notion flickered briefly through his mind before consciousness dissolved into the rising tide of pleasure. The dean is making rounds. The moment the head nurse's high-pitched voice rang through the corridor, every ward and office in Bairen General Hospital tensed in anticipation. This was the routine Monday dean's grand rounds. All chief physicians were required to attend. The first batch of health school graduates, newly capped and promoted to formal nurses, and their juniors, the second batch interns, hurried to open ward doors and arrange themselves in the corridor. They stood in respectful stillness, scarcely breathing, awaiting the arrival of the figure who loomed godlike in their minds. The main door of the chief's office building swung open. Shinayaoran emerged, one hand tucked casually into the pocket of his crisp white coat, his broad shoulders and imposing frame leading the procession. A step behind walked the department chiefs, faces taut, white coats pressed to knife-edge creases. Ironing physicians' coats was among the designated duties of Bairen General Hospital's nurses, stethoscopes gleaming around their necks. "Good morning, doctors," led by head nurse Zhang Zi. All nurses and interns bowed and spoke in unison. The gathering was modest, but the effect was striking. "Good morning. Thank you for your efforts." Nioran acknowledged them with a nod. The chiefs always felt a twinge of awkwardness at this moment. After all, only one person was truly entitled to say, "Comrades, thank you for your hard work." The inspection team was customarily led by Nioran, the highest-ranking People's Commissar of Health and Dean of Bairen General Hospital. In this new timeline, his U.S.-earned doctorate and professorship in infectious diseases still commanded considerable weight. The inpatient building rose 3 stories. The first and second floors housed ordinary wards, 10 rooms per floor, 6 beds per room. The third floor was designated the senior cadre ward, in practice, reserved for transmigrators. It too had 10 rooms but only 3 beds each. Currently, about 30 patients occupied the ordinary wards. Most cases involved muscle contusions, fractures, traumatic infections and common ailments, upper respiratory infections with fever, acute gastroenteritis. In recent days, a batch of wounded had been admitted, sailors and artillerymen from the Great Whale, injured in the Battle of Juhua Islet. Their wounds were mostly minor burns and punctures from iron shrapnel. Most didn't truly require hospitalization. Once their wounds were dressed, they'd be fine. Only a few had serious injuries. Such wounds, provided they didn't damage major vessels or organs, weren't difficult to treat. Even fighting infection was far easier than in the old timeline. Antibiotics like sulfonamides worked almost miraculously. The only thing troubling the physicians was tetanus antitoxin. This item was growing scarce, and its shelf life was limited. Once exhausted, wounded men would have to rely on luck. For ordinary patients, the rounds consisted of reviewing the bedside chart and inquiring whether any abnormalities had been observed. Yet even in such basic matters, Nioran frequently uncovered problems. Why doesn't this patient have a morning temperature reading? Dinshi began to flare. How many times had he emphasized this? Who was on duty? "Reporting to Master Dean," Nioran thundered. "Say it again, call me Dean." The address Master marked the speaker as a health school student. Formal nurses knew better. "It's me." The student wore a blue nurse's uniform. Because she wasn't yet a formal nurse, she wore only a blue triangular kerchief instead of a proper cap. "Who are you?" "Hu Qing." Hu Qing appeared thin and slight. By 21st century standards, she might pass for 15 or 16, but she was actually in her early 20s, considered an old maid in this era. She and her brother, Hu Wenyang, were refugees recently brought in by the Guangzhou station. "Why didn't you take the temperature?" "Ashamed." "I was too ashamed." The girl actually covered her face, looking as though she might cry. The explanation emerged quickly. To prevent patients from biting through thermometers, temperatures here were taken rectally. In other words, the nurse had to violate the patient's posterior. Patients certainly weren't accustomed to it, but asking these young women, born in an age where men and women should not touch, to perform such an act on a grown man they'd never met was even more difficult. Early on, someone had suggested introducing a male nurse system, but Nioran had rejected the idea outright. "You all understand perfectly well. Medical workers have no gender. If they cannot step over this threshold, what's the point of discussing the training of qualified indigenous medical personnel?" Of course, such transformations couldn't happen overnight. 9 out of 10 new students couldn't accept it initially. They had to be educated gradually. Nioran sighed and turned to Zhang Zi. "Teach her properly." With that, he moved to the next bed. "What is this about?" Every round uncovered problems. Either basic temperature readings were missed, or medical records were written incorrectly. The first batch of health school graduates remained fundamentally immature in many respects. They had crammed into 6 months what their counterparts in the other timeline took 4 years to learn, and many had only recently risen above functional illiteracy. After reprimanding the nurse who had erred and watching her correct the mistake on the spot, Shinaoran exhaled slowly. There is progress. At least the nurses no longer dropped to their knees, begging his mercy the moment he raised his voice as they had in the early days. Instilling modern medical concepts remained a heavy responsibility with a long road ahead. After inspecting the ordinary wards, the group proceeded to the senior cadre ward, where only 2 patients currently resided. Yuleahu, Army Company Commander, acute enteritis, reported the duty nurse, Guofu. Shinaoran took the medical chart and examined it. The handwriting was crooked, but the format was correct. Fasting temperature at 6 a.m., 37.4 degrees, slightly feverish. He handed the chart to Lan Yangyang, the gastroenterology specialist. Did you have diarrhea last night? Twice. Lan Yangyang conducted a further examination and asked follow-up questions. This patient had contracted acute enteritis from eating wild fruits during field training the previous day. His face had been green when they carried him in. Lan Yangyang had worked through half the night to stabilize him. He remained on a glucose drip. You're fine, just fine. We'll have you healthy and bounding around in no time, Shinaoran reassured the mournful-faced Yuleahu in an amiable tone. Don't eat anything today. Have some rice porridge tonight, rest well, and you'll be jumping around tomorrow. Lan Yangyang sought to bolster the patient's confidence. Thank you, doctor. Yuleahu, normally eager to flirt with the hospital's young nurses, had no energy whatsoever. Even with a pretty nurse standing before him, he couldn't summon the slightest interest. Tell the army club to get you a duck to nourish your body when you get back, he. Shinaoran remained all smiles. And don't eat things like wild fruits anymore. Definitely not. Yuleahu, usually strong as an ox, was now weak even in speech. Indeed, a hero cannot withstand 3 bouts of diarrhea. Shinaoran's tone changed entirely as he approached the other bed. A fat man lay there, groaning theatrically, but his complexion was suspiciously robust. I say, fatty Zai. Shinaoran was blunt from the opening words. This patient had checked in after returning from the Great Whale. His injury was genuinely minor, not even requiring stitches, far below the threshold for hospitalization. How long do you intend to freeload here? Doctor, I've been experiencing some muscle twitching. Could it be the first stage of tetanus? The man groaned from his pillow. You are perfectly healthy, Shinaoran said. How many times have I told you? All transmigrators receive tetanus immunizations. Your wound isn't deep and the medic treated it properly. Where would tetanus come from? That's not guaranteed. Zayazu sounded feeble. For the sake of the party and the state, just give me a shot of serum. He had made this request several times over the past few days. Shinaoran shook his head in exasperation. The man clearly wouldn't leave without an injection. But he was unwilling to waste the limited serum supply on someone who wasn't sick. They couldn't manufacture this serum. Every vial used was one fewer remaining. Fine, you've worn me down, he said at last. Get discharged after the shot. Leaving the ward, he called Zhang Zi over quietly. Give him an injection of saline. Make it sting. Tell him it's the serum. Having disposed of this matter, Shinaoran returned to his dean's office and lit a cigarette. As a physician, he wasn't restricted to Holy Ship brand cigarettes. All heavy smokers in the health department smoked the filtered cigarettes brought from the other timeline. These were typically gifts from grateful patients. Everything is hard at the beginning. Shinaoran watched the smoke rings drift upward. The transmigrators were justifiably proud of their health department. In this timeline, the medical knowledge, skills, and specific drugs they possessed were enough to make every doctor in the Ministry of Health a miracle worker. But they were far from omnipotent. When that transmigrator, the one who had accidentally fallen from the wall during the attack on Gu family village, overexcited and careless, died silently in the medical team's tent, Shinaoran and all the medical workers felt a powerful sense of helplessness for the first time. The traumatic brain injury might have been salvageable in the old timeline. Here, they could only watch him slip away. At the time, fearing damage to morale, and with the executive committee's approval, the body of this obscure transmigrator was quietly buried in the wasteland behind Bapu Health Center, awaiting a suitable opportunity to be reinterred in the Martyrs' Cemetery. Fortunately, they hadn't been ashore long then, and personnel transfers were constant. The man was quickly forgotten. But it cannot always be like this, Nioran murmured to himself. 1,000 things demanded his attention. Since the completion of Bairen General Hospital's infrastructure, he had been contemplating the establishment of a rudimentary medical system. They lacked neither basic equipment nor medicines. Though doctors were few and their specialties somewhat unbalanced, they could manage. What they didn't have was a complete medical system. No, not even a primary one. After several discussions, the health department had decided to first build Bairen General Hospital into a model unit, perfecting its systems to serve as a template for all future medical institutions, much as Wu Nanhai had done with his demonstration farm. Currently, thanks to their efforts, this general hospital possessed 5 basic departments: internal medicine, surgery, infectious diseases, ENT, and traditional Chinese medicine. It had a pharmacy, a radiology room, and a laboratory center. They had also taken over the sanitation class originally under the military and political school and established a health school, training a cohort of nurses and military medics. By modern standards, these personnel weren't even as qualified as the barefoot doctors trained in the 1970s, but something was better than nothing. All physicians had been given the title of chief. Naturally, no one among the transmigrators was more qualified, but these chief physicians of Bairen General Hospital couldn't afford the fastidiousness of doctors in major hospitals. They had no flock of graduate or undergraduate students to perform the grunt work. There wasn't even a qualified pharmacist. Taking X-rays, performing ultrasounds. They even had to compound medicines themselves when necessary. Kayan Shuiding's wife, Ai Bebe, originally worked in pathological research within epidemiology, not outpatient care. Now she had to moonlight as a gynecologist as well. Even 21st-century women often preferred female gynecologists. In 17th-century China, the reluctance was orders of magnitude greater. For the most common internal medicine and infectious disease cases, Nioran had written guidelines for the treatment of common diseases in Hainan, given the lack of specialist physicians. He ranked common ailments, intestinal diseases, respiratory diseases, malaria, surface bacterial infections, gynecological diseases, then detailed treatment protocols for each, improving efficiency and reducing misdiagnosis. Medical record formats had to be handwritten by doctors personally to serve as models for nurses and future interns. Drug use was institutionalized. All specific drugs and non-routine medications required his personal approval. Anesthetic dosages had to adhere closely to the lower limit of the theoretical dose. Anesthesiology was actually a critical specialty where inexperience killed, but none of them were truly proficient in it. If something went wrong, there wouldn't even be a chance for resuscitation. As for the laboratory center, Nioran hoped to expand it, to enable medical testing, disease prevention, the compilation of prevention manuals, and the formulation of rational disease control strategies. However, a prevention and control system required administrative power for enforcement. It would have to wait until the organizational framework was finalized. Finally, there was the matter of the pharmaceutical factory commencing production. This could brook no delay. The glass factory could now supply them with sufficient specialized equipment. The bacterial strains brought by He Ping's wife remained in the laboratory. These couldn't be stored indefinitely. They had to be put into production as soon as possible. Chemical pharmaceuticals couldn't be counted on for the time being. Dean, everyone has arrived. Shall we begin? End of chapter. Chapter 313. Human dissection. Just as he was contemplating these challenges, Sister Li walked in to ask whether teaching should begin. She was the mother of the pair Zhang Xingjiao had brought back some time ago. Though older than most of the staff, She was literate and had been assigned to the hospital to handle administrative work and miscellaneous duties. Because she consistently refused to reveal her true name, everyone simply addressed her as Sister Li. "I'm going now." Nioran stubbed out his cigarette. The dissection room occupied the semi-basement of Bairen General Hospital. Apart from several vents sealed by louvered shutters, there were no windows. Anyone attempting to peer through the louvers would see nothing at all. The door was kept locked at all times, and no one except Nioran could open it. The purpose of all this was secrecy. Human dissection remained taboo for many Chinese even in the 21st century. Families rarely agreed to it except under extraordinary circumstances. In this era, the resistance was absolute. Nioran arrived at a preparatory room where Hippo was already waiting. He would serve as dissection assistant while simultaneously honing his surgical skills. Nioran unlocked the normally barred door, led the way down the stairs, and switched on the fluorescent lights. At the bottom stretched a corridor. The walls were still bare cement. Ceramic tiles weren't yet available in sufficient quantity, while overhead fluorescent tubes cast pallid beams through the stillness. The air smelled of disinfectant. The autopsy request form for the corpse had already been completed. Nioran insisted that procedures here be as meticulous as in a 21st century hospital. He flipped through the form. The deceased was named Chen Yabao, age unknown. The body had been wheeled here, prepared to face the physician's scalpels. The dissection room itself wasn't large, roughly 60 square meters. On all four sides, wooden tiered stands awaited future interns and nurses who would observe autopsies. Fully occupied, the room could accommodate about 30 people. Ventilation equipment had been installed, quite a luxury by transmigrator standards. At the room's center stood a reinforced concrete dissection table faced with porcelain tiles. Since the transmigrator's own ceramic kiln hadn't yet commenced production, these facing tiles had been custom-ordered from kilns in Fujian through merchant intermediaries. Fujian kilns had decades of experience producing export porcelain to foreign specifications, making it relatively easy to trial-produce new products. The resulting tiles were indeed porcelain tiles, not merely glazed on the surface, but solid blocks of ceramic. What the transmigrators didn't know was that ceramic tiles had already been manufactured in Ming Dynasty kilns. The most famous surviving examples were the floor tiles of the porcelain tower of Nanjing, decorated in blue and white. The dissection table's surface was grooved for drainage and equipped with a faucet and spray hose, permitting the corpse to be rinsed continuously during the procedure. At one end of the table stood a materials cabinet, its shelves arranged with dissection instruments and sampling containers. Adjacent to the main room were a preparation room and a specimen storage room. It had taken considerable effort to secure the executive committee's approval for this dissection room. Unlike a pharmacy or an operating room, whose immediate utility was obvious, the dissection room required Nioran to articulate its importance as a critical cornerstone for rebuilding modern medicine in this timeline. The lighting was extremely bright, sufficient to reveal every detail on the dissection table. A corpse covered with coarse white cloth lay waiting. It had just been conveyed by a dedicated hoist. The deceased was a peasant who had died suddenly while working on the Bairen city infrastructure site. He wasn't local, so his body had fallen into the hospital's hands. Such opportunities were rare. Nioran's greatest difficulty was the inability to preserve cadavers. There was no shortage of corpses in this timeline. After battles, they could litter the ground, but they couldn't be kept. They had neither cold storage nor adequate preservatives, and Lingao's temperature never dropped low enough. Bodies had to be used as they were found. Hippo changed first, donning latex gloves and a mask, then lifted the white cloth. The deceased was a young man, very thin and slight, yet his muscles and tendons were powerfully developed. Varicose veins traced his calves and arms, the marks of someone who had labored intensely for years. Hippo placed a pillow beneath the corpse's neck and arranged the arms. Nioran laid out the instruments they would need. Scalpels, rib shears, clamps, cranial saws. Everything had been thoroughly cleaned, though unlike surgical instruments, strict sterile disinfection wasn't required. Here, there was no concern about patient infection. The physicians needed only ensure their own safety. "The nursing students will be arriving shortly," Hippo remarked. Nioran teased him. "Does it excite you to dissect in front of them? As long as they don't treat me as a man-eating demon, I'll be satisfied." Hippo smiled ruefully. In the modern world, even if people can't accept dissection emotionally, they at least understand it benefits medicine. "Here, take it slowly. Changing concepts doesn't happen overnight. They are the seeds of modern medicine." As he spoke, Nioran picked up a 4-page dissection analysis form, reading aloud as he reviewed it. "What's the presumed cause of death?" "Sudden death. Probably something like coronary heart disease," Hippo said. "Coronary heart disease is rare in this timeline. Besides, he's young." Nioran scrutinized the youthful face, already gray-white. "He's severely thin, mild malnutrition." "I'll record the corpse condition." Hippo took the clipboard. He muttered to himself as he wrote, "Trauma scar on the left arm." He shifted the arm aside, murmured, "Sorry, brother," then noted, "Mild muscle rigor." He opened the eyelids. "Pupils equal and round, diameter 0.3 centimeters." Then he pried open the stiffened jaw. "Let's examine the teeth." Footsteps echoed in the outer corridor. The dissection room door opened and AI Bebe entered. "They're here." Behind her came a group of young women, the most robust of the nurses and orphans whom the transmigrators were most eager to develop. Nioran intended to train them as doctors. He had even begun teaching them basic medical Latin. "Good morning," AI Bebe greeted them. "Come on in, all of you." The nurses stood in a row at the door, 6 in total. As they filed into the room, each glanced nervously at the corpse on the table. They had served in the health department for several months now. They had witnessed various scenes and participated in collecting bodies. Slowly they had grown accustomed to suppurating sores, mangled limbs, rotting flesh, to sights and smells that would make most people retch. But watching a human dissection was something altogether new. "Put on your masks and sit down. Don't fidget." Nioran appraised the girls. Guo Fu was among them. She was one of the nurses he valued most. Though young, the enthusiasm and ability she displayed in her work surpassed many of the older students. More importantly, she wasn't afraid of dirt or blood, and she harbored no superstitions whatsoever. The girls were understandably nervous at the sight of the corpse, though they'd seen plenty before. But this was the first time they would witness a live autopsy. It would be exactly like those somewhat frightening anatomical charts from class, only this time, a real person would be opened before their eyes. Guo Fu worried about how she would react. Already she felt something strange stirring inside her. As a nurse, she was accustomed to death. Still, dissection was a terrifying, unprecedented experience. "Good morning." AI Bebe greeted them again and walked straight to the changing room. She removed her white coat, put on a mask, took a surgical gown from the rack and slid her arms into the sleeves. Nioran, dressing beside her, courteously tied the straps at her back. Then, as if following an unspoken choreography, they walked one after another to the wash basin. After scrubbing their hands, AI Bebe took a canister of talcum powder and dusted Nioran's hands, then held open a pair of latex gloves. "Doctor," she slid his fingers inside. Not a word was exchanged throughout. Nioran approached the dissection table and took the clipboard from Hippo, focusing on its contents. He didn't even glance at the corpse. Hippo watched the professor's movements closely, suddenly struck by how much the scene resembled a symphony conductor taking the stage, lacking only the audience's applause. AI Bebe climbed the wooden ladder at one end of the dissection table and photographed the corpse from above. "This is the body of a young male," she announced. "Development normal, mild malnutrition. Body type lean." Drawing on these physical indicators, Nioran analyzed the deceased's hairstyle, facial features, tooth wear, and cranial suture closure. "The deceased is an unmarried young male, age between 23 and 26. He turned to the nursing students. "This is your first time watching a dissection, correct?" "Yes, Dean." The girls answered in unison. Shinaoran nodded. Today we are conducting gross anatomy. The reason for dissecting this individual, he indicated the corpse on the table, is so that we physicians can clearly understand the structure and state of the human body, and simultaneously determine why they died. He pointed to the wall behind him. Please look at the words inscribed there. The girls' gazes followed his gesture to a motto painted in black ink on the white plaster, Mortui vivos docent. Shinaoran read the Latin sentence aloud, then translated, "The dead teach the living." He turned his attention back to the corpse. This man died suddenly during labor. There were no symptoms of illness beforehand. We call this sudden death. His gaze swept imperiously over the students. They watched him with bated breath, much like the graduate students he had mentored in his previous life. Who could imagine that over half a year ago, these women had been waiting to be sold as slaves in Guangzhou's markets or begging in the streets? We will now analyze through autopsy exactly why he died. With that, Shinaoran examined a set of dissection instruments laid before him and selected a scalpel. He scanned the incision site with clinical precision, then cleanly plunged the sharp blade deep into the corpse. When the knife descended, several girls screamed. AI Bebe scolded them immediately. Hippo secretly observed the nursing students. He knew that the soft-hearted or squeamish couldn't endure autopsies. Even those with some experience were rarely eager to watch the first cut. Up to this point, the body on the table still bore some resemblance to a living person. But once the first cut was made, all illusions vanished. The corpse had forfeited all dignity as a human being. Whether it had once been a man, woman, or child, now it was merely a collection of bones, flesh, lymph, and blood vessels. Because Shinaoran had worked primarily in research, he hadn't performed many autopsies in his previous life. But after D-Day, knowing the road to performing surgeries stretched long and difficult ahead, he had practiced whenever a corpse became available. His knife skills had been reborn. The incision was fluid. He proceeded calmly and agilely. He made 2 cuts trailing downward from the corpse's shoulders. The incisions met at the base of the chest cavity, then continued in a single line down to the genitals, opening the abdominal cavity. 3 cuts formed a precise Y shape. When the scalpel descended, there came only the soft sound of flesh and skin parting. Based on his experience, well-nourished modern people typically had a layer of yellow fat here, but this man had none, truly lean to the bone. Both Hippo and AI Bebe watched the nurse's expressions. 3 had gone pale. Another gagged and turned away. The remaining 2 held their ground without flinching. By rights, this senior cohort of nurses had already witnessed numerous grotesque corpses with entrails spilling out. When pirates attacked Bapu, the entire first health school class had been mobilized to collect bodies, specifically to build their courage. Though they had vomited helplessly at the time and screamed from nightmares in the dormitory at night, they had gradually grown inured. People of this era were far tougher or perhaps more numb in the face of death. AI Bebe clapped her hands. Anyone who needs to step out for a few minutes may do so. If you can't hold it, go vomit outside. But no one moved. They were teachable material after all. Only by passing this test did they have hope of becoming doctors. Yet when the saw bit into the skull, one student did leave, returning only after a considerable interval. The rasping grind of the surgical saw against bone was chilling. Only Hippo, with his orthopedic background, found it unremarkable. Shinaoran carefully pried open the skull cap, revealing the meninges enveloping the brain. This level of stimulation was sufficient to make weak-nerved first-year medical students faint. He glanced again at the nurses. They seemed to be holding on. In some eyes, he noticed a glint of something almost like hungry fascination. "Attention, I'm cutting." Shinaoran warned them, then used sharp scissors to sever the large vein running front to back along the center of the meninges. He suddenly realized he had forgotten the name of this vessel. "Am I getting old?" Blood immediately welled up, flowing over scissors and fingers. He noted that the blood was fluid, showing no signs of coagulation. This man clearly hadn't died of cerebral infarction. After carefully examining the meninges, he peeled them back, exposing the brain. With delicate scalpel work, he separated the brain from the spinal cord and gently removed the organ. At that moment, AI Bebe brought over a glass jar half filled with formalin. Shinaoran lowered the brain slowly into the solution. The specimen was in excellent condition. He decided to preserve it. This is the human brain. If the entire human body is a country, the human brain is the imperial court. He explained in simple terms, covering the distinctions and functions of cerebrum, cerebellum, and brainstem. Then his scalpel turned to the heart. Shinaoran removed the heart from the corpse and examined it carefully. He addressed the female nurses once more. The greatest likelihood of inducing sudden death is coronary heart disease. Let us first determine whether this hypothesis fits. The nurses, now somewhat numb to the gore, focused their attention on the organs themselves, watching intently as he deftly opened the coronary arteries. We should find an embolism point here, he indicated with the tip of a metal probe. But there is nothing. In the main branch of the coronary artery, there are absolutely no traces of blood clots. Now let us examine the heart itself. Shinaoran placed the organ on the dissection board and bisected it with his scalpel. He turned the two halves to inspect the valves, then beckoned the nurses closer. They approached hesitantly. He obviously didn't die from coronary heart disease, Shinaoran concluded. In this heart, we can observe neither acute thrombosis nor myocardial infarction complicated by ventricular aneurysm. Then what killed him? Shinaoran pointed at the heart with his probe. The left ventricle shows significant dilation, and there is formation of grayish-white myocardial scarring. He suffered from rheumatic heart disease during his lifetime. This is the condition that induced his sudden death. He set down the probe. Take a close look. He didn't expect these girls to become real physicians in 1 or 2 years, but at minimum they needed to overcome all terror and superstition regarding the human body. Guo Fu had steadied herself by now. She felt she could get through this. Shortly after the dissection began, when she'd watched the saw cutting into the dead man's skull, she had felt the blood drain from her head, leaving her dizzy. She had nearly fainted. But she had resolved to persist, to not fall. For reasons she couldn't fully articulate, she suddenly recalled an incident from her wandering days. Tian Liang had once suffered a festering calf wound and developed a high fever by the time they reached a small town. A wandering traditional doctor, seeing how pitiable they were, had treated him. He had used a knife to cut away all the rotting flesh until fresh red meat appeared, then applied medicine. At the time, no one else dared to look. Only she had remained at Tian Liang's side, assisting the doctor. Afterward, Tian Liang had limped for several months before fully recovering. She attended him throughout, never fearing the blood and pus of his wound, never recoiling from that terrible gash. The memory gave her strength now. She knew that once she passed this test, watching autopsies in the future would present no difficulty. One day she would be able to heal people just as the chiefs did. After demonstrating the lungs, this dissection teaching session concluded. Hippo returned the removed internal organs to the body cavity. There was insufficient preservative solution to store them all as specimens. Shinaoran asked, "Who is willing to suture the incision?" The girls exchanged uncertain glances. This was demanding work. "I will," Guofu stood. "Good, go change. Let me see how your suturing skills are." Health school students had all learned wound suturing, but practice opportunities were few. Fortunately, suturing a corpse didn't require excessive care or concern about scarring. Guo Fu worked with evident meticulousness, though her technique remained imperfect. "Passable," Shinaoran nodded. Hippo nodded as well. AI Bebe allowed herself a faint smile. Technique was average, attitude was excellent. This girl had a future worth cultivating. The corpse was rinsed with water, lifted from the table onto a cart, and covered with white cloth. Shortly it would be transported to Qiugang for burial. Though the dissection room was a basement with somewhat lower temperatures, with so many people crowded together it still exceeded 20 degrees. The body would rot quickly. In a proper medical school or hospital, such tasks would be handled by others. But here, they had to do everything themselves. They changed clothes, emerged from the dissection room, and returned to ground level. Hippo exhaled a breath of stale air and wiped the sweat from his forehead. We need to install air conditioning. If you ask me, we do better with a cold storage facility. Nyoran lit a new cigarette. Regardless, the current temperature won't do. When summer arrives, it'll be deadly. The room will feel like a steamer. We won't even be able to store medicine. Didn't Li Xiaolu draw up blueprints for geothermal air conditioning? I think we can submit an application. Summer is coming anyway. As Hippo spoke, the girls filed out and Guofu approached. Hippo felt an indescribably ambiguous sensation as this young woman drew near. The figure outlined by her stiffly starched blue uniform, the slightly fluffy hair beneath her blue cap, it would feel very soft to the touch. He steadied himself. "Good work today, little Guo," he praised. "Thank you, doctor." The girl blushed slightly and lowered her head. A faint scent emanated from her neck. Is this the body fragrance of a virgin? Hippo found his thoughts wandering. Guofu was quite attractive, by 21st century standards at any rate. After months of adequate food and regular exercise in Lingao, her figure had filled out nicely. Hippo noticed her chest wasn't small. Though the blue nurse's uniform wasn't a dress, it was form-fitting enough. "Little Guo, come here," AI Bebe was calling. "If there's nothing else, I'll go. Goodbye, doctor." She gave a slight bow with a smile and turned away. "I want this girl." The thought crystallized suddenly in Hippo's mind. Guofu caught up with the other students. They were all asking what she had been thinking while suturing the corpse, whether she had been frightened. She answered absently, her thoughts lingering on Dr. He's peculiar gaze. Her face reddened again. End of chapter. Chapter 314. Medical planning. Now Hippo and Nyoran tied off and severed the arterial vessels to minimize bleeding during the dissection. Nyoran retrieved the aspirator tube from the instrument rack above the table, stepped on the pneumatic valve, and suctioned out the blood pooling in the abdominal and thoracic cavities. When Hippo began to peel back the scalp in preparation for the craniotomy, someone finally couldn't contain herself and rushed out to vomit. "Shall we take a break?" AI Bebe asked. "Might be wise. We'll be using the saw to open the skull shortly." Nyoran held his hands beneath the faucet, rinsing the bloodstains away. After a 10-minute intermission, the dissection resumed. AI Bebe asked whether anyone wished to leave. No one withdrew. They were teachable after all. Only by passing this ordeal could they hope to become physicians. Yet when the saw bit into the skull, one student did step out, returning only after a considerable interval. The grating rasp of surgical saw against cranial bone was chilling. Only Hippo, who had worked in orthopedics, found the sound unremarkable. Nyoran pried open the skull cap with deliberate care, revealing the meninges enveloping the brain. This level of exposure was sufficient to make weak-nerved first-year medical students faint. He surveyed the nurses once more. They seemed to be holding on. In some eyes, he noticed a spark of something almost like enthralled fascination. "Attention, I'm cutting." Nyoran warned them, then used sharp scissors to sever the large vein running from front to back along the center of the meninges. He realized suddenly that he had forgotten the name of this vessel. Am I getting old? Blood welled up immediately, flowing over scissors and fingers. He noted the blood was fluid, showing no coagulation. This man had clearly not died of cerebral infarction. After carefully examining the meninges, he peeled them back, exposing the brain. With delicate scalpel work, he separated brain from spinal cord and gently extracted the organ. AI Bebe brought a glass jar half filled with formalin. Nyoran lowered the brain slowly into the solution. The specimen was in excellent condition. He decided to keep it. This is the human brain. If the entire human body is a country, the brain is the imperial court. He explained in accessible terms, then covered the distinctions and functions of cerebrum, cerebellum, and brainstem. After that, his scalpel turned to the heart. Nyoran removed the heart from the corpse and examined it carefully. He addressed the female nurses. "The likeliest cause of sudden death is coronary heart disease. Let us first determine whether this hypothesis fits. The nurses, now somewhat numb to the gore, focused their attention on the organs themselves, watching intently as he deftly opened the coronary arteries. We should find an embolism point here, he indicated with a metal probe. But there is nothing. In the main branch of the coronary artery, we observe no traces whatsoever of blood clots. Now let us examine the heart itself. Nioran placed the organ on the dissection board and bisected it. He examined the valves, then beckoned the nurses closer. They approached hesitantly. He did not die of coronary heart disease, Nioran concluded. In this heart, we observe neither acute thrombosis nor myocardial infarction complicated by ventricular aneurysm. Then what killed him? He indicated the heart with his probe. The left ventricle shows significant dilation, and there is formation of grayish-white myocardial scarring. He suffered from rheumatic heart disease. This is what induced his sudden death. He set down the probe. Take a close look. He did not expect these girls to become real physicians in a year or two, but at minimum they needed to overcome all terror and superstition about the human body. Guo Fu had steadied herself by now. She felt she could endure this. Shortly after the dissection began, when she'd watched the saw cutting into the skull, she had felt the blood drain from her head and grown dizzy. She had nearly fainted. But she had resolved to persist. For reasons she couldn't fully articulate, she recalled an incident from her wandering days. Tian Liang had suffered a festering calf wound and developed a fever by the time they reached a small town. A wandering traditional doctor, taking pity on them, had treated him, cutting away all the rotting flesh until fresh red tissue appeared, then applying medicine. No one else dared to watch, only she had remained at Tian Liang's side to assist. Afterward, he limped for months before fully recovering. She had tended him throughout, never fearing the blood and pus, never recoiling from that terrible gash. The memory gave her strength now. Once she passed this test, autopsies in the future would present no difficulty. Someday she would heal people just as the chiefs did. After demonstrating the lungs, the dissection teaching session concluded. Hippo returned the removed organs to the body. There was insufficient preservative to store them as specimens. Nioran asked, "Who is willing to suture the incision?" The girls exchanged uncertain glances. This was demanding work. "I will," Guofu stood. "Good, go change. Let me see your suturing skills." Health school students had all learned wound suturing, though practice opportunities were scarce. Fortunately, suturing a corpse didn't require excessive care or concern about scarring. Guofu worked with evident meticulousness, though her technique remained imperfect. "Passable," Nioran nodded. Hippo nodded as well. AI Bebe allowed herself a faint smile. Technique was average, attitude was excellent. This girl had a future worth cultivating. The corpse was rinsed, lifted onto a cart, and covered with white cloth. Shortly it would be transported to Guigang for burial. Though the basement was cooler than above, with so many bodies crowded together it still exceeded 20 degrees. Decay would set in quickly. In a proper medical school, others would handle this. Here they did everything themselves. They changed, emerged from the dissection room, and returned to ground level. Hippo exhaled stale air and wiped the sweat from his brow. "We need air conditioning. If you ask me, cold storage would be better." Nioran lit another cigarette. "The current temperature is untenable. When summer comes, it'll be deadly. The room will feel like a steamer. We won't even be able to store medicine. Didn't Li Xiaolu draw blueprints for geothermal air conditioning? I think we can apply for that. Summer is coming anyway." As Hippo spoke, the nurses filed out. Guofu approached. Hippo felt an ambiguous sensation as this young woman drew near, the figure outlined by her starched blue uniform, the fluffy hair beneath her cap. He steadied himself. "Good work today, little Guo," he praised. "Thank you, doctor," she blushed faintly. A delicate scent rose from her neck. Is this the body fragrance of a virgin? Hippo's thoughts wandered. Guofu was quite attractive by 21st century standards. After months of adequate food and exercise, her figure had filled out. Her chest wasn't small, and though the uniform wasn't a dress, it was form-fitting. "Little Guo, come here," AI Bebe called. "If there's nothing else, I'll go." "Goodbye, doctor." She gave a slight bow with a smile and turned away. I want this girl. The thought crystallized in Hippo's mind. Guo Fu caught up with the others. They were asking what she had been thinking while suturing, whether she'd been frightened. She answered absently, her thoughts on Dr. He's peculiar gaze. Her face reddened again. After AI Bebe dismissed the students, she proceeded to the chief's conference room as usual for the weekly Monday hospital meeting. The so-called conference room was a comfortably appointed large chamber with enormous glass panes in the windows, furnished with several old sofas where they could sit and converse at ease, reading newspapers or books. When they had spare time, they liked to gather here. The atmosphere felt more like home. He Ping was participating in the circumnavigation of the island and hadn't yet returned from sea. His wife, Zhao Yanmei, attended in his place. She had been a mold laboratory technician at a pharmaceutical factory, and her participation in the transmigration was purely the result of deception. He Ping had lied that a boss wanted to open a pharmaceutical company. Now Nioran was indeed preparing to put her in charge of the pharmaceutical factory. Meeting begins. Little Xiao, you'll take the minutes, Dinshi called out. Is Z here? Go fetch your husband. Yes, though he's a veterinarian, he's also a doctor. Shortly, Yang Beugui arrived as well, his arms still damp, smelling of disinfectant throughout. Another meeting. I was just breeding cows for the farm. Last to enter was Liu San, a master of traditional Chinese medicine. He now served as chief of the TCM department, though he rarely appeared at the hospital, spending most of his time on medicinal plant cultivation at Wu Nanhai's farm. All right, let's review last week's progress. Nioran opened his notebook. First, our operating room and dissection room are now complete. After considerable effort, Bairen General Hospital had established a functional operating room. Equipment and instruments were straightforward, much had been brought ready-made, and the Feng City's infirmary contained a simple operating room that served as backup and a source of spare parts. The difficulty lay in acquiring basic support items. Things like ceramic tiles and ceramic disinfection basins had only recently arrived from Fujian kilns. Additionally, 2 surgical assistants had been trained from among the nurses. They could now manage suturing of major vessels and wounds, though barely. The real problem was the lack of a professional anesthesiologist. Every simple surgery left those poor patients howling like ghosts. Our boiler room is complete. Boiler workers are being trained by the Energy Ministry. Fuel and soft water quotas have been approved. We anticipate firing it up and putting it into operation soon. A boiler room was a tremendous convenience. First, sterilization could employ high-temperature steam rather than the crude moist heat method. Large volumes of washing and disinfection work could be performed in-house. Staff and inpatients could bathe at the hospital. As the weather grew hotter, this was essential for maintaining hygiene. The agar needed for the microbiology culture room in the testing center has been the subject of a joint agreement with the Navy and the Ministry of Agriculture's biological laboratories. The Navy will supply raw materials. The pharmaceutical factory will produce the agar centrally. Equipment arrived from the glass factory last week. Somewhat rough, but better than nothing. The microbiology culture room was crucial. They could finally test for bacterial infections and identify infectious pathogens. In the preceding phase, Nioran had used water sedimentation and concentration methods to check random samples for parasite eggs. Over recent days, a dozen positive specimens had appeared each day. He was considering whether to conduct a general survey before long. Judging from current data, the infection rate for parasites has risen significantly. This indicates that the tendency to eat indiscriminately in the wild is on the rise again. We need to notify the propaganda department to strengthen public education on this matter. Nioran summarized his points. Next, Director AI will address medical education. AI Bebe adjusted her glasses. Having spent many years in the United States, her Mandarin carried a faint accent. The health training class we assumed from the military and political school system is currently focused on nursing instruction. This is far from adequate. At minimum, we need to train medics capable of basic diagnosis and treatment. Currently, our largest-scale training in this area involves cooperation with the Army, Navy, and Resource Ministry. The first cohort of medic training, for both transmigrators and indigenous personnel they've sent, has concluded. The overall response has been positive. Once institutionalized, this will guarantee the most fundamental military health requirements in wartime. I believe this should be our direction in the near term. This type of education is crash course training, operation-focused, with simple theoretical knowledge. We can borrow from first aid courses run by organizations like the Red Cross, training first responders in 3-month cycles, specifically emphasizing emergency care and basic treatment. We can also reference the barefoot doctor training system used in rural areas during the 1960s and 70s. Though the barefoot doctor system had been eliminated after reform and opening up, it was undeniable that it had covered the fundamental rural medical network at lower cost. This held reference value for the transmigration group, which faced similar constraints. Xiao agreed deeply. As for nursing training, the first nursing class has graduated and been capped. However, by strict standards, their professional level can only be described as unqualified. Zhang Zi nodded. This was beyond dispute. They can only realistically be counted as orderlies by modern metrics. They've had too few internship opportunities, and various consumables and medicines remain insufficient. Zhang Zi continued. No specimens, minimal equipment. Apart from alcohol and cotton wool, the supplies nurses can actually use are almost zero. We don't even have mercurochrome. To emphasize the point, Zhang Zi counted on her fingers. As of now, the only items nurses can freely use are medical alcohol and saline for washing wounds. We cannot even prepare physiological saline for intravenous use. End of chapter. Chapter 315. The pharmaceutical factory. Strictly speaking, apart from a small quantity of herbal preparations compounded by Liu San using local materials, the medicines consumed by Bairen General Hospital still came almost entirely from stockpiled reserves, including physiological saline for intravenous infusion. These reserves were dwindling with every use. No matter how rigorously they economized, the day would come when supplies ran out. If basic medicines could not be reliably supplied, the health department would never be able to launch medical services on a larger scale, and with so few patients, both doctors and nurses had pitifully few opportunities to practice. Everything hinged on the next step, getting the pharmaceutical factory into production. Xiao said, as for long-term training, we must begin with fundamentals, physiological phenomena, anatomy, botany, zoology, and Western pharmacology. We need to develop a coherent theoretical framework, the goal being to establish a primary biology and medical system independent of traditional Chinese medicine. Besides short-term crash courses, we must simultaneously conduct formal education. Our next step will be to recruit medical and pharmaceutical students from among those who have completed literacy training for systematic instruction. This cohort may take 10 years to fully develop, but they will become our successors. And if we're recruiting students, we need a basic theoretical foundation. Otherwise, how will they understand what they're doing? Everyone should draft a preliminary teaching plan as soon as possible. Hippo interjected. This means our priority must be supporting the establishment of the education department and system. But as I understand it, our education system is only now being organized. Also, the cultural level of literacy graduates rather low. To study medicine in China, one needs at least a high school education. In the U.S., you need 3 years of science college first. Can't we recruit some interns from among the transmigrators? Liu San asked. Excellent idea. Xiao felt as though he had discovered a new continent. Transmigrators had at minimum a high school education. Learning medicine shouldn't present insurmountable difficulty. But studying medicine is dry and tedious. Would these people actually be interested? Lan Yangyang voiced skepticism, recalling the misery of memorizing textbook after textbook during medical school. We could start by recruiting among the women. Most of them don't hold key positions, and women tend to be emotionally richer. They may find healing the sick and wounded more appealing. AI Bebe said, "That's feasible. Recently, a young woman asked me how to become a nurse." Hippo added quickly, "Nursing would be wasteful for someone like that. Let her become a doctor." "And what about Hu Yicheng?" someone suggested. "He's wasted in the Ministry of Agriculture's biological laboratory, a molecular biology major, for heaven's sake. We should request his transfer to help produce medicines." "Good. First compile a list of suitable candidates and focus on persuading them. Then place a notice in the Lingao Times announcing open recruitment of interested volunteers." Shi Nioran tapped his notebook with his pen. "By the way, the recruitment poster should include provocative photos of female nurses. Check the general catalog of the AV library and the Great Library to see if relevant films exist. We can study them internally first." AI Bebe laughed. "I won't be participating in that study session." "Dean, I'm requesting leave." Very well, Shi Nioran coughed, sensing he had overstepped and somewhat compromised his dignity. Continue, AI Bebe said. "The educational foundation of indigenous students is indeed quite low. I suggest we begin with basic anatomy. Didn't the origins of modern medicine emerge from Renaissance interest in human structure? Moreover, anatomy is visual education. Students see what's actually there, which enhances persuasiveness. Once they establish basic cognition of human structure, it becomes far easier to understand pathology and related subjects." Hippo nodded. "This still constitutes crash course education. They can be retrained later anyway. Besides, within our lifetimes we'll witness the first batch of indigenous high school graduates." Another critical point is breaking the ancient superstitious thinking and their resistance to the modern Western medical system. Popularizing acceptance isn't actually difficult. We can borrow methods missionaries used in China historically, establishing civilian clinics and simple outpatient services, bringing medicine and treatment directly to the common people. Once they see results, promoting modern medical concepts becomes straightforward. But this issue circles back to medicines, consumables, and equipment again. Shi Nioran sighed. "Including surgery, we can barely perform operations now," Hippo said. "We have no qualified anesthesiologists. I can probably fill in, but that's not sustainable. And anesthetics diminish with each use. We must find substitutes." Medicines and medical consumables depended entirely on achievements from the chemical industry, specialized equipment, special materials, including rubber, corrosion-resistant products, various catalysts and reagents. Many catalysts were closely guarded trade secrets of their original manufacturers. "We can begin experimenting with antibiotics," Zhao Yanmei said. "I'll attempt to cultivate casugamycin, oxytetracycline, and aureomycin. The simple preparation of these antibiotics is relatively straightforward. After preparation, we'll test them on animals at the Ministry of Agriculture first. If toxicity levels are safe, we proceed to clinical human trials. Running a pharmaceutical factory requires many chemicals. I'm skeptical when the chemical department can begin large-scale production beyond refining coal tar. Some basic or critical drugs should still be accumulated gradually in the laboratory. APC can be made using relatively rudimentary methods. For the present, if we can treat common diseases and war wounds and screen for common pathogens, that's sufficient. Add some planning and regulations and so forth. Anything more is impossible for now." Shi Nioran remained pessimistic on this matter. Liu San had waited until they'd discussed nearly everything before speaking up. "There is also the development and utilization of traditional Chinese medicine." He drew a breath. "I'm aware many people have reservations about TCM. However, it still contains many proven formulas with demonstrated efficacy. The preparation of Chinese medicines is also relatively convenient." The health department should give this due attention. I agree entirely, Shinaoran nodded. I've been wanting to discuss the pharmaceutical factory issue with you for some time. Proprietary Chinese medicines will be a key focus of our production. Yes, we should attempt to replicate useful proprietary medicines, things like Zhu Xingjian San and similar remedies. It's unfortunate the formula for Yunnan Beiyao remains secret. Liu San's voice carried genuine regret. Did Yunnan Beiyao exist in the Ming Dynasty? No, it only dates from 1902. Liu San shook his head. Most of the effective proprietary Chinese medicines we know completed their final formulation and processing during the Qing Dynasty. Perhaps we could acquire Pin Cze Huang in Fujian. That would be excellent. Hippo's interest was evident. It's a holy remedy for inflammation and antibacterial purposes in TCM. The efficacy is indeed good. People in TCM circles say it was a secret court prescription from the Ming that later spread to Fujian. It should exist now. When we send people to Fujian for procurement, we can make inquiries. If we discover where it's manufactured, we might as well kidnap the makers and bring them back. We needn't limit ourselves to proprietary medicines we already know, Liu San continued. The Ming Dynasty surely had effective proprietary formulas of its own. We simply don't know them. We should contact external affairs and intelligence, use their connections to collect proprietary medicines. Clinical testing will reveal whether they're effective, and we may find ways to improve them. Shinaoran nodded in agreement. Also, seeing the dean's support, Liu San pressed on. We must secure the supply of our Chinese medicinal materials. Manufacturing proprietary medicines is impossible without raw material supply. Typically, only the county town in Lingao has a medicine shop, and I've inspected it. The variety is incomplete. I made inquiries. Apart from a small portion produced locally, most of their stock is imported from Qiangshan and Lizhu. The scale of the shops here is too small. They haven't accessed the major medicine markets. AI Bebe asked, didn't you specially establish an herb garden at the farm? Far from adequate, Liu San said. There are 2,000 common Chinese medicinal materials on the market alone. Many also require special processing. Additionally, precious drugs like musk, ox bezoar, and rhinoceros horn are difficult to obtain in suitable quality unless you go to the major medicine markets. You want to visit the medicine markets to purchase herbs. Precisely. Liu San nodded. Whether I go personally or we send someone else, we should buy and stockpile precious medicinal materials as soon as possible. It's 1629 now, probably still a relatively peaceful period in the late Ming. As the world grows more chaotic later, the medicine trade may well be interrupted. Good. I'll coordinate this matter. We'll aim to produce a plan as soon as possible. At the meeting, the establishment of the Pharmaceutical and Medical Instrument Factory was formally announced. This factory would be jointly operated by the Agricultural Committee and the Ministry of Health. Consequently, the factory director's rank was elevated, with Shi Niaoran and Wu Nanhai serving concurrently as directors. The executive director was Zhao Yanmei from the Ministry of Health, while the Agricultural Committee appointed Huang Dashan as executive deputy director. Both happened to be working on bacterial strains. The pharmaceutical factory's location was chosen on the riverbank not far from the farm. Ample wasteland surrounded the site, and it could share the farm's comprehensive infrastructure. Moreover, most of the biological expertise among the transmigrators was concentrated at the farm, permitting convenient collaboration. The entire pharmaceutical factory was designated a key department of the Transmigration Group and received highest priority in infrastructure construction. To ensure constant temperature in certain production laboratories, Bairen City's first air conditioning system was installed at the pharmaceutical factory. This was the geothermal air conditioning system originally proposed by Li Ziaolu. By drilling wells more than 10 meters deep and exploiting the constant temperature characteristics of subterranean earth, using water as a heat exchange medium circulating between underground and building, It could achieve warmth in winter and coolness in summer, extracting heat from the ground in winter, releasing heat to the ground in summer. The principle was simple, but the entire system was extremely luxurious. Not only did it require digging wells over 10 meters deep, but it also demanded the manufacture of high-efficiency heat exchangers, constructed from brass. The copper requirements alone made the planning committee's heart ache for some time, but the pharmaceutical factory was one of the 10 key projects of the first 5-year plan, a project Ma Qianju declared must be launched even if they had to pawn their pants. Fortunately, the copper required didn't actually force Ma Qianju to pawn anything. It merely provoked protests from the power and telecommunications departments, whose resource allocations were squeezed. This project launched amid intense preparations, and the machinery factory began manufacturing the relevant pipelines and equipment according to the blueprints. End of chapter. Chapter 316. Nick's Career, Part 1. In the seed collection room of the farm's biological laboratory, Hu Yicheng held a glass jar filled with semen, capped it tightly, and placed it carefully into an enamel pot filled with ice cubes. It would be sent for sperm motility testing shortly. Ice cubes were precious commodities produced by a freezer. Freezers and refrigerators were luxury items of the highest order in this era. Apart from those aboard the Feng City, only the demonstration farm and Bairen General Hospital possessed them. Yet this semen was even more precious, freshly collected from a tiling draft stallion, quite possibly the only tiling draft horse in this entire timeline. The Ministry of Agriculture was preparing to use it to inseminate the department's mares, thereby expanding the breed's population. Yang Beiyagui scoffed at allowing animals to mate naturally. Such breeding efficiency was far too low. The studs would simply have to endure the indignity of being milked. For the past several days, everyone in the biological department had been occupied with this work. First a boar, then a stallion, then a jackass. Only poultry like roosters and drakes had thus far escaped this fate. A group of grown men desperately assisting animals with the process. Not only were the animals depressed, but so were the men. With spring's arrival, Yang Beiyagui had been laboring tirelessly at the demonstration farm to increase the animal population. The situation demanded it. The transmigrators' resources were limited. The semen of various improved livestock breeds, stored in liquid nitrogen tanks in the ship's cold storage, couldn't be preserved indefinitely. Suitable mothers had to be found as quickly as possible. Several local yellow cattle were already pregnant with Dutch Holstein calves. The day when transmigrators could enjoy milk in abundance was drawing near. Meanwhile, Wu Nanhai was experimenting with planting alfalfa and corn on chemically poor highlands to solve the fodder problem. "Mr. Hu!" Someone shouted from outside the laboratory while he was absorbed in his work. The address startled him. No one here called him Mr. Usually it was Little Hu or Fox, or else indigenous staff calling him Chief or Comrade. Mr. probably meant that Australian. He went out to look. Sure enough, it was Nick, emanating his customary aura of horse manure. "Your transfer order." Nick thrust a piece of paper into his hand. Hu Yicheng was baffled. He hadn't applied for any transfer. Life on the farm was quite pleasant. He had no intention of being stuffed somewhere else. Opening it, he saw it was a transfer to the pharmaceutical factory. "I don't have a background in pharmaceuticals," he thought, caught between laughter and dismay. Fortunately, the pharmaceutical factory was also located on the farm, so he wouldn't need to relocate. He had grown comfortable in his quarters. "Where is Da Tai?" Da Tai, Big Iron, was the name the agricultural committee had bestowed upon the tiling draft stallion. The mare naturally was called Zio Tai, Little Iron. In the shed out back, finished with him. Hu Yicheng tucked the transfer order into his pocket and breathed a sigh of relief. On second thought, this pharmaceutical factory was jointly operated with the Ministry of Health. Perhaps there would be ample opportunities to encounter young nurses in the future. Though they were all indigenous girls after a few months of training, dressed in those blue nurse uniforms, they looked rather appealing. After delivering the notice, Nick hurried to check on his horse. De Tai was let out. Despite having just been milked, the stallion showed no fatigue. Seeing Nick approach, it even snorted excitedly. Nick patted De Tai's neck and inspected the animal for injuries before slowly leading it toward the stable. Walking along the cinder-paved road, gazing at the high A-frame roof of the stable in the distance and the horses grazing and drinking on the grass before it, Nick felt a profound contentment. He couldn't help drifting into memory. It had happened shortly after the farm's completion, when Yang Beiyagui had gathered all the scattered livestock and driven them to the new facility. Among them was Nick's beloved retired racehorse, a Lanchi. Blue Lightning had already died in the chaos of the initial landing. Nick had mourned privately for several nights. Since handing the horses over to the agricultural committee, he had worried about them constantly. After Blue Lightning's death, he had run to the temporary horse pen every few days. When he heard the horses had been relocated to the farm at Bairen, he rushed over to inspect them. Following someone's directions, Nick quickly found the nascent farm. In the crude stable, he discovered his treasure alongside several other horses of varying sizes and breeds, as well as Yi Yumming, who was observing them with a distinctly troubled expression. Clearly the man didn't understand these large animals. "I've already troubled everyone enough. I'm very happy that you and Mr. Nanhai have found this shelter for them. Thank you very much." As a token of gratitude, he produced 2 boxes containing 20 bottles of 10 drops water from his satchel and handed them over. "I apologize. Normally I'd be embarrassed to offer such things, but this is all I can do at the moment. These are highly effective for preventing and relieving heat stroke. For people working under the scorching sun every day, they'll certainly prove useful. Also," he suddenly remembered something and extracted several small bags from his luggage. "Soybean seeds, oat grains, millet, corn, and radish seeds I brought with me. These are essential feed for horses and pigeons. I'm not skilled at farming, so I'll rely on you and Nanhai to cultivate them here." This, Yi Yumming looked uncomfortable. It wasn't that he minded the trouble, but he knew nothing about raising horses. Asking him to care for these animals would be risking their lives. Yang Beiyagui had emphasized how delicate horses could be. "Actually, I think you should come and raise the horses yourself," Yi Yumming suggested. "Only Dr. Yang has any knowledge here, but he's a veterinarian and can't attend to the horses daily. You probably wouldn't feel at ease letting others feed them either." This was true enough. Among the 500 or so transmigrators, only Nick could genuinely be counted as someone who knew how to raise horses. But he hesitated. "I agreed with the military committee to serve as their equestrian instructor, to organize cavalry." "Equestrian instructor," Yi Yumming said. "What sort of cavalry can you organize with just these few horses? Right now, our priority should be letting the mares produce more foals to expand the herd, shouldn't it?" Nick considered this and conceded the point. So he returned to the executive committee and negotiated. Thus, besides his position as General Instructor of Cavalry, he acquired a new title, General Manager of Horse Husbandry. He ended up spending far more time at the farm than with the new army. Running himself ragged for the horses earned him the nickname Horse Maniac among certain wits. Nick's taking exclusive charge of horse husbandry was precisely what Wu Nanhai had hoped for. He'd been worrying about what to do with the pair of tiling draft horses and 2 donkeys, let alone the horses captured in battle. Nick soon discovered that the farm was an excellent place. It had everything and abundant supplies. More importantly, it wasn't chaotic like the beach camp or the main Bairen city. He built himself a plank house beside the horse pen. Most people would have considered the location undesirable. The smell of horse manure was omnipresent, but opening the rear window allowed him to see the stable at a glance. Next to the house, he constructed a pigeon loft. Among the animals brought aboard the Feng City, only he had brought pigeons, several dozen of them. In the chaos following D-Day, he had lost not only a horse but also several birds, including a carrier pigeon named Phoenix Wings, which he suspected had ended up in some glutton's belly. He felt more at ease guarding these creatures himself. Besides the pair of tiling draft horses and his Alanchi, the stable housed 3 captured Dian horses. He inspected them all. Nearly every animal showed varying degrees of weight loss. Horses were sensitive creatures. Adapting to unfamiliar environments took considerable time. They hadn't been well cared for in the interim. Nick's heart ached at the sight. The Dian horses were in even worse condition, all exhibiting some degree of skin disease. Judging from the distinctive deformities of their hooves, these animals had apparently never been shod, indicating they couldn't withstand high-intensity labor. During the transport of the recent Great Migration, transmigrators who knew nothing about driving horses had caused severe wear to their hooves on the rugged roads. Accordingly, Nick announced that horse use was suspended. While asking Yang Beagui to prepare local remedies to treat the skin diseases, he dug hoof-trimming tools from his luggage. His baggage allowance had included quite a few such items. Working by candlelight, he trimmed the hooves of these unfortunate animals through the night. Not just the native horses, either. Even the horses they'd brought with them hadn't had their hooves scraped since landing. The following day, he drove off planning committee personnel who attempted to commandeer horses for transporting goods. Nick brandished a heavy stick, declaring that anyone who wished to take the horses would have to step over his corpse first. The nickname Horse Maniac spread like wildfire. That night, he caught someone attempting to steal and eat one of the pigeons. He initially intended to drag the culprit to Ran Yao, but then discovered the man was a high-ranking military leader on the executive committee. After the man repeatedly pledged to provide maximum support for the horse breeding program, Nick reluctantly released him. Nick rose early and worked until dark every day. Using a dedicated stable wheelbarrow he'd brought himself, he shoveled manure and transported fodder. He scoured the East Gate market for miscellaneous grains suitable for horses. He searched everywhere for appropriate grazing land. He hadn't known how to shoe horses before, so he asked Yang Beagui for help. To avoid perpetually troubling others, he apprenticed himself and learned the craft. When installing a dedicated drinking channel for the stable, he visited the construction department repeatedly and supervised the work on site day and night. During the period when miscellaneous grains were scarcest, he even reclaimed a small plot himself and had someone teach him to plant soybeans and corn. His professional dedication moved many people. Horse Maniac gradually became a term of admiration. Everyone respected him. It was truly remarkable that someone who had once raced horses and lived a privileged life in Australia could accomplish so much under such arduous material conditions. End of chapter. Chapter 317, Nick's Career, Part 2. As the seasons turned, the farm's material conditions steadily improved, and Nick's horse breeding enterprise began to flourish in earnest. Permanent stables rose according to proper equestrian specifications. A dedicated water supply system was installed for the animals, and a paddock was fenced off where the horses could move freely. To solve the problem of concentrated feed, Nick paid multiple visits to the planning committee and finally secured permission to add oats, alfalfa, and various legumes to the procurement list. Wu Nanhai also promised to include these varieties in future planting schedules. Throughout the winter months, Nick busied himself sourcing suitable fodder. If the horses were to breed come spring, the stallions and mares needed fattening. Grass alone would keep them alive, but little more. Fortune smiled when they captured Gu family village. Among the seized provisions were substantial quantities of miscellaneous grains. Nick treasured these like precious gems. He pestered Ma Qianju for an entire day and finally secured every bean variety except soybeans, mung beans, and red beans. He even arranged for the leftover dregs from future tofu production to be counted as horse feed. "I was planning to feed that to the pigs," Wu Nanhai said, shaking his head at the waste. "Feeding horses or pigs, either way it's wasteful," Auntie Tian interjected. She presided over the cafeteria and had strong opinions. "We're short on dishes as it is. I could make stir-fried bean dregs for everyone. That counts as a dish." "Let's not," Wu Nanhai replied. "Everyone would curse us to death." It's not bad at all. Stir-fry it with sheep fat or lard, add some green garlic, smells delicious. Auntie Tian gestured expansively. Snowflake dish, we'd call it. We're short on animal fat, that stuff needs oil to taste good. Otherwise, who'd eat dry bean dregs? Nick cut in. Pigs can't pull carts, and last I checked, we don't need pig cavalry. Fine, I give up. Wu Nanhai threw up his hands. It's yours. Thanks to supplementation with miscellaneous grains and tofu dregs, the horses remained in excellent condition throughout the winter, and the herd expanded. Through purchase and capture, Nick's stable now housed 25 animals. Many were already capable of daily labor, whether pulling carts or driving animal-powered machinery. Wu Nanhai may be average in most professional fields, Nick reflected, but he makes a good leader. At least he listens to everyone's opinions and ideas, dismissing no one, not even the long-term worker foreman. The paddock gate stood closed. Inside, several teenagers in gray military uniforms tended to the horses. Seeing Nick return, the half-grown lads gathered around him. Chief Nai, why won't this horse listen to me? I want to wash the horse's hooves, but what if it won't let me grab its hoof? How do I clean the hair off the brush? Chief, the horse kicked me. Someone was even wounded in action. They wore the red collar tabs of the artillery, cadets from the artillery unit. Regulations required Army artillery cadets to spend 1 day per week on rotation at the farm stables, washing horses, learning hoof trimming, shoeing, walking the animals. These cadets considerably lightened Nick's burden, freeing him to focus on training, establishing pedigrees, and breeding management. Don't rush, speak one at a time. Nick calmed them down and asked a boy working in the stable to lead De Tai back to his stall. When it came to horses, Nick's entire demeanor brightened. Washing hooves requires proper hoof-grabbing technique, Nick explained. Little Tartar, come brush Celerin's hoof. The horses collected from this timeline all bore names drawn from Intel and AMD processors. The natives could never fathom why a perfectly good horse wasn't called Sai Hu, rivaling the tiger, or Sai Long, rivaling the dragon, but had to be called Sai Yang, Celerin rivaling the sheep. Could it be that Australian sheep ran extraordinarily fast? Yes, sir. Little Tartar answered loudly and led Celerin over. Little Tartar's formal name was Dashi. He wasn't Mongol. He claimed his ancestral home was in Henan. After his hometown suffered a disaster, he had wandered all the way to Guangzhou. Just because his hair curled slightly, the other cadets had saddled him with this nickname. Little Tartar was short. Following Nick's instructions, he lifted the horse's front leg to waist height, gritted his teeth, and held it up with both hands. He hadn't expected it to go so smoothly. Just as Nick had demonstrated, he used his left hand to grab the hoof and rested on his knee. But the moment his grip loosened, the hoof slipped. Little Tartar jumped back, worried about being kicked. Don't be afraid, Nick said. Your grip is wrong. Try the opposite direction. He tried, and indeed it was much steadier. Holding the brush in his right hand, he scraped dirt from inside the hoof. Each time the brush touched, the horse shifted its leg. Little Tartar's face tensed with every movement. Finally, he fetched an iron bucket filled with water and used a scrubbing brush to clean the sole. Remember to hold the leg firmly while scrubbing. If you let go midway, it'll step on your foot or fly into a rage. After washing the hoof, he applied hoof oil according to Nick's instructions. This small amount of oil had taken Nick half a day of petitioning Wu Nanhai to obtain. Good, now do the hind legs. Little Tartar hesitated. Will it kick me? A kick from the hind leg can be fatal. Don't be afraid, I'm watching. The hind legs were more intimidating. Little Tartar grabbed the left hind leg with both hands and tried to lift it without success. But the horse didn't kick, which slightly eased his nerves. He tried again with more force and lifted it fairly easily. Cleaning remained strenuous. Whenever the hoof threatened to slip, he had to heave it back up. With great difficulty, he finally finished all 4 legs. Little Tartar was drenched in sweat. Good work, Nick praised, though it had taken rather long. Horses are precious and useful animals. To make them serve you, you must take good care of them. Understood? Yes, Chief. The future artillerymen answered in unison. Nick guided the others for a while, inspected the horses exercising in the paddock to check their condition, then returned to the stable. The tall stable was one of the farm's landmark structures. Local natives clicked their tongues in wonder at the sight, and even the transmigrators regarded it with curiosity. The entire building was brick and wood construction, long and narrow, with a high-peaked roof. Ventilation and lighting were excellent. The floors of the double-row stalls were compacted limestone clay mixture. Bedding straw was changed daily to ensure cleanliness. Lacking veterinary medicines, they had to strengthen hygiene measures to keep the horses healthy. Yang Beiyagui also sprinkled lime daily at the stable entrance as a simple disinfection measure. As the herd grew, so did Nick's staff. He dismissed the people Wudu had found among immigrant natives who claimed horse-raising experience as ignorant. Many of their methods were completely wrong. He simply refused to take any of them. Correcting mistakes is harder than starting fresh on a blank slate. Instead, Nick selected just two 14 or 15-year-old boys named Sheng Bao and Lai Bao from among the children of farm employees. Both had completed literacy classes and were now formally his apprentices. He instructed Sheng Bao to give Da Tai water and feed. The breeding stallion required semen collection twice daily, so it needed especially rich nutrition. For this, Nick had secured specific rations of eggs and millet from Wu Nanhai. Eggs replenished protein. Millet, he'd been told, improved a stallion's libido and semen quality. Lai Bao brought fresh water from outside. Nick taught him hands-on how to clean Da Tai's genitals, particularly scrubbing the testicles with cold water. Yang Beiyagui had taught him this technique, claiming it beneficial for semen secretion. Da Tai was a breeding stallion in which they placed great hopes. As a tiling draft horse, the blood of many world-class breeds flowed in its veins: Ardennes, Anglo-Norman, Percheron, Anglo-Arabian, and more. It was an excellent draft animal of crucial importance for the transmigrator's future in agriculture, military transport, and road haulage. Besides mating it with the tiling mare, Yang Beiyagui also planned crossbreeding with local Dian mares. After cleaning Da Tai and giving his apprentices their instructions, Nick hurried back to his room to rest. He was exhausted, rising at 3 in the morning to feed horses, giving the last fodder at 9 in the evening, tending the animals, teaching apprentices, collecting and processing feed, handling administration. He scarcely had a free hour. A permanent smell of horse manure hung in the room, but Nick didn't mind. Too tired to bathe and unwilling to dirty the sheets, he laid out a straw pallet by the door and slept directly on it, changing the straw every other day. Wu Nanhai joked that Nick had become part horse himself. He woke after less than 2 hours of sleep. During breeding season, there was simply too much to do. He dared not sleep too soundly. Checking his watch, he saw it was nearly noon. His stomach growled. He rose, dusted off the straw stalks, poured water from an earthen jar into a basin to wash his face, and prepared to head to the canteen. Suddenly the phone rang. Yang Beiyagui was calling. "Come to the Lotus Pavilion for lunch. Wu Nanhai is treating." The Lotus Pavilion was the farm's dedicated venue for corruption, their euphemism for feasting. It sat beside a small lake now planted thick with lotus roots, hence the name. Why the sudden treat? It's not treating you, you're the accompanying guest. By the way, this has a huge bearing on your horse-breeding career. You must come. Yang Beiyagui hung up. Huge bearing on horse breeding. Nick couldn't make heads or tails of it. Arriving at the Lotus Pavilion, he discovered the invited guest was none other than Civil Affairs Commissioner Wu De. Once conversation flowed over the meal, Nick realized Yang Beiyagui had designs on Dame village. This idea had been germinating for some time. Through months of horse breeding practice, Nick had come to understand that Lingao's overall climate and environment weren't quite suitable for horses. Moreover, the space was too confined. Currently, only the open areas along both banks of the Wenlin River were suitable for grazing and walking horses, but these had either been reclaimed as farmland or were slated for future agricultural development. Reserving large tracts of land for horse breeding was unlikely. Planting crops took priority, and grain output directly determined the scale at which horses could be bred. Although stall feeding combined with heavy use of silage and concentrated feed could support fairly high-density horse keeping in the existing space, the climate was simply too hot and humid, which would prove detrimental to equine health in summer. Furthermore, horses were sensitive creatures requiring long adaptation periods in unfamiliar environments, a persistent headache. Animals that felt unhappy or uncomfortable obviously wouldn't have much interest in breeding, so natural reproduction rates remained low. This was precisely why Yang Beiyagui was pushing so hard for artificial insemination. Yang Beiyagui had visited the Gaoshan Ridge area several times since the new year, scouting for a potential summer mountain pasture. The mountain vegetation was lush, the climate cool and pleasant, natural feed abundant, and clean water sources plentiful. It was ideal summer refuge for horses and other large livestock. The most ready-made location was naturally Dame Village. This small settlement, built on the ruins of Gu family village, was now firmly under transmigration regime control. Water sources flowed near the village, and nearly 1,000 mu of valley and sloping land could serve for grazing and planting feed. But the matter required approval from Wu De, who controlled all civil affairs. "I have no objection to establishing a pasture in Dame Village," Wu De said. "It's just that the road there passes through the county town. Does that present problems?" "Come now," Yang Beiyagui replied with some exasperation. "If you put it that way, Bairen City is only a few kilometers from the county town. Besides, isn't the area around the county seat under our surveillance now?" "True enough," Wu De nodded. "However, once you establish a pasture there, you'll lack strong protection. Dame is over 10 kilometers from here and the road isn't hardened, just a simple highway. If something happens, reinforcements will take at least half an hour to arrive. You'd have to rely on the Dame Village militia to protect the pasture. Wasn't regime construction and militia training in Dame Village handled personally by Zayazhu? It shouldn't be too bad. No matter how good, they're just armed with broadswords and spears. Besides, there are only 12 strictly trained backbone militiamen." Wu De took a sip of wine. "Dame Village has 50 households total, 261 people including men, women, old and young, 64 males aged 16 to 50. His memory was excellent. He recited the figures without hesitation. "You must understand one thing. Lingao has serious banditry problems. If dozens of horses are kept in Dame, 64 able-bodied men might not be enough to stop a large gang of bandits. Wealth moves hearts." "Exaggerated, isn't it? Just 20 or 30 horses. Not exaggerated." Wu De's expression grew serious. "Do you know what a horse sells for in this timeline? 100 taels." Chapter 318, Reorganizing the Army and Preparing for War according to Yu Eshu. A good Mongolian horse fetches 1,000 strings of cash, an inferior one 800, a mule 500. Wu De smiled knowingly. "So tell me, with just the horses you have now, how much is your pasture worth?" "That much." Whether Wu Nanhai, Yang Beiyagui, or Nick, all were startled by these market prices. So, Wu De set down his cup. "The pasture must wait until at least after the Bandit suppression campaign concludes. Additionally, we're preparing to take over Dachang village. It won't be too late to build the pasture once everything is settled. At least it will be safer." "Where exactly is that?" People like Nick had basically shuttled between Bapu and Lingao since D-Day and were completely ignorant of these places. "A small village at the foot of Pei Mountain." Wu De guessed they wouldn't know that location either. Pei Mountain is the main peak of Gaoshan Ridge and the route we must take to reach Dame Village. Once we control it, it can serve as a stronghold protecting the traffic. "When does the bandit suppression begin?" "That's classified." Wu De's smile was enigmatic. "Actually, it won't stay hidden from you, Nanhai. You'll figure it out when preparing military rations." "The mudlegs are still training, probably another month or two." Holding a thin rattan cane, Huangqing bellowed at his subordinates. "Left face, right face, about face, you bunch of idiots." He punctuated his words by kicking the buttocks of a recruit who had turned the wrong direction. The unlucky fellow tumbled into the mud, then scrambled upright with a face full of grievance. No one could understand what Huangxing was saying. His Mandarin was extremely Ming Dynasty characteristic, tantamount to a foreign language for Lingao's locals. There was no time for proper Mandarin lessons. Ziyazhu simply adopted a method of learning through training, forcing recruits to master Mandarin commands during drill. Perhaps they would learn more profoundly this way. After the political consultative conference military parade concluded, the teaching battalion soldiers received their rank conferment ceremony. Based on performance and demonstrated ability, most were awarded the rank of corporal. A smaller number became sergeants. A select few outstanding individuals were chosen for officer training. The original indigenous squad leaders were all promoted to commissioned officer status. Huangxing became a second lieutenant in this promotion. Those injured or disabled in previous battles received severance pay and retired. Depending on their remaining capacity for work, they were assigned to different departments. Those with mobility issues became gatekeepers at various departments and factories. A very small number of teaching battalion soldiers were neither immediately promoted to sergeant nor sent to officer training. They attended a short-term course held by the General Bureau of Political Security in Bairen City, undergoing specialized training for political security missions. Those selected were all individuals politically dead set on following the transmigration group. After training, they returned to their units with the rank of sergeant. Each battalion had 10 such men, called the 10-man group, tasked with consolidating the troops, preventing desertion and defection, and watching for enemy spies attempting to infiltrate. This system had already been implemented covertly during the teaching battalion era. The identities of these individuals were classified. Even Ziyazhu didn't know which specific soldiers belonged to the 10-man group. First the sergeants, then they planned gradual expansion to ordinary soldiers. According to the General Bureau of Political Security's plan, in the future, every company would have its own 10-man group to ensure each squad contained a political soldier, forming an interlocking system of checks and balances alongside officers, sergeants, and soldier committees to maintain tight control over the army. Large numbers of recruits then began constructing their own barracks under sergeant supervision. They were organized and assigned to these newly promoted NCOs, and training commenced. Based on problems identified during the first phase of the teaching battalion, the military committee revised the entire training syllabus and combat manual, placing greater emphasis on formation drill, shooting practice, and earthwork construction. Formation training received particular attention. Lin Shen would personally preside over specialized instruction in 19th-century infantry formation changes. In addition to the original infantry teaching battalion, the Army expected to organize another standard 6-company infantry battalion. A Special Forces teaching team was established, 1 company each for communications, engineering, and logistics, plus an attached carrier pigeon team. Compared to temperamental horses, pigeons bred much faster. The artillery teaching team added an Army field artillery battery. At the suggestion of the artillery work leading group, field artillery was standardized to just 3 basic types: 12-pounder M1857 Napoleon guns, M1841 12-pounder mountain howitzers, and M1841 24-pounder howitzers. Various miscellaneous cannons previously under field artillery establishment were melted down. The General Staff carefully stationed troops across transmigration group-controlled areas for training. No single location housed more than 1 battalion. In Ma Qianzhu's view, given Lingao's terrain, moving in battalion-sized infantry units was sufficient. Lin Shen shared this assessment. In his proposed training and combat plan, he clearly stated, infantry uses the battalion as basic unit. Cavalry, artillery, engineers, and logistics use the company as basic unit. The regiment serves only as a combined arms formation. The Navy's Marines also expanded by 1 company. Originally, The Admiralty had intended to form a full Marine battalion, but ship crews and fortress artillerymen consumed most of the recruit quota allocated to the Navy. Furthermore, the military committee made clear that the Navy need not expand its land combat capability for the time being. Ship construction should be the priority. After Huangqing became a second lieutenant, he was promoted to platoon leader. Although he didn't understand the 20th century military system, he easily grasped that he had returned from the ranks of soldiers to the team of officers. This lowest-level second lieutenant was probably equivalent to a Qianzong or Bazong in the Ming army. However, Australian officers were obviously not as nourished as Ming officers. This didn't refer to wealth, but to throwing their weight around. Becoming a Qianzong or Bazong in the old system was almost like becoming a local emperor. The soldiers under command were essentially the officers' personal slaves. But with the Australians, sergeants and officers had authority to manage their subordinates strictly according to military regulations and discipline. Yet abusing soldiers without cause or extorting property from them was absolutely forbidden. Each company had a soldier committee that frequently visited squads to educate men about their rights. Once a soldier sued, or using the new term, filed a complaint, the soldier committee would investigate covertly and report findings to the chiefs. The outcome was predictable. Huangqing knew of a sergeant who, upon his promotion, had demanded his recruits buy meat and wine to celebrate. After the soldier committee discovered and reported this, he was immediately docked 3 months' pay and demoted to private first class. Tian Liang also received a promotion. His performance had been average, so he only made corporal, serving as squad leader over 9 recruits whom he drilled daily. His Mandarin wasn't standard. He lapsed into hometown dialect when agitated, but being able to attach a cloth patch to his bare shoulders and sew on 3 yellow bars made Tian Liang very happy. He was no longer an ordinary big-headed soldier. He was a sergeant of some standing. His pay had increased too. He had long wanted to find Guo Fu and show her what he had become, but the place where she worked, Bairen General Hospital, couldn't be entered casually, and the unit's training schedule was particularly demanding. Besides drill, 2 days each week were set aside for labor, with companies allocated to various construction sites. Work, training, and nightly cultural and political studies left everyone exhausted, with scarcely time to think about anything else. Although daily life consisted of nothing but training and labor, rumors of impending war had already spread among the officers. The more perceptive transmigrators could already divine the next target from the shift in propaganda climate, bandit suppression. Starting a month ago, training content changed. Units began practicing small group mountain combat and sharpening long-distance precision shooting skills. Beyond the shift in training, a more obvious sign appeared. During the fixed weekly political study sessions, victims of banditry from across the county began making appearances. These groups of old and young people wept and wailed on stage, recounting the terrible deeds bandits had inflicted upon them. Since most recruits hailed from Lingao itself and had personally experienced bandit depredations, they responded viscerally. Under the deft guidance of political soldiers, quite a few recruits also leapt onto the stage to bitterly recount their own sufferings, quickly stirring the atmosphere to a fever pitch. Thus, no one knew quite who started it. Crooked petitions for battle and statements of determination began appearing in abundance on company blackboards. Immediately publish a series of reports on the local bandit problem in the Lingao Times. Ding Ding received a call from the propaganda department while in the editorial office. Understood. Ding Ding hurriedly picked up a pencil. What's the focus? 4 points to note. First, make clear that the local bandit problem is a historical factor and has nothing to do with the current magistrate. Second, imply that the long-standing bandit problem involves certain local gentry and petty officials. Third, focus on discussing the impact of banditry on local livelihoods. Fourth, do not explicitly or implicitly state what attitude the transmigration group will take toward the bandits. Got it. Ding Ding thought for a moment and scribbled some notes. But I lack materials. I'll need interview subjects. Go to the Intelligence Committee tomorrow to pick up materials. Go every Monday from now on. The voice on the phone continued. We'll arrange the interviews and notify you by phone when the time comes. Understood. The clean proof before publication must be submitted to the propaganda department for review. You must attend personally. I will. Besides the copies kept for archives, arrange distribution of this batch so that most reach the local people. The line went dead. So this is preparation for bandit suppression. Ding Ding muttered to himself. He dared not delay and hurried to find someone to fetch Zhou Dongshan for a layout discussion. As for drafting articles, naturally that would require Du Wen's involvement. She had a unique talent for synthesizing and embellishing from historical materials and data. He Ming, dressed in a crisp Year 1 type gray army uniform, strode into the General Staff Combat Conference Room with regulation 80-centimeter steps. Everyone present rose with a collective rustle and saluted. He Ming returned the salute. Though only in his early 50s, his hair had grayed somewhat, cut very short. It lent him a sharp, spirited appearance. He dispensed with pleasantries. Comrades, we are convening the first bandit suppression work meeting. He swept back the map curtain behind him with a sharp tug, revealing a large-scale tactical map of Lingao covered with a transparent, erasable overlay. Red and blue marks already dotted its surface. Intelligence Committee, please report on the bandit situation in Lingao. Luo Duo stood and opened a thick folder. Comrades, the booklet before you is a comprehensive investigation report on Lingao's bandit situation compiled by our social work department. A rustle of pages being turned filled the room. According to intelligence gathered by our various departments, the bandit situation in Lingao is as follows. Banditry in Lingao was severe. Ancient governments exercised weak control over local areas, and even slightly remote places often saw bandit activity. Even during the supposedly prosperous Kangxi and Qianlong reigns, large bandit strongholds had existed in the Miao-Feng mountain area barely 100 li from the capital. Lingao, situated on the frontier and long sparsely populated, offered limited capacity for either government or local gentry to maintain social order. This made bandit activity unusually rampant. According to our investigation, Luo Duo continued, 38 bandit bands with over 50 members operate on a long-term basis throughout the county. 7 of these exceed 100 members, not counting the many home-dwelling bandits who farm in peacetime and turn outlaw when opportunity presents. This figure provoked a stir in the crowd. The actual population of Lingao, according to civil affairs estimates, was only 70 to 80,000. That a county of fewer than 100,000 should harbor so many bandits. Due to geographical conditions, local banditry displayed a characteristic pattern of collusion with pirates. Every time pirates made landfall, bandits coordinated with them. Bandit dens often served double duty as pirate hideouts. And when government forces or militia pressed them hard, bandits would use pirate ships to escape to sea. This made suppression extremely difficult. Successive magistrates had tried various methods, but with limited effect. Even extensive militia establishment and village brave training provided only limited local self-protection. If the transmigrators wished to conduct social surveys and implement civil affairs and agricultural reforms in Lingao, a stable social order was essential. It was unthinkable that every work team venturing into the countryside would require armed escorts. And the various infrastructure projects to come couldn't have gun towers lining every route with soldiers standing guard. Chapter 319, Countywide Bandit Suppression Intelligence Collection on Lingao's Bandits, began in earnest after the political consultative conference concluded. With the liaison officer system now operational, the intelligence department could obtain first-hand information directly from local natives, far more in-depth than the objective observations made by reconnaissance teams unfamiliar with the people and terrain. The context and connections were clearer too. To ensure accuracy and objectivity, the Intelligence Committee cross-referenced reports from various villages. Bandits often displayed obvious regional ties. Villages frequently shielded outlaws from their own townships due to clan bonds or shared origins. And bandits typically adhered to the principle of rabbits don't eat the grass around their burrows, showing some restraint with locals while specifically plaguing villages in other areas. Within this social ecology, liaison officers were hardly immune. Their reports inevitably contained concealments or exaggerations shaped by relationships between bandits and their own communities. Feuds between villages and clans also meant some deliberately mixed in falsehoods to slander rivals. Only by comparing intelligence from multiple sources could meaningful patterns emerge. After more than a month of liaison officer research, the Intelligence Department had developed substantial insight into Lingao's bandit situation. Another crucial source was Wang Jiamin. Though an outsider, he had lived here as a guest for over 5 years and routinely assisted the magistrate with government affairs. He knew a great deal about local conditions, especially regarding banditry, about which the Yamen possessed abundant records. The Intelligence Department met with him privately several times and obtained a wealth of useful material. Although Lingao's bandits are a tangled mess, the critical one is the stubborn bandit Dang Namen, Wang Jiamin said in a low voice in a private room at the Half the Sky restaurant. The others are small bands. They can't cause major trouble. These two groups are deeply entrenched and very difficult to handle. Eliminate them, and Lingao's scattered outlaws will naturally lose their support. The entire county will find peace. Most bandits were home-dwelling types. Destroy the mountain stronghold, eliminate the bandit leaders and core personnel, and these part-time outlaws would lose both their backbone and their sanctuary. Naturally, they would lose heart for continued villainy. Pacification and recruitment could then settle the matter quickly. Historically, in bandit suppression, the ringleaders must be punished while followers are pardoned, Wang Jiamin said. You cannot ignore the 4 words temper severity with mercy. Yes, yes, Luo Duo nodded agreeably, then asked, why do you say this group is the hardest to deal with? He refilled the man's wine cup. Please enlighten me, sir. It's a long story. Wang Jiamin appeared slightly drunk, but his mind remained sharp. He understood the Australians' intentions. They almost certainly wanted to clean up their side of the couch. But this could work to advantage. Since the government could neither handle the bandits nor eliminate the Australians, perhaps letting them tear at each other would allow a third party to profit. So he feigned deeper intoxication and began to talk. Dang Namen, formal name Dang Guodong, was a native of Daelu village. After his parents died, he'd made a living herding cattle for a village family. As an adult, he scraped by as a small peddler. Having no relatives in the village, he suffered years of bullying. Even his family's homestead was seized by local rivals. Dang Namen eventually turned to petty theft. During the late Wanli years, villagers hauled him to the county yamen and threw him in prison. The following year, he broke out, gathered a few like-minded brothers, returned to the village, and slaughtered more than 10 villagers with whom he had grievances. He looted their property and fled to Baopang Mountain on the border of Lingao and Danju to become an outlaw. Don't be fooled by Dang Namen's humble origins. He is literate and loved reading since childhood. Unfortunately, with no one to sponsor his advancement, a perfectly good scholarly seed fell onto an evil path. Wang Jiamin sighed. A man who has read books and then turned to crime is far more dangerous than an ordinary bandit. Because Dang Namen knew his characters and had devoured novels like Romance of the Three Kingdoms and Water Margin, he'd absorbed strategies and tactics from these pages. Thus, the bandits he led often made unexpected moves. The county's village braves were simply no match. Take his attack on Longbow Stronghold, Wang Jiamin said with evident relish. Dang Namen took several dozen men, disguised them as farmers heading to market, and entered Longbow Stronghold with goods. Using the opportunity of paying market taxes, They infiltrated the militia bureau. A few men guarded the door. Others set off firecrackers outside as a distraction. He led the charge inside and killed the militia instructor on the spot. The militia fell into chaos, and Longbow's stronghold, defended by over 100 armed men, was broken by his 30. "Tell me, is that not formidable?" Luo Duo nodded. This Dang Namen did indeed possess some cunning. The tactic of coordinating inside and outside to strike at the head of the snake had been beautifully executed. No wonder Master Wang considered this group dangerous. Moreover, he knows how to win hearts. Master Wang tapped the table lightly. This Dang Namen consistently preaches rob the rich, not the poor, which has attracted ignorant followers. It inspired villagers in places like Jialai and Meidai to refuse paying rent, causing landlords endless grief. They constantly filed complaints at the county yamen. Finally, a few years ago, Master Huang helped lead braves who inflicted heavy losses on Dang Namen's gang. Their arrogance diminished somewhat after that. Master Huang Xiaodong of Huang family stronghold. Wang Zheyamin noted Luo Du's reaction. The braves he leads are very formidable. Dang Namen is no match for them. Unfortunately, the common folk are ignorant, and many cover tracks for the bandits, allowing him to escape back to Baopang Mountain in the end. Total success was not achieved, truly a pity. So Master Huang is a public-spirited and righteous person. Naturally. Wang Zheyamin knew vaguely that the Australians intended to establish permanent roots locally, but Huang family stronghold's militia remained the only force Magistrate Wu could rely upon. He couldn't allow the Australians to win them over or consume them under the guise of bandit suppression. Unfortunately, Master Huang was injured last time and his health has been poor. Regarding bandit suppression, I'm afraid he won't be able to assist. Luo Duo remained non-committal, merely nodding. According to intelligence, the Dang Namen bandit gang is primarily entrenched in the Baopang Mountain area at the junction of Lingao and Danju, their old encampment. Luo Duo held a pointer against the map. More than 300 bandits are stationed there permanently. They possess firearms. Officers below studied the markings intently. Luo Duo continued. However, their base of support lies in the 13 villages region at the junction of Jialai and Meidai. Supplies and personnel alike are replenished from this area. In an emergency, they can mobilize another 400 or 500 fighters from here. A murmur of discussion arose. Someone raised a point. Doesn't that mean no good people in Hongtong County? Are all able-bodied men in this area suspected of being bandits? That is essentially the case. Luo Duo nodded. The Dang Namen gang treats this area as their private preserve. They never harm it themselves, and they don't permit other bandits to intrude. They enjoy considerable popularity. Practically a separatist regime. Not quite separatist, not yet. According to Master Wang, tax payment in the 13 villages area has never fallen short. The county simply receives no extra benefits. Actually, Dang Namen's thinking isn't unlike ours. Not a penny less for regular taxes, not a penny more for surcharges. With guns backing them up, the county can do nothing. Did the 13 villages area attend the recent political consultative conference? Ming asked. They did. I checked the meeting records. Their representatives kept silent. They basically followed the crowd. Grain requisition, dispatching labor, sending liaison officers, they agreed to everything. Dang Namen understands struggle strategy quite well. Indeed, Luo Duo answered cautiously. In terms of struggle strategy, he has considerable sophistication. The Dang Namen gang consists mostly of poor commoners, and he himself comes from persecuted poverty. He also practices rob the rich, not the poor, so one might say he possesses revolutionary consciousness. Someone spoke up. Characterizing them as bandits may be wrong. Perhaps they're a spontaneous peasant resistance organization. We could win them over. Not disturbing people is relative. Luo Duo shook his head. Only the 13 villages area enjoys somewhat better treatment. Harassment elsewhere is severe. Robbery, murder, kidnapping, seizing civilian women. The gang had done it all without exception. The wealthy weren't the only victims. The poor suffered equally. Insisting on calling it peasant resistance or uprising was self-deception. Ming explained, the Bandit Suppression Command chose to target them first for two reasons. One, their power is the largest. Destroying them sends a warning to others. Two, this gang has incurred great public outrage. We have a just cause. Luo Duo continued. In the 13 villages area, this gang has two important lieutenants leading 20 to 30 men stationed permanently to maintain control. Their names are Xin Nari and Wang Wushu. Xin Nari and Wang Wushu are two of the 4 heavenly kings under Dang Namen, Wang Jiamin had told Luo Duo. The 4 heavenly kings title is mostly for show, but these two cannot be underestimated. Xin Nari had been an idler since childhood. As an adult, because he preferred ease to labor, he'd ingratiated himself with the county yaman's fast hands, the constables, and became a zhuogongde, a functionary. A zhuogongde wasn't a formal yaman runner, but rather an off-the-books temp whose income derived entirely from customary bribes and extortion. Dirty work that proper runners couldn't be seen doing fell to these men. If trouble arose, they took the fall. Fortunately, with connections inside and outside, they usually got off lightly, and even the magistrate had no recourse. Once the heat passed, they resumed being zhuogongde. Xin Nari had been exceptionally active in this role. Beyond bullying common people, he finally grew too greedy for his own good and turned his schemes against the gentry. Eventually, he couldn't stay any longer. The fast hands weren't willing to offend the gentry on his behalf. After all, there was no shortage of zhuogongde. One more or less made no difference. Having lost this position, Xin Nari simply went up the mountain to become an outlaw. This person has a flexible mind and some petty cleverness. He excels at sycophancy and flattery. So although he's currently a bandit, he maintains connections with many petty officials in the county yamen and unsavory local gentry. At the slightest hint of trouble, someone tips him off. Wang Jiamin had warned. Both Master Wu and Master Huang wanted to arrest him several times, but he slipped away every time. As for Wang Wushu, while lacking a flexible mind, he was extraordinarily savage and cruel, notorious for killing without blinking. He had practiced martial arts since childhood and possessed some hard qigong skills. During youthful brawls, he had reportedly survived stabbing without serious injury, lending him an almost legendary aura. These two, one the brains, one the brawn, remained permanently stationed in 13 villages' territory, maintaining tight control over the area. After Luo Duo finished his presentation, attendees debated how to suppress this group. Plans basically fell into two categories. The first was to strike 13 villages first, eliminate the bandit forces, cut off the mountain stronghold's supply of grain and personnel, force them into chaos, then besiege the stronghold when conditions were ripe. The second approach advocated capturing the ringleader first by attacking the Baopang mountain area to destroy the bandit nest, then forcing the 13 villages' bandits to surrender without a fight. Both plans had merits and drawbacks. After comprehensive consideration, the decision was made to attack the mountain stronghold first. If we hit 13 villages first, the civil affairs aftermath will be extremely difficult to manage. Wuda, serving as both a Civil Affairs Committee member and Bandit Suppression Command member, explained the reasoning. The local people harbor reservations and are reluctant to have much contact with us. With an intact stronghold to fall back on, the bandits can use civilians as cover to launch relentless attacks. If our large force stations there, we become passive. Eventually, we might likely resort to indiscriminate retaliation due to endless attacks, creating an antagonistic relationship that will be very difficult to repair afterward. The adopted combat approach would be raid operations by lean, synthesized small units. Committing large formations to mountain bandit suppression was not worth the cost. Large troop movements were hard to conceal. Bandits could transfer all materials and personnel beforehand, leaving only empty strongholds. Even deploying 1 or 2 infantry battalions, let alone searching with thousands of soldiers, would allow bandits to easily evade them. Unable to sustain supplies for prolonged mountain operations, large forces couldn't linger. Eventually, the troops would have to withdraw. Bandits had used this method to counter government suppression for generations. It never failed. Yang Zheng, platoon leader of the 1st Platoon, Jaeger Company, 1st Infantry Regiment, was marching through the mountains. The late spring forest was steep and humid. Sweat had soaked through his uniform. He carried his beloved rifle on his shoulder along with 200 rounds of ammunition. Behind him followed his Jaeger platoon, then a mountain howitzer and all its accompaniments, shells, gunpowder, ramrods, and sundry equipment. All of it was transported by men, a full 40 education soldiers, recruits still in training who hadn't yet been formally awarded the rank of private. Behind them came an infantry company, then over 100 more education soldiers carrying a large quantity of logistics equipment. Officially called military laborers, they were actually the soldiers replacing livestock for transport system that Zai Yazhu had devised. Recruits weren't of much use in combat, but they could certainly carry things. Bringing up the rear was the engineer platoon, led personally by Engineer Company Commander Panda. Chapter 320, Battle of Baopang Mountain. The troops set out after dark, marching rapidly through the night before entering the Baopang Mountain area to conceal themselves. After a full day's rest, they resumed their nocturnal advance. Aided by complete maps and night vision equipment, they reached Dang Naman's mountain stronghold at dawn, their arrival sudden and unannounced. The stronghold stood atop a small earthen hill, encircled by sturdy walls of stone and wood interspersed with watchtowers. The fortifications were quite good, capable of withstanding ordinary attacks. Through binoculars, the terrain around the stronghold appeared complex rather than precipitous. While such ground was easy to defend and hard to attack, once besieged, breaking out would prove equally difficult. For this reason, bandit strongholds were generally not built on particularly perilous dead ends. The ability to escape quickly when circumstances turned unfavorable was paramount. Had the transmigrators arrived with a mighty host, Dang Naman would have had ample time to withdraw and use this terrain to scatter and flee. But He Ming had commanded troops to seize all 3 main access passages before dawn, sealing off escape routes, thanks to modern maps and night vision equipment. All units have arrived at designated positions and are constructing fortifications, the apprentice staff officer reported. Order all units to closely observe enemy movements. He Ming lowered his binoculars and glanced at the map. Stay sharp, everyone. Panda urged his engineers and education soldiers. Sprawled on the ground, they dug pits for burying anti-personnel mines while another group constructed shooting breastworks. Of the 3 potential escape routes, Dady Slope was hardest to choke off. The other 2 were narrow paths where 20 soldiers could block bandits with volleys and grenades, but Dady Slope was broad. If bandits broke through here, countless mountain trails awaited them. Panda had no choice but to intercept on this open ground with an infantry platoon, an engineer squad, and 30 education soldiers armed only with bayonets and improvised spears. Fortunately, he had landmines, primitive directional devices consisting of black powder, a fuse, a hardwood board for directionality, and crushed stones for shrapnel. His engineers buried these earth mines at every possible escape point. With friction primers finally available thanks to the chemistry department's phosphorus production, detonation timing was now controllable. Dady Slope spanned 60 meters. Each mine covered about 5 meters. Panda set up 3 groups of 15 cross-position mines. Set sights to 100 meters, Yang Zheng briefed his soldiers. To rank formation, volley fire on command. Understood. Fix bayonets. Yang Zheng checked their equipment, then spoke encouraging words to the trembling education soldiers behind. He knew they couldn't be relied upon. He'd have to depend on the veterans who had trained a few months longer. Panda checked every friction primer and pull cord repeatedly. If bandits launched a pig rush, he had one final option: grenade dischargers, cast iron tubes that launched number 4 grenades 50 meters. Roughly one-third failed to detonate, but as he noted, even if it doesn't explode, smashing onto a head will make it bloom. The sudden appearance of troops startled Dang Namen that morning. He had intelligence sources and knew the Australians intended to suppress bandits but hadn't taken it seriously. The 13 villages area had already submitted. There was no reason to attack him. He climbed the wall. Dense crowds of gray uniformed troops gleamed on a hillside a li distant. That such a force had marched through mountains at night and arrived silently chilled him. He summoned his leaders. Don't panic. The bald thieves have fierce firearms. We can't fight head-on. Prepare to flow water. Flowing water, scattering to hidden camps until danger passed, was standard bandit practice. Boss Dang, the women gold, silver. Xiao Haking, one of his 4 heavenly kings, protested. Forget it. As long as the green hills remain, we needn't fear running out of firewood. Lose your life and it's all farts. Go quickly. But the bandits ignored his orders, stuffing silver and jewelry onto their bodies until bulging all over. Dang Namen took his trusted aides and fled separately. Light the fires, burn the stronghold. If flames rose, the Australians would rush to extinguish them rather than pursue. Fire! There's a fire! The stronghold gate burst open. Through binoculars, Ming watched bandits split into groups, fleeing in all directions. Shortly afterward, gunshots rang out. Puffs of white smoke rose amid green mountains. Ming tracked another breakout attempt where 40 or 50 bulging bandits rushed toward pass slopes. White smoke sprayed from positions above, struck bandits rolled downhill. From one dying figure, white silver ingots tumbled from torn clothes. So the bulges were valuables. Men die for wealth, someone observed. Without that weight, some might have escaped. Then explosions sounded, Earth Claymore mines detonating. Excited staff officers shouted confirmation. Order first platoon toward the stronghold gate. Occupy when possible. Don't fight the fire. Eliminating bandits is the priority. Bandits driven back from every intersection never dreamed ambushes awaited them. Several waves were beaten bloody, more than half killed or wounded. Dang Namen rallied survivors. Don't panic. Drop all silver with life, there's money. Everyone break out from Dady Slope. More than 100 gathered around him, panicked, waiting for his plan. Note, regarding Dang Namen's bandits, this is drawn from Republican-era accounts in Lingao literary history. Chapter 321. Occupying 13 villages, Dang Namen thought quickly. The other 2 mountain paths were narrow and difficult to traverse, and the enemy had already seized favorable terrain. Their fierce firearms meant just a dozen men could block a large group. Only Dady Slope offered the widest, flattest terrain. If everyone swarmed over together, seeking life and death, perhaps some could escape. Hearing his reasoning, the crowd hurriedly threw away their burdensome valuables and swarmed toward Dady Slope. Detonate the first group, Panda ordered upon seeing the dark mass of bandits enter the kill zone. Only 11 of the 15 directional mines detonated, and their timing was inconsistent. But the violent explosions and sky-filled flying stones smashed the rushing bandits bloody. Many died on the spot, more were left groaning on the ground. The chain of explosions and shrill screams shattered human will. The bandits retreated, bleeding and crying, spinning like headless flies. Yang Zheng led the expert marksman in his platoon, performing precise shooting at 200 meters with rare calmness. The skill of one shot, one man down, stunned the education soldiers, who surged forward to watch, disrupting their formation. Form up, the sergeants yelled desperately, using scabbarded bayonets to drive the chaotic recruits back into ranks. Panda coughed from the gunpowder smoke and dust. Fortunately, the enemy is few and their fighting will is weak. Otherwise, these recruits couldn't be relied upon. Bandits repelled from various positions retreated near the stronghold, hoping to defend it. But the Great Fire made that impossible. No road to heaven, no door to earth, gunfire and killing resounded from all sides. Dang Namen gathered over 100 men before the stronghold, preparing another rush at Dady Slope. But before they could set off, the first platoon intercepted them. First came canister shot from a 12-pounder howitzer, followed by 3 consecutive volleys. The painfully gathered team scattered instantly. Under desperate cover from Zhao Haking and a few aides, Dang Namen escaped to a secluded hollow behind the stronghold. Only 4 or 5 trusted men remained. Zhao Haking had been shot in the back and was foaming blood. He wouldn't survive. "Boss Dang, run quickly, report to the brothers." Before finishing, Zhao Haking's head tilted and he died. The distinctive sound of Australian rifles drew closer. Screams and groans came from everywhere as the army killed his brothers. Behind him, the stronghold blazed, his work of 10 years destroyed in one morning. With no options left, he thought only of hiding until dark. He instructed his subordinates, "Find your own way to live." Then he abandoned them and went alone toward the deep forest. The first platoon broke into the stronghold and controlled key points. After confirming enemies were cleared, they organized education soldiers to fight the fire. It had become difficult to control, so the platoon leader commanded men to push down nearby houses for a fire break. Gradually, the flames subsided. At noon, as the Hall of Gathering Righteousness became charred ashes, Ming led the command post into the stronghold. The place was a mess, with scattered valuables everywhere. The granary, not completely burned, held enough grain for 2 or 3 months. Charred air-dried meats hung from eaves. In houses behind the stronghold, 30 or 40 women and a dozen old and young men remained locked up. The fleeing bandits hadn't freed them, nearly burning them alive. They all claimed to be kidnapped victims, kneeling and begging for mercy. These bandits have harmed so many. Ming ordered staff to seal the warehouses and collect scattered spoils. "What about these people? Let them go, they're just unfortunate poor folk. How do you know there aren't bandits or their families among them?" Luo Du shook his head. "Besides, releasing them in these mountains, what if they encounter danger? That's harming them." So they decided to send these people to Bairen along with the captured bandits for screening. Led by veterans, education soldiers conducted a comb-style sweep of the surrounding area. Their long spears proved unexpectedly useful. Occasional screams followed random stabs into grass, then a bloody figure was dragged out. Wounds to thighs might be survivable. Belly wounds were fatal unless a kind soldier delivered a bayonet mercy thrust. Seeing such terrible ends, many bandits hiding in the grass came out to surrender. By evening, 50 or 60 prisoners had been caught, a similar number killed. Only 3 careless education soldiers were stabbed by suddenly attacking bandits. But Dang Namen remained unfound. He wasn't among the corpses. Ming saw education soldiers cutting off heads, tying hair together, hanging them on waists or spears. Some spears already bore 7 or 8. "What is this for?" Ming frowned, repulsed by this medieval practice. "We don't award prizes based on heads. Bury the corpses." Only leader-level heads were ultimately taken. Though the transmigrators disliked this method, they had to announce battle results to the county's people. At dusk, battlefield cleanup ended. Ming withdrew some troops, giving fish that slipped through a glimmer of hope. But special reconnaissance soldiers were already ambushed on the roads. Wearing night vision goggles, they hunted bandits attempting to cross the blockade using darkness. Throughout the night, gunshots rang sporadically, dying cries echoed in the valley. In an early morning hunt, Dang Namen was shot dead in a gully. Soldiers drove prisoners to identify the corpse. His head, half blown off by a 7.62 NATO round, was carefully severed and placed in a lime-filled wooden box. The next day, the raid on Dayalu village commanded by Zhu Ziliang launched simultaneously. Led by special reconnaissance members, an infantry company rushed to Dayalu village by starlight and blockaded the whole village. Then Zhu Ziliang led a squad straight for the Dang family ancestral hall. This hall was newly built after Dang Namen's rise. Actually, the Dang family had only settled here 2 generations ago, too early for an ancestral hall. Moreover, with no official titles to display, it appeared empty. But the brick and tile structure with 3 courtyards was grand by any standard. After controlling front and rear exits, Little Yi, take people to suppress the roof. Zhu Ziliang ordered, scout slang for seizing the building's commanding heights. He personally led a team rushing through the main gate. An old gatekeeper emerged from the gatehouse, scolding. "This is Master Dang's ancestral hall." Seeing strong men in colorful clothes holding various weapons, the gatekeeper fell silent, sat on the ground, and shivered. Zhu Ziliang didn't make things difficult for the old man and rushed inside. Intelligence placed the bandits in the second courtyard. Suddenly, the old man shrieked from behind. Someone rushed in. Indigenous team members weren't as respectful. A kukri came down, slicing off half his skull. At the gate, 2 bandit guards stood. One ran inside, the other held his saber horizontally. "Who goes there?" Daring to break ground on Tai Sui's head before he finished, Zhu Ziliang bounded in, waved his military saber, and finished him on the spot. "Someone's crashing the place." The running bandits shouted. The house exploded into chaos. Disheveled people ran out carrying weapons. Special ops members on the roof fired grenade dischargers into the courtyard. Instantly, wailing filled the air. The disadvantage was obvious. Gunpowder smoke obscured everything. Zhu Ziliang cursed silently and guarded the inner gate. "Don't move. Surrender and don't kill." This was crash course Lingao dialect. Then Cantonese and Hokkien versions followed. Under PLA veterans training, the army had adopted certain habits. A matchlock shot returned the shout, iron sand pocking the wall. Zhu Ziliang and team members shrank behind the wall. Rifle fire rang from the roof. Suddenly, a figure darted from the courtyard fast as lightning, rising and falling several times, already 10 feet away. Zhu Ziliang swung his Remington, a huge muzzle flash, a scream, and the figure fell. "That kid probably knows Kingong," a young transmigrator remarked. "Moves pretty fast. Even the best Kingong eats bullets." Zhu Ziliang smiled contemptuously. "Prepare to clear. Captain Zhu, you stole my target." Yimenjian poked out from the roof. "I had him lined up. Head cutting is yours." "Don't want it." Yimenjian waved his SKS. "This thing is too long for commando work." After another volley, silence. Special reconnaissance searched room by room, throwing everyone into the courtyard. Nearby gunshots signaled caught escapees. Nearly 30 people living in the hall, except those killed, knelt with raised hands, terrified into wooden silence. One bandit who tried pulling a small dagger had 4 fingers and half a palm sliced off, his wails piercing hearts and scaring prisoners witless. That swift-footed figure was Wang Wushu, now riddled with holes. A soldier hacked off his head. "Hang it at the gate." Zhu Ziliang felt somewhat nauseous despite having seen such scenes before. After counting, the last heavenly king, Xin Nari, was missing. "Where is Xin Nari?" "Not among prisoners or corpses," a team member reported. "He escaped from us." Zhu Ziliang found it hard to believe. Search turned the place upside down. Even ransacking the village, they didn't find him. Repeated questioning revealed Xin Nari had left yesterday for a lover's house. "One escaped, doesn't matter. Have the county issue a wanted notice." Xing Baiyu, handling coordination, expressed indifference. "Magistrate Wu wants the bandit heads sent to the county for public display." When Wu Mingjin learned the bald thieves were conducting large-scale suppression, he knew another performance review opportunity had arrived. He'd gradually ceased disliking them, especially after they'd handed over pirate heads last time, which became his personally leading braves in victorious attack. The victory report had received good reviews from the prefect. Reporting suppression victories wasn't rare, but having genuine heads and evidence was. Even the Lord Prefect gained face. Chapter 322, Changing Tactics. Xin Nachan is Xin Nari's younger sister. This girl is something else. She has a fiery temper and dares to slaughter pigs herself. Ordinary young men aren't good enough for her. Liu Si kept his voice low. "Tell me everything about the village and its people properly." "Why do you want to know these things?" Widow Zhou spat playfully, her almond eyes full of spring. "Going to suck up to those 2 female officials again. A grown man taking orders from 2 women, shame on you." "They're chiefs. They pay my salary. Even officials have to kneel before the Empress Dowager. Besides, those two broads are tall and sturdy like big horses. How could your fourth brother look at them? Liu Si pulled the woman into his arms, reached his hand inside from her waist, rubbed up and down, and whispered into her ear. Good wife, tell fourth brother everything about the village properly, and I won't let you lack comfort tonight. Liu Si's selfishness and using public office for private gain actually made him the person with the most comprehensive local knowledge in the team. From Widow Zhou, he learned a great deal about the village, especially recent movements among bandit families. This was crucial intelligence. He dared not neglect it, and that night, after returning from Widow Zhou's house, he reported everything to the two women in full detail. So this gang of bandits is still lingering like ghosts, said Dong Weiwei. Du Wen gnashed her teeth. Seems we need severe suppression, she thought for a moment. Are the households making trouble landlords or rich peasants? Landlords, rich peasants, Liu Si was stunned. He'd learned basic social class division at the Peasant Movement Institute but hadn't expected such a question. He hesitated. Not really, Dong Weiwei cut through the ideological discussion. Whatever landlords or poor peasants, let Liu Si speak business first. She turned to him. What is the common people's attitude toward us now? Bandit families remain so rampant. Why won't anyone organize village braves for self-defense? The village folk have three fears, Liu Si said. First, they fear the work team settling accounts on the issue of following bandits. The 13 villages area had been the bandits' old nest. Few ordinary families lacked entanglements with outlaws. At minimum, they'd supplied grain and fodder, not to mention those who'd followed along to fish for benefits. If investigated, all could be considered collaborators. Even those who didn't die would lose a layer of skin. Second was fear of bandit retaliation should they recover. Some people who intended to approach the work team worried that if the team left and bandits returned, vengeance would be ferocious. Many still harbored lingering fears about the massacre after Dang Namen established his gang years ago. Nearly all families with grudges against him had lost members, some exterminated entirely. Others had fled. Third is fear of going to war. Liu Si summarized in his substandard Mandarin. Afraid that after establishing village braves, they'll be transferred out to fight bandits. Dong Weiwei said, when the security corps was formed months ago, 13 villages should have also provided men. I don't recall hearing about war fear then. They did send men. I heard Dang Namen said at the time that the Baldies weren't to be trifled with, so they dealt with it by sending a few. Each village contributed some bachelors and outsiders. So cowardly, if they're afraid of fighting bandits, what's the use of building village braves? Du Wen was discouraged. You can't say that. Bandits beat and killed fear into them. Dong Weiwei said, since there are three fears, we must first make them not afraid. Only with courage will they dare act. If Xin Nari isn't caught and publicly beheaded, people's hearts won't settle. Building militia to control 13 villages won't happen. But news from daily radio contact wasn't encouraging. Xin Nari remained unfound. No bandit suppression detachment reported capturing or killing him. Intelligence collected by other cadets was similar. Most attitudes were indifferent. The few people won over only provided basic information. In summary, beneath the calm surface, an undercurrent surged. The destruction of the Dang Namen gang was like throwing a stone into these waters. Bandit families whose relatives were killed wanted revenge. Families persecuted by bandits thought of settling old grievances. Hatred was fermenting. A fierce storm loomed, but Du Wen and Dong Weiwei had seriously underestimated the severity of their situation. After Liu Si left, the two women began a new round of arguments, this time about arresting bandit families. Du Wen demanded immediate arrests of all bandit families to knock out their prestige. Dong Weiwei disagreed, believing arrests based merely on Liu Si's few words was too credulous. Besides, arrest whole families or just the men. What do we do afterward? Dong Weiwei asked. Du Wen paused. Arresting was easy, but handling them after. Hold a mass struggle meeting. She finally found another trick from land reform. Not necessarily useful. Dong Weiwei shook her head repeatedly. Easy to arrest bandit families, but will victim families willingly come out to struggle against them? Bystander masses are the majority here. They still have scruples about scattered bandits outside. They may not be mobilized. What do you suggest? Wait and see. Dong Weiwei couldn't produce any clever plan either. It would be great if we could catch Xin Nari and bring him back for public trial. Isn't that the same as saying nothing? Du Wen felt frustrated. We should find out details first. Dong Weiwei's eyes rolled. We can use the foreigner in the back. Use the foreigner for what? Du Wen instinctively disliked that man. Make him serve our purpose. He's not one of us. Though no one listens to his stuff, moving around is more convenient for him than for us. Asking him to collect village intelligence and do some propaganda is quite useful. Though Du Wen found this unreliable, since the failed mass meeting she'd begun doubting her consistent correctness. She didn't insist, and immediately sent someone to fetch Bai Duolu. Bai Duolu came from the back wearing a mournful face. Since arriving in Daelu village, he'd practically become Lu Ruohua's manservant. He also had to print propaganda materials. Before leaving, Lu Ruohua had made him write several missionary pieces, paid Zhou Dongshan's printing shop to carve wood blocks, and carried them tirelessly to the village. When summoned to the second courtyard, his hands were covered in black ink. He wiped them with paper, quite heartbroken because the propaganda materials he'd labored over had recently appeared in various daily uses throughout the village. He could even spot them in the latrine. Bai Duolu considered and agreed. Moreover, this was the only way to break through the current impasse. Okay, I'll talk to Father Lu. Afterward, he felt he was sinning heavily, wondering if he should go for confession and penance. Returning to the room, he saw Lu Ruohua still working hard under an oil lamp, writing something with a locally made quill pen, probably another sermon. "Father," he interrupted the diligent Frenchman, "I have something to say." "What is it, my child?" Lu Ruohua's expression was extraordinarily modest. "Should we change our methods?" "Oh," Father Lu was obviously interested. "You're finally willing to discuss this with me." "Yes, Father. I have some ideas. Please speak, my child. I think there's no need to print and distribute things like leaflets anymore. Most people here are illiterate, they can't read at all. No matter how many you print, they just use them as daily paper. I think you've noticed this problem too, Father." "Yes," Lu Ruohua nodded. "You know, your audience is Chinese, and I am also Chinese, so I understand Chinese thinking." Bai Duolu said, "Chinese people are essentially a realistic nation." Bai Duolu began expounding what Dong Weiwei had said. Actually, these insights weren't strange to him either. He talked at length. Lu Ruohua remained silent. Finally, he spoke. "My child, the Bible says." "Father," Bai Duolu said very humbly. Lu Ruohua nodded. "I understand your intentions, my child." He closed his eyes, seemingly pondering. Bai Duolu slipped away quietly. Chapter 323, Liu Si takes the bait. "You beast, you're worse than an animal," Zhao Dachang roared deliberately. 7 or 8 people, men and women, were already standing in the room. In the chaos, Xin Nachan threw herself into Zhao Dachang's arms, crying desperately but without tears. "I don't want to live," she screamed, then resumed her wailing. Liu Si struggled to climb up, stood stunned for a moment, then turned to run. But the door was blocked. He couldn't escape. "Where do you think you're going?" Zhao Dachang grabbed him and delivered several slaps. While beating him, he cursed. "You dare defile my intended wife, a yellow flower girl, a virgin. You raped her. You look human, but you have a beast's heart." While the commotion escalated, people in the room stepped aside. Zhao Heiji arrived. Zhao Dachang said deliberately, "Eighth uncle, this is the good guest you invited. He dared rape your nephew's wife." Xin Nachan howled through sobs. "Eighth uncle, you've harmed little Chun miserably. Little Chun has no face to live, woo-woo-woo." Zhao Heiji feigned shock. "Oh," he acted greatly surprised. After the commotion settled, Zhao Heiji said slowly to Liu Si, "I treated you as a decent person, invited you to a banquet, asked you to put in a good word for us and plead for mercy. It's fine if you were unwilling, but how could you be such a beast in human clothing, raping a civilian woman? In any dynasty, that's a capital crime. Do you know that?" His eyes glared sideways. "Someone come, here." A half-grown boy walked out. Tie him up. We'll send him to the ancestral hall and hand him to the work team. I want to see how they're protecting the territory and comforting the people actually comforts people. Zhao Heiji strode into the inner room. Zhao Dachang followed. Liu Si was tied by 7 or 8 hands and pushed into the inner room. Someone kicked his knees, forcing him to kneel. Tell me, what should be done about raping a civilian woman? Zhao Heiji asked deliberately. Zhao Dachang raised a cudgel, waving it before Liu Si's eyes. What to do? By reason, attempted rape means being beaten to death without liability. For the sake of him being in the work team, hang him up and beat him, then send him to the team and let them handle it. If they don't, send him to the county yamen. Liu Si was sweating with fright and quickly begged for mercy, claiming he'd drunk too much and let lust overflow. After prolonged pleading, he managed to avoid physical pain. Seeing the timing was right, Zhao Heiji said, Nephew, go out first. 8th uncle will definitely give you an explanation. Zhao Dachang humped pretentiously and left. After everyone departed, Zhao Heiji called an advisor. Get paper and pen. Write down everything he says. The advisor's supplies were ready. He wrote on the Kang table immediately. After writing, read it to him. The advisor read, The lowly one, Liu Si, broke into civilian Zhao Dachang's home after the banquet, encountered civilian woman Xin Nachan and carried out coercive rape. The woman was unwilling, clothes torn and stripped forcibly. The intent to rape is true. Liu Si defended himself. The lowly one didn't mean to tear a girl's clothes, Zhao Heiji said. Liu Si was speechless. This wasn't a hangmen banquet but a trap to catch a dog. Zhao Heiji asked, Do you want to settle this privately or publicly? Privately. Liu Si naturally understood. Settled publicly, being pushed to the ancestral hall would not only humiliate him but disgrace Chiefs Du and Dong. He would be finished with the transmigration group forever. At least you know what's good for you. Someone untie him. Zhao Heiji smiled triumphantly. This Miss Xin was indeed quite useful. To settle privately, press a handprint on this confession. Helpless, Liu Si pressed his print. Zhao Heiji folded the paper into his sleeve and immediately changed face. 4th Master Liu, you've been startled. He cupped his hands. Liu Si remained silent. With his wisdom, he clearly understood their scheme. Zhao Heiji drank tea slowly. We are now people on the same boat. He paused, studied Liu Si's face and shouted, Someone come. A small official box with vermilion lacquer and copper corners was brought in, about the size of a woman's dressing box, heavy with a small lock. Zhao Heiji produced a key and opened it. 4th Master Liu, a little token of appreciation. Please accept with a smile, consider it an apology. He opened the box, making the dim room shine brilliantly. Inside were all kinds of jewelry, gold and silver, hairpins, anklets, bridal headpieces, children's lockets, various styles, some inlaid with pearls, jadeite and gemstones. Floating light and overflowing color stunned Liu Si. He'd never seen such riches. His hands trembled. He declined. I dare not take this, it's too precious. Don't refuse face when offered. Zhao Heiji's expression turned cold. Helpless, Liu Si accepted. Keep them with Widow Zhou. Don't worry, we'll take good care of her. She's climbed up a high branch. Seeing Liu Si distracted, he added, Don't be afraid. Since 4th Master Liu talks loyalty with us, we aren't people without affection and justice. Yes. Liu Si finally caught his breath. Zhao Heiji leaned close and whispered, Help us do some things. I hear the work team has been whispering lately. What are they saying? Tell us everything. Naturally, there will be benefits. Words count. Liu Si had no choice. Since you gentlemen take such care of me, I'll be at your disposal. Good, go back first. If there's anything, we'll message you at Widow Zhou's. After a few days, the plan seemed to proceed smoothly. Though old man Mei continued looking listless, he could still speak under forced questioning. From him, Zhao Dachang learned the 2 female officials were very dissatisfied with the current situation and often quarreled. The red-haired monk was nothing special, just preaching raisin all day and teaching songs. Zhao Heiji secretly met Liu Si at Widow Zhou's house and obtained even more crucial news. The Australians' bandit suppression is expanding, Liu Si reported after eating his fill. Men and horses are being moved toward Danju. Zhao Heiji became interested. So this area will soon be quiet, correct? Liu Si glanced outside and lowered his voice. The higher-ups are dissatisfied with these two women's work and want to transfer a man here. Zhao Heiji listened carefully. What's this man's background? I'm not clear on that. Chief Du's surname Du has been losing her temper every evening, quarreling with Chief Dong. They're at odds, seems it's because of this. This matched old man May's news. Zhao Heiji believed firmly. These days, guards are packing luggage. The new captain will probably arrive soon. Several people must be dispatched from here to escort the two women back. Truly troublesome. Zhao Heiji's eyelid twitched. Right, transferring the women back, they'll surely draw people to escort them. A good opportunity. The ancestral hall's military strength will be empty. How many are going? About 6 or 7. Liu Si saw his eyes lighting up. What, you're? Nothing. This must be discussed with Zhao Dachang quickly. A great opportunity cannot be missed. That night, Zhao Dachang and Zhao Heiji discussed and decided Zhao Dachang would find Zhao Heixi and Xin Nari, discuss the matter, and bring the troops back. Indeed a good opportunity, but to succeed we still need Liu Si's help. Xin Nari nodded after hearing the overnight news. How so? The ammunition matter, Xin Nari said. Even with 5 or 6 gone, a dozen remain. If they start shooting, we still can't handle it. Zhao Heixi had been tormented by the Transmigration Army and directly understood firearms power. Let Liu Si coordinate from inside. Just don't know if this kid has the guts. With a handle held over him should he refuse, Zhao Heixi said. Useless. Xin Nari shook his head. Liu Si only fears a confession. Passing messages is fine. Doing something that costs his head, he won't. He'll sell us out the moment he turns around. Then what? Under heavy rewards, there must be brave men. Xin Nari waved his hand. How much money and valuables remain in the village? Still have to give money, Zhao Dachang nearly shouted. We already gave him a box of jewelry. He had his own reasons for refusing. Zhao Heiking had been Dang Naman's general manager. The gang's money and grain had passed through his hands. After the stronghold fell, large savings were gone, but many valuables remained hidden in Daelu village. Though not under Zhao Dachang's control, he'd long known the hiding place and exact amounts. He regarded this wealth as his own capital and had been hoarding the secret. Though arrogant, Zhao Dachang wasn't stupid. Xin Nari now had men and Greenwood connections. If Zhao Dachang himself wanted to become boss, or at minimum a major leader, he could only rely on holding this wealth. How could Xin Nari not know his wishful thinking? But right now, the gang was poor and blank. Only Zhao Dachang still controlled wealth. He had to work hard to persuade him. Chapter 324. The bandits' counterattack. Money is something external to the body, Xin Nari said, secretly cursing Zhao Dachang as a country bumpkin who only saw the coins before his eyes. But he patiently persuaded. As long as we keep the team, asking for money later will be just a word. Don't complain about expenses. If you want Liu Si to risk his head, you have to pay enough to buy his life. Also, these brothers under me, without reward money, will they be willing to kill? What? Those little bastards need rewards too. SHH. Zhao Heixi quickly stopped Zhao Dachang and scolded in a low voice. The men 4th Master Xin leads are brothers with no stake in our old 13 villages area. Exactly, Xin Nari said. I've only been their boss a few days. On what basis should I ask them to charge into battle? Fine. Though reluctant, Zhao Dachang agreed. Finally, has appropriate compensation been given to village families? Those who died got a few taels of silver. Zhao Dachang became alert. Need to give more. Not necessary, but if not given, it must be given. Seeing he wasn't being completely foolish, Xin Nari breathed relief. Rest a bit. We leave tonight. Go back and prepare everything. Send it to this place. The next evening, night shrouded the mountains. Stars twinkled coldly, occasionally obscured by dark clouds. The deep mountains were even dimmer. The bandit gang hiding in mountain gullies only began moving at this hour. After days of wandering and displacement, the bandits were ragged, with disheveled hair and dirty faces, looking less like outlaws than famine refugees. But they all carried weapons. Those without swords or spears had whittled wooden sticks. Xin Nari and his men had been hiding in the mountains for days, living half-starved and anxiously awaiting news. They dared not leave. Villages that once provided grain, camping, and women had suddenly become hedgehogs, capable of attracting bandit suppression detachments at any moment. Now, with Xin Nari leading them out, the bandits didn't know where this newly appointed boss was taking them. But they dared not speak, each harboring their own designs. After passing through dense forest, Xin Nari calculated they would reach the assembly point before dawn and waved everyone to stop, announcing they were going to Daelu village. Hearing they could march to the 13 villages area, where coordination and food awaited, the bandits jumped with joy. Xin Nari seized the moment. "You can eat, you can play with women, everyone will be paid," he paused. "There are only 2 female shorthairs in the village, plus 7 or 8 soldiers. Everyone muster strength and wipe them out." Hearing they had to fight shorthairs again, the bandits muttered. Xin Nari quickly encouraged them. "Brothers, rest assured, we have an insider with the Australians. When the time comes, their bird guns won't fire. Defeat them, and we eat, drink, and play in the village for 3 days." That last sentence was essentially granting a big holiday. Rob whatever you want, play with whomever you want. The bandits hadn't lived such days for a long time. A commotion arose. Someone shouted, "Boss Xin, stop talking, take us there." "Good, let's go." They arrived outside Daelu village before dawn. Xin Nari carefully hid the team in a forest a few li away. Xiao Dachang and Xiao Heixi had already arrived, mobilizing bandit families overnight to cook rice and boil water, quietly sending it to the woods. Seeing food arrive, the bandits swarmed to fight for it. They hadn't eaten properly for days, and salt deprivation left them weak. Xin Nari ordered 1 tael of silver distributed to each person and told them to rest. Xiao Dachang, Xiao Heixi, and Xiao Heiji were all waiting. The 4 gathered to discuss tactics. Old Man Mei says the 2 women haven't left yet, but 6 or 7 guards have already gone to pick up the succeeding captain. Now only 12 or 13 guards remain. Just 2 extra women, no hindrance. Xin Nari felt confidence building. "How's the ammunition sabotage going with Liu Si? Cost a lot of money." Xiao Dachang felt pained. "This kid played hard to get at first, saying ammunition is hard to damage. Soldiers never leave their ammo pouches. Someone stands guard at night. No chance at all. And then we promised more silver and also said we'd give Xin Nachan to him." Xiao Dachang's loose mouth ignored Xiao Heixi's warning winks. Xin Nari remained calm. He agreed, but not firmly. Xiao Heixi feared the young master would blurt something stupid and provoke Xin Nari, so he quickly took over. He said damaging ammunition is unlikely, but he can damage guns so they won't fire. Xin Nari thought, agreeing not firmly is probably true. If this Liu Si had confidently guaranteed it, I'd have to think carefully. "Actually, promises are just empty words," Xiao Heiji said. "After the deed, just directly," he made a chopping motion. "Dead men needed neither silver nor women." "No," Xin Nari immediately opposed. "Liu Si must be kept. Whatever we promised must be given in full." "On what basis?" Xiao Dachang shouted. He'd long planned to kill Liu Si afterward, not for Xin Nachan, but because the promised valuables were substantial and it pained him. Liu Si was cultivated by the Australians single-handedly. He knows a lot about their foundation. Xin Nari had thought this through. From the looks of it, the Australians won't leave soon. If we want to deal with them, we need this person to lead the way. Xiao Heixi nodded. "Fourth Master Xin is right. We shouldn't be stingy. Pull him into the gang." Xiao Dachang had to agree. "Tell me, how do we strike?" Liu Si said he could settle the ammunition before noon. "We strike at noon," Xiao Heixi said. "It's hot afternoon, most people nap. Rush the ancestral hall, catch them off guard." "How about the household families? Ready?" More than 60 came immediately. Hearing we're hitting the Australians, everyone wants revenge. "Women have even taken up scissors," Xiao Dachang said excitedly. "I told those 2 old or young to go back." "Families shouldn't fight," Xin Nari thought. "Pick a few who know roads and have fast legs to meet us at the village entrance and lead the way. The others guard village roads to prevent anyone escaping. Good. Also, hang blue cloth strips on our family's doors. My current brothers aren't from this village. It would be ugly if they crashed into our own people. Easy, I'll notify everyone when I go back, Xiao Heixi said, who takes care of opening the ancestral hall doors. Agreed, front door is Liu Si, back door is Old Man Mei. Zhao Dachang said, I promised Old Man Mei land and silver. That old thing's legs are still nimble. Xin Nari nodded. No need to keep him then. Shortly, we'll use 3 double-bang firecrackers as the signal. All routes launch together. Xin Nari's face turned murderous. Zhao Dachang, who had calculated on becoming boss later, couldn't help feeling a chill. Seeing clan elders obey this outsider completely, he doubted whether he'd ever become boss. Damn it, you can't be kept either. Zhao Dachang glared viciously at Xin Nari's back as he went to deploy men. He touched the small dagger in his bosom. Murderous intent had already arisen. Just past noon, on the dirt road 3 li away, a black muddy current rushed wildly. More than 50 ragged bandits, waving rusting knives and guns, pounced toward Daelu village. They didn't shout, just ran. At the village entrance, half-grown boys and young women wearing white flowers in their hair waited, holding freshly whittled sticks. They met the bandits and ran toward the ancestral hall. Though silent, every eye spat fire, some from greed, some purely from hatred. Originally, a few people were working or chatting on the street. Seeing this, they were struck dumb, rolling and crawling back into their houses, closing doors, shivering, listening to movement outside. As expected, the main gate stood open. Liu Si waited anxiously by the door. Seeing them, his face relaxed greatly. Waving, he pushed the door wider. Xiao Heixi jumped up the steps. How is it? Took a hell of an effort to take out the sentries. Liu Si raised his head. The others are all meeting in the back. Guard the main gate, Xiao Heixi ordered, then led the main force rushing in. The first courtyard was empty, only soldiers' bundles and quilts neatly arranged in rooms. The absence of anyone aroused suspicion, but momentum was up. He couldn't stop now. Xiao Heixi smashed open the second courtyard door, and everyone surged through. Just then, from the back alley, many people shouted and surged out, waving weapons and charging. Both sides froze, seeing each other. This was Xin Nari's group that had rushed in from the back door. Xin Nari had led men through the open rear door into the chapel smoothly. Besides Old Man Mei, a few old regulars sat frozen with fear. Xin Nari had no time for them and led men straight to the second courtyard, where he collided head-on with the front door group. The entire second courtyard was empty, not to mention the work team. Not even a ghost was there. Just as Xiao Heixi prepared to search rooms, a volley of gunshots came from outside. That whistling death sound made him shudder all over. Liu Si was nowhere to be found. It's a trap, Xiao Heixi couldn't help shouting. Run quickly. His men fell into instant chaos, some going forward, some backward, some climbing walls directly. The courtyard became a pot of porridge. On the roof, a dozen soldiers fired volleys into the courtyard. Xin Nari didn't even have time to shout, "It's a trap," before the first volley dropped 5 or 6 bandits around him. The rest turned and ran. Then countless grenades rained down. Iron pieces and porcelain fragments filled the courtyard. Bloodied bandits groaned painfully on the ground. The gang completely lost order. Gunshots and explosions rose continuously. Xin Nari was quick-witted, already retreating to the chapel. It was empty. The bandits guarding the main gate were gone, but the back door remained open. He felt slight relief and waved. Run to the back door. The bandits surged toward it in a chaotic mass. Where do you think you're going? A female general emerged, wearing a stab-proof vest, an 80s-style steel helmet on her head, holding an eyebrow-level steel spear. Majestic and heroic, it was Dong Weiwei. She had practiced bodybuilding and was physically excellent, taller and stronger than average men of this timeline. She raised her spear and stabbed down the fastest bandit. Brothers, fight. Xin Nari saw only one woman guarding the door and knew something was wrong. He waved his machete, coaxing surviving bandits to swarm over and kill their way out. A row of soldiers popped up behind Dong Weiwei, fired another volley. then burst grenade dischargers. The courtyard was instantly littered with corpses and wounded, but Xin Nari didn't charge with his subordinates. Taking advantage of chaos, he slipped aside, ran into a narrow alley, climbed over a wall, and escaped the trap. He simply couldn't care how many brothers could escape. He just ran straight out of the village. On the road, he met Xiao Dachang, who'd been waiting for coordination, his face blackened by gunpowder smoke, waving a precious sword. "It's a trap, damn it," Xiao Dachang cursed. "That bastard Liu Si. I'll skin him. Go quickly. What's the use of saying this?" Xin Nari left him behind and ran wildly. The battle ended quickly. Zhao Heiji, Zhao Heixi, and Zhao Dachang were all killed. Xin Nachun, who'd been leading a dozen bandit family members on the street for coordination, rolled onto the ground and played dead after the suddenly appearing soldiers' wild fire hit a few people. When clearing the battlefield, she was kicked hard several times before reluctantly climbing up, tied with ropes along with other prisoners. 50 or so people Xin Nari had brought, plus more than 30 bandit family members mobilized by Xiao Dachang, all were killed or captured. Not a single one escaped. Chapter 325, Consequences of Victory. Xin Nari once again displayed his cunning. Instead of fleeing through the village entrance, he jumped directly into a small river by the village and swam to safety. During the operation, besides the work team itself, the executive committee had also deployed a bandit suppression detachment for support. In fact, most soldiers never even got a chance to fire before the battle ended. Du Wen and Dong Weiwei kept straight faces in front of outsiders but were blooming with joy inside. This was a complete victory, achieved under their own direct management. After this battle, the deadlock in Daelu village was completely broken. The victory not only eliminated the bandit gang, but also purged the power of several bandit leader families who had entrenched themselves in the 13 villages area for years. Work in Daelu village progressed 1,000 li in a day. The militia unit Du Wen had longed for was quickly organized, earth wall construction commenced, and village administration that had faced obstacles everywhere suddenly transformed into a situation where the whole village obeys orders, none dare to disobey. Like dominoes, after one fell, a total chain reaction followed. Work team activities in other 13 villages areas suddenly met no resistance and proceeded smoothly. Du Wen unceremoniously exercised the iron fist of dictatorship, first sweeping away bandit families in the village. The blue cloth strips on doors had become perfect identification marks. Regardless of gender or age, those not killed were tied into strings with ropes and escorted back to Bairen City. Coolies were urgently needed there. "Taking the children too?" asked the transport officer. "Of course, take them all. Ask the executive committee about handling when you arrive." Du Wen was happy to conduct a thorough cleaning, removing everyone she considered problematic. As for how to handle the children, let Wen Daisy rack his brain. Du Wen originally intended to handle all bandit families in the 13 villages area this way but was stopped by Dong Weiwei. "They didn't participate in the riot. Don't drive them to extremes, leave people a way out. Cutting grass requires removing roots. Families of such bad elements are full of bad water. They'll all be factors of social instability. Unnecessary, and it loses too much popular support," Dong Weiwei insisted. "History tells us that campaign-style expansion and implicating 9 generations only backfires. Without settling accounts, boundless leniency is harmful." Less than 5 minutes after hugging in victory, the two women started a new round of arguments. Finally, both reached a compromise. Du Wen began promoting the enter-village, enter-household, check roots, dig sources. Everyone must pass movement in every village. Every day, she took the newly formed Daelu village militia and some guards to various villages, holding meetings, organizing militias, cleaning household registries, ordering home-returning bandits and their families to register and surrender, and investigating hidden valuables and grain. Because other villages hadn't participated in Xin Nari's counterattack and had no other bandit associations, final handling was much lighter than in Daelu village. Only a few bandits with blood debts were dealt with. Ordinary bandits, as long as they handed over looted valuables and grain and signed guarantee letters, were released. Then announcements came at village assemblies. Those with minor experiences of following bandits or helping transport stolen goods in the past, as long as they hadn't participated in this counterattack and had incurred no public wrath, were granted amnesty. Money and grain distributed years ago needn't be returned. What these people had obtained was limited, and since it was years past, investigating would be endless and counterproductive for quickly stabilizing hearts. Sending Dong Weiwei as vice-captain had indeed been a wise decision. Though she constantly argued with Du Wen on specifics, she effectively tempered Du Wen's enthusiasm for big mass movements. Things proceeded relatively gently and orderly without extreme incidents. Wu De, who had originally had reservations about sending 2 women to run the work team, now prostrated himself in admiration of Ma Qianju. "The Lord Superintendent is indeed the Lord Superintendent," he said in the farm bar. Regarding confiscated houses, fields, and property, Du Wen originally wanted to seize the opportunity for small-scale land reform and distribution. But the Planning Committee's special commissioner intercepted this. "These are all spoils of war for the transmigrators. Handling must be discussed and decided by the executive committee." "Flies," Du Wen muttered aggressively. Though the Planning Committee was responsible to the most beloved Commissioner Ma, its people really lacked appeal. Whether distributing materials normally or receiving post-battle spoils, this group exercised their characteristic of haggling over every penny, and they always appeared at every location with major gains at the fastest speed. Digging 3 feet into the ground yielded quite a few valuables, though not much grain. The Planning Committee left a portion for the work team to conduct village relief. Every household received some grain and silver. Families harmed by bandits or who had lost members received extra pension silver. Lu Ruohua made large signs of the cross on the street and led people to collect corpses, wearing an expression of compassion for the world. However, he was the greatest contributor to this victory. During routine confession, Old Lady May had revealed Xiao Dachang meeting the couple to ask about the work team, mentioning Xiao Dachang wanting Old Man May to spy. Knowing the matter was grave, Lu Ruohua called Bai Duolu to discuss. Logically, confession content couldn't be revealed to third parties, but the Jesuits had long received exemptions. Bai Duolu hurriedly reported the intelligence to Dong Weiwei. That night the work team called Old Man May for questioning. Scared to death, he quickly spilled everything. Based on his news, everyone unanimously speculated the bandit gang was about to launch a counterattack. Dong Weiwei telegraphed Bairen City requesting a bandit suppression detachment for support, to surround and annihilate them if possible. At this time, a work team member reported Liu Si's recent abnormal state. Distracted, often hiding in the ancestral hall, too lazy to visit Widow Zhou's house where he used to help frequently. Linking this with Old Man May's news, the 2 women knew Liu Si definitely had a problem. How could Liu Si, a country bumpkin, match cunning modern people? Covered by Du Wen's half-true, half-false words, plus half-baked body language reading learned from FBI studies, Liu Si thought he was completely exposed. Originally, he hadn't wanted to become a bandit either. Under Du Wen's patient guidance, Liu Si knelt crying bitterly and repenting, confessing everything, even admitting his mass work was actually picking up girls. Du Wen, who always looked down on promiscuity, wanted to kick him in the crotch and give him permanent expulsion. But under Dong Weiwei's strong persuasion, she finally decided to let Liu Si atone through meritorious service, a good opportunity for infernal affairs. For Liu Si, this merit wasn't easy to render. But Du Wen promised, after bandit suppression succeeded, she wouldn't pursue his womanizing and guaranteed not to record the matter in his personal file. As for the bribed valuables, those naturally had to be turned over. Liu Si dared not argue and had to honestly play double agent. After the enemy luring operation succeeded, Liu Si received his reward. Du Wen called him for a private talk. "Little Liu, though you made mistakes, your attitude is good." She paused. Liu Si quickly stood. "Thank you, organization, for trusting me. I will definitely correct past mistakes and contribute to the great cause of transmigration." All right, all right." Du Wen waved her hand. "Merit offsets faults. As said, it won't be pursued. However, you must give Widow Zhou an explanation. Just have the wedding. Always sneaking around has bad influence on the masses." "Yes, I'll pick an auspicious day." He stopped. Chief Du hated such things. "Picking a day is fine." Du Wen was in good mood and didn't fuss. "Also, the organization has researched and decided. Since you married a local woman, stay here for local work. Daelu Village is a new area. You'll serve as village head." "Thank you, organization, for the promotion." Liu Si stood excitedly. If Countwing weren't out of fashion with the Australians, he probably would have knocked his head several times. "Work hard. Get Daelu Village done well first, then we'll gradually expand to other villages." The 13 villages situation was excellent. The work team's next focus was social investigation. They wouldn't have time for specific village affairs. Handing it to Liu Si should be fine. However, amidst many excellent situations, one sequela dissatisfied Du Wen. The number of baptized people increased dramatically. From the original may couple to the whole village scrambling to hear reason and get baptized. Lu Ruohua thanked God every night. He also looked at Bai Duolu with new eyes, bombarding him daily about taking vows. "With your talent, piety, and contribution to spreading the gospel, the future Archbishop of Guangdong Diocese can be none other than you, plus holding posts as abbot for several wealthy monasteries." Bai Duolu thought. "President Wen wanted me to be Bishop of Lingao. Now Lu Ruohua says the Archbishop of Guangdong is mine for the taking. Is the Pope planning to award me a red hat? No, if I really wear a red hat, Wen Daci and his ilk will definitely make me Pope." This thought made him both guilty and yearning. Then he remembered clergy meant no wife, everything else was negotiable, but that absolutely could not be agreed. During Du Wen's bandit clearing activities, causing panic and making every family uneasy, Lu Ruohua seized the opportunity to enter various villages preaching the gospel. This time, he wasn't alone. Though believers in Daelu village weren't clear on basic doctrines, they had opened the path for his missionary career. A group of middle-aged and elderly women wearing crosses followed Father Lu, sweeping house by house in a everyone listens to the gospel, mass movement style evangelism. Everyone must go deep into every household, to fields and ground heads, to spread the Lord's gospel to every lost lamb, Lu Ruohua said to the group carrying bags of missionary leaflets, their eyes extremely pious. His mission group followed behind Du Wen's operations, active everywhere, leveraging the transmigrators' remaining prestige. Many people, hoping to quickly establish transmigration group connections, ran to Lu Ruohua for baptism without even understanding who the Lord and Virgin Mary were. The catechism class was overcrowded daily, holding sessions in the courtyard. Bai Duolu's voice grew hoarse. Once mass-produced believers were baptized, they quickly requested crosses. Some hung several, including one on the gate. Lu Ruohua's supply quickly ran out. He hurriedly wrote Macau to order more. Du Wen was furious and wanted to expel this foreign monk several times, but the monk's preaching about forgiveness and benevolence undeniably helped stabilize society. Under Dong Weiwei's persuasion, she endured. Besides, swarms of missionary personnel were mostly middle-aged and elderly women. She couldn't order force against them. During this evangelism leap forward, Lu Ruohua also developed the first batch of nuns, solitary middle-aged and elderly women wanting to cultivate the afterlife after this turmoil. Lingao lacked big temples or nunneries. This new foreign religion came at the right time. The foreign monks spoke gently, sang nice songs, had beautiful pictures. Lu Ruohua tore out advertisement pages from real estate ads that Bai Duolu had used to wrap books. After describing heaven and resurrection, some women asked to become foreign nuns. Lu Ruohua simply took them in as temporary church staff. At least cleaning, cooking, and washing would get done. That day, Lu Ruohua called Bai Duolu. "Has your monastery been established?" Bai Duolu was tongue-tied. The so-called Australian church was fundamentally air. Where would a monastery come from? He made excuses. There's no monastery locally yet. Establish one. Many lambs here want to choose serving the Lord for life. Lu Ruohua crossed himself. Please discuss it with He Ying. After receiving Bai Duolu's telegram, He Ying dared not neglect. This involved future ecclesiastical authority. He hurried to the executive committee for instructions. "What do you think?" Wen Daisy asked back. If based on his social experience in the other timeline, He Ying would definitely say, "My view is the same as yours." But there was no need for that here. "Do it," He Ying said. "After bandit suppression, many bandit orphans will remain. We can't kill these children, but keeping and educating them ourselves is trouble. Why not let the monastery adopt them? It doesn't waste resources and conveniently brainwashes them. Controlling them with threat of hell after death, isn't that more effective than knives and guns? Two birds with one stone." Chapter 326, The Abbot, the method is quite good, Wen Daisy said. But what if Lu Ruohua harbors ulterior motives and uses this hatred to build his own faction of clergy? That depends on Bai Duolu and the others keeping close watch. Also, we need to mix sand in. He Ying offered a plan. "I think we can select a few particularly loyal students from the school to proactively enter the monastery and serve as the first batch of grassroots clergy. That's naturally ideal. Selecting indigenous students is fine, but they're young and easily influenced. Just a few months of brainwashing may not be enough. Then send someone in to control the monastery. For Abbot, isn't Bai Duolu suitable? He has to keep an eye on Lu Ruohua and can't pull himself away." When Daisy shook his head. "Moreover, he's a believer. Though his faith doesn't seem firm enough, he has faith." He didn't finish, but the implication was clear. The church Wen Daisy was preparing to establish was decidedly sui generis. Calling it heretical wouldn't be an exaggeration. He Ying pondered. "How about we recruit someone and send them in?" "Good. We'll select someone later, then I agree to run the monastery. But the location must be in Bairen, not Daelu village. Also, monastery entrants must be reported one by one with clear resumes for your approval." Wen Daisy instructed. A recruitment notice for a religious professional was posted on the BBS and someone indeed applied. The applicant was surnamed Wu, named Shimeng, about 30, slightly chubby, all smiles, not very talkative. When Daisy picked up his file, Transmigration Political Security Bureau Personal Assessment of Transmigrator Wu Shimeng Top Secret, born X month X day XXXX, joined the Transmigration Cause X month XXXX, Han ethnicity, political inclination, no obvious inclination, follows the crowd politically. Personality, relatively introverted, adaptable, not picky about the environment, but will improve it manually when possible. Ruthless to enemies. Noble character, no bad habits, clear social relations. Specialties, personnel training expert, combat general, first aid roughly proficient. Performance active and motivated, has urgent desire to serve the organization. When Daisy studied it, personnel recruitment and training supervisor, means he can talk well and hoodwink people. Knows combat skills, no problem traveling to the countryside, can protect himself. Knows first aid and bandaging, useful skills. With training, he can coordinate with sending medicine to the countryside. Quite suitable, Wen Daisy said. But to be this abbot, you'll have to learn basic doctrines and go preaching. Can you do it? My learning ability is very strong. As for preaching, it's a piece of cake. I often do training. Even if the organization wants me to do pyramid schemes, it's not a problem. But this position is clergy. It might involve baptism and taking vows. Wu Shimeng smiled. President Wen, you aren't really that pious, are you? When Daisy smiled slightly, this person's comprehension was indeed strong. Formalism is still needed. After all, most Chinese still hope to see religious professionals upholding an image of poverty and abstinence. What are the benefits? The church currently only has Bai Duolu alone. He, good, good, good. Wu Shiming beamed. He started talking. President Wen, is this a monastery for men or a convent for women? There are both. There's also the task of raising children. Things won't be few. When Daisy said, you'll be busy. None MMs. This guy's expression started looking wrong. None grannies. When Daisy corrected him, then explained the work content. The focus is brainwashing. Understood. Understood, understood. Wu Shiming nodded. He offered his own view. President Wen, I think we shouldn't give the Chinese Bible to Father Lu. In my opinion, believers shouldn't be able to see the original text. Wen Daisy was interested. Why? With the Chinese Bible, wouldn't ordinary believers also master the doctrine? If the official doctrine we promote differs from what the Bible says, that gives certain people ready-made ammunition. Go on. When Daisy was genuinely interested. I don't know much religious history, but I remember something key Martin Luther did during the Reformation, translating the Latin version into German. He didn't do it for amusement. He obviously regarded letting ordinary people master scripture content as a weapon. Going deeper with scriptures won't disputes arise over doctrinal ambiguity. This is common. A word, a sentence, how should it be interpreted? What if believers fight over details? If we brainwash them too well and create fanatics who chop each other up first, that's putting the cart before the horse. When Daisy was secretly surprised. He'd originally thought this brother Wu was just an opportunist wanting to mix into the upper echelons, but he actually had ideas. Finally, Hong Ziyuquan cannot be ignored. Back then, Hong Ziyuquan created the God-worshipping society with just a Christian propaganda pamphlet. Now with the full Bible, if any ambitious person uses it to create another God-worshipping society, things will be troublesome. What's your plan? Recall the Chinese Bibles. Wu Shiming said. Stipulate that only clergy above a certain level can possess them. Collect the right of interpretation. Seeing Wen Daisy listening attentively, he drank some water and continued. Ordinary believers don't need the Bible. We can compile pamphlets like Collection of Scriptures or Catechism, publishing basic doctrines and prayers. As for Bible stories, we can select suitable parts and publish a story collection specifically. He paused. Only publish quotations, not selected works. We possess the final right of interpretation. When Daisy summarized, Wu Shiming nodded. Exactly. Without the original Bible, any meaning loses its basis. The church can declare unstable elements as heretics at any time, he thought. We'd better set up an arbitration tribunal enjoying final interpretive authority. No one may question it. Finally, grasp all bishop appointment rights in our own hands. When Daisy was non-committal. Not bad. Get your transfer order first. We'll discuss again when Bai Duolu returns. After he left, when Daisy knew clearly that what Wu Shiming said aligned with their ultimate interests. However, they hadn't reached the time to truly show their hand with the church. For now, maintaining low-key cooperation was better. Let these missionaries lay solid brainwashing foundations first. Wu Shiming took office. His external position was abbot of Bairen Monastery. Internally, deputy director of the Religious Affairs Office, same as Bai Duolu. Having become deputy director, Wu Shiming asked Wen Daisy to telegram Bai Duolu about managing the Chinese Bibles well and strictly prohibiting outflow. So Bai Duolu quietly sent the box of books back to Bairen for Wu Shiming to keep, ostensibly fearing dampness. Wu Shiming was enthusiastic. He first visited the Lingao Construction Company, flashing his new appointment letter. Under his persistence and pestering, Mei Lin agreed to start church construction, though he stated in advance that only building materials and some skilled workers could be provided. Unskilled laborers were in short supply. Wu Shiming agreed readily, saying the church would handle unskilled labor. While busy with infrastructure, Wu Shiming obtained quite a few religious books from the Grand Library for study. Otherwise, when Lu Ruohua returned, wouldn't his abbot cover be blown if he knew nothing? Moreover, plans for future doctrine revision and establishment were needed. Help me find some pictures. Wu Shiming found the human search engine Luo Duo. What pictures? Christian pictures, propaganda posters, and the like, Wu Shiming thought, preferably localized. Localized, you mean Chinese-styled figures? Right, exactly. Western style is okay too, but preferably with features not too obvious. Don't want golden-haired ones. Little Jesus doesn't need localizing. A chubby white doll is definitely likable. Luo Duo queried and found quite a few. Wu Shiming selected better-looking ones and found transmigrators who could draw to redraw them. Quite a few paintings were made. 2 young indigenous personnel were also sent from the General Bureau of Political Security, 2 orphans taken in from Guangzhou. With introverted personalities, after sufficient brainwashing, they accepted the task, preparing to join catechism study as soon as Lu Ruohua returned, then get baptized and enter the monastery. Lu Ruohua, however, hadn't returned. Though his achievements were remarkable, he knew these new flocks couldn't claim much real faith yet, so he toured villages daily to strengthen their belief. One day, just returning from an outer village, he saw a strange Australian in the team headquarters sitting and resting, with the new village head Liu Si attending diligently. Lu Ruohua could clearly distinguish Australians from their indigenous subordinates and from local ordinary natives. The differences in mental state and physical appearance were great. This person, though wearing a local blue cloth shirt, bamboo hat, straw sandals, and carrying a rattan basket, was tall, physically strong, and fair-skinned. His gestures were full of spirit, a typical Australian image. May the Lord bless you. Lu Ruohua crossed himself. Are you here to see Ms. Du? Yes, father. The visitor was polite. I'm here to deliver medicine. This was Liu San. After receiving Du Wen's letter, busy tending his herb garden and concocting medicinal powders according to Dong Weiwei's telegram, he'd set off late. When he arrived, the entire 13 villages area was already peaceful. Dressed in Ming Dynasty attire and disguised as an herb gatherer, he hadn't used guards and traveled freely. Arriving at team headquarters but missing Du Wen and Dong Weiwei, he found only Liu Si, who insisted on calling him Big Brother, though Liu San was actually 26, younger than Liu Si. Hearing he was a doctor, Lu Ruohua was very interested. Missionaries coming to Asia and Africa typically mastered specialized skills, some astronomy, some technology, some medicine, some art to penetrate local society. Medicine was the most effective. Only in China had missionaries' medical skills seemed unpopular. Lu Ruohua knew Chinese people had their own unique medical theory and herbology, completely different from Europe's. He wanted to understand, particularly acupuncture. When Dong Weiwei performed acupuncture on locals, Lu Ruohua had watched for a long time, always wanting to know what theory cured pain through needles. Hearing his acupuncture question, Liu San thought this foreigner knew his stuff. In the other timeline, the Chinese medicine most popular in the West was also acupuncture. He began explaining from yin-yang and 5 elements theory of the body and meridians. Actually, as a modern master of traditional Chinese pharmacy, Liu San was quite skeptical about this almost shamanistic traditional theory. But acupuncture was purely empirical medicine with no scientific theoretical basis yet to speak of. Unexpectedly, though Lu Ruohua listened with half understanding, a look of fascination appeared on his face. Liu San thought, I don't even understand this stuff well. Could this foreign monk understand it? Acupuncture, is it piercing a certain position to guide pneuma directly into these places to generate more vital spirit? Liu San was tongue-tied, not understanding what he meant. Actually, Lu Ruohua was speaking of standard traditional European medical theory, Galen's pneuma theory. Liu San had to ask what pneuma meant. The great physician Galen said, the human body has